This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 82 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The myriad emperor world has been in decline, yet they are still second when considering the amount of eternal emperors their planes have cultivated. Furthermore, many people know the top spot would have gone to them if not for many of their eternal emperors dying and being erased from history. But Elder Red Fist raised his hand to stop him. The myriad emperor world has significantly impacted the endless void. Many worlds envy or hate them, but no one has invaded them. Be because of their strength and background? That's one reason. However, there are planes full of madmen who will not care about such a thing. Then, I don't know. According to the order of heaven and earth, everything has a peak and a low, which will fluctuate. Things will rise to the peak before falling to their lowest, then repeat the process. During the innate acquired war, and even the first 2 eras of the myriad emperor world, their world has reached an unimaginable peak. However, from then on, they slowly fell to their lowest point in the subsequent 3 eras. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You mean the rise of the myriad emperor world is approaching? Yes, and many world communities know this and have been prepared. Some want to resist, some want to take this opportunity to rise, and some only want to survive this upcoming turmoil. The young man frowned after hearing this. If that's the case, why don't they try to stop the arrival of this new era? There are many reasons. Some believe the myriad emperor world will never reach its previous peak, but will only stop its decline. However, the main reason is that they feared their actions would be the catalyst that began this plane's rise, just like a person trying to stop a prophecy that resulted in it being accomplished because of their involvement in the first place. Of course, some people did try. Some people tried, asked the young man before his eyes lit up. He did thorough research on this plane before reporting back. You mean the heaven-devouring emperor? Yes. A few heaven-will world grouped together, gathered enough resources and destiny, and chose to secretly support a devil cultivator to rise and become emperor. Finally, they lured him with a secret inside the swallowed zone to become enemies with the world. One of the forbidden lands? What exactly is inside that attracted an eternal emperor so much? Not something you should know, calmly replied Elder Red Fist. Truth be told, even he did not know. The young man smiled wryly before quickly changing the subject. Their plans seemed to work. Yes, but worked too well. Their original intention was to cultivate a first-class emperor, if lucky, a pseudo-eternal emperor who is extremely cunning. His purpose was to hide inside the myriad emperor world and secretly slow down its development. Unfortunately, they underestimate the talent of the heaven-devouring emperor and his greed. After proving the Tao, he became an eternal emperor, and the first thing he did was counterattack these worlds who schemed against him before focusing on the myriad emperor world. Their plan did work nevertheless, added the young man. Yes, the myriad emperor world's development was delayed by another era, but their original intention was for the delay to be longer. So, is this era the time they will rise again? Based on the current situation, very likely. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment as he realized many things. The elder knew this world better than he did, so he sent him to search for information to explore and open his mind before coming to a conclusion. As the newly chosen young sect master of the martial origin sect, he has to have a vision that can see the entire endless void, especially if he can prove the Tao in this generation. After all his decisions will affect the sect and the entire world. Thank you, Elder, for your teaching, but I have one last question, said Yi-Chen while cupping his hand. Why is the myriad emperor world so special? What makes it so unique? Many people have pondered the same question and created many theories to explain this phenomenon. However, the most prominent one is luck or destiny. Yi-Chen was a little confused, so Elder Red Fist continued. Of all the heaven-will worlds in the endless void, the myriad emperor world is the plane with the most luck or destiny, hence its uniqueness. Now, there are arguments to explain this amount of destiny. Some say it is because they have cultivated so many great emperors who later became unparalleled beings, which in turn blessed their planes. However, some believe the myriad emperor world's destiny was innate. At the beginning of time, when each heavenward world was first born, it was granted the most destiny. I personally believe in the former. After all, although heaven and earth are unfair, it has its rule and regulation. It has its order. Yi Chun frowned after hearing this, countless thoughts flashing across his mind. Then he asked, if this generation is the beginning of the myriad emperor world's resurgence, how should our plane treat them? How should I treat them as the sect master? Elder Red Fist did not immediately answer him. Instead, he stood up from his floating position before walking to the wooden window in the room and opening it. While looking in the distance, he said, do you know a heavenward world can be demoted? Demoted? As in they turn into greater thousand worlds? Exactly. How is that possible? Although rare, some scary individuals can destroy a heavenward world. However, the usual method of demotion is when too many immortal tier powerhouses constantly fight inside the world, thus overdrafting the world source and weakening the world to the level of great thousand worlds. Normally, these heavenward worlds will return to their peak after countless generations of recuperation. However, another great thousand world can be chosen to replace them instead. Who has the power and right to choose the status of heavenward worlds? Elder Red Fist turned around, looked at him, and said, heaven and earth have their own odor and operation method. But that's not the point of me telling you all this. I see. I will make sure that nothing happens to our world and sect, even if it means my death, Yi Chun said with determination. Elder Red Fist walked to him before patting his shoulder. That's the spirit. Go prepare. Tomorrow, we will officially visit the Tao opening sect. Yi Chun cupped his hands and bowed before leaving the room. As Elder Red Fist watched him exit, he secretly shook his head. He did not think Yi Chun had any chance at proving the Tao in this generation, especially when compared to Jin Chao. He was too far in terms of strength, strategy, vision, and a list of other things. Unfortunately, he was currently the best the martial origin sect had in his generation unless they woke up a sleeping heaven chosen. I hope this information can bring some pressure on him and brings out his hidden potential, thought Elder Red Fist. Nevertheless, he was not that hopeful. He only did all this because the sect master instructed him to do so. Thinking of the current political state of the martial origin sect, Red Fist could not help but shake his head. Chapter 508 Foreign Visit Elder Red Fist and Yi Chun walked to the mountain entrance of the Tao opening sect. Stopped, said two Saint Realm cultivators who guarded the entrance. Who are you people? Please, identify yourself. We are from the martial origin sect, and we came for an official visit, replied Elder Red Fist with an amiable smile. Martial origin sect, muttered the two guards before looking at each other since they'd never heard of this sect. Nevertheless, they did not immediately force this person away. Did you send an early notice arrival? Yi Chun frowned after hearing this and wanted to say something, but he quickly controlled himself. Meanwhile, Elder Red Fist realized he had made a social blunder. In the martial supreme world, martial artists are more easygoing and not restricted by things like etiquette. So, it is normal for one sect to suddenly visit the others to chat or have a sparring session. So, early notice arrival is usually for rare and grandiose occasions. Unfortunately, the myriad emperor world's culture is heavily influenced by Taoist culture, so formal etiquette is prevalent worldwide. After realizing his blunder, Elder Red Fist hesitated on his following action. Should he return to the inn and send a notice? Or should he just find a way to have a visit now? He did not immediately make a decision. Instead, he contacted the Tao ancestors sent to secretly protect them on this trip. Wait, was the message he received, and Red Fist understood their existence was already detected. And he was correct. Before the guards became suspicious and asked other questions, someone flew from the direction of the sect with orders to bring these people to see the sect master. Someone brought Red Fist and Yi Chun to Tianwei Peak to see Wang Tian. The moment the elder laid eyes on him, his first thought was this person could kill him in a few slashes despite being one realm and a half above him. What a peerless swordsman, was his second thought. Red Fist has seen fellow Taoist. There is no need for restraint. Please sit down, said Wang Tian to the cushions in front of them before offering tea. I'm assuming you are here for your sect's 3 Emperor artifacts? Yes, and we would also like to know what happened to our young sect master. He had a confrontation with my son and unfortunately died in the process, Wang Tian replied calmly. Besides the worst outcome I feared, Red Fist thought. He deeply investigated the Dao opening sect, so he knew of their heaven chosen. He hoped that someone else, someone of lower status, had killed Jin Chao. That way, their sect would have more leeway for negotiations. He hoped it was not someone vital, so they could have a chance to pressure the Dao opening sect and take some advantage during the negotiation. Honestly, he knew this outcome was unlikely since not anyone could kill Jin Chao, but that did not stop him from hoping. To be honest, it's hard for us to believe that someone in the younger generation could kill our young sect master. I can assure you it was a vendetta between the younger generations, replied Wang Tian, ignoring the latter's implications. My senior brother was a pinnacle heaven chosen, suppressing almost all his peers. How could someone from the same generation kill him? Retorted Yi Chen. Your pinnacle is not the same as ours, replied Wang Tian. Elder Red Fist placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder to prevent him from speaking before saying with a smile, Forgive the younger generation. It is our fault for not raising him properly. However, he has a point. If you do not mind, could we see the young man who defeated our young sect master? He's currently in Aritar. Wang Tian frowned before taking out talisman. He seems to want to see you. A few seconds later, a phantom manifested in the room, releasing an oppressive aura that enveloped both Red Fist and Yi Chen. For a brief moment, they felt their soul, energy, and the worlds inside their bodies suppressed by that aura. Sorry about that. I just had a small breakthrough, so it is difficult to control my strength, said Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Elder Red Fist had an ugly expression on his face. If he felt he could withstand a few swords from the swordsman, he knew he could not survive one attack from this young man. Not to mention, he could tell this was nothing but a projection that had such strength. Nevertheless, Red Fist was still an old fox who had lived for a long time, so he quickly controlled his emotion before contacting Yi Chen with his divine sense to soothe the latter's fear and prevent the possibility of having Heart Demon from this encounter. This must be young Master Wang Wei. Your reputation is not in vain, said Elder Red Fist. Wang Wei looked at him before saying, I don't want to waste time, so I will be direct. You can exchange your sect's Emperor artifact for other artifacts or resources of the same value. What? What about all the other things my senior brother had? Wang Wei looked at Yi Chen, and with a glance, he instantly read his fate line and learned everything about him. He knew everything that occurred to him from birth to now except for some special cultivation techniques blocked by Emperor-grade seals. He knew of this Yi Chen from Zhen Chaos Memories. He was the secret bastard child of the martial origin sect's sect master. His talent was excellent, but not the best. However, with his father's resources, he could barely defeat all his opponents in the sect to become the heir until Jin Chao appeared with the martial ancestors token. Then, all the people who were not happy with Yi Chen as the next sect master quickly supported Jin Chao, even the sect madam, who could not have children and did not want a bastard to become the next heir of the sect. What's more, Jin Chao was cunning and even convinced Yi Chen to support him and treated him as a well-loved junior brother. Interesting, thought Wang Wei after getting to the conversation he had with Elder Red Fist yesterday. Those are my spoil of war, replied Wang Wei. Red Fist had to stop Yi Chen again as he analyzed the situation. He realized this method was the best way for each party. The artifacts connected to the sect's key, luck, cannot be lost. So, no matter what, even if they have to exchange it with foreign Emperor artifacts, they must bring them back. Furthermore, it appeared that the Dao opening sect had no intention of spitting out what they had already swallowed. Unless the sect wants to start a transplanter war for the artifacts, this is the best outcome. But, young master, is it possible to bring our young master's body back to the sect? We would like to bury him and honor all his achievements for the sake. There is no need to play some meaningless scheme. You and I both know the value of a fateless. So the answer is no, replied Wang Wei, making Red Fist sigh. Very well. We would like to report to the sect before making a decision. As you wish, added Wang Tian. Please send a notice the next time you arrive. Red Fist smiled without shame and bowed to everyone before leaving with Yichun. Why are you here? I thought you were in retreat. But I suddenly felt something important would happen if I came here, so I came. Did it? Yes, replied Wang Wei before explaining the conversation Yichun and Elder Red Fist had. Based on records, the Heaven Devourer Emperor immediately visited the Swallowed Land after proving the Tao. Then, he left for the Endless Void before visiting a second time. After that, he started his mad conquest, so this information does track. Back then, the Emperor Enlightening Academy was in charge of dealing with the Heaven-Devouring Emperor, not the Tao Opening Sect. The sect took a back seat to not suffer too much in this calamity and weaken the Academy. Their plan worked, as the only immortal sovereign the Academy managed to cultivate after an entire era was killed. It was a great strategy despite being so obvious. If the Academy cultivated their ninth emperor, and with an immortal sovereign backing them, they could destroy the Tao Opening Sect with some difficulty. As for the reasons the Academy had to stop the Heaven-Devouring Emperor, it's because they had the spirit of epic and had an obligation to do so. Otherwise, it would be stripped from them and force them to suffer a backlash. Additionally, the Heaven-Devourer Emperor was once their student, and he even competed for the position of headmaster, so he had significant karmic ties with them. Since the sect was in a semi-closed-off state, they did not have as much information about this calamity as others, despite offering some help during the process to prevent other sects from using this excuse to besiege them. We should probably watch out to prevent these other planes from doing the same thing again, said Wang Wei. I was thinking the same thing, replied Wang Tian before contacting a shadow and asking it to look out for any sects or factions that have connections with foreign planes. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's projection went to see Wu Hong and asked her about the Swallowing Zone. Chapter 509 Fateless Abilities. Elder Red Fist returned to his inn, where a muscular man waited for him. Supreme Elder quickly bowed Elder Red Fist and Yichun. I'm guessing the negotiations did not go as planned? Asked the Supreme Elder. Unfortunately, no, replied Elder Red Fist before explaining the situation. The Supreme Elder pondered briefly before answering. In that case, let's just accept their terms. But what about Jun Chaos Body? It's probably refined by now, replied the Supreme Elder, sighing with some sadness. He was of the few people who knew of Jun Chaos being part of someone else's outlaw trial. He knew that Jun Chaos Heart Demon was the death of his family, and only by killing the man responsible would his mind sublimate, and he could reach the best version of himself. So, the higher-ups of the martial origin sect agreed to let him fight and even let him borrow 3 of the sect's Emperor artifacts. In their mind, they never dreamt of Jun Chaos failure, especially with that Chaos treasure and how strategically minded the latter was. Supreme Elder, why did Jin Chao fight with the Tao Opening Sect's heir? The muscular elder looked at Red Fist and did not hide anything from him regarding the outlaw trial and the karmic ties between these two individuals. Then, Red Fist sighed, then said, "It is a shame to lose a fateless like this." That's true. Fateless are people born with no limitations. To be precise, they are people born with higher limitations than others. As such, once a fateless proves the Tao, they can naturally stay longer in the source key space to gather energy to create immortal venerables. It is also easier for them to refine Tao source seeds. Furthermore, they are not affected by karmas even more than typical great emperors. So, they can cut off the karma for more people without backlash and could technically stay longer in the lower dimension without receiving punishment. Fateless can do more inhuman things in the lower dimension, like destroying great 1,000 worlds and refining all the people inside for their spiritual strength, blood energy, and vitality. Ordinary emperors will suffer consequences after destroying a few hundred worlds, and even a few thousands or more if they are eternal emperors or their main Tao is karma. The same rules would apply to fateless beings, even if they were lowly, third-class emperors. These are the advantages they will receive after proving the Tao, but they also have other benefits in the mortal stage. For example, they do not have to go through heavenly tribulations if they do not want to. Across all worlds in the endless void, as long as cultivators, martial artists, gods, or practitioners in general reach a certain cultivation stage, they have to undergo heavenly tribulations except for fateless beings. The only exception to this rule is that fateless can still suffer from heart demon, affecting their minds. However, it will never show up in the form that Wang Wei experienced, where the physical manifestation of his heart demon appeared to tempt him. I should have guessed something was wrong with Zhen Xiao when I saw the incredible amount of key luck he had. That was abnormal. Fateless do not have key luck, or at least they have a normal one when people observe their luck. However, all fateless usually have fortunate encounters as great most geniuses with multicolored luck, and sometimes on the level of sons of destiny. The reason for that is their ability to passively absorb the luck of the people around them, while their key luck looks ordinary. Heaven and earth is fair, and there is no absolute. Although fateless are people who escape fate at birth, this fact is not absolute. 99 of fateless beings will be born in ordinary mortal families and spend the rest of their lives without knowing their status. And once they die and enter samsara, they will lose their title because of their ability to absorb luck. The families of fateless will leave a life full of fortune and wealth without suffering any calamities. The only way for fateless to activate their powers and reap the benefit is to want to pursue cultivation and go out of their way to search for it. Elder Red Fist shook his head after thinking about this. Zhen Chaos Key luck concerned the sect, and many people who opposed him used this excuse to invalidate his status. However, after many tests, the sect discovered he was indeed a fateless, but one who was blessed with incredible luck by someone. Some people concluded it might have been their founder, the martial ancestor. Now, Elder Red Fist understood that the key luck was a restrained heavenly Tao placed on Zhen Xiao so that he could be calculated and controlled. After all, no matter how special or unique fateless beings are, it does not change the fact they are mortal. Immortal tier cultivators have ways to not only detect their presence, but also control and dictate their fate. So, most of them have three outcomes: live a mortal life and die, be controlled another cultivator to absorb and refine their souls, or walk on the path of cultivation to achieve true freedom. 95 of them fall on the first two outcomes, with only 5 walking on the path of cultivation. And even then, if they do not prove the Tao, these fateless will also die and enter samsara. However, some with high cultivation and intelligence have found ways to keep their status in their next life. The Supreme Elder looked at the quiet Yi Chun. What's wrong? Yi Chun gritted his teeth. Supreme Elder, I want to be stronger. He could not help but think of the fear and powerlessness he felt in front of that aura. He did not want to feel that way anymore. Maybe this kid is not as hopeless as most people believed. He has his strength, thought the Supreme Elder. When we get back to the sect, I will open some of the secret realms left by the founder for you. Whether you can pass and become stronger will be up to you. Thank you, Supreme Elder. I will not let you down. The Supreme Elder nodded before looking in the Tao opening sect's direction. During this visit, he was also suppressed by some terrifying auras, allowing him to know how deep the foundation of a sect with 2 eternal emperors was. All right, let's go. Now, it's best to leave quickly unless something unexpected occurs. After pondering for a moment, Elder Red Fist immediately realized the latter's intention. This world was not a safe one since many sects secretly competed and plotted against each other. So, one of them can send immortal tier powerhouses to kill them. And since they last visited the Tao opening sect, the latter would be the main suspect. Going further, if the situation is not appropriately resolved, the martial origin sect and the Tao opening sect might become enemies and begin an Emperor Tao war across planes. So, the Supreme Elder took these two outside of the myriad emperor world, hopped into his magic treasure, and rushed back home. A wise decision, since not long after, a few immortal tier powerhouses appeared where he left. Unfortunately for these powerhouses, the people from the Tao opening sect also showed up. Then a small battle occurred, injuring these people before they ran away. These devil cultivators are real madmen. They can do anything, said Wang Wuqing while standing in the void. Nothing new, replied another voice. I'm more surprised the people from the Tai Profound Gate showed up, said a third person. Am not. These Taoist priests like people to believe they practice inaction and disdain to interfere with the world's conflict. But when it comes to doing sneaky things, no one is better than them, commented Wang Wuqing. True. Anyway, we have injured a few of them, so they should quiet down for a while. Wang Wuqing nodded before asking something else. Did you guys receive the news from the Sectmaster? Yes. We had always suspected the Mo family and the Heaven Devourer Emperor had connections to foreign planes. We just never had confirmation. I remember back then, the Academy chased after him because he killed one of the teachers. Could it be the teacher found proof of his connection to foreigners? Very likely. I don't care about this. What I want to know is why do the people of the martial origin sect know such a secret? Many people investigated the cause of his madness in the endless void, even briefly venturing into the swallowing zone, but nothing was found. So, how do they know? It could be that their plane was part of the groups who supported the Heaven Devourer Emperor. That could explain it. Then, the void became quiet for a moment. We should gather all the other sects and do a better job at preventing outside influence. We all know that a new era is coming in this generation. So it's in our best interest to be prudent and protect it from foreign forces before it even begins. Agree. In that case, I'll contact the other sects, said Wang Wuqing. Chapter 510 Second Incarnation, Wang Wei's projection appeared in his manner, where he saw his wife still reading these shoddy romance novels. Ahem, coughed Wang Wei lightly to catch her attention. However, she ignored him and continued reading. I know you can sense my existence. I just realized something, said Wu Hong. And what is that? You don't treat me as well as you should? Excuse me? Asked Wang Wei with bewilderment. Sure, you love me very well, but I cannot feel your adoration. Look at these novel protagonists. They all treat their women as if they were the rarest and most fantastic individuals in the world. They use grand and romantic gestures to display their love and affection. They treat each day with their partner as if this was the first time they had fallen in love. I adore you plenty, replied Wang Wei. At least, I think I do. When was the last time you gave me a gift? Wang Wei's lips twitched as he suddenly regretted giving her these romantic books. They are now long-lived species, so how could their partnership be like mortals that only have a few decades together? After all, in their relationship, it will become common to not see each for millions, if not billions of years once one enters seclusion. So, it is not feasible to always be romantic and do lovey-dovey couple things. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew it would be stupid to argue with her in this current situation. Furthermore, she has a point. Maybe he should treat her better. You're right. From now on, I will make an effort to treat you better. You deserve nothing more than the best. Wu Hong looked at him and smiled. That's all I asked for. So what brings you here? I want to ask if you know what's inside the swallowing zone. I do, but I won't tell you. Why not? You can find out for yourself. Wang Wei did not know whether to laugh, cry, or be angry. Can't you at least give me a hint? It is incomplete, hence the reason the Heaven Devourer Emperor wanted to swallow the world's source. Second, this thing is even rare in the upper dimensions. And once one shows up, even paragons will fight for them if the quality is high enough. So, it's another thing I need to get my hands on. Basically. So, why didn't you get in your time? As I said, it was incomplete. So, I plan to get after dealing with the devil race. Even some of the other forbidden lands I plan to deal with. Unfortunately, well, you know what happened to me. Wang Wei nodded his head before dismissing his projection. In his seclusion room, which was surrounded by formations, his actual body was in the process of refining a golden orb the size of an egg. The power of time emanated from the orb for a moment before Wang Wei added the power of space, which is the law he recently understood and fused with the laws of time. In a world of science and technology, space and time are essentially the same. But in the cultivation world, they are two different Daos, albeit with some connection. With the time innate treasure he had, it only took him 10 years to comprehend the laws of space after analyzing his fleshly Bodhist divine ability to break the space and use his understanding of the correlation between space and time from Earth. And only a month passed on the outside. After walking out, he saw his wife drinking tea and looking at the sky. No more novels. I've read all the ones you gave me. Why don't you try the ones from this world? I did. They are terrible. They all mostly portray women as damsel in distress. And the romance is subpar and lacks imagination. She looked at him. Don't you have more? Those were all the ones I read or heard about. With your comprehension, I bet you could create more. Wang Wei stood, flabbergasted, wondering where his powerful and domineering wife went. After sighing, he finally closed his eyes to access his future Buddha self and all the calculating powers of his spirit particles. Then, he created numerous novels by copying the style, voice, tone, and diction of all the authors he had read. It was as if those authors themselves wrote these novels. Of course, Wang Wei also created a few originals. Subsequently, although they were all romance novels, he also wrote in different genres like fantasy, sci-fi, thriller, xinxia, wuxia, etc. Then, he waved his hand to manifest piles of romance novels. Immediately, Wu Hong picked one and quickly flipped through it. Her eyes lit up before giving a kiss on the cheek and returning to her reading. Did I just turn my wife into an otaku? A web novel addict? He shook his head before going to see his mother. Then, he left the sect and the entire myriad emperor world. In his short seclusion, he used the soul network and divination to search for a great thousand world where no immortal powerhouses are hiding and the optimal place for his time incarnation. Then, he hopped on his golden chariot before heading to his destination, which only took a few hours. Upon his arrival, he spent a few days in a cave deep in the mountains to adapt to the laws of this world. Then, Wang Wei took out a jade talisman from ancestor witching that allowed him to detect whether immortal tier powerhouses were in this world. Although his divination gave him a positive answer, he wanted to be extra careful when dealing with cultivators of that level. So, after being reassured, Wang Wei spread his divine sense to secretly cover the entire world. In just a few minutes, he learned most of this entire world's secrets. There is something wrong with this world's branch of the River of Time, thought Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to sense the situation better. There seem to be some small flaws in how the River of Time operates, he muttered. This flaw may not mean anything to the world as a whole, or a 99.999 of cultivators, but it means a lot for him. He can exploit these flaws to deepen his understanding of space-time Tao. Wang Wei smiled as he understood his divination led him to this world because of this flaw. Finally, he began to take action. Using the map he created, he laid 2 formations. He secretly moved many of the spiritual mountains in this universe as the formation flag for the first formation. He saved a lot of resources with this method, but it took him some effort to move these things without alerting Heavenly Tao. The first formation was a heaven-sealing array he learned from Wu Hong to prevent this world's Heavenly Tao from creating a Tao ancestor once his incarnations start causing trouble. He even used a talisman with her power as the array's core. The second formation was the time acceleration formation he needed so his incarnations could have plenty of time to reach the quasi-emperor world. For this array, he had to refine array flags imbued with time energy and used a very rare time crystal as the formation's core. Furthermore, he had to place it in specific and connected positions worldwide to create complex divine runes. And given the fact some of these flags were billions of light years away from each other, it was not an easy task. During the process, Wang Wei could feel his understanding of array elevate. and he understood that real-life applications and practice were an excellent way for a ray master to practice. Finally, he activated these two arrays simultaneously, but ensured that no one noticed the anomalies. He also left his power in these mountains to prevent people from destroying them and ruining his array. After finishing the preparations, he proceeded to the last step. He teleported to a small village next to a mountain range. While invisible, he looked at a teenager between 14 and 16. "It's you," he thought before sending the golden orb into his body. Suddenly, the child's face changed to that of Wang Wei with black hair. Oddly, though, the people did not notice this change, as if this child's face had always been as such. Furthermore, if someone could observe this person's fate line, they would notice an abnormal change. In the process of absorbing the golden orb, the child passes out, making the villagers bring him back home and contact the only doctor in this village. A few minutes later, the child opened his eyes. "Where am I?" "Xiaowei, are you okay?" asked the older doctor. "I'm fine, just feeling lightheaded. You passed out because of the heat. Take a break and drink a lot of water." The child nodded while trying to hide his confusion. So, after reassuring the doctor, he watched the latter leave. Then, the child focused on the memories in his mind. "I was reincarnated, and it seems my name is also Wang Wei in this life." He reviewed all the memories of this body. He was nothing but a peasant, and his family died early because of famine, leaving only him. Wait, this world has cultivation? He suddenly remembered a particular memory where some people dressed in nice and clean clothes came to the village to test for people with talent. Leakless body? So, I don't have any talent for cultivation? Chapter 5:11 Karma and Causality. Wang Wei remembered that the cultivator who tested his talent looked at him with disdain and told him he did not have a leakless body, so he couldn't walk the path of cultivation. Thinking about the situation, Wang Wei did not know what to do. Since he reincarnated in this world, could he spend the rest of his life as an ordinary person? Maybe he could use his knowledge from Earth to make a fortune in this ancient world. But it did not change the fact he would die after a few short decades. Not to mention that wealth had little value in this world. At any point in his life, some cultivator could decide he did not like how he walked and decided to kill and destroy everything he values in this world. And he would be powerless to do anything. No matter what, I must find a way to cultivate, thought Wang Wei as he decided. He wanted to know all the secrets of the world and reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world. And if possible, he wanted to return to Earth and see his family again. There must be some treasure that could change my fate and allow me to walk the path of cultivation. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a map suddenly appeared in Wang Wei's mind with a green dot. He was first surprised before thinking about something. "Is this my golden finger?" He muttered before checking the map and realizing it was deep inside the mountain near the village. Could this map show me what I desire? Then, are there ways for me to increase my strength? The map changed to display many dots with different intensities, making Wang Wei excited. With this ability, it was only a matter of time before he rose in the cultivation world and took a spot at the top. So, he wanted to go collect these fortunate encounters immediately. But he quickly remembered that demonic beasts devoured this boda's parents. He would not survive long deep in the mountains with his thin arms and legs. Then he had an idea. "Map, can you show me the demonic beasts in the mountain?" And as he expected, the map changed to show red dots all over the mountain, making Wang Wei almost die of a heart attack. He quickly changed the map to show both the demonic beasts and the fortunate encounters that could strengthen his body. After comparison, he only found one place not protected by demonic beasts. So, Wang Wei realized it would not be easy to change his fate to walk the path of cultivation. So, he pondered whether there was an alternative solution. I could become a wealthy man and hire low-level cultivators to fetch the things in the mountain for me. However, he quickly denied that idea. It would take him too long to gather mortal wealth and reach the point it could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Additionally, he could not trust these cultivators to abide by the agreement and instead steal the things he wanted. He even did a few tests and asked his map what thing could make him rich. The map showed him most of the things that could strengthen him. So, He guessed he could sell these fortunate encounters for wealth. Additionally, it showed him where some of the neighbors hid their money, along with a few buried treasured accounting for a few silver, which was relatively high for Wang Wei's current situation. Unfortunately, the other buried treasures were also deep in the mountain. Then, Wang Wei asked for something like a contract that could bind cultivators and not betray him. Regrettably, the map showed him a blank page. So he guessed such a thing did not exist in the current range of the map. Maybe in the future, when he becomes stronger, he can see all the fortunate encounters of the entire world. As of now, the nearby mountain range was his limit. Wang Wei sighed as he prepared to go into the mountains. He would first get the easy fortunate encounter to strengthen his strength. Then, he would find ways to deal with the demonic beasts. Anyways, he did not have to defeat them head-on. He could use traps, poisons, or schemes to force them to fight each other. Meanwhile, as Wang Wei watched his incarnation walk deep into the mountain with determination, he smiled. He planned for most of his incarnations to have two things in common. Their memories of the Tao opening sect will be temporarily sealed, and they will all have some form of misfortune curse placed on them. As such, their cultivation paths will be full of danger. Every step they take will be challenging, and they have to rely on their wit and intelligence to survive. Some of them will even have to start from a low thousand world and climb their way up to great thousand world. Wang Wei did this to temper his state of mind, willpower, and Tao heart through these incarnations, and to make up for the lack of experience he had compared to DT on. Furthermore, they will not have a leakless body and must endure tremendous effort and hardship to reverse their fate. Wang Wei did this as a ceremony to use the power of fate to baptize these incarnations. The incarnations will not get their memories back until they reach the peak of the Supreme Realm. So, he has planted spiritual hints inside their souls to tell them which law to cultivate and give them some missions they have to accomplish. He hesitated whether or not to give them hints not to have relationships with other women. However, he soon realized Wu Hong would never believe his excuse that his actions were not technically cheating. She can beat him if she feels like it, or until he tells the truth. So, he can only apologize to these incarnations. Anyway, keeping their primordial yang intact for 1,000,000 years is excellent for cultivation and body refining. Finally, he hopped on his golden chariot to return home. Before leaving, he left some powerful puppets to protect this world from possible foreign invasions. He also had these puppets build transplanter teleportation arrays, so he could instantly arrive in case something occurred. Back home, Wang Wei went to see his family and friends before entering seclusion inside the time innate treasure. First, he developed the time technique that would allow his future Buddha self to bring back comprehension from the future. After an unknown amount of time, he succeeded. With the time innate treasure, he condensed a total of 108 future Buddha self, and with this technique, 1 year of cultivation or comprehension for other people equaled 108 years for him. And with more time and energy, he can condense more future Buddha selves and increase the number of years. Afterward, Wang Wei took out the Karma Protection Lotus. While comprehending the karma laws inside, he also absorbed this innate treasure to turn his pseudo-karma unbound physique into a full one. The lotus disappeared inside his body before Wang Wei opened his eyes. The laws of karma flashed across his body before they condensed into his lost seed. So, there is a difference between karma and causality? Muttered Wang Wei as he remembered something he once read online back on Earth. It was the power of causality manipulation and law manipulation. Causality manipulation allows the user to manipulate the relationship between cause and effect and decide what happens to reality and what doesn't. There is no need for an explanation. At the highest level, causality manipulators have the power of absolute wishes where they can grant themselves or others any wishes they desire without consequences or any limit on the number of wishes. Another advanced form is system manipulation, which allows them to control the very concept of logic itself. As for karma manipulation, it mainly involves the individual's actions and the consequences of said actions. With this retreat, Wang Wei understood the subtle differences and connections between karma and causality. Causality manipulation is one of the ways fate can control all the other Daos, muttered Wang Wei, thinking about how powerful he will be when he can bend all reality to his will through the Tao of fate or causality manipulation. However, he quickly removed these ideas from his mind as he was too far away from this kind of power. He focused on his current change. He felt an invisible aura protecting him from all types of karma. From now on, 95 of all forms of karma will not affect him. As for the remaining 5, his karma-unbound physique will drastically reduce the bing it has on him. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel it became easier to understand karmic laws, and he knew it would be easier to cut off people's karma for them after he proved the Tao. With this accomplishment, Wang Wei felt he took a small step forward toward his goal of attaining ultimate freedom. Nevertheless, he did not immediately leave his retreat. Instead, he took advantage of the time dilation to comprehend all the laws he needed for his incarnations. Once he finished, Wang Wei immediately entered the Law Foundation stage of the void-shattering realm. In this stage, he has to choose his primary law, or Tao. However, now was not the time, so he exited his retreat. Chapter 512 Sect Master. After walking out of his cultivation retreat, Wang Wei immediately felt something was different. Heaven and earth have changed. It seems easier to cultivate. Could it be the path of Supreme has opened? Then, Wang Wei calculated how long had passed. 500 years passed outside, but 2,000 years passed inside the time innate treasure. After calculating the time, he walked to the living room where Wu Hong was and found her still reading. He walked behind to hug her. I thought you would finish these books long ago. I control myself not to finish them in one go. Plus, I reread many of them. Really? I hate rereading novels. After one go, that's it for me. Really? What if you really enjoyed the first read? Wouldn't it become even better the second time? No. I fear the novel will not be as good as I made it out to be, so that a second read would ruin my first experience, replied Wang Wei. Bruce, there is no suspense anymore since I already know what happened. Your reading habits are weird, she commented before reading the last paragraph, placing the book away before turning around and hugging him as well. How was your retreat? Excellent. I can see that. But why do I sense destruction law from your body? Oh, I was using the Dusk Emperor's comprehension and figured I might as well comprehend it to the level of law. However, it will not be one of my main laws. Wu Hong nodded as she understood that cultivators could comprehend countless laws in the law comprehension stage. However, in the law foundation stage, they have to establish one law as the main one, while the others are secondary laws. The primary law is the main Tao cultivator will cultivate, and the one that the heaven will allow them to comprehend to the level of Grand Tao Source. Father-in-law is waiting for you. Wang Wei kissed her cheeks before flying to Tianwei Peak to see his father. You're here. How long since the path of Supreme opened up? Asked Wang Wei. Did I delay you? It's only been 20 years, so not that much delay. You don't seem to care that much. I thought you wanted to be the first person in your generation to become a true monarch. I only wanted to do that for merit, replied Wang Tian. But now, our sect does not lack merit. Plus, some people immediately made their breakthrough once Heavenly Tao removed the blockage. They did not even undergo through mortal dust. After being stuck in the Saint realm for so many years, the foundation of these people is extremely solid. So, mortal dust is only the tip of the iceberg for them. Even then, are you still going through with it? Of course, but before that, I have to take care of your ceremony to become sect master. Pick an auspicious day in the next month to hold the ceremony. Do we have to invite the other sects? Except for the Eternal Dream sect and the Yu clan, we only need to notify the others unless you want a lavish ceremony? No need, replied Wang Wei, as he usually liked these occasions to be low-key. He believed these types of celebrating events should be more intimate with friends and family. So, the two negotiated how things would go for a few hours before Wang Wei went to see his mother and Li Jun. Then, a month later, the entire Tao opening sect was in a festive mood. All the disciples and elders were excited since they knew a new sect master would be sworn in today. Wang's just job has been to maintain Wang Wei's high reputation amongst the disciples so that they support him when he becomes the sect master. And given the fact that Wang Wei is currently acknowledged by the world as the most powerful heaven chosen, especially since Di Tian has not shown up for 10,000 years, it is relatively easy to maintain his reputation. On the fateful day, sect master Tang Zichen and Saintess Gu showed up, and Wang Tian received them. Sect master Wang Tian, you're lucky to find such a successor. Indeed, I am. Sigh, my poor disciple. It's a shame she is not ready yet. Guan lowered her head in embarrassment. Many sects or factions have passed down the leadership position to geniuses and heaven-chosens of this generation. However, a few others believe their chosen successors were not yet ready for the task. It's good to take your time, replied Wang Tian with a smile. To be honest, a part of me is doubting whether I should place this burden on him so soon. In the end, the young eagle has to leave the nest eventually. That's true, replied Tang Zichen as she caressed her disciple's head. The Yu clan arrived next, and Yu Yin received them. By now, her relationship with her sister had eased, so she chatted happily with her and her nephew. After the visitors arrived, Wang Wei showed up to meet with everybody. He met and talked to all the elders and even met the branch patriarchs. The Wang, Yin, and Li family have small worlds where most of their family members reside. And these people are the branch members of the clan. And each branch has a leader. After socializing with everyone, the ceremony began. Wang Wei and Wang Tian stood in front of an altar while everybody watched them from behind. In front of the altar, Wang Wei had to take an oath to protect and develop the sect to the best of his ability. When Wang Wei finished his oath, the clouds above the sect changed as auspicious clouds surrounded the entire domain to announce to the world the new change in leadership. After the ceremony ended, the guest had a small dinner before Wang Wei dismissed himself to have a separate dinner with his family and friends. The next day, he met with his father, his shadow, and Wang Ju. This is for you, said Wang Tian as he handed him a talisman. This contains all the information you need to know as sect master. Although I don't need to remind you, I still will. This is only for your eyes. Wang Wei nodded as he took it. Then, Wang Tian looked at Wang Ju. According to the sect's rules, as the shadow leader, you have the right to challenge the sect master if you feel you are more qualified than him. If you succeed, you will become the sect master instead. So, will you challenge him? No, hurriedly said Wang Ju, who knew she inherited this position not because of her strength, but because of her loyalty. She did not become confused because of the power she had. All right, said Wang Tian before handing out 2 booklets to the 2 of them. Wang Wei read the title, Lord Shadow. He quickly read through it before a slight surprise shone in his eyes. This technique allowed him to refine Wang Ju as a shadow. As such, she can gain access to his strength based on their close bond. According to this scripture, she can access 95 of his strength if she is loyal enough. Moreover, she is incapable of betraying him after she becomes his shadow, and her life will be in his hand. Wang Wei will only suffer a slight backlash if something happens to her. However, if he were to die, she would die as well. This technique is unique because it applies even if he proved the Tao. Is this an insurgent technique? Yes. After you prove the Tao, as long as Wang Ju becomes a Tao ancestor or immortal venerable, she will be able to access some of your strengths, making her an insurgent heaven chosen. Wang Wei sighed. It's a shame the Shadow Ruler Emperor was our 8th emperor. Otherwise, we would have so much more insurgents. With this technique, the sect could probably only cultivate 2 insurgent heaven chosens, unless other insurgents produced by other emperors could use this technique. If they could refine a shadow who can borrow their strength, it would create a cycle. However, Wang Wei guessed there should be some limitations. So what's your decision? Asked Wang Wei toward Wang Ju. It would be my honor, young master. No, sect master. She understood what kind of opportunity this was. She believed with only 70 of the sect master's strength, she would be able to suppress all the heaven chosens of this generation except for the D-clan heir. So, how could you reject such an offer? It's good you accepted. But this technique should not be easy to cultivate, and the price of failure is death. So, wait until I find a shadow, innate treasure to increase your success rate. Thank you, Sectmaster. Wang Tian smiled after seeing this interaction. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. No, it's just we're not being the one called Sectmaster. You can slowly adapt. Wang Tian nodded before looking at his shadow, who proceeded to hand another talisman to Wang Ju. With his voice that seemed like both woman and man, the shadow said, according to the rules, all the informants in my hands will now be under your control. You can slowly incorporate them into your fate shadow guard. The power transfer process went smoothly without any problems, so Wang Ju and the shadow excused themselves. Then, Wang Tian told his son many of his experiences and the things he must watch out for during his reign. Then, the father and son talked about other topics. Do you know what you'll do for your mortal dust? I do. And the same for your mother. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. So soon? You'll be fine. If you don't understand something, you can ask your grandfather. All right. Be safe. Wang Tian patted his shoulder before leaving. Meanwhile, Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense the key luck advantage brought the status of Sectmaster. Chapter 513, The Sect's Future Direction. Wang Wei could feel the previous connection his key luck had to the sect had further strengthened. As the new Sectmaster, the boost in comprehension the sect's key luck gave him was noticeable even to someone like him. Wang Wei had never worried about his comprehension, but he also welcomed any improvement since he knew he would need it when comprehending his Grandao source. Another benefit of the sect's key luck blessing is that Wang Wei's immunity to curses drastically increased, especially curses of misfortune. It's a shame that protection is not the main effect of key luck, so high-level curses are still effective against the Sectmaster. After checking these things, Wang Wei took the talisman gave him and used his divine sense to read and process all the information contained inside. And Wang Wei had to admit he was shocked. Although he knew the sect was wealthy and had ample resources, he did not know precisely how much. For example, he knew the sect had the resources to raise more than 30 of his incarnations, which was an estimate on the low end. Should I embezzle some resources? If I do it properly, no one will notice for some time. By then, I will have raised all my incarnations and promised to repay the sect. For a brief moment, Wang Wei felt some temptation to commit corruption before quickly removing this idea from his mind. Nevertheless, he wanted to know if he could find some more resources for his incarnations now that he was the Sectmaster. Regrettably, the price of 3 incarnations his father gave him took into account his position as the Sectmaster. So, he could not do anything about it. So, after smiling wryly, Wang Wei began to visit and check the secret realm, trial spaces, and overall secrets of the Tao opening sect that only the Sectmaster can know. He was genuinely amazed at the sect foundation. Although he did not have other sects or factions to compare, he honestly doubted whether any other sect had such a deep foundation, even the Enligdanine Emperor Academy. Moreover, Wang Wei knew the information he learned was mostly not the whole truth. Some knowledge or information is only passed down from mouth to mouth, and some even the Sectmaster cannot know unless they become immortal tier powerhouses. After checking these things, Wang Wei's last step to becoming Sectmaster was to refine the token that allows him to summon the sect's Emperor arrays and artifacts. A few days later, after all the guests had left and the ceremony officially ended, Wang Wei met in Tianwei Peak with all the new generation elders who replaced the older ones. The first to show up were Li Jun, Yin Liling, Wang Ju, and Tai Gang. Li Jun was now the elder of the Punishing Hall, replacing Great Elder Yin Mei. Yin Liling replaced Great Elder Li Jian as the leader of the Alchemy Hall. Wang Ju replaced Li Jun's father as the elder of the Resources Hall, but that is only one of her position on the surface. As for Tai Gang, he took over the Sword Hall that previously housed Wang Tian's army from his generation. The hall is now known as the Military Hall, and most of Wang Wei's army in this generation falls under the jurisdiction of this hall. The 4 of them chatted about many things. Li Jun and Wang Wei's dream training art. In the past thousands of years of retreat, Wang Wei never stopped battling different opponents, mostly DT on day after day, without missing a moment. And after his retreat, he would receive all the memories of the battle to increase his battle IQ. They talked about Yin Liling's automated pill cauldron. In the past few hundred years, she improved the cauldron to refine a few more heaven-tier pills, but the quality and number are still subpar. So, Wang Wei gave her his understanding of array, including the new type of array he recently created, microarray. Instead of using large divine runes to move the power of heaven and earth, array masters can use multiple micro-size arrays. This method increases the power of any arrays between 3 to 10 times, is more versatile, and is more difficult to detect. Yin Liling was excited by this method. She was confident that she would soon be able to optimize the cauldron to make saint-tier pills. The only downside was her talent for array making was not as good as her pill refining talent, so it would take a lot longer to learn this method. However, Wang Wei did not mind waiting. Her cauldron is very important to his plan after proving the Tao, and given he did not have the time or interest to refine the cauldron, he was glad that someone else was. Furthermore, it was good for his team members to have goals and ambitions. So, he even lent her his time innate treasure since he would not be using it anytime soon. As for Tai Gang, he had become a military man, focusing on training his soldiers to be the best they could be. And Wang Wei respected his dedication and never stopped supporting him as he knew he would need a large army for his plans. Then, Wang Wei remembered something, so he asked Wang Ju, "Did you check on the Warring Kingdom world as I instructed?" "I did, and it disappeared." "How come?" "According to our conclusion, someone or something moved the entire world from its original position." Wang Wei frowned as the power of fate and karma flashed across his eyes. Then he smiled. "This girl is quite ambitious," he muttered before looking in one direction. His eyes burrowed a considerable distance to see a young woman drinking tea in front of a small cottage and looking at the sun. She had a peaceful temperament surrounding her. It was like her the strifes and complications of the cultivation world had nothing to her. She appeared to be someone dedicated slowly to cultivation, and nothing else mattered to her. And, given that she was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm and very close to comprehending the law, she was successful in her cultivation journey for her age. This woman was Yu Siyu, Dong Lifen's master. Before leaving the Warring Kingdom world, he brought her back to the sect, while Dong Lifen stayed in the lower realm. Wang Wei looked at the woman's key luck and found an anomaly. With her talent and foundation, she should not be able to keep up with the heaven-chosens of this world. However, she had such achievement because of her temperament suited for cultivation, hard work, and dedication, and a powerful key luck blessing not coming from the sect. Wang Wei smiled and no longer paid attention to her. Not long after, the other elders arrived. They were all younger generation members and very close to entering the void-shattering realm. So Wang Wei quickly recognized most of them. Most were from the 3 families, and Wang Wei remembered interacting with some of them as a child. For the rest were the contemporary sacred sons who once competed for him for the position. "Welcome, fellow elders," said Wang Wei with a smile before going over the things they need to oversee to ensure the sect keeps functioning correctly. Regarding management, Wang Wei did not have to make many changes. After a few tips from his past life, he increased the productivity of the sect by 35, which was not much but enough to be noticeable. Regarding discipline and corruption, Li Jun has been in his position far longer than Wang Wei, and knowing how he did things. He took care of the issue by removing some cancers in the sect. Wang Wei's father and grandfather might be a little lenient regarding some small stuff regarding the clan members' behavior, but this was not the case for Wang Wei. So, Li Jun was extremely tough on these people and punished them according to their crimes. The revenue of the sect has been drastically increasing in the past few thousand years, and that was because of Wang Wei's idea of standardizing the portions in pill and weapon refining formulas. The result of this change is the increase in the number of low-level alchemists and weapon refiners the sect could cultivate. And with such a large quantity, they managed to increase their control in the market share of low-level pills and weapons in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Wang Wei's idea of recreating certain modern creations to benefit mortals has been going well in the domains controlled by the sect. And after 10,000 years, numerous generations have passed, and these things have become common in these domains. Because of the environment, some mortals in the Tao opening sect have evolved. Quite a few of them were born with high spiritual strength, so a new profession was born, spiritual refiners. These mortals did not have any cultivation, and most did not even have the talent to do so. However, with their spiritual strength, they have developed ways to craft magical weapons as long as they have origin stones. Many sect members worried about these mortals, so Wang Wei explained to them that this development was nothing but them evolving so that they no longer rely on cultivators to refine the constructs like the train, dragon roaming, construct, or the plan, Phoenix Soaring Construct. These mortals had now entered the stage of self-reliance, which was not necessarily bad. So, after Wang Wei explained these mortals were a great talent pool for the sect, and given that these evolved mortals had a lifespan of only 120 years, the sect decided to leave them alone and develop. Near the end of the meeting, after reviewing everything needed to check, Wang Wei said, "I only have a few changes I will make. First, I will reinstate uniforms for outer and inner disciples. It is a great way to strengthen the unity of the disciples. The sect used to have uniforms, but in his grandfather's generation, he abolished them, and his father did not dare or care to reinstate them, just to ensure core disciples do not have to wear uniforms." "That's correct," replied Wang Wei. The sect divided disciples into outer and inner disciples based on their cultivation. Then, the top 10 most powerful inner disciples have the title or position of contemporary sacred son and compete for the sect's position as heaven chosen. Once someone acquires the title, the others will become core disciples. The core disciples are trained as elders and great elders of the sect, so the number of spots is limited. Wang Wei then showed them the uniforms he had designed for them. After reading so many webtoons in his past life, he could design a uniform mostly with ancient style while adding a touch of modern concepts. The second change is regarding the emergency drills. We have to train our disciples better to react to danger. The others nodded, especially since they had experienced the world collision. So, they understood the benefit of fast reactions in times of crisis. The third change is a decrease in the prices of resources. Many people immediately frowned after hearing this. The Tao opening sect has a sect point system, so if any disciple or elders want specific resources, they have to use sect points or contributions to exchange them. There is a mission system that allows disciples to acquire sect points. The disciples and elders can exchange sect points by accomplishing these missions or exchanging resources they acquire from outside. There are a variety of missions, from the ones involving using strength to the ones focusing on the different professions. Additionally, the exchange hall forms a perfect system with a mission hall and the resources hall. As long as a disciple exchanges something valuable to the sect, even something as rumors or information, it can acquire sect points. And with said points, they can exchange resources which prices have been precisely calculated. So, if the prices suddenly decreased, there will be a few troubles. Sect Master, we know that lowering the prices will motivate the disciples and increase their strength. However, there is the issue of a decrease in the sect's overall resources. If the disciples consumed more resources than we can replenish, the sect's foundation would be ruined after a few thousand generations. "I'm perfectly aware of this," replied Wang Wei. "Hence the reason for my last change. We will not focus more on other worlds in our world community." Everyone became serious after hearing this, as they knew real changes would occur. "Our sect controls a few worlds with some rare resources. But this is far from enough," continued Wang Wei. "From now on, we will establish branches of the sect in many low and middle thousand worlds. We will recruit talented individuals all over these worlds and gather resources. If some of them are talented enough, they could be immediately brought back to the Myriad Emperor world. At the same time, We will establish a system that after the lower realm disciples reach a certain standard, they can come here to cultivate. That's a great idea, said Yin Liling. This method will drastically increase our sect's talent pool, while also gathering resources from multiple sources. True, as long as the number of people entering the branches is not too large, said another elder. That's obvious. Many people from the lower realm cannot improve because of the environment. So, we can make a rule that as long as these people are loyal and devote themselves to our sect, they can exchange their sect points to come to the main world after a certain period. Great idea, but another problem is finding other worlds will be an issue. Wang Wei waved his hand to show them a map of all the worlds his soul network found, lighting these elders' eyes up. Sectmaster, what about Great Thousand World? Are we going to set up branches there as well? We will, but not now. We will wait for success in the other worlds, and until the previous generations enter the Supreme Realm. Are we conquering these worlds? Asked Tai Gang. Unless something special occurs, we will use a more peaceful approach for now. However, I foresee that some worlds will not allow foreign influences, so you should be prepared to deploy and deal with any issues. If we want this plan to succeed, the refining hall has to build more void boats, commented Li Jun, and the array hall has to prepare more array master to build transplanter teleportation arrays. The resources hall has to give us the things we need to do these things, said the elder of the refining hall, and Wang Ju nodded before saying, There's no problem, but you people tend to report way above what you truly need. Plus, don't hesitate to take from your hall's private resource pool. The heads of the profession halls were slightly embarrassed, but quickly controlled their emotions. After that, the sect's discussion continued to iron out the small detail, then everyone dispersed. Chapter 514 Perfect Foundation. After the meeting ended, Wang Wei took a few more minutes to talk to his team, especially Li Jun, to learn about his nephew's current status. After knowing the baby was fine since the sect used the best sealing method to protect it and the mother, Wang Wei felt relieved. Finally, when he was alone, he took out his chaos treasure, the Oracle Mirror. He injected his origin essence to activate, while focusing on DTon to label him as the primary target. He focused on their karma mainly because he almost killed him in the heavenly abode world. After a few minutes, Wang Wei frowned as he muttered, Only 50? That's not nearly enough. He closed his eyes as much information appeared in his mind. Previously, he gathered some information from DTon's memory and knew he had lived for at least 9 lives and fought in many different heavenly battles. But today, he finally experienced these battles through the mirror. He saw the latter's battle with his ancestor, the Kiyuan Emperor and the Sword Empress. He even saw the latter's battle with the absolute beginning Emperor. Additionally, Wang Wei learned some techniques that DTon used, even glimpsing at how he condensed his cultivation seed. This information might help him when he finally fused with his incarnations. Lastly, Wang Wei learned some information about the sleepers, how they were created and operated. Wang Wei opened his eyes before muttering, This is not enough. There is too much I don't know. With the information he acquired, he has a better profile of DTon as a whole, but it was not nearly enough to plan how to defeat him. So, he needed to find ways to increase the karmic ties between them. I could kill his family, Wang Wei thought calmly. It would not be wise to start a war with the entire D clan. However, with the proper excuse and opportunity, killing DTon's parents is not a problem. The only issue is that his dad is the current patriarch, but Wang Wei could scheme his downfall to remove him from power. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head and decided otherwise. It was not because of morality or something of the sort. It's because he realized DTon's connection to his family might not be as significant as he thought. To him, the D clan is probably only his protection in the early stages of his reincarnations. He might not even rely on them for his cultivation resources. After living for so long, Wang Wei doubted DTon had any affection for his family. And since the latter has such a mastery of karma, he might not have any bond or connection to the D clan whatsoever. Based on what I know about him, he should only care about 2 things: his wife, and the sleepers, since they are individuals who probably know him from his first life. I could probably increase my karmic ties with him by systematically eradicating the sleepers. However, the greatest increase would probably be with his wife. Numerous thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind before deciding to visit her. Hopefully, she was still in that small sect in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. So, after delegating some of his work, Wang Wei left the sect and opened a space tear to the Eastern continent to meet Qiao Ning. However, after landing not far from his destination, he suddenly stopped as he realized some things. First, he could not calculate this woman through the karma he has with her. After meeting twice, he should be able to use the karmic threads connecting them to find her. But he could not. Then, Wang Wei pondered deeply and realized some things. As once a perfect being, or one close to it, she should have died in Di Tian's outlaw trial. By now, Wang Wei understood that perfection was another taboo. So this fact should have boosted Di Tian's trial and made things a little more complicated, just like Wu Hong's existence and his Paragon Soul did for him. And yet, despite this, she managed to survive the trial even in the form of a ghost or spirit. No matter how he thought of the situation, he could not understand how she pulled off such a feat. This woman is not simple, he thought. And after coming to this conclusion, he decided to discard whatever plan he had to meet her and return home. So he turned around. Damn it, Wang Wei said suddenly. You almost stopped my heart. Is that so? Sai Qiao Ning. Wang Wei placed his right hand on his chest. Even with my powerful and sexy body, I can't withstand this kind of scare. You're quite humorous, aren't you? Well, in my short life, I learned that humor is a great way to hide other emotions and get close to others. So, Lady Qiao, what do I owe this unexpected visit? Aren't you the one looking for me? So here I am. I think you made a mistake. I came here to personally check some information my subordinate had just received. Qiao Ning looked at him up and down. You truly resembled the old him. Comical, confident, composed, and shameless to the core. I am a man of many faces, so it's normal to resemble other people, replied Wang Wei with a smile. But I guarantee you, I am unique. I'm sure you are, she replied before looking at the stars in the sky. For a brief moment, she seemed to have blended into the darkness of the night. She was one with the world. Qiao Ning looked at Wang Wei and said, I know why you're here, and I can help you. If that's true, then you should understand why I would be prudent in receiving your help. If it would help, you can ask me anything. The main question is, why are you helping me? Knowing it would be detrimental to your husband? Qiao Ning sighed heavily. The truth of the matter is I'm running away from something, from a truth. And what would that be? I fear that after he revives me and realizes that I am not the perfect creation he once fell in love with, he will not accept the outcome. He will not accept me. By then, what do you think he will do? I want to say he would love and care for you because of his deep love for you that transcends time and reincarnation, replied Wang Wei. However, I'm not so sure about this answer. So am I, replied Qiao Ning. And I've been dreading the arrival of this day for many years. But what does this have to do with you helping me? I am preparing for the future, she replied. I will help you with 2 conditions. If you and the heaven will battle, I want you to give him another chance at life. To be clear, I'm not asking you to go easy on him, not that you would have that luxury. I'm just asking you to allow him to enter reincarnation again. And if you lose, all you have to do is give him some ideas on how to revive me. Although these ideas will be useless, they can give him a sense of purpose and prevent him from descending into madness and despair. Wang Wei frowned after hearing her explanation. Aren't you looking at me a little too high? No, I know you can do these things. But is your help truly worth all you're asking for? I guarantee you that it will, said Qiao Ning before condensing a crystal talisman with a wave of her hand. She then waved her hand to block the surrounding. This is all the knowledge I have on perfection. One time, I had the idea of creating the perfect foundation. However, I failed because of my low cultivation level. Now, even to a talented individual such as yourself, this thing is not worth much since you have not seen the pinnacle of cultivation. However, In your wife's hands, this thing is simply invaluable. As Wang Wei looked at the crystal, he could feel the massive karmic weight behind it. It was so poignant that even his karma-unbound physique could not help him reduce the weight. At the same time, his intuition was going crazy, telling him to take it no matter what. It was so bad that it took a great deal of willpower not to snatch this crystal like an alcoholic who started to exude withdrawal symptoms. After calming down, Wang Wei thought of the pros and cons of doing so. Then, he accepted her help. The moment he took the crystal, he could feel his connection to Tian increase to 80, but he did not care about this for now. He bowed politely to Qiao Ning before rushing home and giving the crystal to Wu Hong, who was slightly surprised at how excited he seemed. She used her divine sense to read the information in the crystal, and for a moment, Wu Hong had a blank look on her face. Perfect foundation, the foundation of detachment, of transcendence. She could not help but think of the implication. Such a thing would benefit even her real body, let alone Wang Wei. So, she took a deep breath to calm down. Her direction is wrong, and many of her assumptions are also wrong. However, she has a lot of information about perfection, so I can succeed where she fails. The problem is such a method would require a place where great Tao cannot sense or does not have control to cultivate. She could think of a few places such as this, but they were where she would not dare to go when she was a boundless paragon with 100 understanding of the Grand Tao source. Now is not time upon this issue, Wu Hong thought before focusing on Wang Wei. Did you tell anyone else about this? No, I came directly to see you after she gave it to me. Don't ever tell a second soul about this. It is that serious? Think of it that way. If your paragon soul will make you the enemy of all the paragons of the eternal ascension world, this information is enough to make you an enemy to all paragons, fiend gods, Tao monarchs, and immortal kings across all chaos worlds. In another world, the enemy of the entire chaos universe. These people will do anything to get this information. Chapter 5, 15 Tangible Advantage. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this and realizing the severity of the situation. So he replied, I understand the severity of the situation. So, when can I establish the perfect foundation? Can I incorporate it into my incarnations? Don't think about it. From my guess, you would have to be at least an Empyrean before you can accomplish such a task. What's more, with the current political landscape of the eternal ascension world, you may have no choice but to wait until you become a paragon. Wang Wei frowned slightly before realizing he did not completely understand what this perfect foundation is or what it does. So he asked her. Wu Hong did not say anything out loud, but used her divine sense to communicate directly to his soul. All I can tell you is that it involves the realm after Paragon, and you need a place outside of the reach of Grand Tao to succeed in establishing a perfect foundation. Wang Wei took a moment to process this information, then asked, could I use the science and technology world as a place? You could, but I would not recommend it. Why not? Do you know about taboos and the differences between them? Wang Wei shook his head. There are two types of taboos. Things that are unexplainable or detrimental to cultivators no matter their cultivation level. And things that Grand Tao forbid. I see. Nothingness belongs to the first kind, while science and technology belong to the second type. Exactly, said Wu Hong. And the same goes for perfection. So, if you try to achieve perfection in a taboo world, I doubt this Hongjun could protect you from Grand Tao's wrath. Grand Tao would never allow two such taboos to exist in one place or person. I see. But do you know a place we can use? Wu Hong knew a few places that would work. However, in the eternal ascension world, only one place would work. Unfortunately, because of her missing memories, she only had an intuition that this place would work, but there was no conclusive evidence. Under normal circumstances, she would not recommend this place since there were others. However, because of these 7 parasites, the current eternal ascension world has become a prison. So, that dangerous and uncertain place might be the only viable choice for a long time. We will talk about this later. I have to go into a retreat to perfect this method first. Seclusion? How long will that take? Not long, about a couple 10,000 years. How is this not long? Couple 10,000 years, is not even a short nap. Woman, am only 10,000 years old. Yes, I forgot how young you are. Does that make me a MILF? No, I believe the word you used was a cougar. Focus. I don't see the issue. It will probably take 20 to 30,000 years for you to enter the saint realm. So it's not as long as you think. You have a point, but I'm used to seeing your beautiful face and smile after exiting a retreat. It warms my soul. Wu Hong smiled after hearing this. On account of your sweet talking, I will send a clone to see you once in a while. Deal. One last thing, said Wu Hong before condensing a talisman. This is a sealing method to hide the taboo auras emanating from your body. Cultivate it as soon as possible. Wang Wei took the talisman before hugging and kissing her. Then, after having a passionate week, Wu Hong entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei once again used the oracle mirror to gather information on DTon. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, full of wisdom and intelligence. This guy's understanding, control, and use of samsara law are truly superb, muttered Wang Wei as he processed the information he received. An innate body refining cultivation technique. That's the first time I've heard of this. He just learned that back in the beginning Emperor era, there were not only innate spiritual hers, ores and treasures, but also innate cultivation techniques, which were techniques created by heaven and earth themselves. However, these cultivation techniques were rare even in ancient times, let alone now. Unfortunately, no matter how rare they were, DTon still got his hands on one called Myriad World Body. This technique allowed him to condense imaginary worlds or universes in each of his acupoints for a total of 1962 worlds. Although these worlds are imaginary or illusions, they have the same power as real worlds. And that's what makes this technique brilliant. The user has to understand the concept of real and unreal, truth and illusion, and baptize their bodies, similar to how Wang Wei had to understand nothingness for his fleshly body. Then, the body refiner can convert these illusion worlds into real worlds to increase their strength and fighting prowess. With his method, they gain the power of an entire universe without using countless resources to nurture a real universe. The only downside of this technique is that a lot of high-level illusion-based resources are needed to condition the body before condensing the fantasy universes. And its use has to have a high understanding of the laws of illusion and truth. When it comes to resources, DTon never lacked this in his era. As for law comprehension, one of the many aspects of the Tao of creation is the Tao of illusion and truth and the conversion of these two concepts. Of course, this technique became even more powerful and unique. After acquiring the ancient desolate bot refining scripture, DTon combined the two, so he could have 1.269 million illusion worlds inside his body. Wang Wei did not become discouraged after hearing this fact. In fact, it was the opposite. As he discovered for the first time, a genuine advantage he had over DTon. He already planned to nurture his black holes to go beyond supermassive in size. He wanted each of them to be as large as any world or universe. This is one of the reasons his father complained about the resources for his incarnations. After all, he wanted all of them to have this level of black holes inside his body to ensure he became extremely powerful after the final fusion. Now, when it comes to DTon, he only acquired the ancient desolate bot refining scripture in his 5th reincarnation, meaning the other 4s only had 1962 worlds inside their bodies. Meanwhile, all of Wang Wei's incarnations will have millions of black holes inside their bodies, giving him an advantage in the fleshly body in their final confrontation during the Heaven Will battle. Of course, Wang Wei knew the latter had found other ways to make up for that gap in his 5th and above reincarnations, but Wang Wei calculated he would still have the advantage based on the information he knew. Now, my only worry is whether he will find a way to break the limit and reach the 10th reincarnation before I do. He muttered. While thinking about this, he took out an orb from his space ring. With his divine sense, he checked the science and technology world. At first, he worried about these people revolting against him. But after discovering that the power of Grand Tao will annihilate all genetic warriors who leave the world, He was relieved. Since only mortals, even with knowledge of science and technology, can leave this place, he did not worry too much about them. Nevertheless, he still left some things inside to monitor these people and ensure he could deal with them in case of a revolt. With the clone he left inside, Wang Wei quickly learned about all the technological development. Because of time dilation, a couple of thousand years passed since Wang Wei left the world. And recently, a scientist developed the first 7-stage genetic warrior by studying the blood of a void-shattering realm cultivator. This level of genetic warrior can control matter and energy on an atomic level, granting them unimaginable destructive powers. This new development is not perfect yet. So many scientists have continued working on the project to complete it. And amongst the leading ones in this project is one of Wang Wei's clones. After observing for a while, Wang Wei could already predict the development of the genetic warrior path. The 10th-stage genetic warrior, or the Emperor Level 1, will most likely be quantum life forms. Nevertheless, he did not know whether science and technology could create such a species, how long it would take, or if it could help him with his 10th incarnations. Furthermore, there is the issue of Grand Dao, and whether if he used this method to break the limit, Hunjin's protection would still apply to him. It seems I have to start to ponder possible other solutions for the 10th incarnation, thought Wang Wei. However, his intuition told him that this was his best chance. After checking on these scientists' progress and leaving some blood of Saint Realm cultivators for them, Wang Wei placed the orb away. He looked in the distance while calculating something. It's about time for that secret realm to show up. However, I still have time to send all the incarnations in their world of growth, he muttered before taking a week to cultivate the sealing method Wu Hong gave him and hide the taboo auras surrounding him. Then he left the sect and myriad emperor world for the endless void. Chapter 516, the other incarnations. While inside his golden chariot and heading to the next great thousand world, Wang Wei closed his eyes to check the progress of the space-time incarnation. Oh, already in the void-shattering realm? He muttered, because of the time acceleration formation. In the short few hundred years that passed in the myriad emperor world, 15,000 years had passed in that world. And in that period, the incarnation had become a void-shattering realm cultivator. However, his life has not been easy. The first fortunate encounter Wang Wei left for him without any trouble was a basic martial art technique that allowed him to strengthen his body. However, this technique would barely enable him to survive in the hands of demonic beasts in the first layer of body refining. Despite this, the space-time incarnation did not give up as he slowly began to hunt the other fortunate encounters in the mountain. He would use traps, poisons, and strategies to kill anyone who stood in his way. And during most of his encounters, he would end up in a battered state or on the verge of death. But he never gave up and persisted. As such, it took him 2 months to get the final reward, a jade cordyceps. It was a quasi-emperor tier spiritual herb that washed away a person's body and increased their talents. And the primary purpose of this herb is to grant people a leakless body and allow them to cultivate. In these 2 months, the incarnation tempered his willpower, state of mind, and Tao heart. Regrettably, this was the end of the incarnation's suffering. He soon realized that he was a person with zero to little luck. And in the world of cultivation, key luck is sometimes way more important than talent or the ability to cultivate. What's more, he seemed to be cursed with misfortune. So, the incarnation began to befriend people he deemed to have higher key luck to benefit from them. Although he suffered a lot of humiliation, as many of these arrogant geniuses would look down, scold, or even beat him down, he did not mind. Some were quite nice, became friends, and even helped him occasionally. Of course, the incarnation did not do this because of resources and such a thing. No, his only purpose was to use these people to understand the concept of key luck and develop a way to counter his bad luck. Regrettably, this method soon proved useless since Wang Wei was the one who placed the curse on him. Without knowing this fact, the incarnation concluded that his lousy luck resulted from his transmigration and the price he had to pay. So, he decided to become stronger to deal with it in the future or reach the point where no one could threaten him. So, he started gathering the resources he needed with his map, since it was his cheat golden finger. Unfortunately, every time he tried to gather some of these fortunate encounters, something would occur where some powerful sect would also discover them at the same time. So, he had to fight these powerful sects every time he wanted some resources. And these sects were shameless, since they had no scruple about using higher realm cultivators to bully the incarnation or using their large number to besiege him. In addition to the fact that Wang Wei also gave the incarnation a spiritual hint to not temper his body, the latter spent most of his cultivation time running away from these sects or trying to break through their encirclement. As Wang Wei relieved the life of the space-time incarnation, he felt a slight sublimation of his state of mind and Tao heart. Having to experience another life was genuinely beneficial to his cultivating journey. Is this what would be if fate did not grant me a high background, a lot of resources, or any key luck whatsoever? The environment is very significant to cultivators, along with their innate conditions. So, in some ways, I owe fate a lot for many of my accomplishments. After muttering these words, Dao Rime flashed across Wang Wei's body as he entered a state of epiphany to deepen his understanding of fate. The process lasted for an hour before he woke up. His lost seed shone brightly and became more vivid as more Dao Rimes belonging to fate appeared on it. After waking up, Wang Wei looked at the space-time incarnation and muttered, "It's about time to start cultivating the fleshly body." The incarnation is very close to entering the saint realm. By then, with his ability to fight one realm above his strength, very few people could pose a threat to him in that world. By then, all the sects chasing after him will suffer a catastrophe of destruction, and the curse will have little to no effect on him. So, the incarnation can start tempering his body. Wang Wei had already left the secret realm with all the resources needed to temper his body to condense all the millions of black holes. Wang Wei stopped checking on the space-time incarnation and focused on the free will incarnation. After refining him into an incarnation, Zhen Xiao had turned into Wang Wei's facial features and built just like the space-time incarnation. This incarnation was already in the saint realm and condensed 20 black holes inside its acupoints. It was easier to cultivate than the others since Zhen Xiao was in a realm similar to the saint realm in another cultivation system. Furthermore, his fleshly body was already powerful, so Wang Wei did not have to worry about the early stages of body tempering. He only had to make up for the deficiency he noticed and absorb the innate materials. One thing Wang Wei noticed was that this incarnation awakened the same divine ability he did from the ancient desolate body scripture at each stage. He did not have to understand other concepts at the blood-tempering stage since the power of nothingness appeared on him. Wang Wei was slightly disappointed despite expecting this outcome. He was expecting new divine abilities and even new innate talents. Additionally, he expects similar things to happen to the other incarnations with a slight chance that they would be different. He closed his eyes to try to borrow the power of the free will incarnation and immediately felt a slight pain in his lost seed because of the conflict between the Tao of fate and the Tao of freedom. He stopped before trying to borrow the power of the space-time incarnation and felt succeeded. He felt his understanding and use of space-time laws drastically improved. The yin-yang incarnation is more important than I thought. Wang Wei expected this outcome. So the yin-yang one was the third incarnation to come to life. Not long afterward, he arrived at the chosen world for the incarnation. He repeated the same process for the space-time incarnation and sealed heavenly Tao before placing a time acceleration formation on the entire world. Then, he chose the people to become his incarnation. For this world, he chose two people, twins, one girl and one boy. An accident separated these twins at birth, leading them to two different paths. A wealthy family adopted the girl, so she grew up living a life of luxury full of warmth. She was exceptionally talented, and because of her environment, she became a chivalrous person. Her goal after starting to cultivate is to help people in need. Meanwhile, Her brother, whom she did not even know existed, lived a life of misery. He had to beg on the street to survive, not having any love or companionship. Furthermore, at the age of 10, he was captured and sold to become a slave for mining. He had zero cultivation talent, and his heart was full of hatred for the world. Wang Wei placed the incarnation orb into the dirty child body and watched him turn into his face. And just like previously, he watched his confusion as he realized he had just reincarnated from Earth. Heaven-devouring system? Yes, this world should pay for what it did to me, said the young incarnation after fusing the memories of Wang Wei's life back on Earth and this child. The real Wang Wei teleported away before placing the other orb into the other twin. Am reincarnated? Great, I knew I would one day be a protagonist. Why is my chest so heavy? After checking, Wang Hua's face became ugly as she rushed to find a mirror. She looked at her beautiful face, her large breasts and curve. Am I a woman? No, no, no. He spent the next few hours freaking out before calming down. At least I'm beautiful, he comforted himself. Since this world has cultivation, are there techniques like the sunflower method to reverse yin and yang? This might be my best chance. Meanwhile, the real Wang Wei was laughing uncontrollably as he watched this. Luckily, he placed a barrier around him, or the whole world would have heard his uncontrollable laughter. He took a deep breath to calm down and looked at his yin incarnation. He had to admit, the female version of him was truly beautiful, even more so than his wife. And it had gray-colored hair like him, and she would be even more divine. I cannot wait to see the yin-yang clash between you two, the clash of good and evil, poor and the rich, day and night, the immortal and the devil. Unfortunately, in the end, your fate is destined to become one. As for the yin incarnation's desire to turn back to a man, he would not intervene, as such an accomplishment would deepen his understanding of yin and yang. Of course, he would not make it easy as well. As for the fact that one of his incarnations was a woman, he also did not care. As a person who pursues ultimate freedom, he should not be shackled by things like gender or sex. The next incarnation was luck. For this one, Wang Wei placed a unique formation around the world to bless this incarnation with the utmost luck possible. This incarnation could just be shopping, and a Saint Tier treasure will fall from the sky in his hand. He wanted to know what kind of man he would be if everything were handed to him. What if he could acquire everything in life without working for it? The fifth incarnation was karma, and this one was also special. Wang Wei granted him a physique that could attract karma. He was burdened by positive and negative karma everywhere this incarnation went. For example, even if he buys a piece of bread from a vendor, he will form some karma to that vendor that he has to pay. He could accidentally step on an ant and form negative karma with it, leading to it becoming a demonic beast and returning to avenge the karma. With such a physique, this incarnation's every move in his cultivation journey will be a hassle or nuisance, and he has to ponder them deeply. Otherwise, he will be buried under the weight of the world's karma. The sixth incarnation is order and disorder. This one has to start from a low thousand world and ascend to the great thousand world. And every time he reaches the peak of a world, he has a mission to accomplish before ascending. The seventh incarnation is life and death, samsara. This one is normal, with only a specific mission like the others. The eighth incarnation is destiny, and also a normal one, except he had a book of destiny in his sea of consciousness with blank pages that he had to write. Wang Wei dropped all these incarnations into different worlds he divined that were perfect for their growth. Then, he left the resources he gathered from the sect and his wife to 5 of them. As for the remaining ones, he did not even set up time acceleration formation in their world, since he did not want them to catch up to his cultivation or surpass him, since they did not have the proper resources to temper their bodies. Finally, Wang Wei headed to another world for the 9th incarnation, Fate. However, he had a feeling that something would go wrong. Chapter 517 Overlord's Luck. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei did not waste any time. He summoned the great Thousand Worlds River of Fate and entered. Then he took out the fate law fruit, and using it, he started gathering the power of fate to condense what looked like a fetus. A few hours later, the fetus changed into Wang Wei's face and build, growing into a teenager about 16. Wang Wei looked at his sleeping incarnation, and his eyes turned completely gray, with noticeable strings flashing across them. It took him a few minutes before sighing loudly, full of disappointment. I knew it. In the 9th incarnation, he muttered. Based on his calculation, his real body was the real 9th incarnation, or the first if he wanted to be technical. As for this one he created, he technically could not fuse with him after reaching the quasi-emperor realm as part of the incarnation. And if this clone also cultivated the ancient desolate body refining scripture, Wang Wei knew he would explode and die if he tried to fuse with it along with the other clones. In other words, he could only have 8 incarnations, plus himself, for a total of 9. 9 is the extreme, he muttered with a wry smile as a shoddy attempt at reaching the power of 10 incarnations failed. He took a few seconds to compose himself since he had already expected this. Furthermore, it was not as if the fate incarnation was useless. Having another clone help him understand the law of fate will help him achieve a golden law tree like Dtion or come close to it. Clone techniques that can help cultivators increase their understanding are valuable in the myriad emperor world and across all world communities. And that is because most clone techniques cannot do this. Otherwise, a person like Su Yu would be terrifying. When it comes to her scripture, Wang Wei believed it could help with comprehension, but not all her clones were functional. A large portion of them should be useful, while most were useless. So, Su Yu would have been quite the competitor once she reached the void-shattering realm. Wang Wei also wanted to use a large number of clones for his comprehension. Unfortunately, there are restrictions from heaven and earth for these techniques for people with high-quality souls like himself. Luckily, his spirit particles and future Buddha self are more than enough for him. He looked at the fate incarnation one last time before leaving. This incarnation's purpose will be to comprehend the law of fate. Wang Wei connected the incarnation's soul to the river of fate to grant it a long lifespan, at the price of not being able to cultivate and never leaving the river of fate. As such, it will spend all its life comprehending laws for him. After ensuring everything was normal, Wang Wei hopped inside his golden chariot and returned home. He had been traveling in the endless void for more than a month. On his journey home, he sensed something nearby, so he changed direction. And after traveling for a while, he discovered a great thousand world. Feeling the excitement of his key luck dragon, he used his divine sense to look inside that world. As soon as he entered, he sensed something not far away where he saw a powerful sect. All the disciples and elders seemed to be on guard and activated the sect's protecting formation. It took Wang Wei a few minutes to find the flaws in the many supreme tier arrays before seeing what the fuss was about. In one of the mountains, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged with closed eyes. A strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and his face contorted with immense pain. His face was pale, and sweats kept dropping from his forehead. After secretly observing for a while, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he understood what was happening. This person was attempting to subdue this world's heavenly Tao with his willpower to force it to condense a Tao source seed for him. In other words, he was trying to become a Tao ancestor. It seems like he is not going to make it, thought Wang Wei. Then, an idea came to his mind. He controlled his divine sense to contact this person without disturbing his concentration. This task required great control of the soul and spiritual power. "Hello, fellow Taoist," said Wang Wei after entering this man's sea of consciousness, where he saw his primordial spirit sitting in the same position as him, fighting a cloud-like entity. "Hello, how can I help you, fellow Taoist?" replied Taoist Red Cloud, who immediately realized something was wrong. Not only did this person invade his sea of consciousness without noticing, but he could also talk to him without affecting his focus on the battle against heavenly Tao. "There is no need to be on guard," replied Wang Wei. "I will be succinct. I can make a deal with you." Taoist Red Cloud rapidly assessed the situation. Even at his peak, he might not be the opponent of this person. And in his current situation, he was vulnerable to the slightest disturbance. So, it would be best to be prudent in dealing with the situation. Furthermore, this person was kind enough to use a method that would not disturb him, so he should reciprocate the same level of respect. Please elaborate, fellow Taoist. Do you have any innate treasures of the 5 elements, healing properties, or ores? Please answer truthfully. Taoist Red Cloud briefly pondered before saying, I have 2 innate herbs of the 5 elements and 1 of the shadow element. These 3 herbs are one of the main reasons he could reach the current step and are thus considered his greatest secret. Nevertheless, he went on a whim and decided to tell the truth. Excellent. Wang Wei replied with a smile. I will help you with your current tribulation, but I want the herbs in exchange. Taoist Red Cloud immediately frowned. Fellow Taoist, it's not that I don't want to, but there is no way for foreign aid in my current situation. Wang Wei did not say anything further before raising his hand. He accessed a small portion of his willpower and condensed it into an amulet. He then removed his imprints and connection to it, along with all his karmic connections. When Taoist Red Cloud saw the talisman, his eyes lit up as he understood how this cultivator could help him. By absorbing this talisman, his willpower will be momentarily boosted, thus granting him the strength to conquer heavenly Tao and pass the Tao ancestor tribulation. Thinking about how immortality was so close to him, Taoist Red Cloud instantly became excited to the point of losing control. Luckily, he is a man with a high enough state of mind, so he quickly controlled himself. Wang Wei secretly nodded his head after seeing this. Heavenly Tao will assess their Tao heart, cultivation, and state of mind for any true monarchs trying to become Tao ancestors in the lower realm. If someone does not meet the requirements, the willpower tribulation will not even appear. I accept your deal, said Taoist Red Cloud after briefly pondering. He waved his hand, and 3 glowing herbs appeared in the sea of consciousness, and without saying anything else, he gave them to Wang Wei. Admiring the latter's trust, Wang Wei gave him the talisman without doing anything sneaky. Red Cloud did not hesitate to absorb the talisman, and he immediately felt the boost in his willpower. Since this boost came in the form of a treasure, it is technically counted as using foreign aid like treasure, so it was acceptable for the tribulation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei opened his eyes in the golden chariot to look at the 3 herbs in front of him. Is this what it feels like to be a Tao overlord? It's better than I anticipated. With these 2 elemental herbs, he was now only short of 8 other innate treasure for another incarnation. As for the shadow herb, it was perfect for Wang Ju to become his shadow. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei activated the golden chariot to its full strength to rush home. He did not want to stay here in case this Taoist suddenly changed his mind after becoming a Tao ancestor. A few minutes later, he finally arrived home and entered the myriad emperor world. Unfortunately for him, the moment he arrived, something occurred. The clouds above him changed by turning red. Immortal annihilation thunder? Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. Then, his face became ugly as he calculated what was going on. His action broke some rules by intervening in another person's immortal tribulation. So, Heavenly Tao is going to punish him. According to his divination, Wang Wei knew if he were not now a fateless, his action would have brought out the divine punishment thunder instead of the immortal annihilation thunder, which was reserved for immortal tier cultivators. Wang Wei acted quickly and took out a talisman from his space ring. Ancestor Wuching, save me. He then relaxed after sending the talisman. Luck is truly a double-edged sword, Wang Wei muttered. When the first red lightning bolt descended from the sky, an enormous hand covering the entire domain came out of nowhere to block it. As Wang Wei looked at the hand, he could not help but shake his head. The domain he was in was small, but it was the size of a couple of dozens of galaxies by the standard of Earth from his previous life. But now a hand was the same size. Sometimes, Wang Wei has to shake his head at how absurd the cultivation world can be. Common sense and logic seem to be a joke to them. A few minutes later, the sky returned to normal, and Wang Wuqing appeared in front of the chariot. Kid, you know how to make trouble. What exactly did you do this time? Wang Wei put away his chariot before answering. I only helped someone pass their Tao ancestor trial. Well, I think you should pass. Wang Wuqing gave him a strange look. Kid, do you not realize how serious it is to have such an ability? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. I see. Most emperors, even eternals, have a limit to the number of immortal powerhouses they can create. But with this method, I can theoretically surpass this limit and even ignore it as long as I can withstand the backlash. It's good that you understand. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, why? If my plans succeed, after becoming an emperor, immortal tier powerhouses will become extremely common in the myriad emperor world. Chapter 518, Sword 1. Wang Wuqing squinted his eyes as he remembered someone reporting this kid's plans to him. However, it was not fully detailed, so he did not know how to accomplish such a feat. Big words, kid. So, how exactly are you going to do such a thing? Wang Wei smiled before using his divine sense to communicate his plans. Wang Wuqing became more serious the more he listened. Your plan might work, but are you prepared to be the enemy of the entire endless void? It won't be that bad, replied Wang Wei. I'm sure I can convince many people to be on my side, and everyone could benefit. Wang Wuqing shook his head. You give cultivators too much credit. Most worlds are xenophobic, including great emperors, so they won't let outsiders intervene in their plane, even if it benefits them. So, I must take into account greater resistance, dully noted. As long you understand, replied Wang Wuqing before disappearing, making Wang Wei's mouth twitch. You could have given me a ride home, he muttered before also teleporting home. Back in his secret realm, as soon as Wang Wuqing arrived, the voice asked him, what do you do this time? So, Wang Wuqing explained the situation. This kid is like a gift that keeps on giving. The voice knew what this ability meant for any sect. If a true monarch meets the requirement, the sect can send them to the lower realm to take the Tao ancestor tribulation, and Wang Wei can help them pass the trial. This method will continue to be effective if he can withstand the backlash, or maybe until true heavenly Tao intervenes. Do you think we should ask him to test it out now? The voice asked. Cultivators in their realm cannot intervene in another person's tribulation, or their punishment will come directly from true heavenly Tao. And one of the reasons Wang Wei can achieve such a feat is his unnatural willpower and his status as a fateless, which shield him greatly from heavenly Tao's detection and punishment. No, replied Wang Wuqing. If you're worried about his safety, we'll protect him at all cost. We don't know whether doing so will have any negative effects, and it's not wise to risk a few more Tao ancestors for a possible eternal emperor. Indeed, muttered the voice, if their actions negatively affected the kid before the heaven will battle, the benefit would not be worth it. Plus, the kid is far more valuable and cunning than we expected, added Wang Wuqing before explaining the plan Wang Wei had told him about. The voice became silent for a few minutes. In that case, we need to prepare in advance to give us a head start. Wang Wuqing frowned. What are you worried about? The other sections am not following. I've observed this kid, and he is a little too open-minded. I wish he were a little more selfish. Are you worried he will give the other sects a chance to compete with us? Yes. As long as we prepare in advance, we will benefit most. Wang Wuqing shook his head. If his plan were to succeed, he would need to display a certain level of impartiality, especially to leave a precedent for future emperors. However, that's only on the surface. The kid will take good care of us. You're probably right, but there is nothing wrong with being a little cautious. Wang Wuqing did not say anything more since he knew this was how that person operated. The sect has survived many catastrophes without injuring the foundation and even thrived because of their cautions. Since the kid has shown its value, we should do the same, said the voice. Do you want to give him more resources for his incarnations? There is no need. Oh, why not? As our future leader, we have tested this kid in most categories, and he has far surpassed our requirements. We cannot even grade him with some criteria because of how excellent he was. However, we never tested his ability to gather resources. I think this is a great opportunity. You want to copy the ancient clans method? The voice asked. The ancient clans and some emperor lineages have other ways to test their heaven chosen. They would send their genius out of the sect after they reached the age of cultivation. These geniuses can only return to the sect after reaching a specific cultivation realm, usually the supernatural or divine body realm. During this time of their cultivation, these heaven chosens have to find resources for themselves, relying on their luck, intelligence, commerce, joining other sects, or even robbing others. The clans only provided them with cultivation techniques and a Tao protector. In some factions, even cultivation techniques will not be provided. The factions do this as a way to temper these heaven chosens. Or at least, some of them do. The ancient clans mainly do this because of their lack of resources. Most of the ancient clans' branch members are the ones sent out to the world to acquire resources, but the main members chosen as potential heaven chosens will be cultivated by the clan's resources. Yes, something similar, replied Wang Wuqing. That's fine. But I feel we still have to reward him with something. I remember his father once reported to me that he asked if the sect has the great Emperor's blood. Emperor's blood? We ran out a long time ago. That's unfortunate. In that case, he'll ask Sword One if she could get some for him. Sword One likes to dote on the talented younger generation, unlike Origin One, who is more strict and responsible for his duties. The only downside is she has strict requirements. In the past few generations, only Wang Tian received her aid in the form of instruction through his dream. He owed her a lot of his achievements in the Tao of the Sword. The voice disappeared before traveling to another secret realm of the sect. It was a world where the earth, the clouds, the air, the grass, the trees, and everything in existence were made of swords. At the very center of this secret realm lay a coffin with 2 swords inserted into it. Sir, I have something to report. A few seconds later, a melodious voice responded. What is it this time? Then the voice explained everything about Wang Wei's recent events, plans for the future, and requests for Emperor's blood. A hand as white as jade pushed out the coffin before a slightly voluptuous woman walked out. A single glance, and people would immediately think she was an unparalleled beauty. Unfortunately, they would not be able to know for sure, as she had a plain silver mask on, which made people wonder what she was hiding. Her beauty, some sort of deformation, or was she just a woman of many secrets? Sword One had heard of this junior from the recent world collision and planned to contact him if he passed his outlaw trial. She looked into the distance, her eyes ignoring the concept of space itself. She saw Wang Wei having dinner with his family. The Nine Extremity Foundation? This thing is real? Sword One could not believe such a thing was real, and she even found someone trying to accomplish it. There seems to be another one. She looked in the Western continent, where she saw Di Tian cultivating inside the seal. This one already succeeded. Beside this generation is something else. Sir, what is your decision? Asked the voice. They'll go to the endless void to get the blood for him. Even better, they'll see if I can find an emperor who cultivates the Tao of Fate or some aspect of it. Most aspects of Fate are outlaw Taoists, so I doubt you'll find something. Any person who can cultivate outlaw Taoists to the Emperor realm is not an ordinary person, and the chances of any of them staying in the lower dimension are close to none. I know, so my goal is those people who cultivate Fate Tao as their secondary Taoists, not their main ones. It is common for emperors and Tao ancestors to cultivate a secondary grand Tao source after proving the Tao. But there are restrictions between the primary and secondary Tao. Even then, it should be rare, commented the voice. If I don't find what I want, it'll go into the Tao burial ground. Sir, isn't that too dangerous? They'll act swiftly and behead a third-class emperor before the others react. It should be fine. The voice was momentarily speechless. What if the eternal emperors decide to counterattack? These rats know better not to intervene in a generation where a glorious age is occurring. Plus, they would not dare to come out with that kid's wife present. The voice understood why she wanted to take the risk. It was a calculated move. Even so, as I said, I will look in the endless void first, said Sword One. Sir, can I ask something? Are you wondering why I'm going to such length? Yes. Everyone knows a new era is coming. But based on what you told me, I hope this kid is the one who began this era. In his hand, It might be the greatest time of prosperity the myriad emperor world has ever seen. No, maybe even the entire endless void. The voice did not know what to say. He did not expect such a high evaluation for the kid. But he did not doubt Sword One's words. As one of the sect's oldest and most powerful cultivators, as someone who has lived since the ancient emperor era, her vision and experience is not something he can compare. Alricht, I'm leaving. Tell Origin One to keep things safe for me. After saying that, she took the two swords from her coffin before disappearing. And as soon as she did so, many ancient existences sleeping or hiding in the myriad emperor world detected it and wondered what this madwoman would do. Nevertheless, a lot of them prayed her target was not them. Chapter 519 Devil Whisper Wang Wei had dinner with his family before preparing to relax in the next few days, waiting for the opening of the secret realm he divined would help him in his resources gathering. Then, he took out a special jug from his space ring, and immediately after opening it, an enchanting wine smell spread out from his mountain throughout the entire sect. Many disciples and elders looked in his direction while swallowing their saliva. They could feel that this wine would be delicious and highly beneficial for cultivation. Wang Wei took a sip before closing his eyes in intoxication. After a few sips, he could feel his gourmet cell talent activated and his fleshly Buddha strength increased by 5 dragon force. He used state-of-the-art modern technology to brew this wine before adding innate ki in the final process. Then, he used the innate time treasure to age this wine by at least 250,000 years. Not bad, but let's wait how you will taste after 500,000 years and more. He looked in the distance to see Li Jun flying over to his mountain and waving his hand to activate the mountain's formation. He won't share it with anyone today. Ignoring Li Jun's cry of unfairness or his attempt to contact him through a talisman, Wang Wei took a few more sips and increased his fleshly Buddha's power. Then, when he prepared to put the wine away, he suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He activated his soul network divine ability and went straight to the Martial Supreme World Community. Did I find something? Finally, Wang Wei has been using his ability to search for people in the Martial Supreme World who could give him a few more innate treasures. He targeted people from an emperor lineage since they're more likely to access such a treasure level. His focus was not on Heaven Chosens, but on people who failed to acquire the position. The only downside is he has to wait for these people to leave the confinement of their sect, since his ability cannot access their souls when protected by immortal tier arrays. Inside the Mind Palace that he created for the Soul Network ability, he focused on a particular soul, Song Jinyuan, second son of the Song family, a martial art clan with 4 great emperors. He previously lost the title of first son to an unparalleled genius that appeared from the branch clan. Nevertheless, he refuses to accept defeat and constantly challenges the first son. But after too many defeats, the latter has become his heart demon. Perfect. Where's this? Muttered Song Jinyuan as he looked around with vigilance. One moment, he was waiting for the beginning of the Sword City Martial Art Conference. The next, his soul was forcibly called to this place. He looked around to notice he was in this dark place, sitting on a cushion with an older man sitting opposite him. He immediately frowned as he could not detect any aura or cultivation from the man opposite him. However, since the latter could draw his soul into this place under the nose of his Tao protector and the city lord of Sword City, he might be an immortal powerhouse, or, at the very least, a quasi-emperor. Junior Song Jinyuan has seen senior. Calm and collected. Not bad, replied Wang Wei in an old-fashioned way of speaking, as if seizing out a junior. I want beat around the bush. Do you want to beat Song Dushing? Senior. What do you mean? I will temporarily give you the power to defeat him. Song Jinyuan frowned before hesitating. Senior, what do you want from this junior? It's good to talk to smart people. I want innate spiritual herbs. Song Jinyuan looked shocked. He did not expect this senior to be so straightforward. Hey, lad, you don't understand how hard it is for us loose, immortal cultivators. Without background, we must find our own resources, Wang Wei said with a sad sigh. A look of understanding flashed across Song Jinyuan's face. Then he smiled embarrassedly. Senior, I know you cannot access innate resources as the second son. Song Jinyuan clenched his fists after hearing this. Hey, Race, what will do? I will lend 3 of them to you. Then you challenge the first son for 3 innate treasures as a bargaining price. After you use my power to defeat him, you will return them. I accept, said Song Jinyuan without hesitation. Oh, don't you want to think it over for a while? I don't mind waiting. No need. He did think of buying some time to tell his family about this encounter, especially since the latter is nothing but a loose cultivator. However, he decided otherwise after thinking about how even the immortal supreme elders in the clan are now on Song Dushing's side. All that matters is to defeat his enemy and deal with the current heart demon. Excellent. Sign the contract and we can begin. Song Jinyuan was not surprised he needed to have some restrictions placed on him. So, he read every detail of the contract before signing it with his soul. How do you want to defeat Song Dushing? Senior, what do you mean? Do you want to use an invincible power and defeat him with one punch? Or have a hearty battle with him before defeating him at the last minute? Better yet, suppress him throughout the entire battle. Song Jinyuan instinctively wanted to choose the first option, but he realized that doing so would invite more questions from his family. So, he decided to select the second one. However, thinking about all the misery and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years, he said, I choose the third option. Wang Wei smiled before waving his hand to condense 2 things, a talisman and a drop of blood. Senior, this is? Both will give you the power to defeat your opponent. If you choose the talisman, your family will know it was the result of outside aid. They will label your victory as the result of a fortunate encounter. However, if you choose the blood and absorb it, they will think it is your strength. Song Jinyuan clenched his teeth. He knew the correct answer was the talisman, but he could not remove his eyes from the blood. I choose the blood. Young lad, think wisely. The power is only temporarily. Senior, I have made my choice. As you wish. The blood drop floated before him, and Song Jinyuan swallowed it. Senior, can I only use the power one time? That's correct. Could you make it so I can use it multiple times? Why? Song Dushing will participate in the upcoming martial art conference, and I want to defeat him in front of everyone during the final. However, I know I don't have the strength to reach the final, while he has a great chance. I see. I will allow the blood to release some power whenever you face an opponent beyond your means. This should allow you to reach the final. Wang Wei paused before waving his hand and condensing another talisman. This is a luck manipulation talisman. Wearing it will prevent you from meeting Song Dushing before the final. It will even allow all the most powerful competitors to meet in advance, forcing them to eliminate one another. Song Jinyuan excitedly took the talisman before bowing to the senior and leaving this space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the residence allocated to the Song clan. He sensed the power rushing through his veins and felt intoxicated for a moment. Song Dasheng, you wait for me. Then, Song Jinyuan watched the competition unfold with awe. All the famous Heaven Chosens or seeded player of this competition would miraculously pick each other as opponents. Meanwhile, he and Song Dasheng would also pick powerful opponents, but not ones they could not defeat after some efforts. Then, the two finally reached the final, which surprised all the older generations watching. According to the plan, Song Jinyuan taunted his opponent before asking to raise the stake for 3 innate treasures. Song Dasheng, with the utmost confidence in himself, readily accepted the offer and even signed the contract. Then, Song Jinyuan maltreated him during this fight, with a drop of blood containing 70 of Wang Wei's strength. He gave his opponent a beating he would never forget in his entire life. Song Jinyuan gave back all the pain and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years. If a Song clan elder did not remind him, he might have tried to kill Song Dasheng. After winning the competition, Song Jinyuan received his prize before his clan's elder interrogated him about his sudden strength gain. He only said he had a fortunate encounter recently that improved his strength. No one doubted him, as this was common. Although the strength gain was quite significant, it was not out of the realm of acceptance. Then, A slight issue arose about the three innate treasures that Song Dashing promised. A few elders argued there was no need to abide by the agreement, since this was a battle between juniors. However, under Song Genuine's insistence and threatening to destroy Song Dashing's soul according to the contract, the clan finally agreed. Of course, the main reason for his success is that some of the elders who did not like that a branch member was this generation's heaven chosen intervened and took his side. Senior, here are the innate treasures. Wang Wei smiled before receiving his reward. He checked the three new ones. Two of them could be used to temper his incarnation's skin and muscle. However, the third one was of the thunder attribute. It doesn't matter. I can exchange with the sect for one of the 5 elements. You seem distraught. What's the issue? Asked Wang Wei. I think some of the supreme elders are suspicious of my strength. Senior, please help me? Wang Wei frowned slightly after hearing this. He did not think his method could hide from an immortal powerhouse. However, he also understood the concept of returning customers. As such, although he could abandon Song Jinyuan since he already got what he wanted, it could come in handy in the future to help him now. All right, they'll help you one last time. He gave him another drop of blood, which would temporarily fuse with his body and make it look as if Song Jinyuan had acquired new bloodline. Hence the reason for his sudden strength gain. Then, he took out the talisman Wu Hong gave him and used his power to seal and remove any trace that this power was foreign or artificial. So, even if a Tao ancestor checked Song Jinyuan's body, they would not find anything abnormal. Remember, the blood will disappear after your supreme elder check. Song Jinyuan nodded, albeit his face was full of disappointment. After bowing, he exited the space. Chapter 520 Chat Group. Wang Wei looked at the innate treasures in his hand and a smile. He decided to use this scheme one more time before stopping. After all, the Martial Supreme world was a heavenward world. He knew some beings could detect his actions if he continued. While I wait for the customer to return, let's begin with Plan B. He activated his soul network ability again and searched for Sons of Destiny in the Martial Supreme world. Unfortunately, based on his divination, there might not be one. It was understandable as most Sons of Destiny appeared once a world was in great danger. The ones with this title, without accomplishing anything in return, are scarce. So, after searching for a few days, Wang Wei decided to take another approach. He searched for individuals with high cultivation talent, willpower, and a decent state of mind, but whose luck was terrible. In the world of cultivation, more often than not, luck is more important than even talent. Someone might be talented, but because of their poor luck, they're never discovered by a cultivation sect or faction. Or even after starting cultivation, they encountered a battle between true monarchs and died while going out for the first time outside the sect. Most sects will not give all their resources to someone, so without fortunate encounters, these types of people cannot cultivate peacefully. In most heaven-will worlds, emperor lineage, supreme land, and even holy lands will not accept disciples with poor key luck no matter how talented they are unless the sect is willing to go to extreme lengths to reverse that disciple's fate. After a few hours of searching, Wang Wei found many individuals, but he picked 5, each from a different Great Thousand world. Then, he summoned them to the Mind Palace. An older man with a slight medicinal herb scent appeared in a gray space. Although confused, his years of experience made him quickly calm down before assessing the situation. He found himself sitting on a table with a label, "The Doctor." He frowned slightly before looking around and noticing 4 other people who appeared as confused as him, despite a few trying to hide it. He looked at the label before each of them: the Butcher, the Scholar, the Mad King, and the Assassin. The Doctor could analyze some information just by these names or titles. The room remained quiet for a few minutes as everyone secretly observed one another. However, he decided it would be best to ask questions to figure out what was happening. Nevertheless, before he could say anything, he sensed something as he detected another presence. It was a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes, and the moment the Doctor laid eyes on him, he seemed to have witnessed his fate and the fate of his entire world. But upon closer look, it was as if nothing occurred. Welcome. You can call me the Lord of Destiny. If any of you do not wish to be here, you can say so, and I will return you to where you came from. No one said anything but looked at each other. Sir Immortal, I mean Lord of Destiny, can you first tell us why we are here? The doctor asked with great courage. No problem. All of you here are people born with great talent, wisdom, willpower, and even cultivated a decent state of mind. Unfortunately, fate did not favor you and did not bless you with any luck. So, you're destined to be ordinary mortals your entire life. The others remained calm, but the Mad King and the Butcher reacted. The latter clenched his hands tightly underneath his chair, while the Mad King looked at Wang Wei with uncontrollable madness in his eyes. As you can expect, I will give you a chance to change your fate. However, nothing is free in this world. If you accept my offer, know you will immediately owe me 2 innate treasures. Sir, what if we refuse? Asked the doctor. I will send you out without any memories of today's encounter. Everyone remained quiet, thinking about their decision. I have a more important question, sir. What is an innate treasure? Asked the scholar. I forgot most of you don't know anything about the cultivation world. Wang Wei snapped his finger, and basic knowledge of cultivation appeared in their minds, including the cultivation realms, the classification of treasures, pills, talismans, and arrays, and even the classification of worlds. With this knowledge, these 5 finally understood how high of debt they would undertake. There is the possibility that their entire world did not have a single innate treasure. I agree, said the Mad King. Without hesitation. Me as well, added the Butcher. Then, the remaining 3 accepted the offer after a few minutes of pondering. Excellent, commented Wang Wei before waving his hand to hand each of them a contract. And after they signed it, he smiled before giving them a booklet. The core issue that you all face is the lack of luck. This luck-stealing art is a secret technique that will allow you to steal the luck of others to supplement yours. After hearing this, the doctor and the scholar frowned, while the others tried to hide their excitement. Sir, do we have to steal other people's luck? Asked the doctor. He has spent his entire life treating people and does not want to harm anyone if he does not have to. Yes, replied Wang Wei. The cultivation world is cruel. If you do not step on others, they will step on you. Now, if you have reservations about using this technique, you can always target criminals. I will warn you, this technique will eventually create a backlash from Heavenly Tao. So, be on the lookout for that, and ask for help when necessary. With Wang Wei's understanding of the laws of luck, he realized one of the reasons for Zhou Shu's death back in the Heavenly Profound Continent was the backlash of forcefully becoming the Son of Destiny. Second warning, this technique is free, but from now on, all techniques or resources exchanged from this place will require karma points, which you can acquire by exchanging resources and techniques from your homeworld. Wang Wei paused to give them some time to process this information. He also injected into their minds the things they can exchange for karma points, which include luck, lifespan, world source, and other things. Since I am in a good mood, I will personally customize cultivation techniques for each of you. Let's begin with you, Doctor. Do you have any specific requirement? As long as I can continue to save lives. In that case, a technique based on the medicine Tao with the 5 elements at the core. I would add yin and yang, but you can't afford the price. Wang Wei had many cultivation techniques from Zhen Qiao, so he took one with the 5 elements and modified it to suit the doctor, while also adding a lot to his understanding of the human body and soul. As a powerful body refiner, he was also a great doctor. For this technique, you owe me 16 million karma points. The doctor looked at him, not knowing what to say. Don't be like that. I will give you the first 3 chapters, allowing you to cultivate the divine altar realm. After that, you can change to another technique, but you still have to pay the price of the 3 chapters. Next is you, scholar. Any requirement? My dream is to one day be like the ancient sages, suppressing demons with 1 word and saving all sentient beings. In that case, your technique would involve the literary spirit and righteous key. Wang Wei also modified a technique for him. His mother had studied the concept of literary spirit for the past 1,000 years to prepare for the plan to become emperor. So, Wang Wei was quite knowledgeable on the subject. As for righteous qi, it was connected to the concept of literary spirit. Furthermore, he learned a little from his battle with Bai Han. Your total is 12.6 million karma points. But like the doctor, you get the first 3 chapters for free. Next is the Mad King, Lord of Destiny. I want the great Sui dynasty to be the only ruler of my world. I want all these sects to regret treating me like a puppet. So, you want to walk the path of sovereign? That's easy. A total of 5 million karma point. The Mad King frowned after hearing this. Not satisfied? If the price corresponds to the value, then I'm not satisfied, replied the Mad King with determination. Well, who am I to stop you if you want to drown in debt? I will add the ability to summon an undead army only loyal to you, and a body refining techniques that require the use of luck called the Sovereign Golden Body. Now, the price is 23 million karma point. The Mad King smiled before readily accepting his technique. Now, the Butcher. What do you want? I want something based on emotions. Oh, since you like to kill people for fun, I thought you would want something related to killing. As soon as he said these words, many people looked at the Butcher with weird eyes, especially the doctor, who looked disgusted. What I enjoy is the emotions released by my victims before their death. I don't care much for the act of killing. Very well. Your technique will be based on the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Your total is 18 million karma points. Now, Assassin. Sir, what do you recommend? Everyone was slightly surprised by the female voice, since Assassin covered her face with a hood and had a flat figure. I recommend either Shadow or Space attribute. Can I have both? If you don't mind the debt. She only nodded her head. Your total is 32 million karma points. The Mad Kind frowned after hearing this. Lord, I want to add more stuff to my technique. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he realized this king was truly mad. He wanted the most powerful or most expensive technique out of everyone, no matter the price. Fine. I'll add the power of stars acupoints into your technique for a new total of 54 million karma points. The Mad King nodded with a smile, while everyone looked at him with weird eyes. But he did not care. Normally, we will not communicate in this manner, but in the form of group chats. Everyone was confused, but Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss them. The Mad King opened his eyes on his throne with a book in his hand. However, he paid no attention to it, as some information had appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes again while concentrating. Then he saw something strange inside his mind. Reversing fake group chat. Mad King. Hello, my fellow Taoist. Doctor, what a strange method of communicating. Scholar, what's truly fascinating is we are communicating across worlds. Mad King, why aren't the others saying anything? Scholar, they appear to be online. Mad King, forget them. Is the Lord present? Doctor, if you focus on his name, it said he is offline. Scholar, for some reason, I feel relief. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching this chat despite his status. However, he was currently breathing a little harder, with his complexion slightly pale, to appear more mysterious and powerful. He used time laws to create a time dilation to make these people's techniques. So, although it appeared he did it instantly, it took him a few years to modify each technique. All right, let's see what benefit these people will bring me. I should probably create a fake account to better communicate with them. Chapter 521 Success and Ambitions. Wang Wei took a few pills to recuperate, so his complexion improved after a few hours. My control of time law is not ideal. Otherwise, this technique should not take such a large toll on me. After realizing this issue, he placed on top of his agenda to modify the force controlling skill to apply to laws, which was initially one of the primary purposes he created in the first place. Then, he checked the conversation of these 5, but quickly lost interest when he realized there was nothing of significance. Nevertheless, he did notice that the soul network ability required a high amount of spiritual power to constantly allow these 5 to communicate across worlds. And since Wang Wei is from another world community very far away, the expenditure on spiritual strength is even higher. Based on his calculation, the spiritual strength of at least 100 quasi-emperors burned every hour. This number was not much for Wang Wei, but the ability would become a burden when he eventually had access to more world communities. Luckily, as long as these 5 are not communicating, the ability can temporarily stop. This might be an issue, Wang Wei muttered before quickly thinking of a solution. He then refined a few quasi-emperor tier soul magical artifacts to store his spiritual strength. The artifact will serve as the energy core of the soul network, and Wang Wei only needs to replenish it when needed. A few days had passed while he refined the artifacts. Now, he began to ponder his next course of action. The techniques he created for these people were, in fact, incomplete. Technically speaking, they can only be used until the primordial spirit realm. Cultivation techniques from the void-shattering realm and above involve law comprehension. They can help teach its user directly how to understand and control a specific law. However, most cultivators who want to reach the quasi-emperor realm know only to use them as references. After all, the comprehension of the predecessors is not necessarily beneficial to another person. Everyone is unique and understands the laws in different ways. The sect has many supreme tier techniques with the 5-element laws, so I can just copy and modify those. My mother created a few cultivation techniques of the same level regarding literary spirit and righteous key, so the scholar's scripture has no problem. I've read the Shadow Ruler's Emperor scripture, so all I have to do is add my understanding of space laws for the assassin. I have a lot of Su Yas understanding of emotions, so it should not take long to make the butcher scripture. The only remaining one is the Mad King's technique, which would take me longer. However, comprehension of sovereign laws should boost my emperor words or law ability. Wang Wei sighed, thinking it is not easy to swindle people. No, he meant to do business in this world. Luckily, he considered the waste of his personal time when charging these people. His eyes then changed as he divined something. 5 years until the secret realm opens. For me, that's a total of 540 years with the future Buddha self. More than enough time. As he prepared to enter a short cultivation seclusion, he felt something before muttering. So, soon? He closed his eyes to enter the mind palace before calling out Song Genuine Soul. Senior, you have to help me. Wang Wei calmly caressed his beard for a few seconds while looking at him. Kid, you should have expected this outcome. I know, and I accept my decision. Very well. What is the problem? After meeting with the Supreme Elder, I used the excuse of entering seclusion to avoid suspicions for a while. However, Song Dasheng refused to accept his defeat. He kept spreading rumors throughout the clan that I cheated and challenged me to another duel. So, I released the news I would only accept his challenge if innate treasures are at stake. I thought he would back down for a while, but I don't know how he acquired another innate herb, but he's waiting for my challenge. Since another innate herb is on the line, I will be more than happy to help you. Senior, is there any way you could allow me to use your power for a lower price? Wang Wei gave him a gentle smile. There is. You will tell your family that you have acquired a powerful bloodline. However, every time you use it, you lose 200,000 years of lifespan, which is the price for every drop of blood. What? Senior, isn't that a little too much? Not at all. With my power, you could defeat all the heaven chosen of your world to gather resources and destiny. By then, your chances of proving the Tao would drastically increase. Of course, I would not recommend you do that since the chances of being discovered are extremely high. Song Genuine's eyes lit up. Could I use your power during the Heaven Will battle? Absolutely not. There are strict rules for immortal cultivators intervening in the Heaven Will battle of any world community. Song Junyuan was disappointed after hearing this. He thought he had found a way to immortality. However, Wang Wei did not care about his mood. Technically speaking, since he is not an immortal, there should be no problem with him intervening in another community's heaven will. After all, the number of heaven chosen like himself who could use their strength to forcibly alter the result of other communities' heaven will battle could be counted on one hand throughout the entire endless void. Considering his status as fateless, he might truly get away with doing such a thing. However, he did not want to risk it. It would be catastrophic if true heavenly Tao decided to annihilate him or made him suffer backlash right before his heaven will battle. His chances of defeating Tion are yet to be determined in peak shape. If he was injured before the battle, he had no chance whatsoever. In that case, I accept your offer. Wang Wei gave him a drop of blood before sending him back. Then, he watched the event unfold. Song Jinyuan made his opponent sign the contract for the innate herb, then explained to the latter the price of his bloodline and why he does not want to fight very often. According to Song Jinyuan, he only had 2 opportunities to use his bloodline without repercussions, and now he was forced to use it on Song Dashing. The elders of the clan believed his explanation. Still, Song Dashing remained skeptical until Song Jinyuan once again beat him an inch to his life without being able to retaliate a single time. Every member of the Song clan was again shocked by Song Jinyuan's fighting prowess and excited at the prospect of cultivating another great emperor in this generation, making the latter guilty of lying. Unfortunately, he knew he was in too deep now and too late to back down. So, he fainted exhaustion before handing the herb to Wang Wei. Let's take some risks, he muttered before finding 3 other people from the Marshal Supreme to scam as he did to Song Jinyuan. It took him a few days to search and divine the right person, but he succeeded. The first 2 were more cunning than Song Jinyuan and chose the talisman. Nevertheless, he still acquired 1 innate herb from each of them for a total of 9. The last individual was special. He was a true monarch with a dying wife and needed a special quasi-emperor tear pill to save her. Unfortunately, after years of trying to save her, he was now poor. He did not have many resources as a loose cultivator, and the herbs required to heal his wife were rare. So, Wang Wei made a deal with him. There's a forbidden land in the Martial Supreme world full of spiritual herbs, and there are rumors of innate treasures deep inside. So, Wang Wei gave the man the power to reach deep inside. He first searched for the material to refine the pill for his wife before heading into the inner area and taking 2 innate treasures. Unfortunately, an unknown power came out of nowhere and annihilated him soon after. Wang Wei managed to get the 2 herbs and protect a piece of his soul. As a result, he sensed a terrifying gaze that locked him across world communities. But he acted in time to surround him with Ancestor Wuqing and Wu Hong's aura, which forced the gaze to ignore him. Then, he refined the pill to save the 3rd candidate's wife while also healing his soul. As for what happens to him afterward, that's for his wife to worry about. Inside his mansion, Wang Wei had a genuine smile on his face. Only 4 of his incarnation had all the resources needed for his cultivation, despite granting the resources to 5 of them. That is because his father counted the resources he used to condense his new body as 1. The upside is that the 9th reincarnation does not need any resources, so he only had to acquire 4 of the incarnation. Now, he finally acquired 10 innate treasures for 1 incarnation to temper their bodies, meaning he only had to gather for the remaining 3. Considering how easy it was, Wang Wei suddenly became dangerously ambitious. He wanted to know if he could absorb more than 1 innate herb for the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. Although this approach has not been accomplished before, it was worth trying. And even if it was impossible, he wanted his main body to replace the innate herbs and materials with chaos level ones. And maybe even a few other incarnations. Okay, let's be realistic. I may be able to do so for the main body, but not for the incarnation. After forcefully controlling his ambitions, Wang Wei prepared to enter seclusion to make these scriptures and take this opportunity to reach the next stage of the void-shattering realm. And right before he did so, he heard a voice in his mind. Kid, you really know how to cause trouble. Don't take such risks again. Understand? Yes, ancestor. Wang Wei replied out loud before bowing in one direction and entering his seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing watched him with a smile. He liked that this kid knew how to take calculated risks and when to retreat. He knew not to be blinded by his greed. Chapter 5:22 Gu Xian. After entering the seclusion, Wang Wei took a short time to complete the scriptures for the chat group. And in the process, he understood the 5 elements of law, shadow law, and 7 emotions, 6 desire law. He also took time to understand pill law, talisman law, array law, and refinement law. He wanted to lay the foundation to comprehend the grand Tao source of these professions so he could refine emperor pills or emperor talismans in the future. Most emperors have to nourish quasi-emperor tier pills with their grand Tao source to elevate them to the emperor tier. However, such emperor pills are not nearly as effective as genuine the ones refined with pill Tao grand source. Moreover, there are other advantages that he learned from Wu Hong. For example, time acceleration arrays are useless against immortal tier cultivators unless it is some special or unique secret realms. But those would become useless after some point. In the upper dimension, time is both useless and the most valuable thing. These immortal cultivators do not have to worry about their lifespan. However, they have to spend a ridiculous amount of time cultivating. So, time acceleration formation is the solution to their problem. Unfortunately, as higher beings, they have a resistance to mortal-level time-related formations or abilities. However, time formation created by immortal cultivators would require someone who cultivated the array Tao to a very high level or someone who minored in array Tao and cultivated time Tao. Any of these two requirements are incredibly scarce, so any array master who sets time formation are sought after in the upper dimension. Another possible way to achieve the same result is have a paragon who can bend space-time at will or travel through the river of time, like their backyard garden, set up the formation. Wang Wei wanted to set the foundation for the future and leave an immortal tier-time formation for the Tao opening sect since it did not have one. The miscellaneous emperor was the only emperor who cultivated array Tao as a minor Tao, but he did not cultivate time Tao, so he did not leave one behind. The sect has one of these unique secret realms with time acceleration, but most immortal powerhouses are now immune to them after using them for so long. Moreover, this secret realm's time acceleration is not as much as they would have wanted. After understanding these laws, Wang Wei underwent the law combination process. Cultivators can combine different laws in the law foundation stage to form others or evolve their laws. For example, fire law could evolve into pure yang law, water law into pure yin law, or they could combine mist law, cloud law, and tidal wave law into the higher form of water law. Another example is Wu Hong's sealing law. In this stage, she combines sealing laws, control laws, absorption laws, array laws, and a small aspect of the Tao of Heaven, knowledge law. As a result, her sealing law is both powerful and unique to her. There are many possibilities in this cultivation stage, and cultivators usually take their time in this realm. In this stage, Wang Wei combined the different laws based on his incarnations to create fate law, luck, destiny, space-time, samsara, order-disorder, and karma. Once that was done, he used yin-yang laws as the link to fuse his fate law with the freedom law, creating a unique fate law that encompassed both fatalism and free will. Inside Wang Wei's divine sea, the moment he finished establishing his primary law, the law seed shone with brilliant light before a small bud grew from the seed. He knew he had officially entered the law body stage, a stage that Wang Wei felt was unnecessary, primarily to him. In this stage, the cultivator's law will nourish their bodies and soul to make them stronger. However, since he is walking the path of true power Tao, he cannot use any laws to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Nevertheless, this is not why he felt this stage was useless. Wang Wei entered his space ring to test out something. His body suddenly grew to a size of over 300 meters. His ancestor created the law body stage by taking inspiration from the 9th cultivation stage of the pre-null era. It even has the same name. In this stage, cultivators can make their bodies humongous, thus drastically increasing their strength, speed, and defense. The reason Wang Wei found this thing useless is one. It was not as much a boost to him as he expected because of how strong his fleshly body was. Secondly, this technique becomes useless in the Supreme Realm because of the Dharma body. Even in the Saint Realm, people no longer use it since the domain was stronger and more versatile. Wang Wei theorized in the ancient emperor era, the method of fighting was different than the current time. The ancient cultivators relied way more on the law body than modern ones. Wang Wei canceled the technique and returned to his standard size. Then, he took out a copy of the ancient cultivation system that he had to read about the law body realm. He was suddenly intrigued to know the difference. The law body is essentially the same as the Dharma body. Wang Wei thought the ancient cultivators could not walk the path of true power Tao since they used laws for their fleshly bodies. He was wrong. They used laws to reconstruct their bodies to be similar to primordial gods, while laws were used as a form of attack. So, for ancient cultivators, the enormous body is their real body, while the human-sized one is them shrinking their bodies. The reason Wang Wei said law bodies and Dharma bodies were the same is in the quasi-emperor realm, after a cultivator fused their Dharma body with their real body. The size of the Dharma body they cultivated in the supreme realm is now their real's bodies as well. In other words, the human shape Wang Wei's grandfather always took is not his real body, but a shrink version he used to interact with ordinary people. "I feel I will be huge," muttered Wang Wei. He knew his Dharma body would be tall and powerful. If you add the other 8 Dharma bodies of his incarnations and the fiend god bloodline he will cultivate after proving the Tao, he will undoubtedly be huge. Wang Wei did not like the concept of fighting with a huge body. Instead, he preferred when his small frame displayed terrifying power that seemed abnormal compared to his size. Nevertheless, it was inevitable. He uttered while looking in one direction. "Is it already time?" He disappeared before appearing floating above the sect sky. Looking in the distance, he saw a golden light that pierced the heavens. "What's this? A secret realm opening?" asked Li Jun, who had just arrived. "It seems quite arrogant, announcing its existence in the entire world like this," commented Yin Liling. "But does it belong to someone? Some emperor, perhaps?" "It belongs to Gu Xian," said Li Jun. "How do you know?" she asked. "This thing is not even trying to hide." Yin Liling frowned before using her hand to calculate the secret of the heavens. "You're right. It's not even trying to hide its existence. The deceiving heaven longevity art," said Li Jun as he looked in the distance. "According to rumors, it is a Tao scripture that can allow a quasi-emperor to have a lifespan of over 90 million years. Who would not want it?" "That's not the real value of this scripture," said Wang Wei. "Oh, is there some kind of secret?" "You know that Gu Xian once exchanged this technique to an emperor for a Tao source seed." "Yes, that's common knowledge. What most people don't know is after becoming a Tao ancestor, he modified his technique into an insurgent one." "Seriously? How is that possible?" Yin Liling was also surprised. As a new elder, she now has access to some secrets of the world and knows the importance of an insurgent cultivation technique, especially one not created by an emperor. "The Tao deception," replied Wang Wei. "He created a way to deceive the grand Tao source. He was a being who controls the source instead of borrowing its power, thus granting him the power of a great emperor." This, Li Jun was at a loss for words. There should be some restraint, right? Most likely, there is a time limit he can use said power. But it does not change the fact this technique is still an insurgent one. So, no matter what, we must get our hands on it. Tao ancestors cultivation is also based on the percentage of understanding of the grand Tao source. So, if this technique had a direct conversion rate based on the Tao ancestors realm, it would be terrifying. For example, a Tao ancestor who has a 20 of grand Tao source comprehension could use the deceiving heaven longevity art to acquire the power of a pseudo-eternal emperor. And if their comprehension is higher than 20, their strength would be even more intense. Now, Wang Wei knew it was unlikely for the conversation rate to be so powerful. But even if it was not, he could try to modify this technique in the future after he proved the Tao. Chapter 523, Gather, Do We Want to Leave Now? Asked Li Jun, who could foresee how many people would show up to participate in this secret realm. There is no need to rush. Since it announced itself so brazenly, it should wait for everyone to arrive, said Yin Liling. She's right. We must ensure the sex affairs are in order before we leave. Afterward, Wang Wei called for a brief meeting with the other elders to check on the sect's development, especially the outward expansion into other worlds. Everything went smoothly in the past 5 years, as many branches of the sect have been established, gathering talents and resources. Only one incident occurred in a Middle Thousand world ruled by a dynasty that revolted against the sect's establishment. Tai Gang was happy to stretch his muscle and dealt with it as swiftly as possible. The sect was still in the early stages of developing these worlds as they decided to take things slowly. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction at how things were proceeding, and after ensuring nothing was wrong, he left a clone to deal with any sudden issues that may arise. Finally, he left with Li Jun, Yin Liling, and another person. The group took a void boat instead of teleporting directly to their destination. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Red Sand Domain. There was only sand in this entire domain. Moreover, the sand was light red instead of the usual yellow. And just like regular deserts, it was scorching in the daylight and freezing at night. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived underneath the sand. And when it was their dinner time, they would go up to the surface for a meal of human flesh. Despite the harsh environment, many humans lived in this domain, primarily cultivators. The sand is a treasure trove of resources, and loose cultivators like to hunt for them to sell. According to rumors, the sand is red because a great emperor once died in this domain, thus altering the environment. Over the years, this rumor has proven to be true. Many of the resources in this domain were nurtured by the blood and Tao rhyme of the emperor's body. The demonic beasts living in the sand also seem to have mutated because of something, most likely the emperor's blood. The Great Talisman City took control of this domain numerous eras ago, since the blood of the demonic beasts was great material for making talismans. However, they took a softer approach to control it. They allow loose cultivators to hunt for demonic beasts and resources, and they can exchange them for other things like pills, talismans, and weapons with the city. As a result of this approach, the Great Talisman City has an excellent reputation in this domain. However, Wang Wei guessed their approach was because this domain was too large and complicated to mine on their own. The demonic sand beasts live deep underground, so it is not easy to find them. The extreme temperature made the place almost inhabitable, especially in the long term. If the Great Talisman City had its disciple be the ones hunting for resources, it would require too many people, take a long time, or cost them too much. Meanwhile, having loose cultivators do the dirty work for them saved them a lot of money and the lives of many of their disciples who would perish in these hunts. Moreover, the city will make much more money when these loose cultivators exchange resources. After all, they're the ones who determine the price. Big brother, what are you thinking about? It's about how the Great Talisman City dealt with this domain. It was a brilliant idea to use loose cultivators. I guess it saved them a lot of money. I don't think so, replied Yin Liling. Oh, do you have a better plan? Don't you remember big brothers talk about the importance of large and cheap labors? As long as the city used a lot of puppets, they would not have an issue mining the resources in this domain. Li Jun smacked his lisp. I really don't like the concept of replacing manpower with construct. Wang Wei gave him a strange look. Since when did you become so conservative? Li Jun sighed. After the fiasco in the Heavenly Abode world, I've taken your advice and trained a puppet legion. However, it's just not the same with an army of flesh and blood. But the puppet legion can save many of your man's life, said Yin Liling. I know this, but I still don't like them. She was surprised, as this was the first time she had heard of this. Since you don't like the puppets, doesn't that mean you also don't like the constructs in our domains? No, those are fine since they make mortals' lives better, easier, and more productive. So, your only problem is when machines are applied to the military? I guess so. I only feel that over-reliance on puppetry or machines would be detrimental in the long run. Over-reliance on anything is detrimental, said Wang Wei. Plus, the construct's purpose will always be an aid. Look at Liling's plan to develop this domain. Although it looked perfect on the surface, there is a glaring flaw. Luck. I see, replied Yin Liling. Hunting the demonic beasts aside, The main reason the loose cultivators can find some precious resources in the sand is their natural luck. The puppets do not have that. Exactly. So, in the cultivation world, it is impossible to completely replace manpower with machine power. This is how the laws of heaven and earth are. This is part of the universe's order, said Wang Wei. We've arrived. He looked in the distance and could see many people he knew already waiting. Fong Lijuan, Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, Mo Xingyan, Zhan Biu, and many of the top 30 heaven chosen from the Academy's trial. Additionally, many people recently rose and made a name for themselves. Wang Wei focused on them and called Chun Shun from the Origin Weapon Mountain. He sensed something and activated his true vision ability, and his lisp almost twitched. He saw a brilliant golden light surrounding Chun Chen's body, and from his eyes, he knew he had developed a new ability to see how much treasure a person has based on the light. How much treasure does this guy possess to make me develop a new ability? Wang Wei was speechless. His group's arrival caught the attention of many people. However, they took a position while waiting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei began to observe everyone around, focusing on someone specific. It was a short and petite woman of about 157 centimeters. She had an adorable face with big eyes and a small bump in the chest area that was almost unnoticeable in her bright yellow hanfu. Like most female cultivators, she had white skin. However, another noticeable thing about her appearance was her slim and nimble-like fingers. She seemed very enthusiastic as she talked to many people not from her faction. She had a natural charm that would make someone genuinely smile after a brief conversation. Tong Ruobing, something is odd about her. He felt an oddly familiar feeling, but could not think where it came from. His fate-reading technique he could now use undetected by most people was natural blocked by her, without her trying. He had an idea and used his soul network divine ability to look at her soul, and the same blockage occurred by a mysterious fog. The only time this occurs is when immortal tier things are related. So, she should have something of this caliber on her. However, Wang Wei was unsatisfied with this explanation as no one around appeared like her. And he did not believe any of these heaven chosens did not have a few immortal weapons, Dao weapons, and even Emperor artifacts on them. So, why didn't his soul network show that he could not summon these people's souls as it did for Tong Ruobing? Let's pay attention to her. Wang Wei continued looking around, and he saw a few acquainted, Lu Cheng and Wu Meng, whom he met during the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei admired this kid's boldness to join the Origin Rune Palace after learning what their founder did to his ancestor. Just as he was about to read this kid's fate line, he sensed something and raised his head. On the right, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in red riding a phoenix, Huafeng Wang. Many people who could not tell the phoenix was a technique looked at her with awe. And even the ones who could tell had a severe look on as they gazed at how lifelike and realistic the phoenix was. Even the aura of an innate demon could be sensed from it. Wang Wei already knew of her release, defeat of Xuanwu Qibai, and absorbing his bloodline. It was such a significant event in the ancient clan that his fate shadow guard could quickly learn of the news. On the left side was an enormous golden crow with 3 legs. After landing, the golden crow turned into a woman wearing martial clothes. A golden mark on her forehead that looked like a third eye and shoulder-length hair. Is that? Muttered Li Jun. It should be the golden crow emperor offspring, replied Wang Wei. How come she is in the void-shattering realm instead of the quasi-emperor realm? I would also like to know. Shadow 2. Do you have any information on her? Yes, young sect master. Shadow 2 quickly controlled his emotion before handing him a talisman containing information about her. Boss Wang Ju was in retreat, so it was his turn to serve the big boss. He did not want to mess things up. Wang Wei used his divine sense to rapidly read the information he had on this woman, called Jingwu Hua. There was not much information to begin with. At some point, she had some issues with the other members of the Golden Crow clan. The reason for this conflict is unknown, but after the resolution, she disappeared for a long time before recently manifesting with a lower cultivation level, but an increase in strength. Recultivation? thought Wang Wei as he gazed at her with a slight frown. He could sense the same fog that emanated from Tong Ruobing, which blocked all his detecting measures. Chapter 524, The Chosen's One recultivating, does not always mean an increase in strength, but the people who can actively choose to do so are usually the determining kind. After all, how many people can abandon all their years of cultivation, turning themselves into weak mortals? If something goes wrong, they do not have ways to protect themselves. So, the fact that Jingwu Hua walked that path showed, at the very least, that she's a person of strong will. People who can survive the sealing process to wash away their karma are people with high-level Dao hearts. So, Jingwu Hua's achievements are not that abnormal logically. After checking her out, Wang Wei focused on someone else, Mo Xingyun. He had suspicions about her since he knew that devouring Dao was an outlaw, but she seemed perfectly fine without the outlaw aura or the need to undergo the trial. At first, Wang Wei thought she was using a tactic similar to Emperor Nine Sons, where she hid her real Dao and only used the ability of her physique. But now, he had a feeling something more complicated was at play. Could she really be the pawn of the Heaven Devourer Emperor? Based on what he knew and analyzed from the Heaven Devourer Emperor, he was a selfish cultivator who only did things that benefited him. So, Wang Wei always wondered why he had descendants and even left the opportunity to inherit his Devourer physique. And after hearing about how some emperors used their descendant to revive themselves, he had suspicions about Mo Xingyun. What the Heaven Devourer Emperor did almost destroyed the myriad emperor world. After his exile to the Eternal Ascension world, some former emperors might have visited him and made him pay for his actions, thought Wang Wei. This was one of the reasons he could think of for the Heaven Devourer Emperor to need to use the backhand he left in the lower dimension. Since his name and deed in history still remained, it meant he was alive. However, it is also possible that the myriad emperor world's previous emperors destroyed his body and soul. So, he needed Mo Xingyun's help to revive. Of course, Wang Wei also acknowledged it could be something entirely different for Mo Xingyun's weirdness. He squinted his eyes as he analyzed all his information on her. He knew the weirdness began after the Academy's trial. Back then, he could easily read her fate line, and nothing appeared abnormal about her. So, what happened after that which changed her? The gluttony swallowing scripture. Not long afterward, she possessed it so it could be the catalyst for her change. Wang Wei quickly denied this conclusion because she appeared normal during the beach party where he planted the secret karma thread on her. Then he suddenly squinted his eyes and realized the line was gone. He did not even notice it was gone until now, adding to another anomaly. Could an immortal powerhouse have removed it for her? Wang Wei denied this possibility. Wu Hong placed a seal on those threads to prevent detection from this level of cultivators. She told him the only way for a person to remove the thread is for the people who have it on them to detect it with their ability and remove them themselves. So, is Mo Xingyun this powerful now? Or is she now a master Karma Dao? Wang Wei felt he was missing something and his brain rapidly worked. Then, he remembered someone, Zhang Xian from the Dao Worshipping Academy. Mo Xingyun has been after his number 7 boundless void physique for many years. Wang Wei used the karma thread he placed on the ladder during the beach episode to check on his situation since he was not here. Dead? No, but very close. Produce. He lost his heavenly physique. He discovered the ladder had only his primordial spirit left, but it was so faint that it appeared as if it would disappear at any time. What's more, the lost fragment from his soul was no longer present. So, Mo Xingyun finally got him. Is he the catalyst for her change? Unfortunately, there was too little information, so Wang Wei decided to observe her in the secret realm. While deep thinking, Wang Wei sensed something and looked in another direction. And he was not the only one. All the people present looked in the same direction, whether women or men, old or young, rich or poor, and handsome or ugly. A woman of unparalleled beauty stood on top of a magical artifact in the shape of a golden lotus with 2 people behind her. Unfortunately, Her beauty eclipsed these people so much that no one even noticed them. The most beautiful woman of this generation, Su Shi, muttered one of the cultivators present. Despite her eyes, Su Shi remained composed, without a single hint of emotions on her face. Unlike her previous bright color dresses, she now had black martial clothes that fitted her body, perfectly suited for battle. Furthermore, she had the aura of a powerhouse, forcing people to no longer see her as just a pretty face. She glanced at everyone present before stopping on Wang Wei for a few seconds. Without saying anything else, she took a spot to wait. Everyone then waited as the bright golden light in the distance slowly thinned out, indicating the secret realm was about to open. Wang Wei looked around as he noticed some people did not show up. Sun Jiaolong, the sea race, the demonic race, which was understandable, and more importantly, the Yang clan's emperor offspring. He thought he would show up since the Golden Crow came. After a few hours of waiting, the light disappeared and a space channel appeared. The people around looked at each other, wondering who would be the first to enter. However, Jingwu Hua turned into a golden flame and rushed toward the entrance. Her actions seemed to have sparked the competitive spirit of the other Heaven Chosens, so they rushed toward the entrance as well with maximum speed. Only a few people waited outside. Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, Wang Wei, and his group, Jin Biyu and Su Shi. Wang Wei glanced at her with a slight surprise. Feng Heng and Huang Yuan are old geezers that have probably lived for 1,000,000 years at the minimum, so he understood their cautions. Zhan Baiyu's pure heart and mind makes her uninterested in competitions such as this. But he did not expect Su Shi to be so cautious. However, thinking about what she experienced, it's normal for her to be careful when doing things. Wang Wei looked at the space channel and sensed nothing happened. To the people inside, he then did quick divination to determine possible danger for him. After not finding anything, he looked in the sky as he sensed Ancestor Wuching's presence. He guessed many immortal powerhouses were secretly watching this secret realm, so he became reassured. In the key luck trial, he used the name of the deceiving Heaven Longevity art to lure many of his competitors to a secret realm before exploding it. He did not want the same tactic to be used against him. Then, he flew to the channel with his group. Wang Wei found himself in a spacious environment with all the people who entered waiting. He saw the Heaven Chosens waiting at the front, so he flew and landed there as well. In front of him was a child floating in the air. The odd thing was he only had an upper torso, while his lower part resembled that of a genie from Earth. Furthermore, the child had a weird mask on his face. Half the mask had a naive smile, and the other had a cunning and vicious one. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin," the child said, but his voice was that of an old woman instead of child. A secret realm spirit that embodies deception? This Gu Xian might be a man who enjoys spectacles, thought Wang Wei. "My name is Qin Wentian, but you can call me Lord Spirit. As you can guess, this secret realm is to select worthy candidates to inherit my master scripture. Now, let's begin the first stage selection." The Lord Spirit waved his hand to manifest countless tokens, which then flew around the candidates and scanned them. Not even a few seconds of scanning, the token landed in Wang Wei's hand. Then, 2 tokens floated in front of Yin Liling and Li Jun. After scanning them, the tokens seemed to look at them and Wang Wei before flying away. The selection process took over an hour, and to everyone's surprise, only 6 people were chosen: Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Feng Wang, Jingwu Hua, Su Shi, and Tong Ruobi. Congratulations to the 6 of you. You are qualified for the next round. "Lord Spirit, are these the only people?" asked one of the cultivators. "That's correct. Isn't that unfair?" "It is. But if you feel you are more qualified, you are more than happy to take it from them." With these words, 95 people have already given up. "When is the next round?" asked Wang Wei. "In 1 month. Can we bring other people with us?" "If you wish to do so." As he said these words, it seemed as if the cunning side of his mask became alive and was smiling. Wang Wei squinted his eyes before asking, "Are there going to be Heaven Chosens from other world communities in the second round?" Muttered Lord Spirit as he focused on Wang Wei, looking at him up and down. "Very astute. You're correct. There will be many of them. The other four immediately became serious as they realized it would not be so easy to get this inheritance. However, a fighting intent soon flashed across these people's eyes. They wanted to compete with heaven-chosen of otherworld communities to see who is better. Wang Wei was also excited, but not only because he could compete with heaven-chosens of otherworld communities. It was also because the opportunity to expand his soul network finally arrived. By then, he won't have to worry about gathering resources for his incarnations. Are there any more questions? Asked Lord Spirit. In that case, you can leave. Chapter 5:25 Undercurrents. After exiting the secret realm, the other cultivators surrounded the chosen six. Wang Wei frowned before releasing a spiritual pressure that covered the entire group. Then, 99 of these people passed out on the floor, leaving only the ones with heaven-chosen titles and a few others with real abilities. He then looked at the remaining people standing and said, "Who amongst you is brave enough to get this token from my hand?" He stood in front of these people, not releasing any aura or using any technique. However, his very presence placed tremendous pressure on all the people present. They knew it was not worth trying to get a token from this monster. On the unlikely chance they would succeed, they would be in terrible shape and unable to leave this place as others could take advantage of them. Since I was not chosen, it means that this inheritance is not destined with me, said Zhen Biu before jumping on a sword and flying away. She did not hesitate, and there seemed to be no regret in her decision. Wang Wei looked at her departed back before looking at this group again. His eyes focused on Mo Xingyun, making the latter slightly tremble before regaining her bearing and smiling like a cunning fox. A few seconds after not receiving an answer, Wang Wei flew away with his group, hopped inside his void boat before returning to the sect. All the others looked at his back with gritted teeth. They thought the power of law could allow them to catch this monster. But now, they realize this monster will not stop growing nor wait for them to catch up. Why don't we stop to watch the upcoming battle? Asked Yan Liling. It will not be as much of a battle. The other five know best not to reveal their strength now, so they will most likely rush back home and wait for a month, said Li Jun. It would still be interesting to see how they run home while protecting themselves from the others. Shadow 2 will record the fight. Furthermore, our presence will make these guys more reserved for fear we sneak attack them. Li Jun then looked at Wang Wei. Is something wrong? You seem to be in a rush. I just had a revelation that I needed to cultivate more of my incarnations if I want to win this inheritance. Li Jun squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Do you think there is a heaven chosen from other communities who would require the strength of your incarnations to defeat them? That's the greatest possibility, but I could not divine any more information. After arriving home, Wang Wei directly went to see Ancestor Wuqing. You're going to do something reckless again, aren't you? That's why I'm here to see you, to ensure it is not dangerous. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. What is it this time? I need more time energy for my incarnation. So, I plan to steal some from the Chrono Chaos realm. So what do you think? Why the sudden hurry? Wang Wei then explained the information the Lord Spirit revealed about otherworld communities, Heaven Chosen, and the divination he recently made. Taking this information into account, Wang Wuqing thought about the feasibility of this plan. With your time, Dao, and my protection, it should not be a problem to survive for some time in the Chrono Chaos realm as long as you don't go deep inside, that is. However, the time energy inside is very chaotic. Would you be able to purify it? No problem. Wang Wuqing did not immediately agree. Instead, he thought about other possible dangers. Give me a moment before I decide. After saying that, he disappeared from his secret realm. Deep inside the Dao opening sect, a sigh came from an ordinary coffin. This kid better worth all the trouble, said Origin 1. He'll tell Turtle 1 to secretly protect you too in case something goes wrong. Wang Wuqing nodded in excitement. Turtle 1 was one of the most powerful insurgents of the sect. He sacrificed most of his attack abilities for defense, surpassing Sword 1 and Origin 1 in this area. Turtle 1 could survive a few days under the attack of a regular Eternal Emperor by relying simply on his defense. He became the ultimate shield if he used the sect's array as a boost. He is one of the main reasons the sect has survived for so long. One of his most remarkable feats is he survived an attack against all the 9 devil gods with middle-level injuries and protected the sect from a few eternal emperors during the devil era. Wang Wuqing quickly thanked Origin One before returning to see Wang Wei and accepting his offer. The latter did not waste time and headed straight for the Chrono-Chaos realm in the southern part of the central continent. The entrance to this forbidden land is a mountain surrounded by spatial disturbance. Any person without sufficient strength who approached this place would be teleported to some unknown location in the Myriad Emperor world or possibly the Endless Void. Or they would be shredded apart by the spatial currents coming from mountain. Luckily, Wang Wei and Wang Wuqing were not among the people who could not even reach the mountain's entrance, which was a cave. Before entering, Wang Wei created a transparent barrier with his time law to cover the two of them, and Wang Wuqing boosted the shield. Wang Wei looked at his surrounding. Everything was red, including the sky, clouds, and even the earth. He looked at the sky and saw a bunch of ancient clocks with characters instead of numbers. These clocks would constantly appear and disappear. Language from the pre-null era? Thought Wang Wei as he observed the clocks. He then sensed the power of his time barrier and whether it would hold up. No problem. This is a great place to temper the body. Excuse me? After you prove the Tao, instead of destroying this forbidden land, turn it into a secret realm to temper the body. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he felt some more debt was suddenly added to his head. If he could make this level of secret realm, primarily the immortal body refiners would benefit. That's a good idea. After I prove the Tao, I will also need some ways to temper my body, and I doubt divine punishment thunder would last long anyway. Then, Wang Wei began his work. He summoned his 108 future Buddha self, placing them in specific positions to enact an array. Once everything was set up, he activated the array. A few minutes later, a translucent crystal appeared in the middle of the array. Success, muttered Wang Wei as he sensed the pure time energy inside. Then, he focused on the remaining chaotic nature, and an idea popped into his mind. He absorbed it while running the Future Buddha book. A few minutes later, a phantom of the 109th Future Buddha self appeared behind him, and Wang Wei opened his eyes with excitement. This place was simply his heaven. So, he sat down to continue refining the time crystals. Divine Tao League. Fong Li Juan sat cross-legged with a pale complexion inside a secret room. She had a scar running down from her face to her upper torso and a burn mark on the left part of her face. Damn it, it will take me hundreds of years to heal these injuries, she thought with gritted teeth, thinking about how she ended up in this terrible shape. The battle for the token was quick and fierce. Not long after Wang Wei, countless runes suddenly appeared on Tong Rubing's body, and she disappeared. No one could detect her or where she left, and even her method was somewhat strange. Fong Li Juan did not waste time and entered the invisible mode. Her first target was the member of the ancient clan, Hua Feng Wang. Her tactic first worked as she bypassed the latter's detection and stabbed her heart. But to Fong Li Juan's horror, her crystal sword only burrowed the skin while the muscles prevented it from going deeper. Nevertheless, she persisted and decided to use a more powerful attack or stack one. Unfortunately, her opponent's eyes suddenly changed, and before she could barely react, a bright red flame rushed to annihilate her. Luckily, her bloodline activated to encase her in a protective crystal, barely saving her life. She quickly used a technique to make her injuries invisible and healed. Regrettably, these flames were very persistent, and she could only recover 60 of them. Then, Fong Li Juan targeted Feng Hong. As someone with the yin-yang eyes, he was the nemesis of her invisible law. Thinking about it now, she realized how silly of a mistake she had made. During this all-out confrontation, Feng Hong confronted Huang Yuan, who immediately used his life and death book. However, the young Taoist encased his enemy in a dome made of yin-yang diagram. The diagram separated yin from yang, and thus tried to separate the book's innate life and death laws. Huang Yuan became scared as he knew the consequences if something happened to his book, so he tried his best to prevent this from happening. And in the process, he became useless in the fight. Then, Feng Lijuan took this opportunity to sneak attack Feng Heng. However, the young Taoist calmly looked in her direction, took out a black and white sword, and slashed it, almost severing her into two. After this injury, she was incapacitated, so she returned home to heal. I need a way to make me completely undetected by these people with pupil techniques and also increase my attacking strength. The laws of darkness, shadow, and even space could be the answer. Feng Lijuan began a plan for the Law Foundation stage. However, she felt none of these were enough to compete with these monsters. Then, she sensed something and took out a talisman. As expected, none of these 6 lost their token. She frowned as she pondered deeply. These 6 are a problem and must be dealt with no matter what. Then, she used a talisman to contact a few people and waited. Chapter 526, I agree. Feng Lijuan stood in a room with a magic array above her head. A few minutes later, a few projections appeared in the room. I'm glad you accept my invitation, she said. What is your purpose? Be blunt, said Huang Yuan. You are all intelligent people, so you should guess my purpose. An alliance, said Feng Lijuan. These 6 are currently too powerful, especially Wang Weia, and might remain so until the heaven will battle. So, we must band together and get rid of them first before we fight amongst ourselves. I don't need anyone else's help to defeat these people. Is that so? Do you think having an innate treasure with Outlaw Daos makes you a big shot? Commented Sun Jiaolong. Without that book, you are essentially useless. Are you the one talking? Are you even worthy of being called a heaven chosen without your sword? Huang Yuan snapped back. You weren't even present for the secret realm. And something tells me it's because you were too scared. Sun Jiaolong sneered, but did not say anything more. It was a calculated move not to participate in this secret realm. He figured his chances were low acquiring the inheritance. And even if he did succeed, he would not be able to keep it. The other powerful emperor lineages would pressure him and his dynasty to hand it over. And with the great Wu dynasty's weakness, he does not believe they could withstand the pressure. Now that all the men have finished showing their ego, let's talk about the alliance, said Mo Xingyun. I think it's a great idea, but we can do more. What do you have in mind? Asked Feng Lijuan. We can invite the other 5, except for Wang Wei. He's the real threat. That's pointless. I know Tong Ruobing. She would never accept the invitation, said Chun Shun. Not now, but not necessarily after the second round. What do you mean? Be direct, said Feng Lijuan while looking at Mo Xingyun, who smiled cunningly. I can honestly tell you once Wang Wei reaches his peak strength, he will be able to slaughter all of us in a few minutes. And not just him, Dition is the same as well. The others frowned. Aren't you being a little dramatic? There is no way the gap is this big, asked Huang Yuan. Have any of you heard of the 9 Extremities Foundation? They looked at each other before shaking their head. Then, Mo Xingyun explained what it was, making the expression of the others very ugly. Then, they returned to normal. I know what you're thinking, but it's futile. Even if you were to try to walk the same path as Wang Wei, you would fail. Anyway, I know you will try anyway. When Mo Xingyun learned about this information, she also wanted to walk on the path of establishing this supreme foundation, but she did not meet the requirement and failed. And it was not because of the enormous amount of resources required. Back to the main topic, said Chun Shun. What do you mean the others will join us? After they experience the horror of Wang Wei's strength, a few of them should be susceptible to the idea of an alliance. Your plan is feasible, and we could draw other people into our alliances, said Feng Lijuan. But if Wang Wei and Dition are so powerful, does it make sense to unite? Yes, more than ever, added Mo Xingyun. We will use tactics, underhanded methods, and large numbers to wear out these 2 before killing or taking their powers. Wang Wei has Li Jun and other generals to protect him, and I'm assuming it is the same for Dition. So, these tactics might not work on them, said Chun Shun. Then we need to unite our generals to quickly take out theirs before we get to them, commented Sun Jiaolong. The group became quiet. pondering the feasibility of this alliance. Although it looked good on the surface, there are bound to be many issues, mostly involving the class of their egos. Nevertheless, this might be the only option they have for now. How about we take some time before making a decision? Said Huang Yuan. Then, they all looked at each other before nodding and ending the communication array. Western Continent. Mo Xingyun smiled after everything ended. She could guess these people wanted to test the Nine Extremities Foundation. It's a shame they will be disappointed. As expected, almost a month later, they regrouped for another discussion. So have you tried? Asked Mo Xingyun, and no one responded to her. Can you tell us what we are missing? Asked Chun Chun. You can name your price. Are you sure you want to know? It won't change anything. After seeing the determination in these people's eyes, she smiled before telling them her price. A bit expensive, muttered Huang Yuan. I know your divine Dao League is poor, so you can owe me a favor instead, said Mo Xingyun, making Fong Lijuan grit her teeth. No need. I can still afford such a price. Mo Xingyun shrugged her shoulder before sending the group a sole contract with her signature. And after they all signed, she told them the reason for their failure. Sun Jiaolong sighed. Is the difference between us so great? Now you understand, added Mo Xingyun. Of course, you guys could still walk the orthodox path like DT. Everyone sneered. Who wants to keep reincarnating while suffering countless trials and tribulations? How do you know so much? Asked Fong Lijuan. You don't need to know that. Now, what about our alliance? Any decision. I agree, said Chin Chun. Without hesitation, he remembered the humiliation he suffered at Su Shi's hands in front of the secret realm. He did not want to feel so weak and powerless again. I agree, Sun Jiaolong said. Wang Wei took the human destiny sword from him, ruining a lot of his plan and drastically weakening him. Although the demon destiny sword has made up for some of his losses, it was not enough. Furthermore, he has not discovered the Sea race's destiny sword. I agree, said Huang Yuan while clutching his hand. All his life, he has been undefeated, suppressing anyone who stood in his way to the top. However, after coming to the myriad emperor world, he has suffered defeats after defeats. Although he had adjusted his mindset years ago, sometimes he could not help but wonder whether it would be best to remain an overlord in the lower realm than suffer this kind of humiliation at the hands of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan did not regret his decision. He did not want to be a phoenix amongst a group of chickens. I agree, said Fong Lijuan, the person with the least emotional change after this decision since she facilitated this alliance. Over the years, she had to learn to control her pride and not be influenced by her bloodline or the false glory of the Divine Tao League. So, no matter the method used, she must prove the Tao. I also agree, said Mo Xingyun with her usual charming smile that seems like she's always scamming somebody. Despite her calm demeanor, she feared that some of these people would be scared by her information and decide to seal themselves and compete with another generation. Luckily, these people know that this glorious age is a time full of destiny, granting them the highest chance of becoming an eternal emperor. In any other generation, they have to rely entirely on their natural talent. Unfortunately, no one here can confidently say they could accomplish such a feat if we want to form an alliance. We must hide from Wang Wei for a while. His fate-reading ability is really annoying, said Sun Jiaolong. However, he will learn of this alliance eventually. Most likely, but the longer we can hide from him, the more advantageous the situation is for us, said Mo Xingyun. Plus, we also need to guard against his fate shadow guards. These pesky things seemed to have amazing infiltrating abilities. Do you know something we don't? Asked Fong Lijuan. I know a lot of things you don't. For example, DT sleepers are even more elite than Wang Wei's fate shadow guard. So, I will sell you guys some method to prevent them from infiltrating your armies in general. Army in general? Wait, does that mean these two have already infiltrated our factions? Asked Sun Jiaolong. What do you think? So, you'll help keep our armies pure, but not our faction? It's too risky if you guys start to clean up your factions. Wang Wei would notice something wrong. Plus, my methods do not guarantee you can find all their spies. Everyone in this room was intelligent, so they quickly caught into something. In these short 2 meetings, Mo Xingyun managed to shift the power balance of the entire alliance in her favor. Without them even realizing it, she became the de facto leader. And there seems to be nothing they can do to change that fact. Do we need a name for our alliance? Asked Mo Xingyun. Who could guess what these people were thinking? I say we call it the Suppressing Fate Alliance. How does the name make sense if we target Di Tian and Wang Wei? I like the name, plus I feel he's more of a threat. The others looked at each other before nodding in agreement. In the current stages of the alliance, Mo Xingyun had the advantage. So, it's no problem to bend to her when it comes to minor things such as this. Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei opened his eyes before muttering. The month is already approaching. He then looked at all the crystals before him with a smile. He raised his head to look at the 360 future Buddha self, and his smile became more radiant. Are you done? Asked Wang Wuqing. Yes. We can leave. But can I come back to cultivate? Bring back the deceiving heaven longevity art, and you can do whatever you want. Wang Wei smiled. Don't go back on your words. Then the 3 left this eerie place. And as soon as Wang Wei arrived outside, he received a communication talisman from Shadow 2 about the battle in front of the secret realm. Chapter 527 Accord. Wang Wei watched the battle through the talisman. He first saw what happened to Feng Lijuan and Huang Yuan before watching what happened to others. A primordial aura emanated from Su Shi's body before punching Qinshan with enormous force. An innate defensive armor appeared on his body, followed by dozens quasi-emperor tier defensive artifacts. However, her punch broke these artifacts before sending Chun flying away. From what Wang Wei can determine, he was probably uninjured, but the punch sent him flying so far away that he was out of the fight. After that, a few unimportant mobs tried to stop Su Shi, but she flew past them to go home. Meanwhile, after suppressing Huang Yuan and injuring Feng Lijuan, Feng Hung turned into a black and white rainbow before flying away. No one could stop his speed. A few people tried to set up a formation to defeat Huafeng Wang, but she released an aura that instantly suppressed these people and rendered them immobile. Then, she grew Phoenix's wings on her back before flying away. Montauk Xingyun attacked Jingwu Hua. With a wave of her hand, numerous spatial cuts attacked her opponent. However, the latter did not move an inch. Every time the slashes approached her, they would burn upon contact with her. After a few attacks, Mo Xingyun frowned before stopping and leaving. And Jingwu Hua flew to the sun. She's not even trying, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He then returned home before getting busy. There was a transplanar transmission array in the sect connected to the worlds his incarnations habited. He had the puppets he left there to protect these worlds and build it for immediate access to them in case of an emergency. Wang Wei used them to add the time crystals in the time acceleration arrays. The next day, he prepared his team to go to the second round of the trial. This time around, it was him, Li Jun, and Shadow 2 who went. Tai Gang was in another Middle Thousand world, and Yin Liling entered seclusion to continue working on the automated cauldron. Wang Wei injected his origin essence into the token. A flash of light enveloped the 3, and they disappeared. And as soon as they arrived at their destination, Wang Wei did not check the environment, but took out a talisman. Ancestor, are you there? Yes, I followed you. How is the situation? There are many other immortal powerhouses from otherworld communities. As expected. Well, thank you for everything. Don't mention it. After putting the talisman away, he finally looked around and noticed his environment. He was currently in an ancient city with many houses. With a quick check around, he found nothing unusual. Some information appeared in his mind, pointing him to his mansion's location. Wang Wei followed it to arrive at a region of the city where a group of villas was placed together. He looked in the distance and saw Feng Hung and Huafeng Wang had just arrived. It seems we are grouped based on our world community. Wang Wei looked at their mansion for a moment before raising his hand to create a small cube in his palm. He controlled the cube to enter the house, which emanated strange spatial fluctuation for a moment before returning to normal. The 3 then walked into the mansion. The odd thing is after reaching 5 meters from it, they suddenly disappeared and reappeared in this ample space. The mansion was in the middle of the space, and the surrounding was vast green plains. In the blue sky, full of clouds, the sun shone brightly. A secret realm? The young master can instantly create such a large secret realm with a perfect ecosystem, thought Shadow 2 under his hood. Cultivators can create secret realms or small dimensions in the void-shattering realm. However, the process is different for everybody based on their capabilities. Most cultivators require days to create their secret realm, let alone the ecosystem. And some weak ones cannot even do it without help from things like void stone or other spatial elements resources. Wang Wei did not know about Shadow 2's internal turmoil as he raised his hand in the sky to create countless arrays. As for his current feat, it is nothing but a combination of space and order law. With spatial law, it is easy for him to create a dimension instantly. As for the environment, he used order laws to establish the rules of this dimension, changing it from its disorder state to a state of order. He established the rules that there needs to be grass, a blue sky, clouds, and shining sun, and so these things appear to form a coherent and natural environment, a place or order. After establishing the arrays, the group entered the mansion and saw the shocked look of the servants chosen to serve their daily life. Wang Wei read these people's fate line and determined nothing was wrong with their background, so he left them. Meanwhile, outside, Feng Heng and Jingwu Hua looked at the mansion that seemed no different from usual. However, their eyes could see this mansion was no longer in the same space as them. Feng Heng saw the most with his eyes and could only sigh at this beautiful application of laws. After sighing, he entered his mansion before setting up arrays too. So, what is our next step of action? Asked Li Jun while looking around. We need to contact the other 5, said Wang Wei before taking out 5 jade talismans that flew into the others' mansions. A few minutes later, the others' projections appeared before him. Lady Hua, it's been a while since we last met and chatted. How have you been? Said Wang Wei with a smile. Very well, actually. How about you? Young Master Wang? To be frank, the past few thousand years have not been great. However, I'm here and breathing. I guess I should not complain. Lady Jingwu, Lady Tong, I believe this is our first meeting. Believe it or not, I know a lot about you, said Tong Ruobing with a sweet and innocent smile. Oh, how so? Not important, but I owe a lot of my success to you. Is that so? That's news to me, replied Wang Wei, thinking about the slight karmic connection he sensed he had with her after seeing her for the first time in the secret realm. It's a shame he could not gather more information with it. Lady Su, I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Are you? Asked Su Sherbak. No, but it costs nothing to say a few nice words, so why not say it? Su Sher squinted her eyes at him, but did not say more. I don't mean to be rude, but can you please be direct with your purpose? Said Jingwu Hua. I never like you humans' concept of small talk or pleasantries. So be it, said Wang Wei, not minding her words. Before the second round, I want us to come to a small agreement. Don't sell each other's information. The 5 pondered the significance of these words. In this competition, information will become valuable. One of the first things many people will do is gather as much information as possible on the Heaven Chosens from different communities. And one of the fastest ways to gather information is to exchange information from people in your world community with others, or maybe even sell it for a high price. However, this agreement would make it harder for foreign competitors to acquire information about them, thus providing them some leverage. I agree, said Tong Ruobing. Then the others did as well, including the quiet Feng Heng and somber Su Sher. The only person who did not say anything was Jingwu Hua, who frowned while still deep in thought. This accord was not beneficial to her at all. It could even be said it targeted her. Jingwu Hua never showed up since the beginning of this generation, so the information about her was minimal to the point of being useless. She is an emperor offspring, so signing this accord was detrimental since she could not sell these people's information. The problem is if she said no, she could tell they would immediately band together to suppress her even before the trial began. She squinted her eyes, looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes before saying, "I agree." "Excellent. I will send a contract." Wang Wei used a contract he created. It involved a soul contract and a Grand Tao oath, which is even more restrictive than a personal oath or a heavenly Tao oath. Anyone who violates it would suffer a terrible backlash. He also ensured there was no loophole, like although they could not sell the information, someone close to them could sell it. He is so meticulous because he did not know whether Emperor offsprings had the natural ability to resist contracts or oath backlash. So, he wanted to be careful. Nevertheless, he also understood this method would not entirely prevent others from acquiring information about them. After all, cultivators could use many investigative techniques to obtain information. After everyone signed the agreement, they ended the communication to do their things. Wang Wei then sent Shadow 2 to investigate. Now that he had time, Wang Wei decided to check on his chat group. Chapter 528, Debt Paying Mad King. I just entered the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, Tier 3, and destroyed at least 10 small sections. Great day. Scholar, how many sects have you destroyed? Don't you feel guilty for all the lives in your hand? Mad King. Guilt? What is that? Anyway, I have absorbed these people's flesh, blood, and soul in exchange for many karma points. Now, I have some income to spend. Scholar, I still think giving people like you power is wrong. Doctor, I concur with this sentiment. Mad King, you guys just don't have what it takes to reach the top of the cultivation world. I bet you goody two-shoes are still in the body refining realm because you won't use drastic measures for cultivation. Doctor, for your information, am now at the peak of the true Yuan realm, Tier 2, and about to enter the Meridian Opening realm. Scholar, am already in the middle stage of the Meridian Opening realm. Mad King, how is that possible? How can you be so quick? Scholar, you're not the only one who can use luck to cultivate. Mad King, did you also become the king of a dynasty? No, your temperament and ideals do not fit the sovereign path. Did you become the prime minister of a fortune dynasty? Scholar, despite your title, you're pretty intelligent. Mad King, what a rude bastard. Whatever. Doctor, how come your cultivation is so fast? Doctor, I don't know talent. Mad King, please. Who amongst us is not talented? Otherwise, we would not be there. Doctor, in that case, I don't know. Mad King, give me a moment. A few minutes later. Mad King, I know. You're using the power of incense. Doctor, what do you mean? Mad King, every time you treat a patient that thanks you with their heart, their emotions turn into incense, which boosts your cultivation level. This is part of your cultivation technique. Doctor, how fascinating. Wait, how do you know this? Mad King, I use the search function. Scholar, elaborate, please. Mad King, don't you guys know? If you want to know something, you can use the search function. Then, an answer will be given to you along with the prize for that answer. Assassin, Mad King, are you rich? Mad King, compared to you lots, I guess I am. Assassin, then, can you lend me some karma points? Mad King, can't you buy whatever you want with a loan? Assassin, I tried that, but said I could not receive any more loans because of the high debt from the cultivation technique. Mad King, what do you want to buy? And why do you want to buy it? Please tell the truth. Assassin, Fine. I was part of an organization that took orphans at a young age and trained them with cruel methods to be assassins for hire. After getting the cultivation technique and reaching the true Yuan realm, I slaughtered everybody for what they did to me. However, I also learned they were nothing but a mortal branch of one of the top factions in the cultivation world. So, I need to buy a Tier 9 talisman to destroy that faction. Inside a throne room, the Mad King sat on his golden dragon throne with his eyes closed. After reading that Assassin wanted to buy a Tier 9 level resource, he hesitated. Even with all the sects he slaughtered, he barely had enough karma points to purchase a Tier 6 resource. So how could he lend her his money? Additionally, why would she need such a high-level resource? There are plenty of ways for her to hide and remain undetected through the chat group. So, things were not as simple as Assassin stated. Nevertheless, the Mad King quickly thought about something he recently realized. The cultivation technique he cultivated was powerful beyond measure. In one of the small sects he destroyed, he found an incomplete cultivation technique that belonged to a powerful sect in his world. And that sect is one of the most powerful factions in the entire world. The Mad King then compared that technique with the one he cultivated, and he could only say it was dog shit when compared. Although that technique only contained the first two realms, he could still see the vast difference. So, he had an idea. Mad King, I agree to lend you all my points, but I have a few conditions. Assassin, please say. Mad King, firstly, I want a 5-time return on borrowed points. Assassin, deal. Assassin thought he would ask more, and she was prepared to be taken advantage of. Mad King, secondly, I want you to train a group of elite assassins for me, and they must obey me and only me. Don't leave any secret backhand on them, so you can control them when needed. Assassin pondered for a moment and realized the Mad King's purpose was to take advantage of the uniqueness of her cultivation technique. Like him, she also learned how unique it was. Before that, she planned to change to another one after reaching the martial intent realm, Tier 4, to not pay for all the karma points. After all, with this technique, she could understand shadow and space intent. Then, all she had to do was switch to another decent technique and integrate her intent into that technique. Unfortunately, after infiltrating and stealing a few techniques from Tier 4 and 5 sects, she realized how horrible these native techniques were compared to the one she's using. And although she had not seen those Tier 9 sects techniques, she did not think they would be as good as hers. Assassin, I agree with your condition, but how do I get the trained people to you? Mad King, as I said before, you guys need to use the search function more often. We can travel to each other's worlds through transmission arrays. The only issue is the high price. However, there are less expensive options like paying for a void boat voyage, but those take time to travel between worlds. But you can also pay extra to expedite the voyage. The other four became serious after learning this news. This information changed the dynamic of the entire group. Assassin, good to know. Does anyone else want to lend me some money? No one answered her. Assassin, am willing to return you 3 times the amount. Still no answer. Assassin, I thought you guys were smart. I can't believe the Mad King is the only wise man here. Scholar, what do you mean by that? Assassin, after I destroy the Tier 9 sect, I will have access to all their resources so that I won't lack any karma points. So, there is no need to worry about repaying you. Scholar, Doctor, Mad King. She could even lend some karma points afterward to destroy Tier 9 sects in our world, so we can have more resources. Assassin, exactly. Produce, Scholar. I doubt you won't need my help training a few elite assassins for you. Scholar, fine, I'll lend you my money. Don't forget your promise. Although Scholar considered himself a loyal minister, he understood the mind of a sovereign is fickle. So, there is nothing wrong with having some secret force underneath him. Doctor, me too. The doctor was slightly guilty that his action would result in the death of countless people. However, he had a sense of urgency after learning they could travel to each other worlds. He needed to be as strong as possible to protect his world from the very likely invasion of these people, especially the Mad King. So, he told himself it was all right since he was not the one killing these people. The karma of their death should not fall on his head. Butcher, I just got online and read the conversation. I'll also lend you some of my savings. Afterward, the group sent Assassin their karma points using the chat group as a contract guarantee. Deep in an underground hideout, Assassin sat cross-legged on a cushion. She opened her eyes when a talisman appeared in her hand. Finally got it, she muttered. With the others' points, mainly the Mad King and her savings after stealing from a few dozens of sects, she finally had enough to buy this talisman. Based on my analysis, my backlash for stealing luck will most likely come from the killing temple learning of my action and hunting them down. But what if I destroy them before they become my backlash? The backlash would be gone, or prolongedly delay. Even if it does not work, I bet the killing temple has a few innate treasures. Hopefully, it is as strong as the description, muttered Assassin before leaving the base. Meanwhile, Wang Wei read their chat before checking the inventory. Most of the things these guys exchanged were useless items between Tier 1 and 4. However, Wang Wei truly valued the lifespan and luck they exchanged. Every time these people steal someone's luck, 20 of it goes to him. Additionally, people like Assassin, Mad King, and Butcher also absorb their targets or victims' flesh, blood, soul, and lifespan. Wang Wei needed luck and lifespan as sacrifices to boost his comprehension. He has a long way to go to catch up to Di Tian's Golden Law Tree. After checking the inventory, he focused on Assassin. Without hesitation, she traveled to the location of the Killing Temple and activated the talisman. Then, a giant hand descended from the sky, descending on the temple. Numerous martial artists in the True World realm, Tier 9, appeared in the sky and manifested their world to block that hand. Unfortunately, that talisman contained 50 of Wang Wei's strength. So, the hand annihilated these worlds without stopping its momentum. Bang! The magnificent temple shook tremendously before being destroyed. All the disciples, elders, deacons, and even the sect master died. Oddly, they just died with their bodies and souls intact. It was as if they just died without any causes or reasons. Assassin frowned after seeing all these perfect, intact bodies lying on the floor. With her cultivation level, she could not understand what was wrong with these people, so she hurriedly used the search function. She then learned these people's bodies were preserved in case she wanted to absorb their luck and sacrifice their bodies and lifespan. Furthermore, she also realized the attack also preserved the resource hall of the temple. Suddenly, Assassin received a message directly in her mind asking if she wanted to use some karma points to get rid of the temple members not present in the main branch. She then realized her mistake, or an oversight on her part. The Killer Temple had many branches scattered across the world, and many of these branches have Tier 9 powerhouses. Once they learned she destroyed their sect, they would hunt her down until the end of the earth. So is this my true luck backlash? So, she quickly contacted the chat group and agreed. Immediately, Assassin felt she was connected to a mighty and supreme being, Lord of Destiny. Her eyes changed as she saw thousands of invisible yellow threads connecting from the destroyed temple to different parts of the world. She also saw all these threads were connected to her. Then, an invisible blade appeared to cut off all the threads, and with each one severe. Assassin knew that one of the temple branch assassins was dead, but it appeared as if they were erased from the world. The Lord of Destiny's power wiped out all their memories and trace of existence. As she experienced this scene, she had a look of envy and yearning. Then, she quickly collected herself. She rushed toward the sect's resources hall, and a small light entered her forehead on her way there. She was scared at first, but calmed down after realizing it was information about the location of the sect's precious resources. At her destination, Assassin was not surprised the previous attack had destroyed the temple's formation. So, with no hindrance, she rushed to a specific destination. 2 innate treasures? It seems my luck is good. She only needed one to pay her initiation debt, so she wondered what to do with the second. However, Assassin did not hesitate before choosing to exchange it. With the second innate treasure, she had enough karma points to pay for her cultivation technique and the price of having Destiny Lord take action, with enough left over to repay all her debts and still be considered rich. Wang Wei looked at the 2 innate treasures in his hand. Although they were only the lowest level, he did not mind. He can still exchange for ultimate level innate herb with the sect, as long as he pays for the difference. A few strings of chaos key produced by his key flower are more than enough to make up for the difference. Maybe I should destroy a few sects in Great Thousand Worlds to get the resources I need, muttered Wang Wei, who shook his head soon after. There was a better option, stealing. With his ability, the sect's protection arrays were nothing to him, so he could infiltrate their resources hall and take what he wanted. He did not have to mindlessly slaughter. Although he was not affected by karma, he didn't like large-scale slaughter unless necessary. After coming up with this idea, Wang Wei acted. He first sent these 2 innate treasures to his clone back in the sect so it could exchange the resources he needed. He also instructed it to send them to the incarnations. Then, he placed one of his spirit particles in a puppet and ordered him to use the soul network to start divining worlds with sects that may have innate treasures. As Wang Wei watched the puppets work, he sighed out loud. Ever since he arrived in this place, his intuition has told him to gather the resources for the incarnation as soon as possible. As such, he suddenly had a sense of urgency. He then focused on the chat group again. I need someone to help me gather incense, and the doctor's method is too slow because of his conservative approach. So, Wang Wei decided to find another person to add to the group. He originally wanted to create a fake account to secretly motivate these people to get karma points, but Assassin's actions made this idea futile. Wang Wei then searched for someone in the same category of these five, with the difference that person wanted to be worshipped. A few hours later, he found another person in another Middle Thousand world. Then, the members receive a message. Ding! Wannabe God has joined the chat group. Chapter 529 first and second, a young farmer with a rake looked dazed in the distance with a shocked look. A few seconds later, he muttered, "Chat group? Ha 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 ha. Shally, what's wrong?" asked an older man next to him. "Peasant, don't talk to me. I'm a man destined to rule the heavens." The older man looked at him calmly before ignoring him. This was not the first time Shally had said these random and ridiculous things. Meanwhile, Shally did not mind the other's reaction, as he knew he was telling the truth this time. So, he put his tool away before running to his small house. He was currently receiving much information and needed time to process them. Mad King, a newcomer? Please introduce yourself. Scholar, I did not even know we could have new members. Doctor, welcome, fellow Taoist. Wannabe God, I knew I was destined for greatness. I give you permission to worship this God. Mad King. Scholar, Doctor, Assassin, an idiot? Butcher. Well, this explains the name. Wannabe God. Where is the Lord of Destiny? Come give this God the startup cultivation technique. Everyone read this message with terror on their faces, unable to process what was happening. And before they could even do that, they found themselves in the meeting room they first met. Wang Wei calmly looked at the young farmer without saying anything. Meanwhile, Wannabe God felt his soul was slowly being squeezed out into pace with that single look. Sweats fell from his very soul as his life flashed across his eyes. I can eliminate your entire existence with a single thought before making you regret you ever existed between heaven and earth, Wang Wei said calmly. Do you know this? Wannabe God took all his willpower to nod his head. As long you understand that, nodded Wang Wei. I have no problem with you having goals, dreams, ambitions, or desires. This is the exact reason you are here today. But you should know your limitation, know your weight. I'm sorry for what I said. It's fine. Just be mindful of your actions or words when you are weak. Wannabe God clenched his hands as he understood the message. He was too weak. Tell me what you want for your cultivation technique. Ever since I was young, I've only wanted to be worshipped by everyone. Man, woman, nobles, kings, etc. So that's what I want. In that case, the path of sovereign God is perfect. You can establish a fortune dynasty to gather key luck and incense. You can conquer myriad races and worlds, garnering their awe and worship. Be mindful, though. Your strength can drastically increase with the power of incense, but it will also restrict you. If you lose your worshippers, you will lose your strength. Is that acceptable? Yes, immediately replied Wannabe God. Very well. Your total is 14.7 million karma points. A booklet flew in front of Wannabe God, and after accepting it, Wang Wei looked at the others before disappearing. Everyone remained quiet while looking at this crazy new member. Assassin, can you lend me some points now? I want to destroy the most powerful sect in my world and plunder their resources, said the Mad King after sighing in relief. He still had the most expensive technique. Me as well, said the Butcher, who did not like mass killing. He preferred one-on-one killing, where he could savor the victim's pain, suffering, and despair. Nevertheless, he also understood the need for resources to become stronger. Give me one too, said the scholar. The most powerful dynasty in my world is my way. Not you too, scholar, said the doctor. I thought you were one of the few people in this group with morals. I have morals, but the Great Su dynasty treated people worse than dogs. Moreover, I have news that they have been selling humans to the demon race to maintain peace. They've gone too far. The assassin smiled before saying, "No problem. I will even loan each of you the money to buy a talisman with more than one attack." She then looked to the doctor. "Are you sure you don't want one? I'm sure your world has some problems that need brute strength to solve." The doctor became lost in thought. His world indeed had problems, and a lot of them. The martial artist factions constantly fought for wealth, power, and fame. And as a result, the common people died every day as casualties. Maybe with absolute strength, he could stop the fighting indefinitely or by an extended period of peace and stability. "I also want a loan," said the doctor, making an assassin smile under her hood. "Excellent." Then she gave him the loan. As for Wannabe God, she did not ask him. Wannabe God was a new person, and he had offended the Destiny Lord. She did not know whether he would survive long despite the Lord not minding his behavior. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched this interaction. After the exchange, these people went on a killing spree, and, as expected, they acquired some innate herbs. Each had 2, with the Mad King acquiring a shocking total of 4. Each group member exchanged their 2 innate treasures. One was to pay for their initiation debt, and the other to pay for their cultivation debt. It's a shame the Mad King did not exchange the last 2 treasures. "Now, only the last resource group is left," muttered Wang Wei after taking out the innate resources. He only needed 10 more innate herbs for the last incarnation, which alleviated the warning signs his intuition gave him. Nevertheless, he would not stop his business of raising leek, as some protagonist in his past life would call them. After all, he now had ambitions to convert all the materials in his main body into Chao level ones. Wang Wei looked at the people in the chat while muttering, "Now that all of you are rich, you will stop relying on me. This can't be allowed." He accessed the original 5's fate line and added a few Nexus Fate events that would force them to use the points in their hands and continue relying on his power. He also took his time with the Mad King, since he wanted the remaining 2 innate resources. As for Wannabe God, he was still in his early stage of development, so there was no need to make things difficult for him, at least not yet. Finally, Wang Wei focused on his puppet, who was still searching for worlds with innate treasures to steal. Unfortunately, he did find nothing as of yet, and Wang Wei was not surprised. It would not be surprising if these 6 people's worlds were the only place in a martial supreme world community with innate resources, at least in the lower realm. For example, Wang Wei has been searching the lower realm of the Myriad Emperor world community for many years, but found nothing, even with his divination. Furthermore, he knew the reason he could gather these resources so quickly was a combination of his Tao Overlord's luck being on the rise and his strategic mind. From now, things will require a bit more effort. Through the Trials token, Wang Wei received the news that a dinner party with all the Trials participants would take place a week from now. So, he used this time to gather as much information as possible through Shadow 2. As he expected, the information was not much, mainly since some world communities might have used the same tactics. Nevertheless, he still gathers some crucial basic information. For example, 12 world communities participated in this trial, counting the Myriad Emperor. Of these 12 communities, Wang Wei paid attention to 2: Star Beast World Community and the Emperor Tao World Community. The Star Beast World tied the Myriad Emperor world for the number of eternal emperors, 8. Furthermore, the entire Endless Void acknowledged that their cultivation system has the greatest battle prowess. It's a shame that even their quasi-emperor could only live up to 50,000 years due to that system. As for the Emperor Tao world, they're first on the list with a total of 10 eternal emperors. Of course, Wang Wei did not take the list seriously, as he knew the Myriad Emperor used to be first. But too many eternal emperors died, plus the one or ones hiding in the Forbidden Lands do not count. Shadow Toe acquired some basic cultivation techniques from these world communities, so Wang Wei wanted to know about them. The Star Beast world's cultivation system is very rudimentary. It is divided into 9 ranks. The first stage of cultivation is to condense a rank 1 Star Beast body, usually between 5 meters to 100 meters. And every time the cultivator rises in rank, the Bodhi's height will increase to the point of being as big as galaxies. The entire system involves increasing the size of the body. What makes it the strongest battle-oriented system is the process of condensing these bodies. The Star Beast world's cultivators use anything under heaven and earth to increase their ranks. Spiritual herbs, ores, energy of any kind, laws, souls, flesh and blood, heart demon, etc. Anything they can find, they will absorb to increase their body size. So, fighting any of them is like simultaneously fighting a fleshly body master, energy-controlling expert, and soul savant. Then there's the constant, non-stop fighting of that world because of how precious every single piece of resource is. Every Star Beast cultivator is fighting madmen. They have to, otherwise they won't get the resources to cultivate. With such a short lifespan, how does their heaven will battle operates? Thought Wang Wei before searching for the answer in the information. From the information, Wang Wei knew that the Star Beast cultivators exchange many life-extending resources with other world communities so they can live long enough until their heaven will battle. If not, they will seal themselves before their lifespan runs out. As a result of this circumstance, the Star Beast world is very friendly to immortal-based world communities since they usually have the most resources related to longevity. After reading this, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a business opportunity. The Star Beast world might have connections to other world communities. But what about the lower realm? He does not think the Great and Middle Thousand world will have a way to contact them, so he wanted to target them. So, he decided to meet someone from the Star Beast world to get some information. Chapter 530 Fate Palace. Wang Wei did not immediately leave as he wanted to understand the cultivation system of the Emperor Dao world, which was attractive to him. The first realm is the body-tempering realm, involves training and purifying the body. The unique part about this realm is that they constantly destroy and rebuild their bodies, similar to some cultivation techniques in Nirvana. Energy Sea realm is a realm similar to the Divine Sea realm, which focuses on gathering and condensing energy. The main difference is that the cultivators in the system have to create something called spiritual foundation inside their bodies. There are 9 spiritual foundations. Soul realm is the third stage. As the name implied, this is a realm related to the soul. However, the way the Emperor Dao world reached this realm is different from the norm. The cultivators must experience myriad emotions and desires and use these intense feelings to temper their spirits and condense their souls. It seems similar to incense, but not quite, thought Wang Wei before continuing to read. The fourth realm is the Dao Declaration realm, which is the most important in this cultivation technique because of how much must be accomplished. The primary purpose of this realm is for cultivators to declare or decide their own Dao or path similar to how cultivators in the Divine Body realm have to do in the Myriad Emperor world. However, the Dao Declaration realm is more strict on the requirements. For example, all the heaven shows from the Emperor Dao world will be sent to the lower realm for trial and tribulations while having memories of their background seal. If they do not reach the peak of the Dao Declaration realm, they will not get their memories back. The more Wang Wei read about this realm, the more he shook his head. Too many things were happening in this short realm. The Dao Declaration realm is divided into 4 stages: 33 question stage, 66 question stage, 99 question stage, and 100 question stage. To go through the stages, cultivators have to study the laws and mystery of heaven and earth. Not comprehend, but study. By studying countless notes and esoteric scriptures of ancient sages, wise men, and even powerful cultivators, these cultivators can understand how the worlds and laws operate. In the Myriad Emperor world, Heaven Chosen has to go through a similar thing, but only when they are children, to establish a foundation for them. However, the Emperor Dao world integrate this aspect into their cultivation system. In the first stage, 33 question, cultivators must study enough about the body to temper it to the point of withstanding the law. In the second stage, 66 questions, they must understand enough about the soul to elevate its strength and quality based on the individual's talent. In the third stage, 99 question, sublimate the soul into the law soul, similar to primordial spirit or true soul. In the final stage, in the stage where the upper realm geniuses could unseal their memories, they have to elevate the previous energy in their bodies to a higher one. While doing all this, these cultivators also have to find their Tao or path and have enough conviction in their decision to move to the next realm. Otherwise, they would be stuck in this realm. I understand the purpose of the soul and Tao declaration realm is to temper the state of mind, willpower, and Tao heart, but it seems too much is happening at once, commented Wang Wei before continuing reading. The fifth realm is the law realm, further divided into sensing law, see law, touch law, and comprehend law. This is a step-by-step guide on comprehending and wielding the law. This is the basic realm that involves the laws found in many cultivation systems. The only noteworthy aspect is that some heaven-chosens are rewarded with something called law essence by heavenly Tao if they are powerful and talented enough. The law essence can nourish their bodies to make them stronger and boost their comprehension of specific laws. After comprehending 50 of their primary and 40 of minor laws, the next step is to condense them in the spiritual foundation into cores, hence the name of this realm, law core. The law cores can be created for one law, multiple, or one core for all the laws. Similar to how Wang Wei fuses the different law aspects of fate into one. Wang Wei realized that this spiritual foundation system provides great battle strength to cultivators in this stage because of law resonance. These cultivators can have multiple cores inside their bodies, then use them to resonate with each other or the laws of heaven and earth and borrow their power. So, the cultivators in the Emperor Tao world are most likely very versatile in their fighting methods. The seventh realm is the domain realm, where the law cores are condensed into a domain seed. And just like the Myriad Emperor world, cultivators must focus on expanding and controlling their domains. The eighth realm is the incarnation realm. Through deeper comprehension, the domain seed has turned into fruits of law in the first stage of this realm. And in the second stage, they ripened into incarnation of self. Cultivators do not have to consciously manipulate laws at this stage, as the incarnation will do it for them. The ninth stage is the true self realm, where the cultivators fused with their incarnation, boosting their control of the laws to another level. In each cultivation stage, cultivators condensed a spiritual foundation for a total of 9. And to reach the quasi-emperor realm, they must fuse all 9 spiritual foundations into an Emperor Tao foundation. During the fusion, cultivators can experience everything that previously occurred in their lives, thus sublimating their state of mind and Tao heart in the process. Additionally, during the fusion, the Emperor Tao world cultivators will slightly boost their comprehension to elevate their understanding of the Tao. According to rumors, Shadow 2 gathered. This boost will remain in some cultivators after acquiring the heaven while comprehending the Grand Tao source, but there is no proof yet. After reading the entire thing, Wang Wei compared the origin system with the spiritual foundation system. The overall difference is how these two systems approach laws. The origin system focused more on a deeper understanding of the law, while the spiritual foundation system focused more on subtle control of the law. For example, the higher energy created in the fourth stage of the Tao Declaration realm is fused with laws comprehended in the next realm. This is not the same for origin essence, which serve as a boost and power source for cultivators to use the law. Meanwhile, the Emperor Tao world cultivators fuse their energy with the law to better control. They use their soul, spirit, body, and even energy to control the law. The downside to this method is that if something went wrong with these cultivators' energy, their control of the law would decrease. And if something went wrong with their laws, they would be almost useless. Meanwhile, if something went wrong with the origin system cultivators' energy, they can still use their laws to fight. And if something is wrong with their laws, they can still use their energy to fight. Furthermore, because of how the Tao Declaration realm functioned, there are bound to be many cultivators forever stuck in that realm. meaning that the myriad Emperor world has way too many high-level cultivators than the Emperor Dao world. However, they have higher quality cultivators. And if Wang Wei had to choose which system was better, he had to admit it was the spiritual foundation system despite some of its flaws. Especially when it comes to the boost with comprehending the Grand Tao source, if it's true. He could foresee that they should have a higher number of second and first-class great emperors throughout their history than the myriad emperor world. As for the reasons they do not have even more eternal emperors, it could be because of luck or because the myriad emperor world has gone through many era-changing catastrophes that force geniuses from all walks of life to rise. Or the boost does not apply to understanding Tao will and existence. Or a combination of the three. After analyzing this cultivation system, Wang Wei had many thoughts and ideas. The first one was to create something similar to the spiritual foundations with his incarnation. He would call it Fate Palace instead. And his purpose is that when they fuse, it can sublimate his understanding and control of Fate Tao. This might be how I can reach a golden law tree, thought Wang Wei with excitement before rapidly calming down. To accomplish this, he would also need to learn from the incarnation of self-concept of the spiritual foundation system and recreate it. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind on how to accomplish these things. He could tell by doing this that he would elevate his force control skill to a higher level when it comes to law. The only problem facing him now was that he only had a quasi-emperor tier cultivation technique from the Emperor Dao world. He wanted to have at least one emperor scripture before proceeding with the plan. Another thing to put on the schedule is to optimize the origin system, he muttered. Wang Wei had long planned to do so, and the reason was not that he learned another system was better than his home world. Based on his plan, the environment of the myriad emperor world will revert to ancient times, meaning that the ancient clan and their cultivation system will flourish. Unfortunately, Wang Wei also acknowledged that the origin system could not compare to the ancient one in an environment full of innate qi and maybe even chaos qi. So, he could foresee that the majority of cultivators would switch to that system if nothing were done, thus destroying the Qi Lucy foundation of the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei would not let that happen, so he needed to optimize the origin system. Now, with this inheritance trial, he can access some of the best cultivation systems in the Endless Void and learn from them. Chapter 531, The Commerce Hub, You Dirty Hairless Monkey, said a humanoid hyena, looking at a group of people. He spat in front of them before continuing. You humans disgust me. You are lucky the trial does not allow fighting before the competition begins. After saying that, the hyena walked away to see a handsome young man with beautiful long silver-gray hair. Another disgusting hum. He did not finish his words before he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him, sending chills straight down his soul. He snorted coldly before walking away. The hyena soon arrived at his mansion. Boss, I just berated a human and humiliated him. A giant black tiger with red markings on its back opened his eyes. Oh, what did you call them? I called them disgusting hairless monkeys and harassed them for over an hour. Of course, he forgot the human that placed the fear of God in him. Well, it's not very original. And the monkey clan has been pressuring us to stop calling humans any words related to them. Nevertheless, you still did your duty. So, with my power granted from the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you some 1,000 community points. Thank you, young Master Yi. With this point, I can almost exchange a bloodline pill to sublimate my bloodline and rise in status. The hyena was genuinely excited. As long as his bloodline can sublimate, he can have a higher status in the Alliance. He could not think of the love of his life. They had loved each other since childhood, but because she was of higher status, he could not be with her due to the laws of the Alliance. However, all that will change once his status is elevated. While the hyena was in deep thought, a humanoid rabbit entered the room. Young Master Yi, I've written a new novel. Oh, let me see. The giant tiger used his divine sense to read for a few minutes before commenting. Not bad. Although it is a typical novel about the years humans oppressed us countless eras ago, you did a good job focusing on their atrocities toward the demon kind. I also like how you portrayed them as beasts with low-level intelligence and violent tendencies. Then there is the emphasis on the bald donkeys and their oppression of our kind through religion. Not bad, not bad. Young master, did you not like the ending? Well, exterminating humans is a good idea, but it has been done too often. Nevertheless, an excellent novel. It'll give you 7,600 community points. Thank you, young master, said the humanoid rabbit, while the hyena was slightly jealous. It's a shame he had no talent for writing, so he could only use the low-level method of harassing humans to get points. Give me your token, and he'll add the points. The two took out their point token, and the tiger added the point he promised. He then looked at them with his red pupils. Do you remember the DSA's motto? We will eradicate all humans and spread the supremacy of the demon race until we eventually rule the endless void. Simultaneously said the rabbit and hyena with a loud voice. Don't forget, we will never. Good, you can leave. As the tiger watched the group leave, a dangerous light flashed across his eyes before closing them and continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched the hyena walk away and muttered, It's weird seeing a demon race so confident and full of himself. After shaking his head, he headed for his destination. He soon arrived in the area where the Star Beast World's people lived. Then, he divined which house would ensure the highest possibility of success before walking to the far corner. He stood in front of the mansion without entering or saying anything. He knew the owner was aware of his existence through the arrays he sensed. Not long after, a woman with a stern look. Although this woman looked like a human, Wang Wei's true eyes could see a shadow of an enormous giant behind her. It was her true body. Who are you? She asked directly. Wang Wei, from the myriad emperor world. She frowned after hearing this, thinking for a moment before closing the door. A few seconds later, she opened it while telling him to follow her to the living room. Soon, Wang Wei saw a young man dressed in regular black clothes in front of a table with tea. His appearance was ordinary compared to cultivators' generally handsome and beautiful appearance. However, the unique or charming part about him was his eyes. He had 8 stars forming a circle inside his pupils. Wang Wei knew this was not a special physique or eye technique. This was a sign that this person had cultivated a rank 8-star beast body, and in each rank, he cultivated his body to the pinnacle and beyond. Only true geniuses can have the ancient star symbols in the Star Beast world. With his true vision, he could see the enormous being comparable to a domain back home in size. If he had to give the latter an accurate measurement, that person's actual body was probably as big as 5 galaxies. Fellow Taoist, my name is Mu Lei, Star Beast World, Star Lore Mountain. As he said these words, Wang Wei saw 7 pillars appear on the latter's forehead, with one of them having a star. Wang Wei returned the salute as 9 pillars appeared on his forehead, with 2 of them having stars. Wang Wei, Myriad Emperor World, DAP opening sect. Oh, you've heard of us? Of course. There are only 2 factions with 2 eternal emperors, and the other one mysteriously disappeared many years ago. Many people think they have been destroyed. So, your sect is a little famous. I see, replied Wang Wei as he sat in front of Mu Lei. Can I ask what this visit is for? Asked Mu Lei despite having calculated a few possibilities. It'll be direct. I would like the Myriad Emperor world to enter business with the Star Beast world, starting with cooperation between our 2 factions. Mu Lei sipped his tea, thinking about how to respond. This was one of the primary possibilities he thought of, along with forming an alliance. Our Star Beast world is always looking for power communities to exchange with, so you're more than welcome. Because of how their cultivation system was set, resources are everything to the cultivators of the Star Beast world. After all, they can swallow anything to increase their strength. Can I see your energy currency? Asked Mu Lei, and Wang Wei handed him an origin stone and an origin source. Mu Lei opened his mouth and swallowed the stones. His eyes lit up because he discovered an energy source he had never used before and was of very high quality. Do you have any longevity resources? Wang Wei gave him a pill, and Mu Lei did not swallow it as he previously did. Instead, he inhaled the aroma. This pill could increase my lifespan by another 50,000 years. Not bad. Wang Wei's lips twitched after hearing this. This was a perfect quality quasi-emperor pill refined by him. Typically, this pill could raise a person's lifespan by at least 1 million years or more. But this guy said it could only give him 50,000 years of life. This star beast body system is too radical. With these two products alone, you should have a small place on our market. Do you want the exchange to be only between us? Or do you want to register in the Commerce Hub? Commerce Hub? What's that? Muley looked at him strangely. Have you guys become so reclusive that you don't even know about the hub? I'm ashamed to say we were forced to lay low and recuperate after a few catastrophes. I see. The Commerce Hub is essentially an artificial world established by the Star Beast world, connected to different world communities to exchange resources. Before the Great Buddhist Cataclysm, the Myriad Emperor world was one of its most powerful members. Wang Wei frowned as he had a lot of information to process. Firstly, this cataclysm probably referred to the absolute beginning emperor's eradication of Buddhism in the endless void. Secondly, he was concerned about this hub. One of his plans was to connect all the world communities, Heavenwell World, and their lower realm to exchange resources, ideas, cultures, etc. He knew once he succeeded, he would gather a massive amount of merit. But now, he learned one already existed. So, he decided one of the first things he would do after proving the Tao was to either take control of the hub or destroy it. How many communities is this hub connected to? If I remember correctly, about 150, Muley replied, an answer which relieved Wang Wei. He knew there were exactly 3,000 world communities, so as long as he could expand the hub to all of them, he would still get massive merit. And has this hub connected to the lower realm? Of course, replied Muley, making Wang Wei secretly sigh as he knew he could not use his previous plan of cheating members from the lower realm. After that, the two chatted and discussed cooperation. Wang Wei decided to only trade with the Star Lore Mountain for now and wait for a while before registering with the commercial hub. Then, they signed an agreement. As Muley watched Wang Wei leave, he could not help mutter, "So, the rumors are true. The Myriad Emperor world is going through a rejuvenation." Chapter 532 Dinner Party. Wang Wei walked home with a pondering look. With this conversation, he realized he knew very little about the endless void and needed to change. So, after returning home, he contacted Ancestor Wuching and asked him about the commercial hub. That thing? I remember the Devil Race destroyed it during that era. I guess they rebuild it. So, the sect has not been part of the hub since the Incense era? That's probably correct. After the Devil catastrophe, didn't anyone think of rejoining? Back then, many of us died or were injured, so no one really cared about the endless void. What about after you recuperated? By then, we had to worry about the rise of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, the 9 Emperor Curse, and the Heaven Devour Emperor, so no one really cared or thought about such a thing. Wang Wei sighed, knowing there was no point in focusing on things like this. What he needed to do was focus on the future. Speaking of the 9 Emperor Curses, what happened? I've never felt its power. After you entered the Duyi realm, Heavenly Tao removed most of the curse's power. And after you became an outlaw, it completely removed all its influences. Do you know the reason? We have calculated a plethora of reasons. The eternal destiny of this generation, the upcoming change of era, the fact you stripped the spirit of epic from the academy, and even that lad's Tion's presence. Anyway, the real reason does not matter. What matters is the fact it's removed. That's true, nodded Wang Wei. What do you think of the sect's alliance with the Star Lord Mountain and eventually rejoining the commercial hub? You are the sect master, so you can decide these things on your own. And as the sect master, you can dispatch most of the immortal powerhouses in case you want someone to station at the hub. All right. When Wang Ju returns from her retreat, I need someone to help spread the Fate Shadow Guards throughout the endless void. And using the hub as a starting point is a good idea. That's fine. Then, the two ended the conversation. Not long afterward, Li Jun ran into the house with excitement all over his face. What happened? I got some information that may be useful for you. Then, he handed Wang Wei a talisman, which contained an image of him fighting other trial members. How did you get this? Wang Wei knew it was forbidden to fight before the competition began. I convinced these people to fight me through the dream technique. Brilliant, said Wang Wei as he watched these battles and experienced how these power systems functioned. The trial did not only contain people from 12 world communities. The 12 main communities, like the myriad Emperor World, Star Beast World, and Emperor Dao World, had at least 3 participants, but the others would only have 1 or 2 participants. From what Wang Wei knew, at least 30 to 40 communities participated in this trial. So, Li Jun's information was crucial to him. So, he rested inside for the next few days while viewing these battles. It's a shame that many world communities were smart enough to decline Li Jun's invitation since they knew the importance of information. Finally, the day of the dinner party arrived. Sec Master, Elder Li Jun has left for a while now, said Shadow 2. I know you're trying to remind me not to be late, but I have my reasons, said Wang Wei, who fixed his black martial clothes and appearance. He wanted to wear a white one for this trail, but changed his mind considering his clothes would have the blood of his enemy on them. Although it was a magical artifact with self-cleaning capabilities, he decided otherwise. Sometimes, it's good to leave the blood on for intimidation and boost the aura. Blood looks better on black clothes than on white ones. Suddenly, he sensed it was the right time, so he headed to the destination. Meanwhile, Shadow 2 was momentarily confused. From what he knew about the young master, he was not one of these people who liked grand entrances or flashy displays of power. At least, most of the time that was true. Wang Wei got into his carriage and flew to the center of this small world where the dinner took place. After showing his token, he walked inside after putting his chariot away. And as he expected, he was the last to arrive, making everybody glance at him. Hello, fellow Taoists, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand and bowed slightly. His voice traveled throughout the entire venue, forcing everybody to focus more on him. As such, Wang Wei senses numerous gazes, curious, intrigued, sneering, disgusted, and even killing ones. Interesting, said another voice that traveled through the entire room, shifting the people's gaze toward the far left of the room. Even Wang Wei had a severe look on his face as he gazed at the person who spoke. It was a handsome young man dressed in a loose, long white robe with blue designs. His long black hair was in a top knot, but he also had a ribbon around his forehead to keep his hair. The young man ignored the gazes surrounding him as he looked at Wang Wei. Unlike martial clothes, which were tight-fitting, the robe had wide sleeves, so he held his right hand sleeve with his left so it would not interfere with his tea. The young man's slow actions emanated a natural charm. It was like heaven and earth would praise his every word and deed simply because he was born noble. Young Master Chu Luo. What do you mean? Asked one of the participants sitting at the same table. Chu Luo looked at the speaker and said, Sometimes it baffles me how weak you people are. What do you mean by that? Said a person at another table. However, Chu Luo did not look at the person but gazed back at Wang Wei. A powerhouse's every action has weights or bearings, which can manifest in the form of karma. This is why no cultivators would dare receive a bow from an emperor without their protection. The weight of the karma would destroy most of them or curse them with misfortune. Chu Luo paused to drink his tea, but people kept staring at him, wondering what this had to do with anything. He shook his head in disappointment before continuing. This man used this concept to place secret karma threads on all of you. The moment he bowed and called you fellow Taoists, he used the weight of his strength to force karma on all of you. What's brilliant about his application of karma law is the people who secretly accepted his bow were the easiest to target, while the others he still forced the thread on you, without even you knowing it. Chu Luo squinted his eyes. He did not say that such a method would require a great deal of control of karma, but also great intelligence to capture the mindset of all the people in the room. After saying those words, the faces of the people in this room suddenly changed, and they quickly began to use different methods to check their bodies. Meanwhile, the calm and composed Wang Wei looked at Chu Luo before looking at the people in the room. He then classified everybody into different categories. The first group was people who instantly realized what he did, and to his surprise, there was another one beside Chu Luo in the back with a hood covering their faces. The second group was the people who could detect his action after being revealed and use their own method to cut off the karma thread. The third group was the people who could detect the thread but did not have the means to remove it. And finally, the people who could not even notice it. With a gentle smile, Wang Wei walked to the Tao opening sections to the far right, where the other participants gave him a fierce look. All 5 of them belonged to the second group. "What's wrong? You seem more serious than before?" asked Li Jun through divine sense despite the gentle smile on Wang Wei's face. "That guy who spoke, he is dangerous." "Well, since he could detect your method, he should be quite powerful." "No, I mean, he gives me the same vibe as DT on." "Are you serious? Does more than one of such a monster truly exists?" "Most likely. Remember the hints I've been getting to finish my incarnations quickly? Most likely it's because of him." Li Jun looked at Chu Luo's table with a severe look. He understood what kind of monster DT was. His big brother was on his way to reaching that level of monstrosity, but he was not there yet. "I have an idea on how to gather some information about him," he said. "How?" After hearing his plan, Wang Wei's lips twitched. "I doubt that would work. I bet he also has an alliance with the other people to prevent information leaks. No, this guy gives me an arrogant and overconfident vibe. I doubt he would care about information leak." "Well, go for it. I promise not to say anything to Liling." Wang Wei sensed something and looked in the back of the room, where the hooded figure seemed to be staring at him intently. However, Wang Wei only squinted at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, the hooded figure did not stop staring for a few seconds. "Fate-dominating Emperor, I have finally found you. No matter what it takes, I will kill you before you grow up and save all sentient beings in all heaven myriad worlds." Chapter 533 The Rules. Wang Wei felt that he had forgotten something, and right when he was about to try to remember, a bright light appeared in front of the room, and an odd woman wearing a mask appeared. She had the same mask as Lord Spirit, half smiling naively and the other full of cunningness. Unlike Lord Spirit, this woman had a lower body but appeared slightly transparent, like a phantom. She opened her mouth to speak, and a deep male voice came out. "Welcome, fellow heaven-chosens from the endless void." No one cared about the anomaly between her voice and visage. The cultivating world was full of weird and strange things. To make things easier for everyone, you can call me Lord Spirit, and I will be in charge of the trial. Now, before you can enjoy your dinner, I will tell you the rules of this inheritance. There are 8 categories to be tested: fleshly body, soul, energy control, comprehension, Tao heart, willpower, battle prowess, and one final test that I can only say is vital. Lord Spirit paused to give everybody time to process the information before continuing. Based on your result in each category, you will receive points that will determine your ranking. Be mindful that the last test is precious and worth plenty of points. It could be the determining factor of this inheritance trial. Any question? Is it true the deceiving Heaven Longevity Sutra is an inserted scripture? Ask someone. That is correct. So, any lucky ones who go home with it will significantly contribute to your factions. The aura of the room slightly changed as many people paid close attention. Senior Gu Xian was from the Myriad Emperor world. "He will not be biased?" asked another person, raising attention to Wang Wei's table. If that were a problem, the Lord would have just chosen his successor solely from Myriad Emperor world, replied Lord Spirit calmly. Many people agreed with these words, while some remained skeptical. Nevertheless, Lord Spirit continued. "If there is no more question, let's continue to the main event." She waved his hand, and 6 golden chairs appeared behind her, labeled 1 through 6. Each stair stood slightly above the others, so the number 1 spot was the highest. For the combat aspect of this trial, things will be a little different. The Lord has chosen 6 seated players who will receive a token. After the final test, the token can be exchanged for points, and you could guess that the higher the ranking, the more points it is worth. Everyone looked at the trial spirit with fire in their eyes. As the peak geniuses of their respective world, competition has become an integral part of their characters. So, no matter what, they want to be the best. There are some rules to follow, continued Lord Spirit, not minding these people's intense emotions. Non-seeded can challenge seeded players at all times and use whatever means necessary to take the token. Seeded players, however, can only challenge the person one rank above them. So, the 6th place can only challenge 5th place, 5th place to 4th place, and so on. Furthermore, the seeded challenger needed certain points before challenging another seeded player. Everyone present is intelligent, so they understand the rules. Seeded players could not easily challenge each other, and they needed to perform well on the 8 trials before challenging each other. Meanwhile, the non-seeded players could attack the seeded players to get the token, with no restrictions on the method used. Essentially, a practice heaven will battle with some rules and restrictions, thought Wang Wei. And many people felt the same way. Now, let's begin the selection for the seeded players, said the Lord Spirit with a weird smile, fully playing in the deception persona. In the 6th place, we have Su Shi from the Myriad Emperor world. Her primordial chaos physique is the combination of 9 absolute chaos physiques, and it is something that has never been heard of in the endless void. Everyone looked at the Myriad Emperor world's table, focusing on that beautiful woman that heaven seemed to have taken its time when creating her. Meanwhile, Su Shi frowned after hearing she was only in 6th place. Nevertheless, she walked to the 6th throne and sat down. Lord Spirit watched her with a smile while thinking to himself. It was hard to choose between her and Feng Hong. However, the latter seemed determined to hide his full strength, so he can only lose the spot. The 5th spot goes to Mu Lei from the Star Beast world. The owner of the 2nd heavenly physique, the Heavy Axe physique, and a genius who has received the highest grade of ancient star symbols in 100 generations. Mu Lei calmly walked to his spot, but many people also became nervous once they realized the criteria for these seeded players. The 4th spot goes to Ji Lanfang from the immortal Ascension world, the supreme swordsman with a very earned title of One Sword. A young man with disheveled hair and a gourd on his waist stood up. Immediately, everyone could smell the intense odor of alcohol emanating from his body. He walked wobbly to this throne while muttering, "I hope one of these people can make me swing my sword a second time. Oh, I miss the old days." Although his voice was soft to the point of being inaudible, with all the cultivation of all the people present, they could hear him. So, a bunch of people gave him killing stares. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang did not care or was too drunk to. The 3rd spot goes to Yi Dafu from the primordial demon world, a demon with 2 innate demons' bloodline, the 3-eyed stone monkey and disaster monkey. A monkey wearing dark and gold armor, holding a red pole on his shoulder, looked at the people in the room. "Your father's only 3rd? I want to see who is so bold to be above this monkey. Anyway, they will taste my staff." After saying that, he jumped in the air, did a flip, and landed on his chair. Many people looked at him with a severe look. The 3-eyed spiritual monkey and the disaster monkey were 2 innate demons known for their extreme battle prowess. Back in that era, in some world communities, they were the leader of innate demons instead of dragons and phoenixes. Now, they actually met someone with both these bloodlines, and he could only be ranked 3rd. Everyone wanted to know who was above him. In the 2nd place, we have Wang Wei from the Myriad Emperor world, owner of the Fate Puppeteer physique that he created himself and acknowledged by Heavenly Tao. On top of all that, he is a true power Tao powerhouse of the 2nd level. Wang Wei walked to his spot, already expecting this outcome. He sat on his throne, looking at the monkey, giving him a fierce gaze. For a brief moment, he thought this monkey was Sun Wuken's clone or something because of how he behaved himself. Muley looked at his new commercial partner with a slight surprise, as he did not expect the latter to be this powerful. He is also a true power Tao cultivator, but he has only recently entered the 1st level and slowly walking his way up. But to his surprise, he found someone in the same generation as him already in the 2nd level. His fighting spirit suddenly elevated. He did not think he would lose despite the difference. After all, the true power Tao only determined pure physical force and did not consider things like energy, law, spells, and battle IQ. He does not think he would lose to anyone. The Lord Spirit ignored these people's chatter about how one could acquire their own heavenly physique and revealed the final seeded player. Chu Luo from the Emperor Tao world. An emperor child, born from two great emperors as parents. That is all I have to say about him. Chu Luo calmly walked to his seat, not minding other people's chatter. Although he had no facial expression, his body naturally emitted an arrogant and prideful aura, and no one would argue he did not deserve to be prideful. Emperor offsprings are very rare because it is difficult for an immortal creature to procreate with a mortal. At the same time, it is 1,000 times, if not more, challenging for two immortal creatures to give birth to offspring, especially in the lower dimension with how the world functions. So, for Chu Luo to be created, it is very likely that his parents would have been from different world communities and met and fell in love before luckily making him. I would like to preface that the seeded players were chosen based on talent and potential displayed during their rise. Many people have been hiding their strength, and we also acknowledged our decision might be wrong. Hence, the reason you can challenge these individuals and take the token from them. The participants understood the reasoning behind Lord Spirit's words. For example, the primordial chaos physique should be way higher in this list based on potential, but since there has been no news or information about it since its appearance, it was ranked on the lower side. However, these people also know that Lord Spirit was also saying these words to remove any accountability on their part and encourage them to fight each other. Are there any rules about killing? Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and it was Yi Tweezy from the Demon Supremacy world, also called Young Master Yi. He looked like an ordinary person except for his tiger pupils. An aura of fury could be seen emanating from him. A few people knew the reason for his anger. According to their information, Young Master Yi was a Tao child born to two Tao ancestors. So, he was obviously not happy about not becoming a seeded player. We will not intervene in any of the conflicts between the participants. So, your lives are in your hands, replied Lord Spirit. Excellent, said Young Master Yi, looking at the seeded players, focusing on the humans and not hiding his hatred and disgust. Then, his eyes focused on Wang Wei before snorting coldly. Young Master Yi was not the only person not happy with Wang Wei's second position. There was an immortal child named Shi Qian, born from two immortal venerable, and she felt she deserved the second spot especially since she was a member of the light race who fed on positive karma. Then, a group from the barbarian race felt an uncontrollable hatred for Wang Wei, but they could not explain why. Even a member of the divine race, believed to be extinct after the Buddhist cataclysm, appeared in this trial. As Wang Wei sensed these malicious gazes, he smiled. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter 534. The Blessed Ones. Wang Wei heard the whispers about Yi Tweezy and the fact he was a Tao child. He wanted to know more information, so he secretly contacted Ancestor Wuching through Divine Sense. You want to know about these blessed people? Said Wang Wuching, his voice even containing slight envy. As you can guess, whether it is Emperor, Tao, or Immortal Child, their talents are out of this world. However, they're considered blessed people because of their unique abilities. Emperor and Tao Childs are born immortal the moment they are conceived. They do not have to worry about lifespan unless their parents sealed them. That made sense, commented Wang Wei. After all, they were born from two immortal beings or higher dimensional creatures. What about Immortal Childs? They are not immortal. They can live to the limit of mortal lifespan, which is 1 yuan epoch. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, but considering that 1 yuan epoch equaled 1,269 trillion years, these immortal children were essentially immortal since they did not have to worry much about lifespans. So, the highest lifespan any cultivation system can grant is 1 yuan epoch? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, but focus on the important thing. You're right. Please continue. Emperor children are also called born emperors in the lower dimension because all of them have one bloodline ability with the power of Tao ancestor. Throughout their life, they can only use it once. So, as long as they used it during their heavenly battle, they are guaranteed to win and prove the Tao. Exactly. Fate is truly unfair, said Wang Wei with a sigh. Why are you complaining? How high is your birth compared to 99 of most cultivators? Wang Wei was slightly embarrassed because of this, but he did not show up. Instead, He thought about emperor childs and the effect of their existence on any world. He guessed that most other factions would probably do anything possible to force these emperor childs to use their bloodline ability before the heaven will battle unless their parents were still present and hiding in the lower dimension. At the same time, these emperor children could just hide and show up during the heaven will battle and take the heaven will for themselves. Of course, they would still need to cultivate and temper their Tao hearts. Otherwise, they would only become pseudo-emperors. Wang Wei then asked, what about Tao childs? They are born with a Tao source seed inside their bodies. When they reach the necessary cultivation realm, as long as they understand their own Tao, the seed will activate, and they can become Tao ancestors. Still unfair. Wang Wuqing ignored his complaints before continuing. You should be careful. Some Tao children can sacrifice their Tao source seed to temporarily gain the power of 1 to 2 leaf immortal venerable. Although less than 1 in 1 million have the talent to do this, you should watch out. So, these Tao childs are all potential emperors? Commented Wang Wei. Basically, Wang Wei guessed that maybe some people desired the Tao source seed inside their bodies. However, they should be safe since their parents probably live in the lower dimension. What about immortal childs? As for them, their ability is not to be shackled by the heaven will's karma. So, they can fight in each generation without the need of a great emperor to wash away karma for them. With their long lifespan, this is still a great ability, commented Wang Wei. I'm suddenly curious. Does our sect has or ever had one of these blessed individuals? We did. The Hell Judgment Emperor was a Tao child, and we have an immortal child still in his mother's womb. If he did not come along, he would have been our solution to the 9-emperor curse. The Hell Judgment Emperor was the Wang clan's 4th emperor and the sect's 7th great emperor. He lived during the Devil era and cultivated the Tao of Judgment, which significantly affected the Devil race because of their sins. Wang Wei suddenly realized the majority of the sect's emperors were during the Devil era. Qin Emperor and Sword Emperor were during the Ancient Emperor era. Ancient Desolate Emperor, the 3rd emperor, was during the Incense era. The 4th emperor was Turtle Shell, the 5th Battle Maniac. The 6th emperor was the Miscellaneous Study. The 7th was the Hell Judgment Emperor, and the 8th the Shadow Ruler Emperor. From the 4th to the 8th, they were all during the Devil Emperor, most likely the result of the spirit of epic functioning. The Rainbow Emperor is the 9th, and she only appeared at the beginning of the Middle Emperor era when the Enlightening Emperor Academy was rising. Most likely, the spirit of epic was already transferred to them. I can't believe how rare these people are that we only had 2 of them in our entire history, commented Wang Wei. If you count all of them that had shown up in the Myriad Emperor world, there are probably 10 or more, but would not reach 20. Don't these people have any things like bloodline restrictions, similar to the Divine League people? No. On the contrary, their parents' Tao will be engraved in their bloodline, similar to the law fragment of people with heavenly physiques. They can use it to understand their own Tao, or simply use it as bloodline abilities. Wang Wei sighed before asking something else. Thinking about the privilege of these blessed children makes him envious. How was the investigation of the Commerce Hub? I received news that Shadow 2 had just arrived and is investigating things. We have also begun to investigate the world some of these Heaven Chosens are from, but things are going slowly. The Shadow 2 mentioned in this conversation was not the one next to Wang Wei, but the shadow cultivated by the Rainbow Emperor using the Lord Shadow technique. Wang Wei knew the Rainbow Emperor was the only emperor who personally cultivated 2 insurgents, Shadow 2 and Rainbow 1. All right, said Wang Wei before stopping the conversation. He then glanced at Jingwu Hua before continuing drinking at his second seat. Compared to Emperor Child's abilities, Emperor Offsprings seemed normal. Although Emperor Offsprings have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, have high talents, and even have some powerful divine abilities, is nothing compared to Emperor Child's or Tao Child's. Their capabilities drastically decrease because one of their parents is immortal. In one of the dinner spots, a group of tall individuals looked intently at Wang Wei. The shortest was 2.5 meters, and the tallest was 2 meters. Young Master Taoyui, Why do I feel this uncontrollable hatred for that man? Young Master Taoyui was the tallest of the group. He had a leather upper shirt made of animal hide. The shirt had no sleeve, showing his strong muscles and slightly tanned skin full of tattoos. He accompanied his shirt, long pants, high boots, and a white lion head on his right shoulder, serving as an accessory. With a calm look, he responded, "It's an aura of hatred ingrained deep in his bloodline. Most likely, his ancestors committed some atrocities to our barbarian kind." Taoyui looked at the person next to him. "Sister, what do you think we should do?" The person next to him was a woman dressed similarly. She had a leather shirt with no sleeve, displaying an exceptional pair of bosoms. She had a short skirt and a pair of long legs that were the perfect amount of muscular that could entice anyone, but not too muscular to appear manly. She had braids and beards in her hair and tattoos on her arms like her brother. In general, she had a wild and passionate beauty that was quite captivating. "Do you think he would accept being my husband?" asked Kudalin. "Be serious." "I am. You know, I will only marry someone who can withstand my strength. And he might be the one I'm looking for. If you're seriously looking for a strong man, why don't you pick that Chuluo? Supposedly, he is the most powerful person here. Him? He looked too feminine for my taste." "All right, be serious. What do you think we should do about this hatred? Should we attack him?" "We will attack, but not for this silly hatred. Whatever happened to the barbarian race in the Myriad Emperor world has nothing to do with our ancient spirit world," she replied calmly. "In that case, do we attack right after this dinner?" "Of course not. We must first observe how capable he is and try to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, let's first test the sixth place before working our way up." All right. The dinner party continued for another hour before it ended. Then, everybody became on guard, especially the seated players. Wang Wei and the others walked out of the venue before quickly separating their ways. Wang Wei walked to his mansion while expanding his innate shield to dozens of meters of the surrounding. In his way, many people attacked him to no avail. However, he was slightly surprised by the small number of attackers. However, after pondering about it briefly, everything made sense. All the heaven-chosen presents were the pinnacle of their world, so these guys would not make rash decisions despite the blatant provocation of the Lord Spirit. They will calm down and try to gather information on their competitors first. Li Jun sat next to a beautiful girl in one of the restaurants not far from the dinner party. "Mimi, drink more. Tonight, we'll have fun." "Xiao Jun, you treat me the best," said the girl before gulping most of the drink in the bowl. "You know, I've been under much stress by sect, even though they know I have no chance of winning the Heavenward battle in this generation. None of us have a chance." "Oh, how so?" asked Li Jun while pouring more wine for her, knowing it was the right time he was waiting for. "It's that monster, Chu Luo," she said before gulping everything again, her face red and eyes blurred. "Do you know that he—" Chapter 535, another one. "Do you know he is an old monster that has lived for a long time?" said Mimi. "Well, he is an emperor child, so it's normal to have a long lifespan," said Li Jun. "That's not it. For some reason, that monster would reincarnate himself over and over and over and over. And why does he do that?" said Li Jun, cutting her tangent. "I don't know. All I know is that in each reincarnation, Chu Luo will challenge all the heaven-chosen right before the Heavenward battle. He would defeat them, but never participate in the battle himself. How could your sect expect you to win against such a monster?" "I know, right? I knew you understood me best. Xiao Jun, don't they know even if you win, his parents could show up to make trouble for them?" said Li Jun. "That's right. Well, I think his parents are long gone since they have never appeared." "Is that so?" Li Jun said softly. "One of his parents must have been from the Emperor Dao world. Do you know anything about them?" Regrettably, Mimi had fallen asleep drunk, making Li Jun frown. He thought he had used the appropriate dose for a more extended conversation, but it appeared he overestimated her drinking capacities. After shaking his head, he left. He knew it was pointless to search the girl's soul, as a cultivator's natural danger instinct would activate and wake her up. So, he went straight home to give the information to Wang Wei. As expected, he is similar to Di Tian. Yes, and most likely, even more powerful since he is also an emperor child. Maybe, replied Wang Wei. His intuition told him that although they had both reincarnated many times and had a similar foundation, Di Tian was more powerful than Chu Luo. Logically, this made sense. After all, their level of tempering or law understanding might be different in each reincarnation. So, even if Chu Luo and Di Tian lived 9 lives and absorbed the strength of each life, their power would be different. Things are not looking too good for me, said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to check on his reincarnations. Only 2 of them reached the Quasi-Emperor realm and achieved their goals. But even those 2 have not finished tempering their bodies. He can borrow the strength of these 2 incarnations. Still, it was not enough to reach the strength of 1 leaf immortal venerable, let alone his prediction that all 9 incarnations' power could grant him the power of Tao Ancestor. He first checked on the space-time incarnation. The latter sat on a throne located inside the River of Time. Using this world's flaw, he began navigating through parallel timelines. This incarnation could experience the outcome if he made different decisions and the consequences of his actions. Furthermore, he could also bring back resources and knowledge from the different parallel timelines to the main one. Wang Wei sensed all the experience and law understanding of this incarnation. His understanding and control of space-time laws had drastically increased. Furthermore, since the incarnation got his memories back in the Supreme Realm, he developed many techniques that Wang Wei would have created himself. Main body, when are we fusing? The others are not even close to being ready yet, so we have to wait a while. You know, I still resent you for all my suffering when my memories were sealed. Wang Wei's projection shrugged his shoulder. If you don't suffer, how am I going to temper my state of mind and Tao heart? The space-time incarnation smacked his lips before ignoring the main body. For a moment, he forgot how shameless he could be. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled before projecting himself to another world using the Soul Network. As soon as his projection occurred, he closed his eyes and sensed something, as expected. Without the River of Time flaw, I cannot travel to parallel timelines. I can see some of them, but not physically travel there. Wang Wei then traveled to a few other worlds, including some in the Martial Supremacy World Community to ensure the correct conclusions. Unfortunately, it was... Finally, he checked on the second and currently most powerful incarnation, the Free Will Incarnation. Once this incarnation reached a specific strength, Wang Wei dropped him into a great 1,000 world like the others. Well, this guy is technically stronger than me now, thought Wang Wei when he sensed the latter's power. It had already condensed black holes in the primary 1962 acupoints and was currently opening the artificial ones. How is your mission going? More difficult than I anticipated, replied the incarnation, who also sat on a throne inside the River of Fate. I've tried many things to completely remove the River of Fate's influence on this world and grant the people's freedom, but every time I'm close to success, the main branch of the Fate River will intervene and stop me. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. How about you start from a low, great 1,000 world? Better yet, found a mortal world. Their River of Fate should be even weaker. Mortal worlds were worlds with no spiritual energy, hence no capabilities for people to cultivate. Only mortals and ordinary live there. Most mortal worlds are the result of low 1,000 worlds being destroyed for some reason, and they're incredibly fragile and could be eradicated at any moment. I already thought of that and sent people to search for one. However, without your divination ability, it's not so easy to find any worlds in the endless void. Wang Wei nodded before using the Soul Network and divination to find a few mortal worlds for the Free Will Incarnation. After giving the latter the coordinates, he ended his projection and returned to the trial. He suddenly gathered all the strength and power of these 2 incarnations. Wang Wei has never been so strong before. The current him could slap the previous him to oblivion. He sighed out loud before dispersing the incarnation's power. The only advantage I have is time. The longer this trial takes, the more time I have for my incarnations to grow up. Afterward, he checked on the other incarnations. They had all just entered primordial spirit realm and tempered their blood. I still need the resource group for one last incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. He then used his sect master's token to mobilize a few immortal powerhouses. He tasked them to control the time acceleration arrays, where his incarnations were instead of leaving them to operate independently. With his previous time crystals and these immortal powerhouses, he could drastically reduce the time needed. Then, Wang Wei spent the next few days inside his manor. He ignored all the attacks on the mansion's array or their curse words to anger and lured him out. Meanwhile, Li Jun would often go out to fight these people. Then, one day, he sensed a large explosion not far from his mansion. After checking outside, he walked out. "Susi," he thought as he looked at the person fighting in the sky. Demon Supremacy Residence. Yi Tweezy had a terrible aura on his body as he looked at the humanoid chameleon kneeling before him. How is the result? We have failed to infiltrate the Myriad Emperor world. Why? For some reason, the factions there have banded together to prevent outside fluence from easily getting inside. Yi Tweezy frowned as he pondered deeply. He analyzed the situation before concluding this should be related to the actions other planes took that resulted in the creation of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. So, the people of the Myriad Emperor world are now on guard, he thought. Is there any way to infiltrate? There is, but it will take some time. How long? According to our estimate, at least 6 months. That's too long, said Yi Tweezy as he did not want to wait so long. He could barely accept not being as good the Emperor child, but he would never accept someone else to get the second position. Young master, if I may say something. Speak. It is obvious the Lord Spirit wants you to go after this Wang Wei. Of course, Yi Tweezy knew this. With his talent, how could he not be a seeded player? Nevertheless, his pride would not allow him to accept such disrespect, especially from a human. The Myriad Emperor world should have members of the Demon Clan, right? Highly possible. In that case, tell my father to go borrow the bloodline mirror for me. I should be able to contact the Demon Clan there and learn some information. As you command. The chameleon disappeared before returning a few hours later, bringing a blood mirror with designs of animals on its back. You can leave now. Young master, you should know even with your status. The Demon Supremacy Alliance will not allow you to use such a high-level chaos treasure without surveillance. Yi Tweezy frowned with annoyance, but did not say anything more. He took a drop of blood from his body and used it to activate the mirror, then used his divine sense to impute the Myriad Emperor world's coordinate. A few minutes later, a face appeared in the mirror. Who are you? How did you contact me and bypass our tribe's formation? Yi Tweezy did not waste time. He displayed his bloodline aura and transmitted it to the person on the other side. Such pure and noble bloodline. Your Excellency, I am the Black Tiger tribe's chief. And who might you be? I am the next patriarch of the Hell Tiger clan, Yi Tweezy. I need some information from you. Then, the two chatted for over half an hour before ending their communication. However, Yi Tweezy was not happy. Although he gathered the information he needed, he failed to establish diplomatic relations with the Myriad Emperor world's demon clan. When he brought the topic up, he could see the slight fear in the latter's eyes. The fear of humans. How disgusting. With this brief interaction, he could summarize how terrible the lives of the demon race were in that world and how much they were oppressed. It does not matter. I can still take my time for the alliance. As for this Wang Wei, although he is powerful, it is not enough for me to be too weary. Suddenly, Yi Tweezy felt something and walked out his mansion. Someone from the Myriad Emperor world is fighting the barbarians? This should be fun. Chapter 536, Su Shi versus Barbarian Siblings. Wang Wei looked at Li Jun, who had just landed next to him. He was in terrible shape. He had blood all over his face and bare upper body. He had purple spots on his left arm, indicating someone had poisoned him. How are you in such a terrible state? Hee, these participants are crazy. They'll do anything to kill people in their ways, Li Jun said with excitement. After seeing this fighting madman enjoying himself, Wang Wei ignored him and focused on Su Shi's battle. The two barbarian leaders Taoyui and Kudalin stood before her, displaying aggressive auras. So, you guys think I'm a soft persimmon you can pinch easily? Su Shi said, releasing an ancient aura full of power. vicissitudes, and nobility, a primordial aura. Yes, we do, replied Kudalin. Brother. Then, the two rushed toward her. Talyui punched her in the face while his sister went for a kick on the ribs. Unfortunately for them, a black aura naturally came out of Sushur's body and bounced their attacks back, sending them flying away a few meters away. They immediately frowned as they sensed that the aura injured the part of their bodies touched. The injury was not severe and instantly healed because of their fleshly body. It was still abnormal. The two siblings looked at each other and communicated through their eyes. Immediately afterward, they went on the offensive again. This time, they mobilized their fleshly Bodis blood energy to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Sushur did not want to fight for long with these people and revealed all her abilities. She opened her mouth to sing a beautiful and melodic piece of music. Blood spilled from Talyui and Kuchulin's eyes as the sound wave from Sushur's voice instantly destroyed their eardrums and even attacked their brains directly. Despite the tremendous pain of this attack, Talyui summoned a giant bow more than 1.5 meters long. He pulled the strings, and his muscles bulged in the process, showing how difficult of a process. Swish! The arrow traveled countless times the speed of light, heading straight for Sushur's throat. She flew in the sky to evade without stopping to sing. Nevertheless, the arrow followed her. So, she changed direction many times in the sky, but to no avail. In the end, she slapped the arrow away. At that exact moment, Kudalin replaced the arrow's position, holding a black axe and slashing it down. Boom! Sushur crashed to the ground, destroying numerous houses in the city. However, after the dust of her crash blew away, she appeared before everyone. Not even a scratch on her beautiful skin. She raised her head to look at the two calmly. Then, her surroundings seemed blurry, as if the passage of time was slowed down. Then, she suddenly appeared next to Kudalin to punch her. However, the barbarian reacted in time and disappeared. Shadow displacement? So, her main Tao is law, thought Sushur, who did not stop her punching her action despite her opponent already gone. Then, something magical occurred. The spot where Kudalin disappeared suddenly changed, and she reappeared right before Sushur's punch. Time reversal? Her last thought was before her head exploded due to the punch, and her body crashed to the ground. At the same time, Talyui's arrow hit Sushur's heart. However, it did no damage. The moment the arrow came a few seconds close to touching her clothes, it decayed and disappeared since it was made from Talyui's energy. Sister, we can no longer hold back, suddenly yelled Talyui as the tattoos on his arm lit up. Then, a dragon-like creature appeared behind him. It had a pair of wings, a deer's head, and a snake's tail. Philian, thought all the spectators. It is common knowledge that most demon races came from innate demons. As such, there is a particular group of demon races called primogenitor demon. They were the first demon clan created by the innate demons and were crucial to the innate acquire war. Many people believe the primogenitor demons to be the perfect combination of innate and acquired life forms. And during the war, many of them sided with the acquired species and became a real problem after acquiring the heaven will. Their contribution to the war was on par with degraded demons' innate demons who abandoned their innate nature to become acquired races. Many of them did that to infiltrate the heaven will worlds where only acquired races could prove the Tao and weaken that side. Others did it to escape the shackles of being an innate life form. For example, three-legged golden crows are degraded demons. However, they usually do not like that name to refer to themselves. Meanwhile, an enormous wolf with black fur and a snake for a tail appeared above where Kudalin landed. The wolf's fur appeared as if they were constructed from shadows themselves. Shadow, snake wolf, another primogenitor demon. Kudalin flew to the sky, her tattoos glowing and her head perfectly intact. The shadow snake wolf turned into a picture rune on her chest, and Talyui did the same. Suddenly, the aura of these two increased. Winged god, arrows in many worlds, different races referred to Philian as the god of wind. Today, Talyui showed the reason. Thousands of arrows descended on Su Shi at speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, once they arrived before her, they turned into these enormous tornadoes capable of destroying all matter, energy, and even laws. They could destroy worlds. Nevertheless, she remained calm as she had the utmost faith in her husband's primal chaos art. However, she did not want to reveal the extent of her fleshly body for now, so she waved her hand. Then, all these arrows stopped midway in motion as she had reverted them to their state of inertia. Suddenly, Su Shi frowned as she sensed something directly attacking her soul and ignoring her Buddhist defense. Numerous tentacles suddenly appeared inside her sea of consciousness and attacked her primordial spirit, controlling the shadows created by soul. What an ingenious application of shadow law. I should not underestimate my opponent. A bright light appeared in her sea of consciousness, dispersing all the shadows which tried to fight off the light to no avail. All of these actions occurred in a blink of an eye, but it was still enough time for the barbarian siblings to go on the offensive. Spatial wind, arrow Taluis arrow bent space-time as it traveled toward his opponent. The ripple created by bending space-time generated wind made of space itself that could shred any matter, energy, or spiritual power. Shadow confinement, a black dome covered Su Shi to prevent her escape, but the arrow easily passed through it. Nevertheless, she remained composed. The siblings sensed a terrible danger right before the arrow hit her, but it was too late for them to react. They suddenly found themselves inside the black dome, facing Taluis arrow, while their opponent was outside. Boom! The black dome exploded, and the siblings fell from the sky, their bodies mutilated and their souls injured. Everyone knew they would not get back up. What exactly did she do? I could sense the subtle power of time, but I could not completely detect her actions. Time exchange. She exchanged their time to achieve spatial displacement. With your reaction speed, you would not fall for this move. The siblings underestimated her. I see. Can you do that? Of course, and I can even do it better. Wang Wei was not lying. He could use space, time, fate, and even shadows to achieve the same effect. Do you think I can beat her in a fight? I honestly do not know. She seems to be hiding a lot of things. Wang Wei then looked at the barbarian siblings. He could see the unwillingness on Kuchelin's face. She regretted not being able to use her full power and even her trump card. I hope she gets her chance at revenge. For Wang Wei, the more the myriad Emperor World's people fought, the better for him since he could gather information about them. Although he did not consider most of his competitors a threat, he would not let his guard down before the final battle. Looking at the injured siblings, he took the opportunity while they were weak and helpless to read their fate lines and gather some information. The ancient spirit world is interesting, including their cultivation system. Did you find something? Yes. There is a unique dimension where many spirits of fallen demon races will be born. After tempering their bodies to a certain level, the cultivators in that world will journey through the ancient spirit realm to defeat and subdue a spirit that can even help them comprehend laws. That's indeed unique. What level of spirits is there? Apparently, there are even innate gods and great emperors who became spirits. However, it seems that few people could acquire them. Isn't that a little too overpowered? I'm sure there are some limitations. Plus, I bet some great emperors are using this as a method to resurrect themselves. That makes sense. Then, the two looked in the same direction as someone approached them. So, young Master Yi, you can no longer wait. Why would I need to wait for a human like you? You say that. Yet you waited a week before taking action, replied Wang Wei casually. Chapter 537 Dao, Child's Provocation. Wang Wei looked up and down at this person, and his mouth almost twitched. He sensed a unique aura from this Yi Tuji. It was the aura of an outlaw. This person cultivated an outlaw Dao, but he had not passed his trial yet. So, am I his trial? Thought Wang Wei. He quickly divined the secrets of heaven. He was not necessarily Yi Tuizi's trial, but someone in this trial was. So, it could be him or any of the other heaven chosen. However, considering everyone's displayed strength and potential could be him or Chu Luo, many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind as he pondered whether to confront Yi Tuizi or just hide. He did not want to be Heavenly Dao's pawn. As for his reputation of running away from a battle, he did not care about such a thing. After all, the trial's rules only implied it was forbidden to run away. There were no rules that expressly prohibited such an act. While these two titans were about to clash, the situation on Su Shi's side suddenly changed. Someone else appeared before her, most likely intending to challenge her too. Shi Qian, don't you feel any shame targeting me after depleting my stamina? Su Shi said, you should understand that this trial's rules are the same as the heaven will battle. Anything goes. Bruce, are you exhausted? Where is your pride as an immortal child? Pride, can I eat it? Can it make me stronger? Su Shi squinted her eyes, looking at this so openly shameless woman. Many thoughts flashed across her mind as she analyzed the situation. Then, without hesitation, she took her token and threw it to Shi Qian, an act that surprised her. This was a calculated move on Su Shi's part. The sixth-seated place was unique as too many vied for this position. Although she had confidence in herself, she did not want to reveal too much of her strength before she saw how the other parts of the competition took place. Of course, Su Shi would not give up this trial. The deceiving heaven longevity art was too valuable for her. She did not want this technique to contribute to another insurgent technique in the academy. Her true goal was to use this technique to deceive heaven that her husband had passed the outlaw trial and revived him using this method. If not, at least deceive heavens that he failed his trial but survived. Su Shi did not know whether this technique could accomplish something like this. However, this was her first chance at reviving him, so she wanted to try no matter what. So, she gave Shi Qian one last look before returning to her mansion and activating the erase. No matter what, she would retake the token, possibly one of an even higher place. Su Shi's action surprised Shi Qian along with many people. However, after a brief analysis, many people realized this was a genius move. At this point in the trial, all the seeded tokens are nothing but hot potatoes. Other competitors can attack seeded players, but even they can only defend their position. So, as of now, they have a weaker hand. Shi Qian looked at the token in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Like Su Shi, she did not want the final scripture because of its implications for her factions or family. She wanted to see if she could deceive heavens that she was a Dao child that could control their Dao source seed, or even an emperor child. Typically, such heaven-defying method should not be possible. The enormous gap between mortals and immortals would make it impossible for a mortal, no matter how talented, to deceive heavens that he was an immortal child or another blessed one. True heavenly Dao has always been very strict regarding things such as this. However, as one of the three blessed beings, she believed she had a chance at succeeding. And once she does, she is guaranteed to prove the Dao and become a great emperor. After thinking about all of these, Shi Qian looked at her surrounding, waiting to see if anyone would challenge her. However, no one did, so as they focused on the confrontation between Wang Wei and Yi Tuizi. In this brief distraction, Wang Wei had already made a decision regarding this battle. He received a hint that the quickest way to gather the resources needed for this final incarnation was through this young Master Yi. So, he could not resist the temptation. Nevertheless, he also needed to be cautious. He looked at the killing intent emanating from Yi Tuizi, and Wang Wei cracked his neck. It's been a while since he let loose, and he had the chance now, especially since the trial space was strengthened to withstand all their powers. Otherwise, Su Shi's previous battle would have created devastating destruction to the surrounding. I genuinely hate it when I see confident humans like you. Thinking how powerful most of your kind is in other worlds makes me sick. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Typically, he would try to understand his opponent's mindset, history, or background. But this time he did not care. I don't like how you look at me, said Wang Wei. So, let's begin with your eyes. Before Yi Tuizi could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of him with speed beyond his reaction and time. Then, he ripped his eyeballs from their sockets. Young Master screamed out loud as he felt pain unlike he had ever experienced in his 1,000 years of life. How could he resist? After all, Wang Wei had not used his pain-innate talent for a long time despite continuing to train this ability. So he can magnify the pain of all his attacks by factors of millions, if not more. As Wang Wei watched the eyeballs regenerate, he grabbed Yi Tweezy by the head and flew to the sky like he was holding a helpless chicken. In his flying paths, hundreds of blue stars appeared. Wang Wei used the star essence in his acupoints and mixed them with the chaos flame inside his heart to create these chaos stars. As he ran Yi Tweezy through the first one, the tiger demon screamed as the chaos flame burned every atom of his flesh, not even sparing his soul. But it was not the end. Wang Wei held him with a firm grip, preventing him from moving an inch before running him through close to 100 stars. Enough! Roared Yi Tweezy, creating a shockwave that pushed Wang Wei away. At the same time, a Eem breath emanated from his body as the blue star became encased in black ice. Yi Tweezy looked at his opponent, fury oozing from every pore in his body. The aura he released slightly bent the space around him. At this point, he only had half of his body left while the other half had already turned into ashes. Young Master Yi opened his mouth to instantly swallowed 5 of the chaos stars before Wang Wei placed them away. Then, in an instant, his body regenerated. God of Death's judgment, a phantom of an enormous man with red skin, a long beard, and wearing a traditional black robe and a judge's cap with the 2 characters of King and Death. The phantom took out a book and a brush, looked deeply at Wang Wei before flipping to a page, and wrote his name. A bloodline divine ability? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this technique came from Yi Tweezy's body instead of something cast or used through law comprehension. A white light descended from the sky and enveloped Wang Wei. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing else happened. Trying to judge my sins based on karma? Shouldn't you know better after what happened during the dinner? Said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He waved his hand to manifest an enormous hand that ripped the book and brush from his phantom's hand. Then, the hand wrote a name in the book. Yi Tweezy's face became ugly after seeing this, and quickly deactivated his bloodline ability. Unfortunately, it was slightly too late, so he suffered backlash by vomiting a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became paler. Wang Wei once again appeared before him and kicked him straight in his face, sending him crashing to the ground. I must say, you truly have one of these faces that people simply want to stomp on. Everything became eerily quiet for a moment before loud waves of laughter echoed throughout the city. The people watching, especially the humans, could not help laughing after hearing this. None of them liked how these demons from the demon supremacy world treated humans, and they were weary of their ideologies of suppressing and eradicating humans. So it brought them great joy to see Tweezy mistreated like this. Screw all of you, roared young Master Yi as his overwhelming hatred suppressed the unsurmountable pain he currently felt. An ugly creature suddenly appeared behind him. It was only a head with red eyes and wrinkles resembling scales. The creature then opened its mouth wider than a python, trying to swallow an elephant. Displaying all its fangs, there were thousands of them, making people wonder if they all fit inside. Taodai was the name that appeared on everybody's mind. Chapter 538, The Unorthodox Way. Taodais were a unique race throughout the endless void because of how they were born. Most worlds followed the same path of development after their inceptions. There were disorder chaos key all over these worlds, making it impossible for any life forms to be born. After many years, the disorder chaos key became orderly chaos key, and heavenly Tao created the first innate life forms. A few required chaos key to be bred, but they are still considered innate life forms. Now, Taodais are different. They are creatures directly bred from the disorder chaos key, and, as such, are considered chaos life forms. Very few creatures are considered chaos life forms in the endless void. The number could probably be counted on one hand. However, they usually have a few things in common. They're extremely powerful and uncontrollable. They can all be described as mad, living only for the desire of destruction. The Taotai summoned by Yi Tweezy opened its mouth and swallowed everything and everyone within 100 meters diameter around him. The houses, people, and spiritual energy. The weak participants, the aid they brought, and the aid the trial gave, all participants could not resist or react in time as the mouth devoured their flesh, blood, and soul. A little provocation and this guy turns almost everyone against him, thought Wang Wei. So far, there has been an unwritten rule not to involve innocent people like the maid or the people working in the city in this competition. But Yi Tweezy did not care and broke the rule. Many people, including his kind from other worlds, will officially turn him during this competition with just one move. He becomes alienated. Wang Wei looked at the Taotai with calmness. He was not scared since he knew it was not the real thing. Otherwise, he would have run away and called for his ancestor. The beast was only a manifestation of Yi Tweezy's law of devouring. Yi Tweezy healed his cracked skull and took a deep breath to calm down. Then, his body morphed into a tiger the size of a mountain with red stripes on its back and 2 bull horns. He disappeared before reappearing in front of Wang Wei. The Taotai behind him opened its mouth with the intent of swallowing the small thing in front of him. After calming down, Yi Tweezy realized this was an opportunity for him. His strength would drastically increase as long as he could swallow this human. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had plenty of time to think. Gravity is a part of the devouring Tao. So, he used its power to pull and fold space and achieve teleportation. These heaven chosens are nothing to scoff. Small luminous dots appeared in different spots on his body. Knowledgeable individuals knew these were the physical manifestations of his acupoints. Then, a terrifying swallowing power came from Wang Wei's body, canceling Yi Tweezy's before he punched the tiger. Boom! The surrounding space bent as shockwaves travels outward a few dozens of meters. However, this attack did no damage to Yi Tweezy as he devoured the force behind the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei's keen senses detected that the latter's fleshly body suddenly became more powerful. Albeit the increase was well hidden, he could still detect it. The increase in strength is too large, thought Wang Wei. Although the law of devour can devour everything to help its user's development, there is still a limit based on the individual. And according to his calculation, Yi Tweezy's growth exceeded his limit. He punched the tiger again with the same outcome. Nevertheless, he still learned something. His devouring Tao also involves something similar to growth law or evolution law, which allows him to better digest the things he swallowed. A perfect combination, if I say so myself. Yi Tweezy raised his sharp claws, slashing at Wang Wei's face. Crack! Young Master Yes' face became ugly to look at. His clawsa, which could easily slash through neutron starsa, broke as they clashed with his opponent's face. Wang Wei raised his hand to punch him for the 3rd time, this time using the power of fate. Boom! Yi Tweezy flew away before crashing to the floor. When Wang Wei's fist touched him, he used fate law to determine the limit of his opponent's absorption power. Then, the attack finally succeeded once the force behind his punch exceeded that limit. Tao Overlord, thought Chu Luo, who was watching the battle in the distance like many others. Deep in his eyes was slight envy. Meanwhile, Yi Tweezy quickly stood up from the ground, even going on the offensive. Bloodline divine ability. Hell suppression. He appeared in front of his opponent and slammed down with his paw, while the latter raised one hand to block crack. Small space cracks appeared underneath Wang Wei's feet, and with each second, the cracks expanded in size. His mass and weight can increase infinitely, thought Wang Wei as he felt the tiger's weight become drastically higher with each passing second. Based on his calculator, his fleshly body would not be able to bear it in half a minute. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond. He had many ways to deal with the situation. Use fate to limit the mass increase. Use time to keep reverting it to weight that he could bear, or use yin-yang to make it so that his opponent became lighter with each passing second. In the end, he chose a not-so-revealing method. He pretended he was struggling to block the attack, and at the exact moment, Yi Tuizi's mass reached the limit of his fleshly body. He activated the gluttony, swallowing scripture to absorb all the tiger's mass and weight and convert it into energy to increase the size of the more than 500 supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. Wang Wei felt it. In just a few seconds, he increases his from 25,000 dragon elephant force to 50,000. So now, he could destroy 50 million middle thousand worlds with one punch. Regrettably, he was still in the second layer of the true power Dao realm. At the same time, Wang Wei quickly sealed his increased strength since he felt he did not have proper control. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi's black fur became slightly pale after having his strength swallowed. More importantly, he felt humiliated losing to someone else regarding the laws of Devour. Nevertheless, he acted quickly. He used the store power he kept in case of emergency to return to his peak state before continuing attacking. Bloodline Domain, Lord of Hell. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world around him change. He was no longer inside the Trial City, floating in the air. He was now standing in a pool of lava. He could feel a creepy wind blowing around, containing the sound of grieving souls. Ordinary cultivators would have their spirit and soul affected by the wind and sound, but he did not care. Above his head was an enormous wheel with the character good and evil displaying its might. A terrifying, devouring power emanated from everywhere, trying to devour everything that makes up his existence. The laws inside his body became extremely difficult to mobilize, the same for the origin essence inside his divine sea. If it was not for the quality of his soul, he sensed that even his spiritual power would have difficulty being used. A domain that combined his bloodline and his law, thought Wang Wei. Looking in the distance where Yi Tuizi had a humanoid shape, sitting on a throne with a book and pen floating before him. Without wasting time, he ordered his army composed of creatures with ox heads and horse faces to attack his opponent. In his domain, these creatures were endless, and as long as he could tire his opponent, he could swallow him. Wang Wei quickly analyzed the situation before deciding to use overwhelming force to break this domain. After all, the environment was literally working against him. However, he stopped as he suddenly had a divine hint to use the power of a domain as well to break free. He knew these hints were a manifestation of his luck and destiny laws. They would give suggestions to do things that would be beneficial to him. So, Wang Wei wrapped his body with a slight power from the free will incarnation's domain and became free from the restriction of a domain. With this method, he quickly escaped Yi Tuizi's bloodline domain. In the distance, Chu Luo squinted his eyes after seeing the method Wang Wei used to escape. The unorthodox method of the Nine Extremities Foundation, he muttered. Suddenly, the second-seeded player became an eyesore as he remembered two of his greatest failures. His parents informed him of the Nine Extremities Foundation as they encouraged him to walk that difficult path. They first suggested he use the unorthodox way since it was less time-consuming. They told him the three requirements for using this method. Firstly, the soul must be of sufficient quality. As an emperor child and with his parents' resources, he quickly met the requirement. The second requirement was to enter the Duyi realm. After learning about this secret cultivation realm, he developed a way to reach it, and with the protection of his parents, divine punishment thunder was not a big deal. Where he failed was the last requirement, having a tiny amount of understanding about his existence. He did not need the level required to be an eternal emperor, but enough so that when he fused with the other clones, there would be no problem, backlash, or loss of strength. Unfortunately, even after his father, a pseudo-eternal emperor, preached his understanding of existence to him, he could not comprehend anything. His parents did not blame him, since it is rare for anyone to understand anything regarding existence without the heavenly will presenting the concept to any individual. To do so beforehand would require not only immense comprehension, but also luck and maybe even the perfect environment. Nevertheless, Chu Luo never forgets the fleeting disappointment in his parents' eyes when he failed after numerous attempts. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use the orthodox method and reincarnate himself over and over while condensing a unique Tao inheritance seed that contained all his strength, bloodline, comprehension, etc., before absorbing it in his subsequent lives. Chapter 539 Survive. Yi Tuizi rushed out of his domain, heading straight for his opponent. Despite not being inside, the domain still boosted all his strength. It only lost the effect of suppressing his opponent. Then, the Black Tiger's eyes suddenly glowed red. Bloodline ability. Avasi Hell Wong Wei then saw an illusion of countless demons tormenting his soul. So, he secretly shook his head. Most people who fight him could see the anomaly of his soul after one attempt and be wise not to fight him on this field. Yet this arrogant little demon seemed not to learn anything from the beginning of this fight. Wang Wei snorted coldly, and a deep power from his sea of consciousness instantly destroyed the illusion. At the same time, Yi Tuizi's eyes began to bleed because of the backlash of his failed attack. "Let's end this charade," said Wang Wei as he condensed a spear made of origin essence. Boom! The air exploded as he threw the projectile with unimaginable force. The clouds in the sky scat because of the sheer power of the throw, and as the spear traveled to its destination, it left a trail where space-time curved. Yi Tuizi's pupils dilated as he watched death rapidly approach him. Everything began to move in slow motion so that he could see every detail of the spear's trajectory. Unfortunately, his body could not move. Move, damn it, move. This can't be the end. It was pointless. His mind could react, but not his body. As the spear approached a meter from his body, the fear of death almost overwhelmed him. Then, Yi Tuizi heard a roaring voice. "Are you going to lose to a mere human? Where's your pride?" A roar of anger and frustration resonated deep in his soul. Then, Yi Tuizi's aura suddenly increased, becoming nobler, more ethereal, more immortal-like. Then, at the last possible second, he transformed into his human form to avoid the spear. "Can't be," thought Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. "I should thank you," said Yi Tuizi with newfound confidence and calmness. "So, you've acquired control of your Dao Source Seed?" "Indeed. It seems that it is true what they say. There is a power of sublimation between life and death," replied Yi Tuizi as he clenched his hand, feeling the surge in power. After gaining control of the seed, it released an immortal aura that drastically increased his strength. "In that case, let's end this pointless battle," Wang Wei said calmly. "Do you know how to be scared now? Scared? Do you think you're my opponent now? Unless you're willing to sacrifice that seed." Yi Tuizi looked at him with intense, killing intent. "Are you serious? You're throwing away your chance at proving the Tao for what? Pride? No one can insult me and live long to tell the tale, especially not a human." Bang! A terrifying aura emanated from his body that shook the entire city. All the heaven chosen watching the fight were forced to kneel on the ground by the overwhelming power of that aura. Everyone except Chu Luo. These arrogant geniuses tried to resist. To them, they would never bow to anyone, even an immortal. Regrettably, they did not have the strength to back up their pride. Yi Tuizi waved his hand to manifest an enormous black tiger paw that descended from the heavens like a god punishing mortals by squashing them as easily as bugs. Boom! The place where the paw landed exploded, generating a powerful shockwave that annihilated all matters, energy, laws, and concept above the trial city. "Is this the power of a mortal?" thought Shirkian, who also knelt on the ground. "I must have that power." She felt it was a shame that the second-seeded player would encounter such an opponent. Otherwise, based on the displayed strength, he would have probably made a mighty emperor. Many people felt the same way as her. The Heaven Chosens lamented how unlucky this Wang Wei was. At the same time, they also became elated since Yi Tuizi no longer had this power. Now, they only had to worry about the first-seeded player. They hoped he was not foolish enough to destroy his future for a short gain such as this inheritance. The dark clouds generated by the explosion blew away, and everyone watching this fight had their eyeballs bigger than their forehead, a person in terrible shape floating in the air. His left arm and right eyes were missing and had burn marks on different parts of his face. Additionally, he had a large hole in his stomach where his organs and golden spine were visible. Wang Wei calmly looked at Yi Tuizi, and everyone could sense the fury emanating from his body. Some people even felt he was releasing pressure on par with the previously boosted Yi Tuizi. Impossible. How could you survive the full blow of one leaf, immortal venerable? Only Wang Wei knew how much effort he used to survive that attack. He knew he could not directly block this attack or reduce its power. So, he focused all his attention on survival. He used time laws to constantly revert himself to his peak state. He encased himself with a luck probability field to ensure something would go wrong, and this attack would do the weakest damage to himself. He blessed his destiny with that of someone who survived an attack from an immortal tier powerhouse. He used the cycle of yin and yang to form a powerful shield to protect him. And whenever he came close to death, he used samsara laws to convert his death state to a living state. Furthermore, he connected his fate to someone close to him, ancestor Wu Qing, and transferred much of the attack's damage to him. Despite all of this, he almost died. Honestly, if he did not use the last week to ask the Sect's immortal powerhouse to ensure that the third incarnation reached the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he knew he would have still died. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he sensed his body. Although the attack had the strength of an immortal venerable, it did not have a mortal key that would hinder his healing. So, in a few seconds, he returned to his peak physical state. He even activated the runes in his clothes to regrow them back. Then, he instantly appeared before Yi Tuizi. As the tiger demon looked at those gray eyes, he felt a fear embedded deep in his bloodline. It was the fear when humans used to be the ones at the top of the food chain. His instinct took over, and he wanted to run away. However, he was unable to move as the space itself restrained him. Wang Wei did not waste his time as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Yi Tuizi's face. He punched the latter more than 1 trillion times in less than a second without holding back. Screams of agony echoed throughout the city. The sound was worse than a pig being butchered. Oddly, Yi Tuizi's head remained intact despite all these punches. And this was not an accident. Wang Wei used his own power to reinforce the tiger's head, so he could withstand his punches. The beating continued for 5 minutes straight, with him punching more than 1,000,000 times in 1 second. So, for the next 5 minutes, these heaven-chosens had to hear the demon squealing as if his brother had betrayed him with his wife. It was simply heartbroken. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei stopped as he took a deep breath to calm down. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. A white light emanated from Yi Tuizi's body and entered his mouth. He absorbed the latter's lifespan. Now, what will happen if I absorb the lifespan of an immortal creature? Let's find out, thought Wang Wei. Not long, he discovered his answer. He could only absorb 1 yuan epoch of lifespan, a total of 269 trillion years. Then, Yi Tuizi dried up like a mummy. He is still immortal, but his Tao foundation is destroyed, thought Wang Wei as he observed him. Now, he needed to know what to do with him. Yi Tuizi must die, but he cannot die in his hand. The demon supremacy world is very aggressive toward human-dominated worlds. So, based on the information he gathered by reading Yi Tuizi's fate line, they will definitely use this opportunity to invade the myriad emperor world. They have done this before. Although the different demon tribes often fought with each other, they were incredibly united in their hatred and opposition to the human race. Usually, the myriad emperor world would not fear any plane invasions. What Wang Wei worried about was that the demon supremacy world used the excuse that they were only after the Tao opening sect. With the political landscape of the myriad emperor world, the other sects might abandon their unity and let them invade just to weaken the Tao opening sect. And Wang Wei would not let that happen. At the same time, his fury must be appeased. So, Yi Tuizi must die, but not in his hands. So, he took a copy of the latter's soul imprints. After years of analyzing, He discovered this was what his soul network used to connect to other world communities. As long as he accesses the demon supremacy world community, he can plan for Yi Tweezy's death. All these thoughts quickly flashed across his mind as he made a decision. Then, he threw the tiger demon's body to the ground like he was throwing a rag. Then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and caught young Master Yi. He quickly checked his body and became relieved when he discovered that only his foundation had been destroyed. He then looked at Wang Wei. Every inch of his body wanted to slap this kid for what he did to his son. However, he could sense a terrifying aura locking him from the shadow. He knew if he made the wrong move, he would be annihilated. The middle-aged man sighed, lamenting his weakness that he was not an insurgent. After that, he disappeared without saying a word. Chapter 540 Tao Ancestors Classification. Wang Wei looked at the people watching the battle, his eyes asking them if any of them was foolish enough to challenge him again. And based on how they averted his eyes, he got his answer. So, he flew to his mansion, which he thought was destroyed during the battle. However, it seems that the small world the trial took place was a special one, as all the destroyed houses had reappeared a few seconds after the battle ended. So, he entered and reinstalled the arrays he previously had. Chu Luo watched Wang Wei leave with a slightly stern look while countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He needed the deceiving heaven longevity art for a particular reason, and no matter what, he must get his hands on it. His 9 extremities foundations seemed to be in the early stages. Otherwise, he would not be so weak. However, he might become a problem based on how long this trial takes. So, he analyzed the situation before concluding that there was no need to worry too much. The second-seeded player was not as much of a threat to him, at least in the combat department of this trial. The minimum requirement for the 9 Extremities Foundation to succeed is to have the strength of a Tao ancestor. At the same time, there are different levels or classifications of Tao ancestors based on strength. Anything below that meant the process had failed. So, even if Wang Wei succeeded, Chu Luo believed he would still be stronger. And the reason he came to this conclusion is the downside of the unorthodox method. Lack of time. Most people who walked the unorthodox ways had only one generation to cultivate the other incarnations before the final fusion. So, it is challenging to temper them to the limit like people who use the orthodox path. As such, most unorthodox people are the weakest Tao ancestors after completion. All I have to do is watch out for the other competition categories. The third-seeded player, Yi Dafu, watched the battle, excitement all over his eyes. This king is looking forward to fighting you. He was not deterred by Wang Wei's feat of surviving the full blow of an immortal venerable. His disaster bloodline can also do the same, albeit he would pay a terrible price. Based on his analysis, the human is now in terrible shape inside his mansion, trying everything possible to heal his injuries quickly. The immortal swordsman, Ji Lanfang, lay on a rooftop in the distance, spectating both battles. During the entire process, he never stopped drinking. What a strong meat shield. Maybe he can survive more than one of my serious sword slashes. Hiccup, he muttered. Mulei, the 5th-seeded player, calmly looked in the distance. Such a strong body. If only I could swallow it. Sure, Qian. The new 6th-seeded player clenched her teeth as she watched Wang Wei leave. No matter what, I must get this inheritance. Although she was one of the blessed ones, her situation was not looking too good. Her parents were loose cultivators who once helped a great emperor during his rise, and he rewarded them with a mortal key as karma repayment. So, her background may not be as high as some heaven-chosen from emperor lineages. Worse, not long after she was conceived, Shirkian's father died in some unknown secret realm while trying to get some rare resources for her. So, she only had a single mother to raise and protect her, which has not been easy because many people believe that by absorbing the source of an immortal child, especially one from the light race, they could wash away their karma without the help of an emperor. So, Shirkian spent most of her childhood in hiding, waiting for the heaven will battle. She believed she could win this generation's heaven will battle with her talent. However, recently, a monster appeared in her world. That monster used to be an insurgent Tao ancestor, but decided to give up all his powers and reincarnate to prove the Tao. Shirkian did not think she had a chance at winning. Normally, she could wait for the next generation. Regrettably, that monster belonged to the sect that killed her father during the secret realm. So, if he proved the Tao before her, she knew that she and her mother would not survive long. Shirkian was not the only person feeling anxious. Sushar never felt so close to reviving her husband, and yet the opportunity might slip from her hands. She was unwilling. Whether it was this trial or the heavenly battle, she could not lose. As she looked at the departing Wang Wei, a thought came to mind. Maybe I should consider acquiring an identity token from another world community and compete there instead. As soon as this idea got into her mind, she could not remove it. Let's see how things unfold before making a decision. Maybe this was the way for her future. Am I going to fail again? Thought Jingwu Hua as she looked in the distance. Then, she placed her hand on her ribs and caressed them. No, my father predicted this possible outcome and prepared for the worst. I should trust him. Guofeng Wang looked at Wang Wei's back. No one, maybe even herself, did not know what she felt or was thinking. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing smiled before muttering, as expected of a genius like him. However, it is not guaranteed that the throne will be yours yet. Feng Heng was one of the few people who saw how Wang Wei survived the attack, while all the others only marveled at his power and means. Who would have thought he not only survived the Supreme Outlaw trial, but he became so powerful? I thought Di Tian was my only problem, but now there's another. Feng Heng thought about steps to take for the future to ensure the rise of Buddhism in the lower dimension. It was his mission, and he would succeed at all costs. I need to prepare some hidden cards before the final battles, and they have to be ones at the immortal level. Before then, let's focus on our objective. He did not come for the deceiving Heaven Longevity art. If he acquired it, that would be useful. If not, it did not matter in the long run. Then, Feng Heng looked at someone in the distance. The divine race. So, they can show up again after I created some loopholes on the absolute beginning magic. Maybe I can begin to spread the seed of Buddhism throughout the endless void through him. He squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Let's be cautious and investigate first. The divine race, Liang Shixian, looked at the departed Wang Wei. A unique soul. Maybe he can help me. Then, he sensed a gaze and looked in Feng Heng's direction. After looking at the person for a second, he averted his gaze. A hooded figure also watched the departed Wang Wei. I've heard that the fate-dominating emperor was an era-suppressing genius in his youth, but I did not think he would be this powerful. Well, given his accomplishment, it would make sense. The hooded figure's face squinted under the hood. It does not matter. No matter what, I will destroy you in the cradle before you can grow up and save the entire Chaos universe. After entering his mansion, Wang Wei immediately contacted Ancestor Wuqing. Kid, are you all right? Just minor injuries. That's good. So what do you want? What with the attitude? I'm not very fond of you transferring that attack to me. Common Ancestor, that was probably like a mosquito bite for you. I still don't like it. I apologize, Wang Wei said with a very sincere face. Good. I accept your apology. Wang Wuqian did not know whether he was truly sincere. Can I still do it in the future? Now he knew. Whatever. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite ancestor. Wang Wuqing ignored the kid's cheekiness. So, why'd you contact me? How strong was that person who took Yi Tweezy away? He's a 3-root Dao ancestor. Explanation, please. Didn't you read the books in the secret archives? I'm not done since I've been busy. Plus, when it comes to immortal tier information, a lot of them are vague. Just the other paths. The Dao path also has a classification for strength. Do you know the difference between emperors and Dao ancestors? The former control the grand Dao source, while the latter borrows its power. Correct. But on a technical level, it is not true. Dao ancestors can control the grand Dao source, only up to 4. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of something. There are 2 reasons many people do not go to Great Thousand Worlds to become Dao ancestor. The main one is the immortal tribulation is extremely difficult. And secondly, this method could only create the weakest Tao ancestors. One root Tao ancestor. These Tao powerhouse have zero control of the grand Tao source. Although there are some exceptions, it is scarce. Now, when Great Emperor refines a seed for someone, he can allow them brief access to the grand Tao source to comprehend and control up to 4, and the more percentage, the higher the root. So, that person only controls 2? Yes. Using that 2 in his internal world, he can resonate with the grand Tao source and borrow its power. How fascinating. Ancestor, what's your level? Of course, I'm a 5-root Tao ancestor. Without that level, it is extremely difficult to become an insurgent. That makes sense. I remember you saying that 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can fight some Tao ancestor? That's right. Some can fight 1 to 2 roots. Wang Wei frowned slightly as he thought of something. The weakest 3rd-class emperor only has 5 control of the grand Tao source. Yet according to you, the strength disparity to a 5-root Tao ancestor is unimaginable. Is the difference that exaggerated? You have no idea. Wang Wuqing replied with a long, desolate sigh. I once met an unparalleled genius who managed to control 4.9% of the grand Tao source before becoming a Tao ancestor. And yet, in front of the lowest 3rd-class emperor, he could only run away after a few hundreds blow. And he even later admitted that emperor was not even trying to kill him. That 0.1% gap is a nightmare of despair. Just like the saying, heaven and earth treat everybody like dogs. In the upper dimension, great emperors are probably just bigger ants, let alone other immortal powerhouses, commented Wang Wei calmly. Maybe, muttered Wang Wuqing. Let's not talk about this. From what I know about you, you must have left Yi Tweezy alive for a reason. So, what's your plan? Chapter 541, The Demon Supremacy World. Wang Wei told Wang Wuqing about the Demon Supremacy World and his worries if he were to kill Yi Tweezy. You did a good job. Although our sect is powerful, there is no need to create more enemies. That's how Wang Wei felt, so he nodded his head. Out of curiosity, how would we fare against the entire Demon Supremacy World? Wang Wuqing thought for a moment. If they have an eternal emperor hiding in their world, we probably will not survive for long. If not, we could run away and hide with Shadow 1 and 2. Then, use guerrilla tactics to cripple the most powerful demon tribes and win this war. Eternal Emperor? That is a variable. Do you plan to do something? Yi Tuitsi Musti. Wang Wei did not want to kill him simply because he injured him, but because of the possible threat this person could pose. With Yi Tweezy's talent, even without the power of the Tao Source Seed, it is very likely for him to prove the Tao. And on the unlikely chance that Wang Wei fails, he could guess that Tiger Demon would return for revenge. So, he must remove the threat in the cradle. Do you need something? I need 1 talisman to prevent any Emperor tier powerhouse from tracking me down, and a few talismans that can kill Tao ancestors. Alright, give me a few days. They'll bring everything. That's fine. The competition won't start for another month. Wang Wuqing left, and Wang Wei went to refine the soul imprint he took from Yi Tweezy, allowing his soul network to access the Demon Supremacy World community. Then, he took out a talisman that recorded many things, the most important of which was something Chu Luo muttered, the unorthodox method of the 9 Extremities Foundation. Before the battle, Wang Wei scattered the array virus in the surroundings to spy on everyone present. He would secretly record these heaven-chosenist aura, law fluctuation, emotions, and words. He did not allow the viruses to enter their bodies because he divined that if he overused the array virus in this way, it would be a matter of time before Heavenly Tao detected it, which would lead to Grand Tao noticing him again. 9 Extremities Foundation, unorthodox method, Wang Wei muttered before using his fate law to divine the secrets of heaven and earth. Since he was already walking on that path, he did not encounter any resistance when learning about the 9 Extremities Foundation and learn a lot about it. It seems I don't have to worry about rejection from the incarnation's innate materials. From his divination, he knew the innate materials on the incarnations would turn into a pure power that nourishes the main body during the final fusion. As such, he does not have to worry about clashes or rejections. As long as someone can pass or survive the outlaw trial, they can receive countless opportunities. Wang Wei knew if his trial did not lead to Lin Fan's trial, he would never have the opportunity to understand something regarding existence, and thus would be incapable of walking the unorthodox path of the Nine Extremities Foundation. Even with his comprehension, without the right opportunity, he might not have succeeded. This is the reason that luck is a fundamental aspect of any powerful cultivator. Finally, he reviewed the information he gathered on these people before going to meet with Ancestor Witching again. Wang Wei received many jade talismans, along with a necklace. Shadow One refined a talisman for you and lent you his personal chaos treasure. The key word is lending. You must return it. What's with the emphasis on lending? With how shameless you are, I would not be surprised if you try to keep it for yourself. Wang Wei's lips twitched, but he did not refute. So, what does it do? With your fateless status, it should allow you to even hide from an eternal emperor, albeit briefly. If you sense someone on that level tracking you down, abandon everything and retreat. It should be fine. For what I learned from Yi Tweezy, the demon supremacy world only had 3 eternal emperors, and they should all be gone. Nevertheless, I will be careful in case there is one secretly hiding. Your cautiousness reassures me. Wang Wei entered seclusion again before activating the Soul Network. This time, he had 3 purples orbs floating in front of him, signaling the Myriad Emperor world, the Martial Supreme world, and the Demon Supremacy world. Wang Wei chose a new addition to the network, gaining access to a bunch of souls with that he could form connections. Then, he chose a random one as an anchor to send a projection into the Demon Supremacy world. The first thing he noticed was the towering trees that elevated to the sky. Everywhere he looked or used his divine sense to look, there were forests, mountains, rivers, and farms, giving the entire world a nature-like and picturesque atmosphere. Wang Wei looked at the trees and knew many demon tribes lived on top of them. The history of this world has some similarities and was influenced by the Myriad Emperor world. There was a new era as a result of the innate acquire war. Then, the cultivators rebuilt civilizations. The demons called that period the beginning era. In that era, demons and humans competed with each other to become the racial protagonist of this world. The fight was relatively balanced until a human became enlightened under a Bodhi tree and developed Buddhism. After proving the Tao and spreading his religion, humans became the dominant species and suppressed the demons. The demons called this era the Dark Era, a time of great suffering for their races. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the complete truth. From Yi Tweezy, he knew that the Buddhist cultivators were peaceful and left the demon race to themselves as long as they did not eat human flesh. Many demons even converted to Buddhism, walking on the path of seeking nirvana. However, the Dark Era ended after the absolute beginning emperor created the Great Buddhist Cataclysm. Then, the first eternal emperor from the demon race rose, and he hated humans passionately. So, he destroyed 90 of the human race while enslaving the remaining 10. He also ensured to rewrite history, convincing his race of the atrocities humans created during the Dark Era. That eternal emperor established the supremacy era that has existed until now. Wang Wei's projection teleported to an underground cave where a group of demons who looked like dogs watched over a bunch of humans. "Whoopssh, you're working too slow," said the humanoid dog demon as he whipped an older man who seemed to be in his 80s, dressed in sacks as clothes. The older man fell to the ground, with blood all over his back. Despite the immense pain, he did say a word as his eyes were numb. He then tried to get up, mustering all the strength possible. Regrettably, although his mind was willing, his body could not. "Are you being lazy?" said the dog demon before whipping him again. The older man fell flat to the ground, unable to move. He looked at the demon, his eyes still numb and unfocused. "What are you looking at? You disgusting human? Whoopssh. Whoopssh. Whoopssh." The dog demon whipped him until the luster of life left his eyes. Another dog demon walked to the beater, indifferently looked at the dead older man and said, "Team Leader G, go. You are killing the slaves too quickly." The tribe might complain. These humans reproduced as quickly as the rabbit tribe. There will be plenty of them to replace. The vice leader shook his head. So what do we do now? Didn't that human have children? Yes, but the only remaining one is 10 years old. Old enough to work. Go get him. Soon, a 10-year old malnourished child appeared. He saw his father's corpse on the ground, and his body trembled. Tears wanted to leave his eyes, but he controlled himself. He quickly picked his father's pick and began mining, not uttering a word. Wang Wei watched the older man. He knew despite the latter's appearance, he was only in his early 40s. He did not say anything before teleporting to a small village. In some houses, a line of more than 40 demons waited in front of each home. Wang Wei looked at the closest to him, where an ant demon walked out from a house, pulling up his pants and using a cloth as a belt. "How was it?" asked a wolf demon in front of the line. "As good as usual." The wolf demon laughed heartily after hearing this. Then the people behind him followed soon. The invisible Wang Wei looked through the house and saw a human woman lying on a bed naked, her dull eyes full of despair. He could tell she was asking for someone to relieve her of her misery. Wang Wei teleported to another place. This time, it was a city full of humans. An elephant demon looked at a kneeling human. Compared to the others he saw, this person's dress was way better than the sacks he saw all the others wear. "Did you finish the task I gave you?" asked the elephant. "Yes, I have chosen 200,000 humans for the Lord's banquet." "Did you properly choose each individual?" "Yes, I properly bathed, fed, and even chose the ones with high cultivation talent and special bloodlines. The Lord should be satisfied with this meal." The elephant nodded before going to check the chosen people. He secretly shook his head. "No one with cultivation realms. Those are the tastiest. Well, I should not expect more from a backward place as this." He then used his space ring to take away all the 200,000 people. And during the entire process, the city lord had a smile on his face. Wang Wei calmly watched this before teleporting to another location, which was a school where a heterogeneous group of demon children interacted. The teacher, a lion demon, had a complete human transformation, unlike the others who only looked humanoid. Remember, children, humans are born aggressive. They were born for conquest, destruction, and hatred. This has been proven based on their activities during the Dark Era. "Teacher, from what I saw during last week's field trip, aren't we doing the same thing as humans?" "No, it is not the same. Humans do horrible things because they are innately evil and corrupt. They enjoy committing sins. We do what we do to protect our race, our culture, and our way of life. So, if we give them a chance to rise, we will suffer an even worse fate." "I understand, teacher. That's good. Now, pass me yesterday's assignment." The lion demon collected all the papers and read the first one. "Excellent work, Shizajong. By the power granted to me by the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you 100 community points. Keep up the good work." Then, he read another paper before giving the child some community points, making each of them very happy. At such a young age, they knew that with enough points, they could elevate their status and acquire more resources. They could change their entire life for the better. As Wang Wei observed this school interaction that was probably normal throughout this entire world, he sneered. "The Supremacy Era. Huh? All right, let's begin the Era of Revolution." Chapter 542, The Revolution. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the Soul Network. He made the category for his search human and inaccessible ones. The demon race made up 60 of this world's population. Humans comprised 30. And the remaining 10 consisted of demonic beasts, essentially animals that have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, but are of low intelligence. After a period of cultivation, the demonic beasts can evolve into low-level demon races with impure bloodlines. If you count the number of these low-level demon races as demonic beasts, they will then make up 40 of the demon race's population. After searching for the information he needed, Wang Wei found 5 places where a large number of humans habited, but his soul network could not pull people's souls. He knew there must be some immortal-level powerhouses or formations in these places. He divined which of these 5 places would ensure his plan's highest success before teleporting inside. It was a city occupied by demons, but that was only on the surface. He could detect that humans controlled the demons in this place, making it look like it still belonged to them. Furthermore, there was an entrance to a small world in this city. After a brief search, he discovered a person who could enter and leave the secret realm at will. Wang Wei did not follow him. Instead, he summoned that person's soul to his soul realm, the name he gave that space in the soul network. He showed that person his strength and mysterious abilities before telling him to contact his leader. Not long afterward, the poor middle-aged man rushed into the secret realm to report. Not long afterward, a Tao ancestor wearing a green robe came out to meet Wang Wei's projection in a secret house in the city. Your Excellency, I am Taoist Greenheart. How may I refer to you? The name's Chu Mo, replied Wang Wei, that had masked his appearance. Lord Chu Mo, are you from another heavenly world? Asked Taoist Greenheart, who became more respectful when he realized he could not detect any information from the person in front of him. What makes you say that? This is not the first time some foreign plane has aided our resistance. Otherwise, I doubt we would last so long. Well, you are correct. The demon supremacy world has enmity with us, so they must be destroyed. Taoist Greenheart smiled, but did not take these words seriously. The previous people only provided some resources and helped them destroy a few insignificant demon tribes before leaving. So, he is prepared for the same outcome. He would be satisfied as long these new people were not stingy with their resources. Wang Wei frowned after seeing the latter situation. It seems you do not expect much. In that case, how about I tell you the first stage of my plan? Then, you can decide whether you want to participate. Oh, what will happen if I don't want to participate? I will go to the other bases. And if they are not willing to participate, I'll raise my own force. It seems Your Excellency is determined. All right, please tell me your plan. Before we can start, please sign this Tao contract, swearing you will not reveal any information about our discussion. Taoist Greenheart frowned as he looked at the contract. The Tao contract in his hand was the highest level, capable of even binding a great emperor. However, after reading it, he sighed in relief. The contract only stated that he could not reveal any information regarding their discussion and also not betray the human race. Truth be told, Taoist Greenheart admired this foreigner's caution. So, after checking if there were any hidden clauses, he signed with his soul. Then, Wang Wei told him about the first phase of his plan. See, can we really succeed? Of course. The better question is, are you really willing to use such precious resources? Why not? The return would more than enough make up for it, replied Wang Wei. Taoist Greenheart quickly calmed down before processing the information. How do we split the rewards? 8-2. 8 for me. Isn't that too much, especially since you're not risking anything? You should understand that freedom has no actual price. Do you want the human race to be livestock for generations? Taoist Greenheart sighed heavily. You're right. He'll go talk to the other bases. He'll convince them. Remember to have them sign the contract before revealing the plan. If any of them is adamant in his refusal, quickly take him down. Do you suspect there are traitors amongst us? Impossible. Don't be naive. In this cruel world, it would be odd if some people did not sell their kind for survival. Greenheart knew this, but he did not want to accept this. After sighing again, he left. 3 days later, he returned with 3 other middle-aged men wearing distinctive colors of robes. However, they did not look happy. So who was the traitor? Asked Wang Wei. That does not matter, replied Taoist Redheart. Is your plan really going to work? As long as you guys are willing to place your lives in the line. We are not afraid of dying. We are only afraid of a meaningless death, afraid of leaving the human race in a worse position than it already is. As long as you keep that conviction, everything will be fine, said Wang Wei. All right, where do we begin? Asked Taoist Yellowheart. This is a list of the demon tribe we must destroy as rapidly as possible, said Wang Wei as he handed them a list which obviously included the Hell Tiger tribe. I still think this plan is too far-fetched, said Taoist Blueheart. What's your worry? Asked Wang Wei. These demon tribes have between 20 to 30 great emperors as their foundation. How on earth are we going to destroy them? Wang Wei looked at him, and he could tell he was not the only one with reservation. You guys know of Great Rock Emperor? Of course. He is the damn demon who started all our misery. As the first eternal emperor of this world, he had a lasting impact even to this day. The Great Rock Emperor created the demon race's era of dominance, but his policies doomed them for failure as well, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean? Many tribes have more than 10, 20, and even 30 great emperors. However, this is not the result of their strength. The Great Rock Emperor made a secret agreement between the tribes that in each generation, they could select a tribe for the heaven will to be handed to. What? How is that possible? Yelled Taoist Redheart. This is what happens when a world's heavenly Tao is not as strict on controlling the laws and regulations, added Wang Wei. But how does that help us with our plan? Asked Blue Heart. Most of the emperors these demon tribes have are only third and second class, with a lot of them even being pseudo-emperors. Pseudo-empereur? Wang Wei looked at the confusion on these people's faces and secretly shook his head. It is of great significance for cultivators to have widened horizons. Great emperors who do not have the Tao heart or proper foundation to bear the heaven wills. How did you guys become Tao ancestors without even knowing such a thing? The four looked at each other in embarrassment. All the records of our human race are destroyed. This includes our history, culture, origin, and even our speaking tongue, said Taoist Greenheart, lamenting that he was currently speaking the demon language. But you should have lived long enough to learn this. Or, at the very least, learn from the great emperor who created you. The thing is, a great emperor did not create us. We inherited our powers from an inheritance Tao seed. These things can inherit a mortal level power? Wang Wei decided to ask Ancestor Witching if they had this technology. If not, it would be great to bring it back to the sect. Back to the topic. Because of how weak the emperors of most demon tribes are, they do not have any insurgents. So, with the talisman I gave you, you should be able to destroy them effortlessly. All right, when do we attack? Asked Redheart. 3 days from now. So, gather all the people needed. Why not sooner? We need a new and more secure base. Hell Tiger tribe territory, inside a secret realm. How is Jir doing? Asked a beautiful woman, looking at a body in a green pool. The tribe has used an emperor pill to recreate his foundation. Regrettably, there is nothing we can do about the Tao Source seed. Damn it, how could he waste such a precious thing? It does not really matter, as long as he can defeat his opponent in the upcoming competition. According to the rules, the other tribes would have to hand the heaven will to him. It's not like they have not gone back on their words before. With the seed, he could deter them from acting rashly. The middle-aged man Yi Tweezy's father shrugged his shoulder. He also thought his son was stupid to waste the seed. But it was gone, and there was nothing he could do now. What about the person who did that to him? Are we going to let him go like that? The other person is from the most powerful sect in the Myriad Emperor world. So, unless we can get support from the entire alliance for an invasion, it would be suicide to fight them alone. So, he's just going to get away with hurting our son? So the only way for him to get his revenge is to prove the Tao and hope the other party fails. Otherwise, this is out of our hands. The woman's face became ugly to look at after hearing this. Just as he was about to complain, the entire secret realm trembled. What's going on? The two rushed outside to see the sun shining on them. The Hell Tiger's bloodline was Een in nature, so their tribe's main headquarters was deep underground, where Een energy was concentrated. So it was odd to see the sun. However, this was not even the odd part of the situation. All 27 of the tribe's emperor formations and arrays manifested to protect the tribe from an enormous hand that descended from the heavens. Yi Tweezy's father squinted his eyes after seeing the person controlling the enormous hand. Taoist Redheart from the human resistance? How could they be so powerful? He could tell the previous attack reached the level of first-class emperor. Suddenly, he remembered the cold, indifferent gray eyes that almost ruined his son's life. Boom! 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 The enormous hand slammed a few times before breaking all the information. Then, The hand killed all the Hell Tiger Demon tribes, mortals and immortals alike. Taoist Red Heart proceeded to take all the sect's resources, including the Emperor artifacts, secret realms, and the bodies of the demons, and returned to the base. Across the demon supremacy world, many Emperor tribes were destroyed in just a few minutes before anyone else could react. Using the talisman, which contained the power of the Tao opening sect's insurgents, the Tao ancestors of the human resistance acted swiftly before retreating. Furthermore, Wang Wei gave many humans true monarch's talismans which contained his power, tasking them to destroy the non-emperor or immortal tribes. And with his strength that can slaughter quasi-emperor as if they were nothing but ants, these humans went on a rampage. And unlike the Tao monarchs, these humans were chosen as death soldiers, so they did not need to retreat, only kill until they died. So, in just one day, these humans managed to kill 5 of the demon race's population. They killed 5 of the entire universe's population. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. The madness of these humans, fueled by their hatred, genuinely shocked him. Inside the Resistance's new base, Wang Wei had just finished absorbing the lifespan of a Tao ancestor. Unlike the Tao child, he can absorb 9 cycles of 1 yuan epoch, for a total of 9 yuan epochs. After that, the dead body of the Tao ancestor would disintegrate. As he looked at the lifespan on his hand, he smiled. After absorbing Yi Tweezy's lifespan, he had an idea for all his 8 incarnations to live the limit of mortal 1 yuan epoch and spend all that time comprehending the law. Then, he would fuse with them. Once he succeeded, he might exceed Di Tian's golden law tree. For those of you not in my Discord, there's additional information in the previous chapter that I forgot to add yesterday. Chapter 543, The Revolution. 2. As Wang Wei held the lifespan in his hand, he frowned as he sensed something was odd. So, he quickly divined the problem and learned that each of his incarnations couldn't live 1 yuan epoch. 1 yuan epoch was the limit of mortals. And since his incarnations are part of his existence, their lifespan is his lifespan. If one lived for 1 yuan epoch, the main body would run out of lifespan. In other words, he cannot use them to escape this restriction of heaven and earth. Wang Wei was sure there was a way to remove that limit, but this method may not exist in the lower dimension. It does not matter. I can still use the lifespan to boost the incarnation's comprehension. Using lifespan this way requires a deep understanding and control of the soul. So most cannot do this, but he could. Afterward, he began to do an inventory of his gain. There were more than a dozen Emperor artifacts, materials used in the formations, materials stored, and many immortal tier bodies. With this raid, Wang Wei had more than enough resources to change most of his incarnations with chaos materials. But this was not the end. He won't stop until he destabilized the entire demon supremacy world. As for Yi Tweezy, Wang Wei already checked his body. He secretly shook his head. If that guy had stopped after acquiring access to his Tao source seed, Wang Wei would have stopped fighting him, and he would have passed his outlaw trial and become a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, he let his pride get the best of him. After lamenting how emotions and desires are often the downfalls of powerful and talented people, he finished his inventory and took 80 of the spoils as previously agreed. The Colored Heart Taoists looked in pain after seeing this, but considering how they accomplished such a feat, they knew he deserved it. Even if Wang Wei asked for more, considering his invested resources, it would be reasonable. Lord Chuimo, what is our next step? Do we attack again? Asked Red Heart. Isn't that a little dangerous? Asked Blue Heart. We don't need to worry about anything with our strength. Wang Wei looked at the two, and they stopped talking. How many times can you endure using the insurgent talismans? All four remained quiet for a few seconds before Green Heart said, If we push ourselves, probably 3 more times. Wang Wei nodded his head. Giving these one-root Tao ancestors the power of a first-class emperor through talisman is not an easy task since they cannot bear the power. Wang Wei did not immediately explain his next step of action despite having already planned it. He wanted more information. So, he used his spirit particles to read the millions of scriptures these demon tribes kept in their territory. learning of this world's history and secrets. Interesting, he muttered. Sir Chuamo, did you find something? The Great Rock Tribe is very capable despite how they looked on the surface. The four looked at each other, very confused. The Demon Supremacy Alliance distributes the heaven well even before the competition. So, why is this world not continue to weaken? Instead, it even gave birth to two new eternal emperors. They did not know. The Great Rock Clan introduced the Jiaolong and Purple Tortoise Clan from otherworld communities. They found worlds where the demon race is oppressed and on the verge of extermination and brought them back here. How is that helping? Asked Red Heart. He was not the only one puzzled, but the others were too embarrassed to ask, as they did not want to appear stupid and ignorant. Usually, before any species is destroyed, their racial luck will counterattack by creating an unparalleled genius. This genius is the destiny son of that race. I see. So, they brought the destiny sons of the Jiaolong and Purple Tortoise from another world, then allowed them to prove the Tao in the Demon Supremacy world, which led to the birth of two more eternal emperors, said Greenheart, as a look of realization suddenly hit him. Is that why they did not completely wipe out our human race? Probably one of the reasons, replied Wang Wei. This is all good, but what does this information have to do with our next attack? Asked Red Heart. I know for a fact that these three tribes have insurgent chosens on par with first-class emperors amongst them. Furthermore, if you look at the great emperors they have cultivated, they have way more first-class emperors than the others. Our plan succeeded because we acted swiftly and had the element of surprise. If we try again, I guarantee these tribes' ancestors will besiege and eradicate all of you. So that's it. In the long term, our actions have only placed a slight dent on the Alliance's power. Of course not, Wang Wei replied calmly. Our second phase is to attack the foundation of the Alliance, the low-level demons. Them? Besides their large number, they are useless, said Yellowheart. It's exactly because of their large number that they're the foundation of the Alliance. Sir, can you elaborate more? Wang Wei did not mind these people's ignorance, as he understood they spent most of their lives cooped in this world without access to knowledge, and most of their history destroyed. So, he further explained. He drew a pyramid in the air with 4 sections. The Alliance can be categorized into 4 hierarchies or classes. At the top, you have the Emperor's tribes. Essentially, the tribes who have given birth to a great emperor. They are considered the tribes with the noblest of bloodlines. I'm not going to talk about the difference between them since it's not relevant to understand my plan. The second class is what I call the aristocrat tribes. They are the demon tribes with no great emperors. They are an easy group to understand. The third class is what I called the wealthy class. These tribes were former low-level demons, but through the system established by the Alliance, they have sublimated their bloodlines to be on par with the second class. Some even managed to cultivate a great emperor and enter the first class. Nevertheless, they are in a class of their own because of the discrimination they face from the second category, despite many of them being as powerful, if not more, than the second class. Finally, the lowest category is the low-level demons. They have the highest population, make up most of this world's armies, and even workforce. Doesn't humans make up the world's working force? Asked Greenheart. Yes, them and humans. However, the upper echelons make it look like humans are the working force to give these low-level demons the illusion of freedom. The Alliance created the mindset that humans have it worse than them, forcing them to ignore their situations. And by giving them the power over humans, these low-level demons even think they are superior to us, even though they are technically exploited even worse than humans because of their large population. Low-level demons make up 40 of this world's population, while humans make up 30. And if you discount the 5 of humans belonging to the human resistance, they are indeed the main working force of this world. Sir Chuamo, how do we deal with the low-level demons? We use the Alliance's system against them, replied Wang Wei, who prepared to use an old but effective tactic. I need you guys to find some people to distribute these scrolls worldwide. Warn them that they will not survive. Greenheart took the scroll, and after reading it, he squinted his eyes, he had already guessed what the plan was. "Wouldn't it be better for us to go?" he asked. "No, these people are just a distraction. Furthermore, I need you to confront the insurgents of the three eternal tribes. I need to know how strong they are before the next phase." "All right, he'll get everything ready." Greenheart chose a group of people loyal to the cause and not afraid of death. Then, he sent them on this mission. One of the reasons that the resistance could last so long was that they once had a powerful great emperor. He sacrificed his life to leave a few untraceable hideouts for humans. And in the following years, the few great emperors humans were lucky to have further strengthened the formations in these bases. After arriving, Wang Wei fused the four main bases together before establishing many secret realms scattered throughout the world. He then connected these secret realms through teleportation array, creating an underground network where the resistance could travel quickly. Using these secret realms, the chosen people traveled to different parts of the world before leaving strange scrolls near habitats with low-level demons. Heavenly Dog, Tribe Territory. A low-level humanoid dog finished peeing in the bushes and pulled his pants up. When he was about to leave, he saw something in the distance. He walked over to pick it up. Bloodline sublimation art. He quickly opened the book and read it. The dog demon squinted his eyes before quickly putting away the book and running home. The next day, he invited a friend of his to hunt in the forest, and while the latter was not looking, he plunged his hand into his chest, killing him. Then, he activated the technique as he absorbed the other's bloodline to purify his. "It worked," yelled the dog demon before quickly shutting up, looking and sniffing around. After not detecting anyone, a deep desire suddenly appeared in his eyes. With this technique, he did not have to work hard to acquire community point, purify his bloodline, and raise his status. So, he went after his next victim without hesitation. Meanwhile, the colored Taoists fought against the insurgent of the three eternal tribes. As expected, they lost miserably. Luckily, they lasted long enough to gather information and escape with a talisman Wang Wei gave them. Soon after that, the Alliance noticed the existence of the humans spreading such a dangerous technique through the world and acted quickly to kill all the distributors and the low-level demons with the technique. Unfortunately for them, they did not see the real threat. Wang Wei never planned to rely on these humans to distribute the bloodline technique. He planned on doing it himself. So, while the Alliance was distracted, he used his soul network to access most of the low-level demons. Then, he used a dream technique to pass it to them. As a cautionary measure, he placed some restrictions on these demons. If any of them wanted to report this technique to the Alliance, they would suddenly forget they had. And as expected, in just over a week, chaos enveloped the entire demon supremacy world as low-level demons began to attack one another to sublimate their bloodlines. Since this technique was a devilish one, it could tempt anyone who read it. And as long as they used it once, it is difficult to stop unless a person has a strong will. Additionally, this technique was not only useful to low-level demons. Any person in the class system could benefit from this technique. Aristocrats could use it to steal the bloodline of emperors, or the wealthy class doing the same for aristocrats. This single technique could destroy or destabilize the entire social-political system of the demon supremacy world. In the human resistance base, Wang Wei looked in the sky, observing the demon race's key luck. As expected, the low-level demons are responsible for a great deal of their racial luck. Turning them on each other will affect the entire demon race's luck, he thought. Now for the final phase. I might have to take some risks, but it should be worth it. Chapter 544, The Revolution. Final. The final phase has many steps, and Wang Wei walked toward the first step. Inside one of the rooms of the base, two formations stood next to each other. On the left side, a dark red aura kept gathering at the center of the formation. Meanwhile, on the right side, a golden aura gathered. Wang Wei checked the left side, since it worked faster than the other. As he looked at the red aura, he could hear cries of despair. Anyone without sufficient willpower could not observe the formation for long. Without saying much, he checked both formations one last time before leaving. Sir Chuamo, what is the next step of our plan? For the next step, I need a few Emperor artifacts for sacrifices, said Wang Wei calmly. Making the others' eyebrows twitch, they immediately knew they would be paying. Is that necessary? Asked Yellowheart. Without it, step 3 cannot succeed. If you guys want, I can stop my actions. After all, you have dealt a great blow to the demon race. Maybe this success is enough for you. The four became quiet as they secretly communicated through divine sense. Sir Chuamo, how important is the next step? If we succeed, the humans of this world will finally have a chance to overthrow the demon race and even become this world's protagonist. If succeeded, I won't lie. There's a chance of failure. The others frowned as they considered the situation. Although things looked favorable to them, they knew this was not the case. It's only a matter of time before the Alliance quickly regained control of the situation and counterattack against the humans, especially the enslaved ones. Although their resistance took the opportunity to plunder and liberate another 5 of the human population, the remaining 1 will still suffer terribly. Fine, we agree, said Greenheart, and Wang Wei nodded. The next day, he sat cross-legged in a room with a few Emperor artifacts floating around him. With the Ancestor's clone, the 4th incarnation has reached the Quasi-Emperor realm and condensed many black holes. With its power, this plan has a higher chance of success, but I should slow down from now to prevent some problems from occurring with the incarnations. All right, let's begin. One of the Emperor artifacts glowed before a flame suddenly appeared, slowly destroying it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei immediately borrowed the strength of 4 incarnations. The strength of 1 leaf, immortal. The current me would survive Yi Tweezy's attack without a scratch. He then concentrated as he summoned his physique's vision. So, a version of himself sitting on a throne with the River of Fate at his feet appeared behind him. Using that River of Fate, Wang Wei summoned the main branch of the river that connects everything and everyone in the endless void, including all heaven-will world and their world communities. As Wang Wei gazed at that river, he felt that he was all-powerful and all-knowing. He felt he could control the fate of everything in existence, including all Daos. He felt free. Immediately, he used his willpower to rein his mind. That was a little scary. He knew if not for his strong willpower, he would have given in to that feeling, and the River of Fate would swallow him, making him a part of it. I can waste time since I don't have long. He used the River of Fate to search for a particular string. It took him a few minutes to swim or navigate, but he did find what he was looking for. He did not immediately interact with that string, but activated the Shadow One's Chaos Treasure to ensure he could not be detected. Then he focused on that string. Wang Wei's gaze changed as he saw somewhere in the endless void, countless trillion light years away from his location, in some unknown world community. It was a humongous beast with a black body, scales, and 1 horn. A tier 10 void beast, thought Wang Wei as he watched the sleeping beast. He briefly observed it before taking action. He directly used a soul attack, creating a sword that stabbed the beast's sea of consciousness. His attack did not work, but it did anger the beast and woke it up. Then, Wang Wei acted swiftly. Fated destination, he manipulated the beast's fate strings through the River of Fate to make it as if he was destined or fated to be at a specific destination, thus achieving teleported. And the destination of that beast was the territory of the Great Rock Tribe in the Demon Supremacy world. Bang! An enormous black beast suddenly appeared on top of the Great Rock Tribe. Luckily, the Emperor formations activated, preventing any catastrophe. However, the beast was now enraged. He was in the middle of an essential cultivation advancement when someone disturbed him, wasting a lot of time. So, he wanted to destroy everything in its sight. In a human resistance base, Wang Wei opened his eyes, his complexion paled. He could sense that his main Bodhi soul was injured in the process. Nevertheless, he knew this was not the end. The Void Beast will not be the opponent of the 3 insurgents of the Eternal Tribes despite being the equivalent of a great emperor. However, Wang Wei chose one with great defense, so it could last longer against these three. He also calculated that the other two tribes would not immediately come to rescue the Great Rock tribe. They would take this opportunity to weaken them and remove their status as the most powerful tribe in this world. Wang Wei looked at the Emperor artifacts next to him. He asked for 7 for this plan, but only used 2. So, he did not hesitate to pocket the other 5 as payment for his services. As for the other 2, they turned into powder after being sacrificed to boost his fate ability. Sir Chuamo, are you all right? Asked the colored Taoist once he exited the room. There is no time to waste. Remember the plan? Yes. When the other 3 come to the Great Rock's aid, we will take this opportunity to attack and destroy even more Emperor tribes. Good. Now, I have something else to do. Wang Wei's projection teleported to the Great Rock tribe's main habitat, a towering tree with different caves dug in for people to live. The higher a person lived on the tree, the higher their social status. Before the start of his plan, he stuck one of his spirit particles on one of the tribe's members, so his projection could secretly infiltrate. Once he arrived, he began to divine something and even activated his luck, ignoring all the rocks flying around with scared expressions. If my calculations are correct, they should be the ones who have it. He knew he did not have long, so he had to be fast. Soon, he found what he was searching for. It was an entrance to a secret realm. He waved his hand, and a space ring appeared in his hand. It was Great Rock's Patriarch's space ring. With his subtle manipulation of space and the fact the latter was distracted activating the tribe's formation, this was easier than expected. He took out the Patriarch's token from the space ring, but immediately frowned as it was connected to its owner and unusable by others. So, he looked in the direction of the Patriarch and copied the latter's fate. Although the Patriarch was a powerful quasi-emperor, he was nothing in front of Wang Wei. With control of the token, he could now access the secret realm he wanted. However, things did not appear to go smoothly. No one was inside, as they most likely left to deal with the Void Beast. In such a dangerous situation, everyone's strength is helpful. What stopped him was an Emperor formation specially designed to protect what was inside. Wang Wei did not waste time as he took out a talisman from Origin 1 and activated it. He controlled the attack to focus on a specific point of the formation to create a small gap. And from that small gap, he slipped in his array virus that has one of his spirit particles sealed inside. Then, through that particle, his projection bypassed the Emperor formation. However, Wang Wei knew he did not have much time, since someone should have detected the fluctuation when he used the talisman. So, when he saw a cauldron with designs of demons inside, his eyes lit up. The demon race's luck-condensing treasure. He calculated that this treasure would be in the hands of one of the 3 eternal tribes. And considering the Great Rock was the first one, they most likely had it, and he was correct. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous desire to swallow the cauldron, and he knew the desire came from the human destiny sword in his hand. After appeasing the sword, he took action. Wang Wei did not immediately take the cauldron as he knew it was semi-sentient and would not allow anyone besides the demon race to touch it. So, he sealed the cauldron before immediately sending it to his main body. Then, he dispersed the projection and even destroyed his spirit particles to remove all his traces. Back in the deceiving trial, Wang Wei's main body called Ancestor Wuching and tasked him to use the human destiny sword to separate the absorb the demon race's luck back in the sect. A portion goes to the sword, while the rest goes to the sect. Back in the Resistance's base, he condensed another projection and waited as he observed the battle with the Void Beast. A few hours later, the colored Taoists returned with a smile. Then, they also watched the fight. The other 2 tribes finally interfered after the Great Rock suffered a significant casualty. Then, after working together, they injured the Void Beast, forcing it to run away. Regrettably, these tribes did not have a long time to celebrate their plans, as a golden dragon suddenly appeared that surrounded the entire demon supremacy world. The dragon with the character for demon on its back roared in agony in the heavens before dispersing into countless motes of lights. Following this, All demons, no matter their status, felt overwhelming grief as if something had been stripped from them. The pain was as unbearable as their mother passing away. The human destiny sword is way more important than people realized. I cannot believe they just let something like that in Sun Jialong's hand. Wang Wei knew without the sword, he could not absorb all of the cauldron's luck. The best he could do was to slowly weaken the demon race's luck through time. Nevertheless, he felt it was too reckless to leave something with such a potentially catastrophic effect in the hands of someone like Sun Jialong. When I become emperor, I must find a better place to hide this thing. Otherwise, if someone used the same tactic I did, the humans in the myriad emperor world would suffer. Sir, did you do this? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly. If you want humans to have a chance in this world, the best way to do so is to remove the demon race's status as this world's protagonists. Now that their key luck is no longer condensed, many problems will occur, and their status as protagonists will slowly disappear. Now, you have to take the opportunity to rise. From the bottom of our hearts, you have a heartfelt thanks of the human race, said all four colored Taoists, even bowing deeply to him. I accept your gratitude. Now, follow me. We still have a few finishing touches. Wang Wei brought them to the room with the two formations. He pointed to the one on the right. This formation will gather all the grievances, pain, suffering, and hatred of humans since the supremacy era to condense a powerful weapon that is highly effective against demons. I call it the demon slaughtering sword. I believe when it's born, it would probably be on par with an innate treasure of the highest rate, if not more powerful. It will be your greatest reliance in this upcoming fight. He then pointed to the right. This formation will condense the human's luck, ensuring your prosperity. Furthermore, I've cast a luck spell with the formation to create a racial son of destiny. They should be an extremely talented individual born to lead humans to prosperity in this world. I've ensured they will be born in this generation, but you don't have much time to train him before the heaven will. Nevertheless, as long as that person can prove the Tao, the humans of this world will be set. That person has a high chance of winning with the demon slaughter sword, the destiny sword, and how the demon race is currently in shambles. We cannot thank you enough, said Greenheart. No need for thanks. Tell that person they owe me a favor, and I will come to collect the debt in the future. Sir, with all you've done for us, we will go through hell and high for you. Wang Wei nodded. Finally, the last point you have to consider is the lower realm. The four immediately began to listen. The Alliance has essentially conquered the majority of the lower realm, with countless worlds under their control. Although it looked like they were in danger now, give them enough time, and they could replenish their low-level demon population and even recondense their race's luck dragon. Not to mention the large human population in these worlds. So what should we do? The same tactics we used to deal with the low-level demons. Spread chaos amongst them. Now, you can do it yourself or pay me to do it for you. What's it going to be? These Taoists' lips almost twitch. A few seconds ago, they were all emotional and thankful. But now they were back to doing business. Sir, we will pay, said Greenheart, knowing this was the best option. Wang Wei nodded before talking about his payment from their 20 of the agreement. Then, he went back to the room. The main body acquired a drop of a soul tear, an emperor-level resource of the sect. So, his injuries were healed in just a few hours with enough medical remedies stored in his body. So, he used his soul network to access all the worlds in the demon supremacy world community. Usually, he could not see all of them since they were not from his community. But the demon race's key luck he recently stole connected to many worlds in the lower realm. So, he could divine their position and gain access to them through his soul network. So he began to instill the demonic bloodline improvement arts in the minds of all the low-level demons across many small, middle, and great thousand worlds. The process was exhausting, but he finished in 4 days. Finally, Wang Wei ended his projection and opened his eyes to the deceiving trial. He stretched his body out before walking out of his room, where Wang Wuqing waited for him. Kid, I don't know what to say. He honestly did not know how to describe the past month's events. Chapter 545, The First Test, Body Wang Wuching thought of all the Emperor artifacts the kids sent back to the sect. Although many of them were pseudo-Emperor artifacts, the materials were still valuable, not to mention the immortal powerhouse's bodies, resources, and luck. He once decided to test the kids' ability to gather resources, but he never thought it would reach this level. In just over a month, he destabilized an entire Heavenwell world and almost brought a mighty race to its knees. It's not as big of a deal as you make it. Most of this plan's success is because of the situation of the demon supremacy world, Wang Wei replied with a smile. How many people do you think can analyze the entire situation of a world in a few days, infer information from their billion years of history, then come up with a way to destroy them from the very core of their civilization? I know I can't do such a thing. All right, I won't be humble anymore. I know I'm awesome, said Wang Yi with a smug look. Awesome? You mean a profiteer? After I killed Yi Tweezy, my vendetta was finished. So, everything I had to do after that had to be properly compensated. Plus, I've even gone easy on them. Easy? What else could you have done? I was going to use a scare tactic to sell them a few Dao Ancestors puppets made by Miscellaneous One at an absorbent price. But I felt bad for them, so I stopped. Wang Wuchen became speechless. He genuinely did not know what to say. You would have been a great merchant. Wang Wei smiled. In his past life, he was a businessman, so he knew when to take an opportunity or how to satisfy a client. Did the sect send the chaos treasures for all my incarnations? Regrettably, that is not possible. What's the issue? Wang Wei asked. Although we have the resources, they cannot all be used on you. So, we decided to give you enough chaos materials for 3 incarnations. As for the rest, we will give you Emperor materials on par the best chaos treasure we have. Wang Wei frowned as he pondered. After a quick analysis, he realized this decision made sense. Chaos materials were scarce, unlike Emperor materials that can be cultivated with the presence of a great Emperor. He even suspected that Miscellaneous One could use many of the pseudo-Emperor artifacts he brought back to combine and cultivate true Emperor artifacts. So, they accepted the decision. That's fine. What about the luck? What's the plan? We decided to slowly inject it into our sect's key, luck, to prevent detection. However, the final decision is in your hands, said Wang Wuching. It's a good idea. Although I've eliminated my tracks in the demon supremacy world, it's good to be cautious. Where's my sword? Wang Wuching waved his hand, and the human destiny sword appeared in his hand and handed it over. Many people did not want to return it to you. Since they've witnessed the sword's importance, it's understandable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Anyway, we have placed many seals on it in case it lands on the wrong hand. Wang Wei was okay with that. He took the sword and felt it was more powerful than before. So, he nodded in satisfaction before placing it away in his sea of consciousness, using its luck to help him comprehend the laws when necessary. Finally, he waited for the day of the trial's beginning. Luckily, no one challenged him after his battle, but he received a recording of the other seated players' battle. Besides Su Shi, no one lost their seated position. On the scheduled day, he flew to the center of this city, where everyone waited in front of a silver pagoda. He saw a place for all the seated players, so he flew to his position. Not long after he arrived, Lord Spirit showed up. Since everyone is here, let's not waste time, said Lord Spirit in a strange voice. The first criterion we will judge is your fleshly body. There are different levels, and you will receive both points and a reward with each level you pass. And the top 3 candidates will receive a special reward left over by the world. These heaven-chosen quickly analyzed the rule and understood that Gu Xian wanted to sow some positive karma with them. Nevertheless, they also wondered if this man had anything worthy of their status besides his inheritance. At their level, only high-level or rare resources are valued by them. Now you can begin, said Lord Spirit. So, everybody entered with the seated player going first based on their ranks. After entering, Wang Wei quickly noticed that a mysterious force had sealed all his powers except his fleshly body. The characters for level 1 floated in the air with a countdown from 30. Furthermore, he was alone. Wang Wei quickly adjusted his state until the countdown finished. Then, a blue flame enveloped the room, burning everything except for him, for a few minutes. Then, he received notification that he had passed the first level. Interesting. Gu Xian's requirement for the first level is to have a fleshly body comparable to a true monarch. That's pretty high. Not everyone follows the body refinement path or actively tempers their bodies, so having such a high requirement was a little surprising. Then, Wang Wei sensed a strange energy entering his body. He intercepted and analyzed it. This power can help me open my acupoints, and it seems to be on par with the star essence, if not better. He could feel this power was versatile and of high quality, so would benefit him greatly. So, after checking over and divining possible danger, he absorbed it. Too little, he muttered before proceeding to the second level. He did not change location. Instead, after another countdown, another flame appeared again, this time with the strength of a quasi-emperor. On the third level, he had to withstand gravity capable of squashing a normal quasi-emperor. On the fourth level, the trial asked him to lift a heavy object, and on the fifth level, a spike pierced his hand before healing less than a second afterward. Wang Wei quickly analyzed that this level tested his defense, stamina, physical strength, and regeneration. And only once they reached the quasi-emperor grade would he pass the level. Before entering the sixth level, Wang Wei gathered all the mysterious power granted from the previous level and easily condensed a black hole with them. So, his eyes lit up as he proceeded to the next level. The sixth level combined all the previous ones. He had to carry something heavy while flame tried to burn him and resisted an immense gravity. Furthermore, once in a while, a spike would appear out of nowhere, ignore his defense, and pierce his skin, forcing him to heal. Nevertheless, this trial was not a problem for him. Wang Wei rose in levels and persevered despite the intensity of each level increasing. By the 123rd level, he had gathered enough power to finally condense super-massive black holes in all his primary 1962 acupoints. Then, he finally entered the third stage of the true Power Dao realm, the Primordial Dragon realm. He had precisely one Primordial Dragon force. However, Wang Wei slightly frowned when he learned what one Primordial Dragon force meant. It signified he could destroy 1% of a great thousand world with one attack. I should be able to destroy a great thousand world, right? He thought. However, after analyzing the situation, he understood where this distorted perception came from. With his strength, he could walk sideways in a great thousand world. He could single-handed kill all the infinite people in a great thousand world, since the highest power of that world is the supreme realm. However, technically speaking, the highest peak of a great thousand world was not the supreme world but the one root Dao ancestor level. So, only this level of strength is enough to destroy a great thousand world. And unfortunately, his fleshly body does not have that level of power. Even if he used all his other strengths, he could not reach the level of destroying a great thousand world, let alone doing it simply with his fleshly body. Only once all the clones reached their peak, and he combined their fleshly body strength, could he achieve such a feat. So, the third layer is a large leap, the thought before continuing his rise. On the 261st level, Wang Wei had opened an additional 50,000 acupoints without condensing black holes. But he only had the power of 3 Primordial Dragon Force. Furthermore, he also reached his limit. So he borrowed the strength of his incarnations to keep climbing. The process was not easy since the borrowed strength was temporary, and he needed a break-in between to do it again. Nevertheless, with this method, he reached the 522nd level and opened a total of 120,000 acupoints with 10 Primordial Dragon Force. He finally reached his absolute limit. Finally, he checked the ranking list. Chu Luo came first after reaching the 1,000th and final level. He was in second place while Su Shi, Mu Lei, Star Beast World, and Yidafu, Monkey-seated player, fought for the third spot on the 100th level. As he looked at the number 1 place, he squinted his eyes. If he could use his law for even a brief moment, he had a way to reach the top as well. Nevertheless, even if he could, He would not use that method since it was his trump card against Chu Luo. There are many other categories. There is still time to catch up and surpass him. His result in this trial granted him 1044 points, while Chu Luo had 2,500 points. The second-seeded token was worth 40,000 points, but the number one gave 100,000 points. So, as long as he does better than his opponent in the upcoming trials, he will still be the final winner. If all fails, he will just take the first token for himself. Chapter 546, The Second Test. Soul Su Shi was in a separate room for her test. She had now reached the 98th level, taking the third spot. However, she knew it would not be long before her other two competitors caught up and surpassed her. She then focused on the first two positions and squinted her eyes. She did not say anything but concentrated on her reward for this trial. With this power, I should be able to begin building the immortal aperture. The primordial chaos art and the primordial chaos physique are perfect for each other. Her husband thought of absorbing the other physiques in the first place because of a secret page left in the scripture that people with absolute chaos physique could only access. The primordial chaos art is an excellent body refining technique divided into 4 layers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. In each layer, the cultivator will create something called apertures inside their bodies, which is an energy organ or hidden treasure of the body like meridians, acupoints, or orifices. As such, in the first layer, they would create the yellow aperture, then the profound aperture for the second, and subsequently for the other layers. Each apertures will temper the cultivator's body to an extreme height, and based on the cultivator's willpower, the tempering is different for everybody. Spiritual ki and other resources are required to cultivate any aperture. Still, it's best to use the chaos aura released from an owner of the absolute chaos physique as the foundation of the aperture. For most cultivators, the primordial chaos art only had 4 layers. However, there's a hidden 5th layer for the primordial chaos physique. The physique owner can use the natural chaos ki created by their bodies to condense an immortal aperture. According to the scripture, this technique can allow someone to break the boundary between mortal and immortal and reach the battle strength of 1 to 3 leaf immortal venerable. Su Shi reviewed the information about this art one last time before beginning. She lamented that if this technique's 5th layer were not restricted to only people with the primordial chaos physique, it would be an even better body refining technique than the ancient desolate body refining scripture. She concentrated on the power inside her body to begin building the immortal aperture. She could sense 4 small spaces inside her body similar to her divine sea, and each space contained a black gold rune. The lowest one was not that complicated, but the heaven aperture was as intricate as the best quasi-emperor formation. Su Shi knew this was another difficulty in cultivating this technique. It is impossible to do so without some talent for divine runes. Using the unknown power of the trial, she opened the 5th treasured space, as they were called. Her body shook slightly as the power generated by opening that space traveled throughout her body, destroying everything in its path. Then, the destruction healed and increased her fleshly body strength in the process. Immediately afterward, she used the remaining energy and the chaos ki that her physique condensed to build the immortal aperture, constructing thousands of interconnected divine runes. Regrettably, she only had the resources to make 1/10 of it. The incomplete immortal aperture trembled as it released a power that began to temper her body and elevate it to a higher level. The pain was unbearable to 99 of cultivators, but it was nothing to her, as she did not even grunt. To Su Shi, there is no greater excruciating pain than losing the love of her life. After an unknown amount of time, the process ended. So, Su Shi clenched her hands to feel the power coursing through her veins. She felt her strength, endurance, regeneration, and defense greatly enhanced. She believed that once she finished creating the immortal aperture, she would have the strength of a 3-leaf immortal. By then, I will also be able to survive the attack of a 1-leaf immortal. Better yet, I can easily defeat one, she thought, reminiscing about that previous shocking battle. She stood up, feeling better than before. I cannot believe this technique is an incomplete one. She knew from her inherited memories that the creator mentioned higher layers, such as Tao aperture, chaos aperture, and primordial aperture. She could not fathom how powerful someone would be after creating these apertures or the resources needed for them. It does not matter. After I prove the Tao, I can search for the remaining of this scripture. And before anyone asks, no, Wang Wei will not get his hands on this scripture. He cannot have all the good things. Su Shi then proceeded to the next level. She reached the 145th level with her newfound strength, taking the 3rd spot. As for Yi Dafu, he came in 4th in the 110th level, and Mu Lei came 5th in the 105th level. In his trial, Wang Wei finally received the notification that the competition had ended, and as the 2nd place holder, he had a special prize. Then, a book appeared in front of him. 12 zodiac powers. He flipped through the book, and his eyes lit up slightly. The book was a battle technique that used his acupoints to recreate the 12 Chinese zodiacs and allowed a cultivator to display many powerful and weird abilities. This is the perfect technique to allow me to display the power of my fleshly body to its full extent. He was satisfied with this reward. Suddenly, he heard Lord Spirit's voice inside the pagoda. The minimum required points for a seated player to challenge another is 500 points. Unfortunately, only the 2nd seated player acquired enough points. So, we will immediately begin the 2nd round of the trial. Every participant can have 2 points for each level they reach, and the 1st seated player had an extra 500 points. Since no one other than these two reached the 250th level, the competition continued. The environment changed, and Wang Wei found a massive pillar of jade divided into 5 before him. He received the instruction to instill his spiritual power into the pillar, so he did so after checking things. The first section that indicated a standard quality of soul lit up. A few seconds later, the remaining 4 sections show the classification of a soul's quality: bronze, silver, gold, and jade. Wang Wei easily lit up all 5 sections before waiting. A few minutes later, a new list appeared in front of him. Wang Wei, peak jade quality, unknown soul mutation, 2,000 points. Chu Luo, peak jade quality, samsara mutation, 1,500 points. Liang Shixian, peak jade quality, incense mutation, 1,440 points. Ji Lanfang, advanced jade quality, sword mutation, 1,200 points. Jingwu Hua, medium jade quality, yang mutation, 1,100 points. Shirkian, peak jade quality, 1,000 points. Tong Ruobing, peak jade quality, 1,000 points. Feng Hung, peak jade quality, 1,000 points. Su Shi, low jade quality, chaos mutation, 990 points. Yi Dafu, peak golden quality, VI mutation, 950 points. Mu Lei, peak golden quality, star mutation, 900 points. Kudalin, advanced golden quality, golden light mutation, 890 points. Taoyui, advanced golden quality, golden light mutation, 850 points. Everyone reacted to this list differently. Chu Luo frowned at the fact he was not first, but did not focus too much on the result, since he still held the overall number 1 position. Nevertheless, he wondered why this trial could not identify Wang Wei's mutation. Liang Shixian was genuinely surprised, as he thought he would shine in this part of the trial, since he was an expert on the soul. Li Lanfang did not care about the final outcome. He was just looking forward to fighting some powerful people to prevent his sword from being dulled. Nevertheless, as a pure swordsman, his result in the first trial was abysmal, as he only reached the 12th level. So, he was glad he had enough points to challenge some seated players. Jingwu Hua could not control her anger. She thought, after using the method her father left for her, she was guaranteed to eclipse all her peers and prove the Tao in her 2nd attempt. However, everything so far has hinted that she had awakened in the wrong generation. Shirkian was frustrated. As an immortal child, she was born with a powerful soul, and as a light race, as long as she commits acts of kindness that generate positive karma, she can purify her soul. She thought she had reached the limit on that process, But this trial gave her a wake-up call. Tong Ruobing acted calmly after receiving the news. She now thought of how to mutate her soul like the others. And she already had a feasible plan. This Wang Wei is like a gift that keeps on giving, she thought with a smile. Feng Heng also did not care. He hid the mutation of his soul to prevent others from discovering his Buddhist nature. Su Shi frowned as she figured out the reason she did not have a higher quality soul. She did not inherit everything from Lin Fan, since she did not cultivate all the laws he did. For example, he understood soul law, but she did not. So, she decided to find a way to raise the quality of her soul. Yi Dafu and Mu Lei were not surprised by this outcome. They both focused more on their bodies than their souls. Nevertheless, they still decided to make up for this shortcoming once they returned home. Wang Wei watched the results while analyzing the list. He instantly could tell that Feng Heng should be higher on that list. However, he focused on something else that caught his attention: the soul mutation of the barbarian siblings. He found it odd to be golden light when it should be related to the ancient spirit they contracted. So, he decided to watch out if this anomaly was important or not. We will begin the second part of the soul trial. Quantity: the Lord Spirit communicated to all the participants in the pagoda. Then, the pillar in front of them changed, removing the sections. The participants then began to instill their spiritual power without stopping. While doing so, the participants can see the lived ranking of the others, fueling their competition. Half an hour later, the third spot and below had a result, but Wang Wei and Chu Luo were still fiercely competing for the first spot. After an hour, Wang Wei had reached his limit, and he could tell he would lose in the quantity department, but he did not want to. So, he slightly removed the seal in his primordial spirit and accessed some spiritual power from his past life to compete with Chu Luo. Then, after another hour, the Spirit Lord suddenly decided to give both of them the first spot and award them 1,000 points each. The third spot did not change as the divine race. Liang Shixian took it, but not by much. The fourth spot went to Jingwu Hua, who tied for the same points as Shirkian. Finally, the group left the pagoda, and everyone became tense. Chapter 547 Wang Wei versus Yi Dafu Lord Spirit appeared in front of everyone before distributing tokens to each participant. And, as long as they inject their divine sense inside, they can see the number of points they have. The next trial will take place a week from now, and we will also do 2 at the same time, and maybe more. The next test will involve energy control and comprehension, so be prepared. After finishing his announcement, Lord Spirit looked at Wang Wei. You had a request for your first place reward? Yes, I want to exchange it with the energy from the first trial. Lord Spirit paused for a moment, as if pondering or communicating with something. Your request is accepted. She waved her hand, and a blue crystal flew from the pagoda. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out a book from his space ring, handing it over. Finally, Lord Spirit gave him a deep look before leaving. Immediately, the situation became tense as all these heaven-chosens stared at each other. Finally, Yi Dafu walked toward Wang Wei. This Monkey King would like to challenge you. Little monkey, don't waste your points. I'm out of your league, said Wang Wei. This handsome monkey thought he was the most arrogant person in the endless void. But today, I finally found someone more arrogant than me. Yi Dafu replied with a sneer. All right, give the 500 points battle challenge. The monkey demon took out his token and exchanged 500 points before flying into the sky, and Wang Wei followed him. All the other participants calmly watched from a distance. While holding his red hole, Yi Dafu's dark gold armor shone brightly as the sun reflected on it. As he looked at his opponent, his usually frivolous and arrogant look was gone, replaced by a calm demeanor with intense battle intent emanating from his body. Then his eyes changed. The left was silver, the right was gold, and a third purple eye was on his forehead. As Wang Wei watched his opponent, he could see the left eye was brighter than the rest. The three-eyes monkey is an innate demon born with 3 special eyes: heaven, earth, and human eyes. It is said that the heaven eye can see through the truth of the universe, including all laws and causality. In terms of power, It might even outclass the yin-yang eyes, he said softly. So, let's see its power. Wang Wei decided to use this opportunity to learn and test out the power of his 12 zodiac powers. So he used the first and easy ones, the ox and rabbit zodiac. He controlled his acupoints to light up in the form of a very intricate ox design. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength double, which surprised him since few techniques worked for him regarding boosting his fleshly body with pure physical force. Then, since he had enough acupoints, he also created the rabbit zodiac, boosting his speed beyond his usual norm. He then rushed toward the monkey to punch. Yi Dafu squinted his eyes with a great shock. With his heavenly eye, he could see the opponent's acupoints, the increase in strength and speed, the opponent's fly trajectory, and everything else. He could also see his opponent had held back on the power of that punch. He did not defend, but went on the offensive instead. He raised his pole and struck the punch. Boom! Yi Dafu flew back a few dozen meters by that punch's force. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he felt that his acupoints had become chaotic, and the zodiac's technique abruptly ended. His eyes lit up as he realized what had occurred. His opponent targeted the weak spot of the technique, forcibly ending it. And since this was the first time he used this technique, he knew he had numerous flaws in the application. So, he instantly modified the flaw the opponent targeted before going on the offensive again. Boom! 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 The clash of these two generated shockwaves that disturbed the clouds. However, Yi Dafu was not happy. It did not take long for him to realize his opponent's tactic, using his heavenly eye to cultivate this new technique. He further activated his bloodline to boat his fleshly body, which was inconsequential to his opponent. So, the Monkey King changed tactics. He distances himself from his opponent before activating his second innate bloodline, Heavenly Disaster. Meteor Punishment. As he waved his staff downward, millions of asteroids bigger than stars appeared in the sky. I, your father, will make you taste the ultimate punishment. Wang Wei calmly looked at this apocalypse scene with calmness. Instead, he took a brief time before this attack descended to comprehend the sheep zodiac power that granted him dominance over the elements. It allows him to convert all his pure physical force into elemental power. For example, he can exchange his 10 primordial dragon force of power for 10 primordial dragon force of elemental destruction. To be more specific, he can use any elements he is knowledgeable of to destroy 10 of a great thousand world instantly. The benefit of this technique is that elements naturally have more destructive ability than pure force. After all, a fire will do more damage than any punch. So, as long as he can train the sheep zodiac to a higher level, he might be able to do 11 or more primordial dragon force damage with only 10. All these thoughts flashed across his mind in a period that can only be described as brief. Then, he blew to the sky, instantly freezing all the meteors before they broke into pieces. As the large ice debris fell on the city, a formation appeared to protect them from creating even more destruction. Meanwhile, Yi Dafu knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Usually, he easily bullied most of his opponents from the other races with his powerful body. As for the demon race in his world, 99 of them cannot even raise the resistance to fight him after he releases the noble aura from his bloodline. Only a few people can make him serious, and no one has yet to force him to go all out. But now is the right time. Earthly Eye. Population. The Monkey King's right shone as he activated its ability. Then, numerous monkey clones suddenly appeared, all with the same aura. Wang Wei's lips twitched after seeing this. He did not care that there were 250,000 clones, all with the same battle strength as the main body. He only found a specific technique absurd coming from a monkey demon. "Are you sure you're not related to Sun Wukong?" he asked. "Who's that?" asked one of the Yi Dafu. "The great saint equal to heaven." "The great saint equal to heaven? What a domineer name. I like it. We should use it," said one of the clones. "Better yet, let's call ourselves the Great Emperor above heaven. That should be our emperor title." "Agree." Soon, they all agree on their future emperor title, leaving Wang Wei speechless. "All right, let's focus on this battle," said one of them. Then, they rushed together toward their opponent to gang up on him. Wang Wei smiled with an odd smile. Then, he activated the Rat Zodiac, which created thousands of clones of himself. To be precise, 1962 clones, one for each of his primary acupoints. The clones only had 50 of his power since he did not fully master this technique, but it was still more than enough. Or so he thought. The monkey clones devastated his clones. It was apparent that Yi Dafu had strength beyond 50 of his. In the end, he had to finish things on his own. He rushed to a specific monkey and instantly slapped it to death before frowning. He thought he could end this technique if he found the original Yi Dafu. But he discovered this ability worked similarly to Su Ya's clones. As long as one of the monkeys remained alive, Yi Dafu would not die. So, he went for an attack with a wide area of destruction. A multicolored flame came from his body to burn everything within 100,000 miles radius. And to his surprise, his attack did not destroy as many clones as he expected, as only 30,000 disappeared. And that's because Yi Dafu used his disaster monkey bloodline to protect him from heavenly fire disasters. And since the Chaos Flame is a heavenly flame, he acquired some immunities. Disaster bloodline. Earth Dragon moving all the remaining monkeys used the same technique, which forced the whole city to shake like an earthquake of incalculable magnitude. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel the terrifying vibration of this quake directed toward him. Boom! The place he stood exploded, but to no one's surprise, he was intact. And it was not because of his natural defense, but because he used the pig zodiac that allowed him to absorb, store, and redirect his opponent's attacks. This zodiac had the same effect as his grandfather's overlord body once completed to the highest level. Wang Wei stopped cultivating that technique and focused on the desolate scripture, but now he could have the same ability. Additionally, his grandfather might found the pig zodiac's cultivation method useful to him and learned from it. Wang Wei looked at Yi Dafu's clone, and he knew the latter's plan for the last attack, to buy enough time to recuperate the previously destroyed clones. Meanwhile, the Monkey King looked at how calmly his opponent dealt with some of his most potent attacks, so he decided to use his most powerful one. Human Eye, Human Earth, and Heaven as the third eye on his forehead activated. Then, all his clones fused with him, and the more fused with him, the higher his aura becomes. Once he finished, Yi Dafu felt an unprecedented power rushing through his veins. Nevertheless, he knew this was not enough. Far from it. So, he activated his most powerful ability. Disaster Bloodline, Immortal Tribulation. The clouds turned dark in an instant as dark red thunder constantly flashed. However, Yi Dafu was not finished. A magical treasure in the shape of a lightning bolt came out of his body before fusing it with the clouds. And once he did that, the participants squinted their eyes as they felt the power emanating from those clouds. Chapter 548, That One Sword Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Dao's true self for the gift. Everyone could feel this thunder had approached the level of one leaf immortal. Then, everybody began to wonder when it was so simple to reach the power level of immortals. Wang Wei watched the red lightning in the clouds. He could sense that the attack barely reached the level of one leaf immortal. 3 incarnations could deal with this level of attack with relative ease. And now that he had the power of 4 incarnations, this was no longer a problem for him. However, he had another idea. He wanted to use this opportunity to temper his body. So, when the thunder fell from the clouds, he only used the strength of his main body to withstand the attack. Of course, he could not tank such a powerful attack alone, so he had to be wise in the process. He used the pig zodiac to store some of the immortal lightning strength, while also sealing some of them, using the same seal Wu Hong left for the divine punishment thunder. Then, he would release these stored strengths slowly to destroy his body and rebuild it, thus achieving the purpose of tempering. He also used the power of good fortune ancestor Wuching left in his divine punishment thunder to help refine his body. So, the participants watched as the lightning constantly destroyed Wang Wei's body before regenerating. Yidafu immediately knew what his opponent was doing. One of the favorite things he enjoyed doing back home was fighting against powerful lightning or fire cultivators. He usually humiliated these cultivators by using their strength to temper his body. But today, the same thing occurred to him. As he watched his opponent's action, he realized he had misunderstood something. He thought the latter only survived the previous Immortal Tear attack because of a secret technique with drawbacks and a long cooling time. But now, he realized his opponent's strength was already touching the immortal realm. He wanted to stop his technique, but soon found a cage made of gray string surrounding him, immobilizing and preventing his action. After using his Proving Tao artifact to stop Yidafu, Wang Wei continued his tempering for another half hour. Then, the clouds dispersed, and he healed himself one last time. 15 Primordial Dragon Force. Not bad, he thought to himself before looking at the Monkey King, who looked different. His shining yellow hair was not dull gray, as if it lacked luster. He was now extremely thin, as if he was dehydrated and had not drunk water in a few decades. The lightning bolt magic treasure flew before Yidafu, and he sighed when he saw how weak it also appeared. This was the first time he saw his bloodline Tao treasure in such a terrible shape. This treasure has been with him since he was a fetus, and he spent hundreds of thousands of years nourishing it with his bloodline and cultivation. After placing it away, Yidafu sighed loudly, "I've lost." Wang Wei nodded before looking at the other people, his eyes asking them if anyone else would like to challenge him. No one answered, but Ji Lanfang suddenly appeared in the sky while holding his gourd. He took a sip before asking Yidafu, "Monkey, how long before you can return to your peak?" "I can fight in a few hours." "I'm not asking when you can fight. I want to know when you can return to your peak." Yidafu did answer. In his current situation, he will need plenty of Immortal Tier resources to return to his peak as soon as possible. And currently, he is considering whether to withdraw from the trial since he only came here for the insurgent technique, but it appeared things were not in his favor. Suddenly, Lord Spirit appeared next to these two with a talisman in his hand. "I have a solution to your problems. Deceiving Body Talisman. With it, you deceive your body that you're in peak shape, thus momentarily returning to that state." Yidafu pondered for a moment before accepting the offer. After crushing the talisman, his body did return to its peak. He felt he could use the same level of attack that had placed him in such a terrible shape before. "To ensure no trouble, let's decide victory with one attack," said Ji Lanfang, who pulled out the sword on his waist. "Fine by me," said the Monkey King. He used the same technique, except that the red lightning appeared on the tip of his staff. Ji Lanfang took one last sip of his gourd before concentrating on the fight. A supreme sword will emanated from his body as his entire demeanor changed. He was no longer that drunkard, but an unrivaled swordsman who sought a worthy challenger. The two gazed intently at each other while their aura became tangible as they clashed. Then they attacked at the same time. Swish! Yidafu's red lightning was midway through its travel as it stopped. Then, a look of horror displayed on the monkey's face, wondering what had just happened. Then, his head suddenly left his neck as it flew in the air. While upside down, he could see the swordsman had returned to his lazy and vulgar demeanor. "Only one serious slash? I guess it's better than the weaklings in my world," Ji Lanfang said as he continued drinking. Then he squinted his eyes. A cocoon that resembled rock surrounded Yidafu's body. His flying head disappeared, and not long afterward, he broke out of the cocoon with a new head and a look of fear. If his disaster bloodline did not have a technique to avoid disaster and saved him at the last minute, he would have died. His soul disappeared, and Tao vanished. Yidafu did not say anything, but handed his third-place token to his opponent. Then, he contacted his ancestor. He had used both his bloodline's secret techniques, and he sensed that the backlash could kill him once the deceiving talisman's effect ended. So, he needed to return home as soon as possible to use the tribe's resources to heal without affecting his Tao foundation. As such, a monkey dressed in a blue robe appeared next to him before disappearing. "So, what do I do with the fourth seeded token?" asked Ji Lanfang. The other seeded players will go up one rank, and the sixth position will go to... She looked around at all the participants before giving the spot to Jingwu Hua. Now, Mule was fourth, and Shirkian was fifth. Ji Lanfang did not care about this, so he focused on his other target, Wang Wei. Do you need time to recuperate? No. In that case, I challenge you. According to the rules, he only had to accept one challenge a day from the seeded players. Nevertheless, he accepted the duel as he was interested in this swordsman. So, after receiving the 500 points fee, the two began. Ji Lanfang concentrated his sword will. Swish! He swung his sword exactly as he did to Yi Dafu. Interesting, said Wang Wei as he caressed his throat. The Tao of speed? You abandon everything to swing your sword with unmatched speed. It's rare to find such a pure swordsman. Such a thick neck. I know one sword was not enough to defeat you. Let's try again. 1,000 sword cuts, swish. Wang Wei could see the sword moving in slow motion, but his body could not move in time. This was how fast it was. And in less than a nanosecond, the opponent slashed his throat 1,000 times at speed, millions of times light speed. Ji Lanfang frowned when he saw he barely left a white mark on his opponent's throat. Then he became excited. 10,000 sword cuts for this attack. He increased not only his speed, but the number of attacks. But to his surprise, his opponent evaded the attack. Ji Lanfang rapidly analyzed the situation. The power of time. He could see his opponent delay the arrival time of his attack, so he had enough time to evade. Try this sword. Swish! A small red line appeared on Wang Wei's neck that healed a few seconds afterward. A sword so fast it could cut time, cut concept, he muttered. I've never felt so disgusted fighting a body refiner, commented Ji Lanfang. Any normal body refiners would have been dead long ago. But now, even if he could cut his opponent, the latter's defense was simply outrageous. All right, I'll use my most powerful technique. Infinite speed swish. Unfortunately, Ji Lanfang stopped midway through his swing. His eyes were momentarily confused before he regained clarity. I've lost. Wang Wei smiled. Although his body could not move, his mind and soul were fast enough to see the latter's movement and speed. So, he just placed the swordsman into an illusion before he could even swing his sword and lose. Is that illusion real? Yes. Who is that person? That's my father. I did not expect there was another pure and powerful swordsman as myself in the endless void. Can you give him my communication talisman? I would like to discuss the way of a sword with him. No problem. After giving the talisman, Ji Lanfang flew away. He only came here to meet worthy challengers, and he met one. He hoped the others would also allow him to fight to his heart's content. Furthermore, it was a bonus to meet a possible fellow Taoist that was his equal on the way of a sword. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked forward to seeing a clash between these two extraordinary swordsmen. He wanted to know whether his father could cut Ji Lanfang's speed, or would the latter be too fast for him to cut. He then looked at the participants, wondering whether there would be other fights. However, no one challenged the seeded players. Wang Wei guessed many people wanted to further their strength through the trial's rewards or use the days off for some last-minute training. Nevertheless, he knew things would not remain peaceful for long. So, he flew to his residence as he had other things to do. In his battle with Yi Dafu, he acquired the latter's soul imprints to access the monkey's homeworld. Chapter 549 Force Control Skill after entering his mansion. Wang Wei saw Li Jun had already entered and waited for him. What's the matter? I was wondering how I would be fair in those 2 exams. Wang Wei looked at him up and down. With the trial's reward, you should be able to reach the 100th level or more. As for the soul trial, let's see. He raised his hand to construct complex runes in the form of a tesseract. Inject your spiritual power. Li Jun followed his words. You have an advanced gold-quality soul and a mutation towards slaughter. The result makes sense, especially the slaughter mutation, Li Jun said with a wry and slight desolate tone. For the past few thousand years, he had been trying to enter the Duyi realm by making his soul into particles of slaughter aura, similar to Wang Tian's method. Unfortunately, even though he had the right idea, he encountered the limit of his talent and failed. Since no one could help him with this process, there was nothing else anyone could do. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in using help, he would not enter the Duyi realm. Luckily, because of his many attempts, his soul has mutated and now has slaughter properties, making him powerful. Wang Wei sensed how his friend felt, so he patted him on the shoulder. There was nothing he could do in this situation. "Come with me," he said as he led Li Jun to an empty room in the mansion. Then, he took out a few materials from his space rings to form a formation. Finally, he condensed a crystal with his soul to use as the formation's core. "What's this?" "Est liunya." "This is soul purification formation. It will use my soul to release a special pressure that can purify the soul. If you can resist the inhuman pain, it is a quick way for your soul to reach the peak of jade quality." Li Jun's eyes lit up. Liling would love this formation. True, but she probably has a middle or even advanced jade soul quality. I guess it will still be enough. Let me contact her and see if she responds. He used a talisman to contact her back in the sect, and she responded. So, Li Jun explained the situation to her. "No need." "Why?" "I used the merit from the automatic cauldron to purify my soul to the limit, and I guess it's what you call jade quality. However, I am indeed interested in soul mutation." She pondered how to achieve a mutation through merit and which kind of mutation suited her. "It's good that you don't need it. If you want, I can give you some merit to purify your soul." "No need," replied Li Jun. "It's a good method to temper my willpower. I might even use it to temper my soldiers." Then, the two lovebirds began to chat with each other. Wang Wei wanted to give them space, so he left before reminding Li Jun to let Tai Gang use it once he finished. They also planned to use it as one of the main secret realm trials of the sect. Wang Wei did not visit Yidafu or Ji Lanfang's world immediately because he had two things to do beforehand. Firstly, check the array virus to see if he discovered any new information. He checked the reaction and conversations of all the participants watching him fight, but did not fight much significant use. However, while reviewing the recording, he felt he had overlooked something, so he checked it repeatedly but could not find what it was. Ultimately, he gave up, focusing on his second goal, to optimize his force control skill. Initially, he divided this technique into 5 layers: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Tao control. Previously, he believed that the pinnacle control was the limit any individual could reach, and he was correct. But now he also understood the pinnacle control was too broad and had room for further division and optimization. So, he decided the best way to optimize this technique was to add more levels after Grandmaster. And he came up with a few levels: Mortal Pinnacle, Immortal Control, Tao Control, Emperor Control, and finally, Heavenly Tao Control. Wang Wei spent a few hours analyzing these levels, but did not immediately create or cultivate them. He left the trial and teleported back home before using the transplanter transmission array to teleport to the space-time incarnations world. Afterward, he had the incarnation send him to a parallel timeline that was in the past, so he could have enough time. He only spent a few months there, which is a few years with his future Buddha self. And in that short period, he cultivated his control over physical forces, energy, soul, and laws to the Tao control level, meaning he had the same control as a Tao ancestor. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his retreat. However, he sighed. Indeed, his control of everything has reached the same level as a Tao ancestor. Regrettably, he cannot use that level of control unless he uses the power of the incarnations. His main body can only use immortal control, which provides him with the battle strength of a one-leaf, immortal venerable without borrowing power from the other incarnations. I guess I should be satisfied. Another reason for his increase in strength is he used the trial's reward to open a total of 255,000 acupoints and had the power of 20 primordial dragon force. And with his control, he can burst out double the strength, 40 primordial dragon force. I could probably refine an immortal tier pill, Wang Wei muttered as he decided to try after the upcoming trial. He then left the parallel timeline to return to the main one, which the space-time incarnation used as his home. After chatting with the latter, he returned to the trial and directly used his soul network to travel to Yi Daphis' homeworld, the primordial demon world. Using a random soul as an anchor, he sent a projection. As soon as he arrived, he first discovered the weird energy or power between heaven and earth, a power fused with the spiritual key of this world. As always, Wang Wei read his opponent's fate line when they were at their weakest, so he knew plenty of information about this world from the Monkey King. The primordial demon world is famous in the endless void because it was a grave for innate demons and primordial gods. So many of these extraordinary creatures have been killed here during the ancient war. Their blood and soul have mixed with the core of this world. The spirit key has mutated to contain certain blood factors from these creatures, thus making it easier for the inhabitants of this world to awaken a bloodline, even an innate one. Furthermore, there is plenty of fortunate encounter in the form of bloodline inheritance in this world. Because of the environment, the cultivation system of this world focused on body refining combined with bloodlines. After analyzing the situation, Wang Wei took action. He first searched the mind of someone nearby to learn of his whereabouts. The Black Cloud Heaven Realm, he muttered. This world was divided into 72 heavenly realms and 36 earthly territories, each as large as hundreds of domains from the myriad Emperor world. Each realm and territory is controlled by a realm lord, an official position created by heavenly Tao, usually held by an immortal powerhouses. As long as these realm lords keep their territory safe and preserve the safety of the people, they can receive some merit at the end of the terms to speed up their cultivation. The law and order of this world are strict, so I should be more cautious, he thought before taking action. He activated his key luck to search for a fortunate encounter. He wanted an Emperor tier cultivation technique for this world. After finding what he wanted, he teleported deep into a mountain a few hundred kilometers away. He discovered a book left by a loose cultivator who died after stealing the book from a secret realm. Wang Wei then read the cultivation system of this world. The first realm is the body forging realm, where cultivators temper the body to the pinnacle until they develop blood ki, energy from their blood. The second realm is the body foundation, where they improve the blood ki to a certain quantity before fusing it into their bodies, further tempering it. Tao preparation realm. Cultivators comprehended different intents to prepare for future comprehension of the law. Bloodline plays a significant role as they allow cultivators to understand unique intents. Metamorphosis realm. Fuse the intent with the body, making it more powerful and awakening many different abilities based on the intent. Bloodlines also undergo the first awakening. Primordial soul realm. Fuse the soul with the body, similar to the true spirit realm in the ancient cultivation system in the myriad Emperor world. Tao peering realm. Intent evolves into laws. In this stage, the cultivators cannot control the law, but only borrow its power. Tao engraving realm. Engrave the laws on the body to control it. Wang Wei frowned after reading this part, but he did not stop and continued reading. Tao embodiment realm. Comprehend the laws until they evolved into Taos. In this stage, cultivators no longer have to adapt to the laws of other worlds before they can use their powers. Yidafu was at the peak of this realm. Primordial God realm, innate demon realm. Cultivators will experience a pseudo-atavism in this stage. Whatever bloodline they have inside their bodies will activate to the fullest, granting them a powerful body that copies primordial gods and innate demons. If someone does not have a bloodline, they will be extremely weak in this stage. After reading the cultivation technique, Wang Wei had many thoughts as he reviewed the system in its entirety. Chapter 550 True Power Tao. Thanks to Gordon4421 for the gift. Firstly, when it comes to lifespan, the overall lifespan is similar to the origin system except powerful bloodline gave these cultivators an additional 10 to 30 million years of lifespan in the quasi-emperor realm, which was only the peak of the innate demon realm when their bloodline had been sublimated to the peak. The primordial demon cultivation system is more impressive than even both the origin and spiritual foundation system regarding battle prowess. However, they're too restricted by the environment. Without the special blood factor between heaven and earth, and all the bloodline inheritances from ancient times, this system cannot be adequately cultivated to its full extent. Wang Wei can even predict in a few eras, once all the innate demons and primordial gods' bloodline inheritance have been discovered, this world will begin to go downhill in terms of overall strength. Even the unique bloodline factor in the environment won't last forever. By then, the cultivators will have to change their system or accept being the weakest of the primordial god realm individuals with no bloodline. He can even predict the vast difference between the primordial demon heaven world and the lower realm. The majority of cultivators there are probably the weakest versions since they have no bloodline or specific environment to grow. Another major downside to this system, especially for Wang Wei, is the Tao engraving realm. In most cultivation systems, there are 3 standard ways to control the law: soul, body, and energy. The origin system used the soul, the spiritual foundation system used energy, while the primordial demon system used the body. The problem with using the last one is that it prevents any cultivators from entering the true power Tao realm. Body refiners are classified into 3 categories. At the top are the people who enter the true power Tao realm by tempering their pure physical powers to a certain height. The second level is for the body refiners who understand the laws of powers. Through understanding the law, body refiners can increase their strength, stamina, defense, regeneration, etc. Increasing these stats separately can also boost their comprehension of power laws in a cycle of self-improvement. The second level of body refiners can be as strong as the first level. They follow the same philosophy of using strength to break myriad laws. That's the essence of the Tao of power. However, the body refiners in that level cannot enter the true power Tao realm and eventually open that gate. Nevertheless, considering that there might not be a single person in the lower dimension that has opened that gate, it is a much better choice for most body refiners, not to mention how difficult it is to walk the path of true power Tao. The first category's only advantage is that the heaven will grant them a significant increase in strength without taking away their qualification in the true power Tao realm. The boost is not enough to open the gate, but enough to increase in layers in the true power Tao realm. Meanwhile, the second category can only comprehend the power Grand Tao source. The third level consisted of body refiners that use their bodies to control the laws. Whatever laws they comprehend will spread through every corner of their body, baptizing it over a long time. These body refiners also cannot enter the true Tao power. The Tao engraving realm made it impossible for the cultivators of this world to walk on the path of true power Tao. After analyzing everything, Wang Wei placed the technique away and focused on his goal of coming here. He did not here to cause trouble. He could not if he wanted to give the strict control of the realm lords and how powerful the primordial demon world was with 5 eternal emperors. His only purpose in coming here was to set up a faction that could help him gather rare cultivation resources and, more importantly, bloodline. He wanted to prepare for when he cultivates the Fiend God 12-body revolution. So, he traveled throughout the 72 heavenly realms and 32 earthly territories to secretly control Supreme Land factions and have them work together to do his bidding. He focused more on human factions since the human race was only a middle-level race in the entire world. They were strong enough to help, but not powerful enough to be always on guard by other races. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also controlled a few spirit race factions, along with other races. He did not touch the demon race, since they were the most powerful race in this world. Luckily, these demon races did not act like the ones from the demon supremacy world. After that, Wang Wei headed to Ji Lanfan's world, the immortal ascension world. He did not use his luck to find an emperor scripture. He divined someone whose luck had awakened and would receive an emperor scripture. Then, he stole it from the poor guy before returning it. This world's cultivation was similar to the pursuing longevity world in the early stages: body tempering, key refining, core formation, nascent soul. However, since they do not have an immortal source sealed in their worlds, they walk a different path. After nascent soul is the divine transformation realm, which is precisely like the origin system's primordial soul realm, refining the three immortal souls or ethereal spirits, as they called it in this world. Then, it is the star-plucking realm, which came about due to a unique place in this world, the Tao star dimension. The Tao star realm contained numerous stars connected to a law of the universe. By connecting to one, cultivators can better understand the laws. There are levels in the realm. The more talented a person is, the higher they can reach in the Tao star realm to acquire their stars. However, a cultivator does not have to use the stars in the realm. Instead, they can create a unique star for themselves if they have a special law or Tao. Jilanfeng is a perfect example. Afterward, they will enter the body integration realm, where they fuse their stars with their bodies. Subsequently, they will undergo 9 tribulations in the tribulation realm. Each tribulation further elevates their lifespan and understanding of the laws. Finally, it is the Tao treading realm where cultivators use their stars to create a heaven path toward the grand Tao in their bodies. Once they reach that path's end, that's the quasi-emperor realm. And after acquiring the heaven will world, the path will lead to the grand Tao source. Wang Wei could tell that whoever created this Tao treating system wanted people to become emperor or even Tao ancestors on their own without the heaven's will. Regrettably, the heaven path led to nowhere. The only thing it accomplished was giving cultivators an extra lifespan of about 5 million years. So, this system is slightly better than the origin system regarding lifespan, but the general battle prowess is similar. This system is interesting and might be worth studying in depth, he thought, pondering how he could fit some information in the optimization he would make to the origin system after proving the Tao. After his contemplation, he went to do what he came to do. His main objection was finding primordial star energy, as he felt this world might be the one with the highest possibility of having it. So, he searched everywhere through controlling luck or divination. He did find a small amount in a secret realm, but not as much as expected. Should I search the immortal realm? Thought Wang Wei. The immortal ascension world was divided into the mortal and immortal realm. As long as someone reaches Tier 7, void-shattering realm, they can ascend to the immortal world. However, most cultivators do not do this for the simple fact that all the immortal tier powerhouses are forced by heavenly Tao to live in the immortal realm. They cannot spend much time in the lower realm or fight there. So, that place is a prison for them, but it ensures the safety of mortals. Due to the danger of the immortal realm, many people refuse to ascend even if the environment is slightly better. Only during the heaven will battle where they would do so, since the battle usually takes place somewhere there. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to take some risks. He influenced some poor guy, forcing him to ascend before using his spirit particle to ascend with him. With this method, he was undetected and avoided people's eyes. After all, this world also had 5 eternal emperors. Then, he went on his search for primordial star energy. He found more than the mortal realm, but not as much as he wanted. Enough to condense a few dozen black holes. So, he created many secret factions as he did in the primordial demon world to gather resources for him, but also to prepare for his plans after he became emperor. Afterward, he was curious whether the lower realm could access the Tao star dimension. So, he projected himself there and learned they could. So, Wang Wei returned to trial. As Wang Wei walked out of his room, Ancestor Wuching waited for him. He handed him a book. What's this? An emperor scripture from the Emperor Tao world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He could finally begin planning the creation of his fate palaces. Regrettably, the next competition was tomorrow, so he did not have much time. The next day, Wang Wei and the other participants went to the pagoda where Lord Spirit waited. As soon as everyone arrived, he displayed every point and ranking. Chu Luo was still first with 4,900 points, and Wang Wei was second with 4,544 points. The third place went to Jingwu Hua for a total of 2,200 points, and Su Shi and Shurkian were right behind her. "I have a few announcements," said Lord Spirit. "Firstly, a seated player needs 1,000 points to challenge another." As soon as he said these words, the participants frowned as they analyzed the situation. They quickly figured out that points were essentially useless, especially if there were only 8 trials, and each only granted a maximum of 1,000 points as indicated from the previous 2. The real way to get the inheritance might be to acquire the number 1 token worth 100,000 points. Lord Spirit smiled before continuing. "We will get through the next 2 trials today, and each one will be worth a maximum of 1,000 points." This information confirmed the participants' conjecture. The next 2 trials will be energy control and comprehension. "Now let's begin." Everyone walked into the pagoda. Chapter 551 saying, "Oh, I almost forgot," said Lord Spirit. "I know the sudden rule change might affect how many of you view this trial." The participants wanted to roll their eyes. With the new rules, most of the 8 trials are essentially useless. As long as they performed the bare minimum to acquire enough points, everything else did not matter since they could win this trial by taking the number 1 seeded token. And if they applied the rules correctly, they probably do not even need the points. Lord Spirit smiled as he read these people's minds through their facial expressions. For the next trial, the first place prize is extremely precious, so you should do your best. Additionally, other prizes may be as valuable as this one in the other trials. "What's the prize?" asked someone. "All I can say is if you get your hands on it, it is enough to remove any regrets for not acquiring the final inheritance." Everyone squinted their eyes as they became more serious. Lord Spirit smiled cunningly before telling everyone to begin the subsequent trial. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei could sense different types of energy or ki floating in the environment. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The first part of the test was to control basic spiritual ki available in every world across the endless void. First, he had to control it to do many complex shapes to show the level of his control. Then, he had to use them to cast spells or other techniques. He had to create the largest destructive power using the smallest amount of energy. For example, 1 string of spiritual ki could create 1 ton of TNT in terms of destruction. An expert in energy control can use 1 string to cause 100 ton of TNT. And a person at Wang Wei's level could use 1/10 of a string of spiritual ki to create at least 100,000 tons of TNT damage. After doing so, Wang Wei then proceeded to another energy, although he could not recognize what it was. He knew it was of a higher level than spiritual ki, but not quite at the level of innate ki, so he did the same process. Mold it before using it to display different levels of damage using the smallest amount possible. The process was slightly more difficult because of the higher quality of the energy, but he did not have a problem. There were 10 different energies, and each one higher than the others. Some of the ones in the higher level seemed to have wills of their own, making them even more challenging to control. Nevertheless, the entire trial was worthwhile of his time since it allowed him to apply his force control skill and become more adept with it. Then, he waited for the result. A few minutes later, Lord Spirit's voice echoed in his trial room. "We have an unexpected result. Young Master Chu Luo and Young Master Wang Wei tied for first place." Many people sighed after hearing this. They had already begun to suspect these 2 might be in a league of their own. Meanwhile, Chu Luo was not happy. He had almost finished his 9-extremity Dao Foundation, having absorbed 90 of all his power from all his reincarnations. Meanwhile, his adversary could only be said to be in the middle of his process, not even knowing whether he would succeed in setting a true 9-extremity foundation. Yet he still lost. Yes, to him, a tie is a loss. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Everything was fine as long as the number 1 token remained in his hand. No matter what, I must get my hands on that technique to compensate for my flaw. "Now, for the final prize I mentioned," said Lord Spirit, who took a pause that was too long for many people's comfort. "There is no prize. I deceived all of you." Many people began to curse out loud in their different rooms. They swore they would call their elders and ancestors to level this place to the ground. Ha ha! I was kidding, continued Lord Spirit. The prize is Dragon Sovereign Key. 1 string for each of our first-place contenders. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing about the final prize. Dragon Sovereign Key was an energy capable of creating an insurgent, immortal venerable on par with a third-class Great Emperor. So, as long as the sect found someone talented or suited to refine that 1 string, they will have another insurgent. This Guxian really went all out to find a successor, thought Wang Wei. Then, an orb appeared before him, and he saw a dragon swimming inside. He could sense the terror coming from that dragon, making him lust after its power. Unfortunately, he could not refine it, otherwise his emperor path would be cut off. After regretfully shaking his head, Wang Wei placed it inside his space ring. He then looked at the list in front of him that displayed him and Chu Luo receiving 1,000 points. He did not care for it or the placing of the other participants. Let's begin the next competition, comprehension. The winner of this competition will be the person who improves the most in the allocated time. A marble appeared before Wang Wei, and as he looked at it with his divine sense, a sightly surprise flashed across his eyes. He could sense all the laws between heaven and earth, and they were so clear. It was like someone refined an entire world and forced heavenly Tao to display all its laws. Another opportunity, he thought before closing his eyes to understand fate laws. He also did not hesitate to use his 360 future Buddha self. After an unknown amount of time, runes appeared around his body. These runes indicated he had entered the law manifestation stage of the void-shattering realm. The laws between heaven and earth were invisible and undetectable. However, once a cultivator's understanding is deep enough, they become visible and tangible, granting them more versatile use and applications. Wang Wei's law tree did not change much besides the runes on it. It was still a seedling. However, the deeper he understood the law, the more the seedling grew until it became a sapling. Finally, something changed. The law Altair inside his divine sea flew to his sea of consciousness, where his primordial spirit took control of it. Wang Wei's body shook slightly as he sensed a change. He could now control the surrounding 1,000 of kilometers and enforce his laws on them. He no longer had to adapt to the laws of other worlds, since he could forcefully control them or make them adapt to himself. Wang Wei was now in the Saint Realm, a true person. The Saint Realm was divided into 3 stages: Dao Sapling, Young Dao Tree, and Mature Dao Tree. With each stage, he can extend the limit of his domain based on spiritual power and origin essence. Wang Wei knew this trial was an opportunity, so he decided to take it and continued his understanding. He did not know how long had passed, but all he cared about was his law tree was now young, symbolizing he was now in the Young Dao Tree stage. The time for the competition ended, and he opened his eyes. He spread his domain and felt he could do virtually anything. His control over the power of fate seemed to be boosted. 1.269 trillion kilometers. I'm only in the middle stage, and I've already reached the limit of my domain, muttered Wang Wei. Even his father's domain only reached the limit, so his domain would probably be quite large after he becomes a peak saint. However, Wang Wei did not care much since he knew some people would have larger domains than him. For example, Su Shi, who he knew, planned to follow Lin Fan's plan to fuse a world with her domain. Even if it's a middle thousand world, it would be more extensive than his. Nevertheless, he would never lose in a confrontation. Not to mention, he technically has 8 other domains in the form of his incarnations. The main body currently has peak 1 leaf strength, and can probably fight 2 leaf immortal venerable for a few rounds. Wang Wei muttered before he was interrupted. The winner of this competition is young Master Wang Wei. He is the person who improved the most during the past 100 years. Lord Spirit had to try extremely hard to hide his shock. 100 years is not a long time for cultivators, and it is impossible to expect significant improvement in such a short time, especially regarding law comprehension that takes thousands of years. Yet today he saw a miracle. Even in the particular case of this trial where the laws are easier to understand, such an improvement is unimaginable. Maybe the master will finally find a suitable inheritor. There is no special prize for the top 3 of this trial. That's all for today. And see you in another week for the Willpower and Tao Heart trial. Wang Wei walked out of the pagoda. He sensed a sharp gaze and looked over to see Chu Luo staring at him. Do you finally see me as a competitor? He smiled, but did not say anything. He thought there would be some time formation in the pagoda, so that time would not pass long on the outside. He was wrong. 100 years had passed. This news made him smile as he sensed his other incarnations. 7 of them have already reached the quasi-emperor realm and even finished condensing most of their black holes. However, there was a slight problem with one that caused a delay. The Order Incarnation's mission had something go wrong that delayed him. So, he is still in the Saint realm and his memories sealed. If I borrow the power of the incarnations, I should have the power of 2 root Tao ancestor. Although he did not know for sure, he had a feeling. Nevertheless, he decided to test his full strength on Ancestor Wuching. But now, he focused on the task at hand since he knew a few battles should occur. Chapter 552 Su Shi's Challenge Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Dangy's Khan for the gift. Jingwu Hua did not hesitate as she challenged the 4th-seeded player, Shi Qian. She paid the challenge price, and the 2 flew into the sky to battle. Jingwu Hua did not waste any time as she went on the offensive. A bright red flame appeared on her body, twisting the surrounding space with the sheer temperature. Golden Crow Flame, the flame on her body, turned into a humongous crow before flying to her opponent. Pillars of Purification, Shi Qian waved her hand to manifest 3 massive pillars of golden lights, descending on the flame crow. Unfortunately, the crow easily burned the pillar and their purification ability before rushing toward her. Extremely young, thought Shi Qian before creating golden light cages around the flame to slowly weaken the crow until it disappeared. 9 Yang Suns, Jingwu Hua created 9 suns made of extreme Yang flame before dropping them on her opponent. Shi Qian frowned for a moment as she rapidly calculated her next step of action. A pair of white wings suddenly appeared behind her back. Then, she flew with unrivaled speed to evade the 9 suns, who fell on the city's formation. Jingwu Hua also grew a pair of wings, but hers were crow wings. She flew toward her opponent 100 times faster than light speed. Regrettably, Shi Qian cultivated the Tao of Light, a Tao with a natural speed advantage. Shi Qian did not clash head-on with his opponent. She knew her fleshly body would not be on par with a degraded demon like the 3-legged golden crow. Additionally, her main tactic of fighting is using long-distance spells. So, she used her speed advantage to kiting her opponent. She would create light spears, light swords, and numerous other weapons to attack Jingwu Hua, who only used the flame on her body to burn these attacks. After trying for a while to catch her opponent without success, Jingwu Hua used another approach. She used her Yang Law to boost her speed. Everything between heaven and earth can be divided into yin and yang. Speed and slow, for example. Speed is yang, while slowness is yin. So, through the laws of yang, Jingwu Hua controlled the concept of speed to boost her speed. In an instant, she appeared before Shi Qian and punched her. Boom! The immortal child descended from the sky and landed on the ground, destroying countless houses. Half her body was burned to crisps before she could remove the yang flame on her. Pure body, a golden light, appeared on the burned side to make her body pure, and a pure body cannot have any injuries. Jingwu Hua was not about to let her opponent heal, so she created a massive pillar of flame that descended from the sky to finish the job. However, when the attack landed, Shi Qian turned into motes of golden lights before appearing in the sky. However, she now looked completely different. She now had 9 beautiful white wings on her back and had a full body armor made entirely of light. She now had a holy and noble aura emanating from her, an aura that would force the weak-willed to bow down and worship her. The light rays transformation, Jingwu Huang muttered. Karma Judgment Shirkian pressed her hand down, and a golden beam descended on Jingwu Hua. The latter released a flame barrier, but the light ignored her defense and went straight to her primordial spirit. Jingwu Hua screamed as she felt a burning sensation directly in her soul. All the negative sins or karma in her life had turned into a flame of judgment. She quickly converted her yang power into light as a form of defense. After all, darkness is yin, while light is yang. Her actions slightly reduced the attack's power, but it was not enough. So, Jingwu Hua activated some power from her bloodline to hide her karmic sins. You can hide your karmic sins, but what about your ancestors? Said Shirkian, who waved her hand. Judgment of the ancestors sins with the motion of her hand. Jingwu Hua instantly inherited all the sins her ancestors committed. Previously, her karma could be considered neutral, but now it was massively negative. As a result, the golden light's potency drastically increased. She knew she only had a short time before her opponent purified her soul and killed her. Do I have to use that method? Thought Jingwu Hua amidst her excruciating pain. Her father left a Dao bone taken from his ribs to her. He refined the bone with the best emperor materials he could find and left it in the Golden Crow clan for his daughter. After waking up, Jingwu Hua had some trouble with the current patriarch of the clan since the latter wanted to take the bone for his family. Luckily, she was powerful, and her father ensured no one else could take it for themselves. After absorbing the rib, Jingwu Hua's talent and bloodline sublimated. She felt she had the talent and strength of some Dao child. It's better if I do not activate the bone now and leave it for the heavenly battle. She understood her decision meant she had little chance of winning the inheritance without the bone. However, considering that her emperor path was at stake, she chose the path that guaranteed a brighter future. As for the inheritance, she could stay to learn about her opponents, especially Wang Wei, who appeared to be her most significant threat. I forfeit, Jingwu Hua said to Shirkian's surprise. Then, she stopped her attack before sighing in relief. She looked at Mu Lei in the distance, but did not challenge him. She flew to the ground and waited. Did you discover anything? Li Yun asked. Yes. Her bone seemed special, but I can't read any more information. The next challenger was Su Shi. She flew toward someone, but someone else stopped her midway. You again. Haven't you learned from your previous defeat? I've recently improved drastically, and I want to re-challenge you, replied Kudalin. I don't want to waste time on you. One attack. I just need one attack to defeat you. Fine. They'll play with you again. Kudalin then went on the offensive. Shadow of the past, nothing happened after Kudalin attacked. She only flicked her hand. However, shortly afterward, blood dripped down Su Shi's eyes, nose, and ears. She used Shadow to attack my past self, which is quite weak, a perfect application of Shadow laws to enter the domain of time. If not for my control of time law and the recent increase in my fleshly body, I would have lost. How could she become so powerful? Is that it? Su Shi asked calmly as her injury instantly healed. Kudalin sighed. She had used a lot of lifespans to cast that technique, but it still failed. So, Feng Heng got to the barbarian siblings. He could sense the Buddhist power secretly contained in her body. Maybe most people will not recognize that power since it has been eradicated from the endless void for too long. He knew it very well since he had some in his chakra. Immediately, Wang Wei began to sense the other participants and discovered a few people with Buddhist power inside their bodies. There were people from Ji Lanfang's Immortal Ascension world, Yi Dafa's Primordial Demon world, and a few others. Feng Heng seemed to choose the lesser genius of this competition, using the fact many of them had their pride and confidence shaken by the recent result to lure these people into Buddhism. Maybe I should also start spreading Buddhism and repaying the karma for the future Buddha scroll. There are 3 karmic debts that are constantly weighing on him. The first one is from his sect. He is not concerned with that one, since it is from his people. The second one is from the future Buddha scroll. He guessed some powerful entity gave him that book to create karma with him. So the sooner he paid it off, the better for him. Finally, it is the debt from Di Tian's wife. After seeing her opponent admit defeat, Su Shi flew toward her chosen challenger, Chu Luo. Do you want to challenge me? He asked. Yes. According to the rules, I'm not a seeded player and can challenge anyone I want. Chu Luo frowned. You should understand I am not in the same league as you. These other tests meant nothing. Only strength matters. Su Shi did not believe her words, but she could not pass on the opportunity to get this inheritance. Her husband's revival relied on it. No matter what, she must at least try. Fin, said Chu Luo as he flew into the sky, and she followed him. Su Shi did not waste time and went on the offensive. World Domain Lin Fan had cultivated many laws to the law manifestation stage. He did not become a saint because he had many others to comprehend. However, she inherited a few of his laws, so she had become a true person quite some time ago. Chu Luo calmly looked at the surroundings. Laws of destruction, time, karma, and life and death. Great laws. He waved his hand to manifest a sword that beamed with the power of annihilation. The sword rushed out of his hand. Crack! Su Shi's world domain cracked. She could not resist even one attack. If not for the opponent's mercy, she would have died. She bowed to thank him before flying away. She had to heal her world quickly. Otherwise, her cultivation will fall into the realm. Was that the Tao of annihilation? Asked Li Jun, though divine sense. No, quite. His true Tao is. Chapter 553, The Origin Talisman. His true Tao is creation. He created a sword of annihilation to defeat Su Shi. So, he's a Tao overlord like you? Oddly, no. I can't sense the aura of an overlord from him. So, did he fail the test and use some method to weaken or restrict his Tao? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as the power of fate flashed across them. It seems that he did not have to take the trial. That does not make sense from what we know about outlaw Daos, especially supreme outlaws, Li Jun said. I'm aware of this. However, I cannot sense the aura of a person who had to take the test. So, this situation could mean three things. He eliminated that aura, I could not sense it, or his parents found a way to allow him to use a supreme outlaw without the trial. But is such a thing possible? I don't know, replied Wang Wei. If it is, they must have paid a severe price even if they were pseudo-eternal emperor. When it comes to the supreme outlaw trial, he did not think an eternal emperor could intervene without paying the price. Otherwise, Detian status in ancient times should grant him the help of a few eternal emperors, ensuring he passed the trial if it was no trouble for them. Moreover, he was 90 sure Chu Luo's Tao had some restrictions and wanted the deceiving heaven longevity art to fix the problem. So what's the plan? Do you think you can defeat him, or do you want me to test his strength for you? Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look. He could tell he got a little cocky after achieving a P-Jade soul quality. You saw that attack. Use the dream art to see if you can survive it. Li Jun closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening his eyes with a wry smile. He did not say anything else, so Wang Wei patted his shoulder. In front of the pagoda, not far from Wang Wei, Tong Ruobing also watched the battle. This level of power has reached the immortal venerable level. And if I'm not mistaken, Wang Wei also has this power level. She frowned as she thought deeply. My transformation is not finished, and it won't be anything soon. As such, I cannot achieve such level of battle prowess. She concluded that this inheritance would not fall into her hands. So, she needed to think of ways to benefit from this trial. Destiny. All these heaven-chosens are people with ample destiny. By defeating them, I could increase thus improving my chances of becoming an eternal emperor. So, she inspected the seated players, searching for an opponent. She ignored the first two before gazing at Jilan Fong. I need a special trump card to defeat him. Then, she looked at the others, focusing on Muley. Without much hesitation, she walked to him with a gentle smile. What a beautiful woman, muttered Muley before fixing his clothes. Young Lady Tong, my name is Muley, and it is an honor to meet you. Tong Ruobing placed her delicate hand over her mouth before giggling with her angelic voice. I am flattered, young Master Mu. However, I've come here for a challenge. Tong Ruobing had to admit that Mu Lei would make a great Dao partner. Although he was not handsome compared to most cultivators, he had a manly aura emanating from his body that was quite charming. He was talented, powerful, had a high background, and more importantly, he was from another world community, so they would not have to worry about competing for the Heaven Willel. Nevertheless, she did not come here for romance. I accept your challenge. However, young Lady Tong, I won't go easy on you because I found you more beautiful than the noblest of immoral from the 9 heavens. Your words make me blush. Nevertheless, I won't accept it any other way. Then, the two flew into the sky, standing a few meters from each other. Tong Ruobing waved her hands, and numerous yellow papers with runes surrounded her enemy. Tong Ruobing did not believe in prolonged battles and liked to use the quickest and most efficient way to defeat an opponent. So, she did not hold back and employed 90 of her strength in that attack. Although she knew this would reveal her information to that person, she also understood it was only a matter of time before he figured things out. Hellfire, talisman, thousands of black flames came from the papers to destroy Mu Lei's body and soul. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored the attack and punched forward. Vibration punch, a terrifying vibration from his hand, rushed toward his opponent. Tong Ruobing rapidly activated a defense talisman and redirecting talisman to protect herself, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Mu Lei frowned slightly as he discovered something. The small world or dimension the trial took place did not have any laws. It was simply a large space with an artificially created environment. Usually, this would not have an impact on most participants. They have something similar to law seeds inside their bodies or domains that allows them to use their laws anywhere with some having to adapt. And for some, their laws have evolved into Daos, meaning the constraints of the worlds no longer bind them. They can use their laws anywhere they see fit, for example, the endless void, and not have many problems or restraints. However, he was different. As a true power Dao cultivator and one that cultivates the Star Biasi system, the issue of law was more delicate for him. The Star B system absorbs all kinds of laws to grow their bodies or fight. However, he cannot do that. Mu Lei then invented a way for his fleshly body to use law resonance. But he could not use this method since the trial space had no laws, so his power was significantly reduced. Tong Ruobing faced a similar dilemma. The Tao of Talisman relies heavily on the law resonance. If she wanted to instantly create certain talismans related to powerful Daos that are most like outlaws, she needed to use law resonance. Regrettably, she cannot do that in the current environment. Her talisman laws only allowed her to create certain talismans. And even when her laws evolve into Tao, she cannot completely get rid of law resonance. This is the advantage and disadvantage of Daos based on professions. Infinite explosion talisman boom. 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 An uncalculable amount of explosions occurred on Mu Lei, burning his skin. However, he quickly healed the surface injury before rushing toward Tong Ruobing. He was so fast that he appeared as if he had teleported. However, she used a switching talisman that allowed her to switch places with any objects in her surrounding, even a single string of spiritual ki. Then, she continued her bombardment. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wang Wei was secretly fuming. "What's wrong?" asked Li Jun, who could feel his mood change. "I know why she seems familiar. She's using the idea I gave Wu Ming back in the Spirit Road trial." "You mean your idea of turning the body into a talisman?" "She succeeded?" "Yes, and I can even sense a slight Emperor aura on her body. Meaning not only did she turn her body into a talisman and essentially change her physique, but she also managed to borrow some power from an Emperor talisman." Wang Wei was mad not because Tong Ruobing was using his idea, but because he never actually thought of using it himself. After figuring out her secret, he immediately thought of using his acupoints to create a formation that is linked or can borrow the power of the Sex Turtle Shell Array, which might be the best defensive formation in the whole Myriad Emperor world. If Tong Ruobing succeeded in doing so, then she is quite talented, commented Li Jun, and Wang Wei agreed. Wu Ming had the idea, but based on their last meeting, he failed to borrow the power of Emperor Rei. Although Wang Wei did not know how she succeeded, he knew how capable she was of accomplishing such a feat, and, as he continued to watch the battle, he discovered more information. Tong Rubing's soul had mutated and acquired properties of talismans. He could tell she achieved this result after the soul trial. He secretly shook his head before continuing to analyze the situation. Could it be the origin talisman? Talisman Ancestor created 12 ancestral talisman, and most cultivators considered them the peak of his achievement. However, the actual peak of his accomplishment was the origin talisman that he left for the Great Talisman City as an Emperor artifact. The origin talisman is the most powerful talisman of the Myriad Emperor world and the first Emperor talisman created by someone in the origin system. The primary function of the talisman is its versatility. It can be used as any talisman. Attack talisman? The origin talisman can be used as such. What about a devour talisman? The origin talisman can also accomplish the task. There were even rumors that the origin talisman was connected to all the talismans created in the Myriad Emperor world, even the ones after the talisman ancestor disappeared. Many people do not believe this rumor because the talisman ancestor was only a pseudo-eternal emperor. However, Wang Wei would not be surprised if it was true. He would not even be surprised if these profession ancestors had the battle powers of eternal emperors, given how special many of them were except for the array ancestor. Wang Wei began to pay more attention to the fight since something had changed. No more playing around, said Mu Lei as each of his pupils turned into 9 purple stars. Then, his body grew to more than 1,000 kilometers. This was a small size for Mu Lei, but the environment did not allow for a bigger size without complications. He turned into a dark light as he rushed toward her. His immense size did not diminish his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Boom! He punched her with his enormous hand. However, Mu Lei saw a pink crystal appear on Tong Rubing's forehead, resulting in a sudden increase in her aura. The defensive talisman she created blocked his attack with relative ease. The Myriad Emperor Worlds Proving Tao Artifact? Chapter 554 Useless Plot? Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Limbing 528 for the gift. I have 2 extra chapters coming up, but you guys have to wait a couple of days because of my schedule. So, we will go back to our regular 1-chapter release. Tong Ruobing did not hesitate to use her Proving Tao artifact to boost her talisman, making abilities and their overall strength. Finally, she took out a talisman from her space ring. Flesh Atomization Talisman. A brightening white light came from the talisman and enveloped Mu Lei before he could react. Even the participants on the ground had to squint their eyes slightly as they gazed at the light. Once the light abated, Mu Lei appeared with burn marks all over his body. However, he appeared intact overall, making Tong Ruobing frown. The Flesh Atomization Talisman was one of the masterpieces she created to fight against people with powerful fleshly bodies. So, it should have atomized her opponent or at the very least severely injured him. However, he appeared to be only slightly injured. Tiny runes appeared in front of her eyes as she analyzed Mu Lei's body, and a look of realization dawned on her. The star body of the Star Beast world is unique in that it cannot be instantly destroyed, at least in general. Any attacks that kill a Star Beast cultivator will instead decrease their size. In other words, if anyone wants to kill a cultivator in the Star Beast world, they must constantly kill and reduce their size until they are killed. As such, the bigger the opponent, the more lives they have. So, only attacks that can instantly destroy their entire body can kill them, and her talisman did not achieve that effect. Although Mu Lei's current body looked intact, his real body was now several times smaller. Tong Ruobing quickly analyzed how to end this battle, as she could tell the longer it continued, the more dangerous the situation would be for her. She did not have an attack that could instantly annihilate her opponent, at least not until she finished her transformation of binding with the origin talisman. So, the only solution is to use a method that annuls healing or regeneration. Tong Ruobing waved her to create a talisman that manifested in the form of a spear. Then, with a flick of her hand, It flew incredibly fast toward Muley. At first, he did not care about such a measly attack and planned to ignore it while continuing his assault. However, he suddenly sensed grave danger and rapidly enacted a shield to protect him. Unfortunately, the spear barrado his defense and went straight for his heart, only stopping 1 inch before piercing it. Muley had an ugly expression as he sensed a mysterious power on that spear. He knew that power would ignore his Bodis ability and kill him, and there was nothing he could do about it. What power is this? Tong Ruobing smiled at him, but did not explain, so Muley contacted his elder to ask. The Dui realm. Is that a sign? He thought. As a person who follows a pure physical path without any genuine Tao of his own, Muley knew he would have to make a choice after acquiring the Heaven Will. The first choice is to comprehend the grand Tao source of power and prove the Tao using that method. The second choice is to use his Heaven Will to go up a few layers in the true power Tao realm. If he chose that option, he could have the battle prowess of a great emperor of any class, even eternal emperor, based on his talent for fleshly body and how much he can make use of the Heaven Will. However, the downside is that he cannot open the gate with the Heaven Will, and he will only have 1 yuan epoch of lifespan. As such, he only has this time to continue cultivating and opening the gate of power. Muley could also become a Tao ancestor, and he would be an insurgent. With the infinite lifespan, he could continue walking the path of true power Tao until he opened that gate. The third option is to find a way around the Star B system and control law by another method. Muley had some ideas after interacting with other Heaven Chosens and learning about their system. He cannot control law with his soul since it is fused with his body. However, he could allow his body to create some energy key to control laws. With this method, he might enter the Dui realm, and after acquiring the Heaven Will, Heavenly Tao will consider him a dual-key refiner and body cultivators. He can comprehend the grand Tao source of whatever laws he controls while also getting a slight boost in the true power Tao realm. It seems like the third option is the best for me. Muley remembered his recent business partner Wang Wei. He was also a dual-key refiner and body cultivator. Moreover, as the wonder of the heavy axe physique, he has some advantages. The lost seed inside his body should prevent him from walking the true power Tao, but he was allowed an exception by Heavenly Tao. He still could not control laws with his body. Thank you, young Lady Tong, for your benevolence. I owe you a great karma. You are welcome, replied Tong Ruobing with a smile. I could use this debt to my advantage, she thought. If I lose the Heaven Will battle, I could ask Muley to cut off my karma for me to compete in the next generation. The only issue is whether he will prove the Tao in his world. Tong Ruobing was in a good mood after making a backup plan for herself and acquiring a decent amount of destiny. So she took Muley's number 4 tokens and flew to the ground. She smiled and waved at Wang Wei, who ignored that shameless woman who stole his idea. How did she enter the Dui realm? Li Jun asked with slight envy. She turned her divine sea into a world of talisman, Wang Wei replied. With his true vision and his recent power growth, he could see many things previously hidden. He could see many different runes inside her divine sea. Key gathering talisman. Key purification talisman. Key controlling talisman. Space expanding talisman, along with a bunch of others. Overall, her divine sea was unique. I have to give Tong Ruobing some credit. She took the basic ideas I gave Wu Ming, developed them to their best, and even made them better. After this fight, there were no worthwhile battles. A few people who never reached the top 10 in the previous trials challenged the seeded players, including Wang Wei, but they proved to be too weak. So, everyone returned to their mansion. After returning to his mansion, Lien Shixing had 2 pictures before him, Chu Luo and Wang Wei. One of these 2 should be able to help me with my plan, and I'm leaning more toward the one from the Myriad Emperor world. Based on the result of soul and comprehension, he thought Wang Wei was the best person to help him achieve his goal. Let's wait to see the result of the willpower test. Then, he'll make a final decision. In another mansion, Huafeng Wang calmly walked into one of the rooms full of formation. A man was sitting in the middle with his eyes closed. How is it going? What do you think? I've told you many times your plan was useless and stupid. Even though we are technically from the same clan, the Kyuan Emperor severed our bloodline connection long ago. The cursed bloodline innate treasure did not work? She asked. Without any connections, how could it work? Hua Fengwang frowned after hearing this. After having all 5 noble beast bloodlines, her heavenly talent evolved, and she could now see the level of the threat someone has to her. When she laid her eyes on Wang Wei during the selection part of the trial, she felt an intense warning. It was so intense that she was almost overwhelmed by despair. So, she began to prepare how to secretly take him down. Her original plan was to use the bloodline connection of the Wang aristocratic clan and the Dao opening sex Wang clan. So, she enlisted the help of Wang Jiaming, the next heir of the Wang aristocratic clan. Hua Fengwang hoped the latter used his bloodline connection to Wang Wei to curse, poison, or weaken him in any way. Better yet, steal his power. Honestly, she already knew her plan was pointless and stupid. However, she had to do something to at least relieve the pressure she felt every time she looked at him or when they interacted. Is there any way for this plan to work? If you could give me his bloodline, no, his blood source, maybe, Wang Jiaming replied. He honestly did not want to help her and antagonize the other Wang clan. Unfortunately, Hua Fenghuang's status was higher than his, and the council asked him to follow her orders. The Wang clan had 3 great emperors after the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously died right after proving the Tao. No one knew the reason, or at least, he was not privy to this information. The clan only had a decent status amidst the ancient aristocratic clan because their founder was the heaven-opening emperor, the first emperor of the myriad emperor world. Blood source? Hua Fengwang said softly, her voice full of helplessness. She was probably one of the few people who knew what this monster was capable of. If she planned things correctly, found a scenario where he did not fight seriously, and caught him off guard, she might get a few drops of blood. As for his source blood, unless she could defeat him, there was no way to get her hands on something like that. I'll find another way, she said before walking to her room, left to her thoughts. Hua Fengwang had 2 objectives in coming to this trial: to acquire the inheritance and see if she could use it to deceive her dragon bloodline into an Azure Dragon bloodline, and secondly, to deal with Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it appeared she would not succeed in any of these objectives. There are many worlds available in this place. I should be able to find a way to purify or evolve my bloodline, she thought before beginning to plan her next step. Chapter 555, The Incarnation's Mission. Bam. 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 Powerful clashes emanated from an ample space. Luckily, a mysterious power prevented the attacks from destroying the surroundings. A few minutes later, the fighting stopped. Wang Wuqing looked at the young man before him and sighed. You indeed have the strength of 2 root Dao ancestor. Wang Wei smiled before saying, Can you show the power of each root? Sure, said Wang Wenxiang before waving his hand to manifest an enormous hand manifested before him. How do you feel? I feel like I could not withstand 5 attacks. Most 3 root Dao ancestors could defeat 2 roots with 1 attack. You can survive more than one because of your law and the many ways you have to defend yourself. Wang Wuqing then used another attack, but a more powerful one. That's 4 root. Wang Wei nodded. He wouldn't survive 1 attack. Finally, Wang Wuqing displayed the 5 root Dao ancestor strength, and Wang Wei could only shake his head. You should know there are differences between the roots, especially the 5 root level. The difference between controlling 4 and 4.9 of the Grand Dao source is enormous. I understand, replied Wang Wei. With this knowledge, he has better ways to gauge his strength. According to his calculation, if he does not do anything else, once he finishes with his 9-extremity Dao foundation, his strength will reach 4 root Dao ancestor, while Tion is likely to be 5 root. Hopefully, the Fate Palace and Fate Incarnation can give me the final boost. Otherwise, I will have to find other methods. How are things going in the commercial hub? Shadow 1 has already investigated things, and we can set a booth there if needed. Are you worried about something? Mule seems to have eyes for Tong Ruobing. I'm afraid he will terminate our partnership an ally with the great talisman city instead. He does not seem the kind of person to put business above his personal feelings. We don't know nearly enough about him to make such an analysis. True, having someone from the Star Beast world would make our integration into the hub smoother. Ultimately, we do not need to rely on them if necessary. Wang Wei agreed. The commercial hub will be very significant to his plans, so he needs to begin planning for the future. After chatting with Ancestor Wucheng, he handed him the Sovereign Dragon key and returned to his room. Wang Wucheng was in charge of finding someone that could make use of this unique energy. As for Wang Wei, he activated the array virus once again to spy on everyone and see if he could catch something new. But once again, he felt he had forgotten something after finishing. Wang Wei instantly became alert, as he knew there must be a problem. He reviewed the footage of all the participants the virus recorded, but he could not find anything. So, he asked Ancestor Wucheng to check if there were any abnormal individuals amongst the participants. But the latter also discovered nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his Paragon Soul to its full effect. He felt he had caught something for a brief moment, but could not remember. Wang Wei decided to be on guard at all times. He didn't know the reason for this anomaly, but it was worth keeping an eye out. Afterward, Wang Wei used the reward he received for the soul trial, which was the unique energy from the body trial. With it, he opened a total of 500,000 acupoints, nearly half of them, and his fleshly body increased to 23 primordial dragon force, and his main body had the battle strength of 2-leaf immortal. The true power Dao realms increase was smaller than expected. He knew it would be more challenging to go to higher realms, but he did not expect the increase to be as harsh as this. However, considering that no one has probably opened that gate in the lower dimension, it made sense for true power Dao cultivation to be so infamous. Nevertheless, the difficulty made him even more excited about what would happen once he opened the gate. Hopefully, it won't be disappointing. Finally, Wang Wei went to check on his incarnations and their missions. He did not check on the space-time incarnation since the latter already succeeded in using the flaw in the River of Fate to explore parallel timelines. So, he first checked on the free will incarnations. This one's mission was to remove the Great Thousand Worlds River of Fate, granting absolute freedom to all cultivators and mortals. "How are your injuries?" Wang Wei asked. "I'm completely healed now, after removing the River of Fate from the Great Thousand World." Both of them did not expect that the sealed heavenly Tao would find a way to release thunder punishment on them. Luckily, the free will incarnations borrowed power from the other incarnations and survived. So, how did the world operate after giving them freedom? "They acted the same," replied the incarnation as he overlooked the entire world like a god looking at ants. "The mortals continue their daily life as if nothing changed. The only difference is that way because of their own volition, not because fate dictated it. The more intelligent ones fell into an existential crisis when they realized their previous lives were dictated at birth. Some even lost their sense of purpose because of their newfound freedom. Wang Wei watched the same them as him with calmness. Without fate's control, all of them now have the talent to cultivate. Although 99 of them have poor talent, it is still talent. So, I pass a cultivation technique to all of them. Unfortunately, they give up because of the slow progress. The ones who took this opportunity of freedom are few in between. What about the cultivators? Them? You could say they changed, but you could also argue they did not. Without any fate nexuses to restrain them, they became out of control. They no longer respected rules and regulations and turned the world into chaos. One person became obsessed with replacing the role of fate and began a mission to conquer and enslave the world. And so many cultivators follow him. So, they want to take the freedom of others now that they are free, said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He should have expected this outcome, since cultivators are creatures of habit. In most worlds, things rarely change even after billions of years. And that's because the long lifespan of cultivators that makes them both more conservative and sentimental. I'm starting to think the existence of the River of Fate is necessary. Without it, most people seem lost. Maybe, muttered Wang Wei. All right, they'll go check on the others. He used the transplanter transmission array to teleport to the yin-yang incarnation. This incarnation looked slightly different from the others. He had black and white hair and was more feminine. In general, it could be debated to be more handsome than the others, but it will depend on an individual's taste. Do you want to say something? I know you do. I don't have to say anything, replied Wang Wei as he tried hard not to laugh, making the yin-yang incarnation snort coldly, deciding to ignore this insensitive jerk. After taking a moment to regain his bearing, Wang Wei reviewed the latter's experience. The Yang incarnation became the devil's incarnate. With the devouring system, he made up for his lack of talent by swallowing others. As he grew stronger, he became a tyrant who did whatever pleased him. He was full of sins and negative karma. Meanwhile, the Yin incarnation was the opposite. She saved many people and became a chivalrous individuals as she dreamt. As for their desire to become a man, it only partially succeeded. The Yin incarnation was the embodiment of absolute Yin. So when she created a method to revert Yin to Yang, she did transform into a man. Unfortunately, the transformation was only temporary, and she grew more powerful. The time she could be a man became less until she accepted her new gender. The two incarnations eventually clashed against each other. Their battle divided the world into sides, the light and dark realms, forever changing the fundamental structure of the world. The light realm was beautiful, full of happy people, and was generally a good place. The only downside was that it was always day, the sun shining brightly as the night never came. The Yin incarnation had to use special formations to create the illusion of night. As for the dark realm, it was the opposite. Cruel and cunning devil cultivators ruled with chaos and destruction. It was always night, as the moon shone on them 24/7 for millennia. Once the incarnations reached the peak of the supreme realm, they had a legendary battle that resulted in their unexpected fusion and entering the quasi-emperor realm. Everything went smoothly, said Wang Wei. He could feel that his Tao heart would sublimate after he vividly relived the experience of his incarnation after the final fusion. He then left to check on the Luck incarnation. Chapter 556, The Incarnation's Mission. 2. Wang Wei looked at the unkempt version of him who reeked of alcohol, and he could only remain speechless. How could she do this to me? To us? Said the Luck incarnation. It's been a couple of 1,000 years. And you got your memories back. Shouldn't you let it go? Said Wang Wei. You weren't there. You haven't experienced the terrible pain. Once you do, you will understand, replied the Luck incarnation as he took a big sip from his gourd. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Something changed the Luck incarnation's mission. Ever since he was young, he had everything he wanted. He could be walking home from a night of drinking from the pleasure district and finding a bag full of money or herbs that could maintain health. As such, he never lacked anything in life, even power. He once wanted to become a scholar, and the next day, he found a crystal that increased spiritual power. He then accidentally saved the life of the most famous teacher in the city, and the latter offered to teach him everything he knew for free. His luck was so powerful that it could fulfill all his desire. One time, he met this beautiful woman and wanted her. However, she had a husband. His parents appropriately raised the Luck incarnation before their untimely passing. So, he left things alone and did not contact or try anything against her. However, a week later, the woman's husband died in an accident, and he met her when some cultivators chased her. The incarnation wanted to help her, but he knew he was powerless against cultivators. So, he did the cowardly thing and hid in a desolate house nearby. And to his surprise, he discovered a talisman powerful enough to kill all the cultivators chasing the woman he desired. And after saving the damsel in distress, he took her home to protect and help her in her time of need. Unfortunately, at this time, the incarnation began to suspect he was a man with maximum luck and began testing it out. He went to a cultivator gathering and bought some random book and treasure that turned out to be of the saint tier. After figuring this out, the incarnation knew the reason this woman came to like him was most likely the result of his luck, making him conflicted if he should reciprocate. So, he delayed deciding by focusing on his cultivation. And as expected, Everything went smoothly for him. Whatever he wanted, he would get it. Wherever he went, he encountered a beautiful woman who would fall in love with him and acquire some form of fortunate encounter. As time passed, the encounter became tired of life since everything came so easy to him. He never had to try for anything in his life. Once, he decided to become a king and headed to a place to establish his dynasty. On his way, he met a group of people who mistaken them for their runaway prince and rushed him to take the throne since most of his family had died recently. The incarnation almost died of anger when these people showed him the picture of their prince, who looked exactly like him. This world was vast with a population of the septillion. So, what were the odds of someone having the same face, build, height, and demeanor as him? Furthermore, when he tried to argue, these people pointed to a scar on his left wrist, which their prince also had. The incarnation had this scar since he was young and never healed it despite his cultivation since he acquired it in the accident that killed his parents. He kept it to remember his past. In the end, the incarnation flew away in anger after realizing his goal of being a ruler was again handed to him. He began to resent his luck. He saw it as a curse. As such, he decided to study misfortune to balance his overwhelming luck. However, before he could succeed, he met the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The moment he laid eyes on her, his entire being screamed that he wanted her. So, he quickly investigated her to find out she did not have a Tao companion. Knowing it was his opportunity, he waited. The incarnation knew that his luck would soon activate, allowing him to have a magical encounter with her and have a chance. So he waited. Unfortunately, the waiting lasted a week, then a month, and eventually a year, but nothing occurred. So, he became more proactive. He used a technique to give her misfortune. His plan was when she was in danger, he would swoop in like a handsome and chivalrous immortal to save her. His plan failed since nothing occurred. The incarnation soon discovered his luck did not work on her, which somehow made her even more desirable to him. Therefore, he approached her to court her directly. Regrettably, the first sentence she said to him was, "You are the bastard cursing me with misfortune? Get out of my sight." Despite the rejection, the luck incarnation did not give up. For a man who could acquire everything he desired, there was nothing he wanted more than something unattainable. Consequently, he pursued her religiously. No matter how many rejections he received or what terrible things she said to keep him away, he never gave up on her. And eventually, his persistence paid off. She began to warm up to him. They became friends before starting to explore a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, the incarnation's luck had repercussions. The luck backlash arrived in the form of a rumor. Wang Wei, the blessed one, whoever acquire can rule the world and achieve immortality. Once the rumor spread worldwide, all the cultivator sects, families, factions, and dynasties suddenly knew of the incarnations and wanted to capture him. He was hunted for thousands of years. Luckily, he had the love of his life with him. She accompanied him throughout everything. She was with him when he fell for the peak of the world to the gutter. The incarnation felt that his pain and suffering were worth it as long as she was with him. Sadly, fate had another plan for him. On one occasion, hundreds of sects encircled him, and even with all the treasures and fortunate encounters he had, he could not escape. In the end, she sacrificed her life to give him a chance. Grief, pain, despair, guilt, and absolute anger overwhelmed him. So, he went on a rampage. He used guerrilla tactics to destroy countless sects or factions. And when he felt this was too slow, he finally took cultivation seriously. With his talent and resources, he quickly reached the strength to be invincible in the world. So, he killed 99 of all cultivators in this world. Sadly, revenge could not fill the hole in his heart, so he focused on cultivation to reach a realm where he could revive her. The idea of seeing her beautiful and confident smile motivated him. He had to work hard to accomplish something for the first time since he met her. However, after entering the Supreme Realm and unlocking his memories, the luck incarnation received another shock he did not know how to process. The woman he loved, lost, grieved. and pined after for tens of thousands of years was just another clone of Wu Hong. He also realized she might have changed the setting of his mission. After all, he should have never had affection for another woman. In the end, he was happy he did not technically lose her, but he could not forget the pain of watching her die in front of him. So, he began to drink his frustration and completed feeling. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he did not know what to say. He did not expect Wu Hong to tweak the incarnation's life and make him more miserable. However, he had to admit that her action made his Tao heart tempering even better. So, he looked at the incarnation and said, "Don't be sad. She's fine and healthy." "You don't understand," replied the incarnation. "However, when we fuse, you will experience how I felt and know how much it truly hurt." Wang Wei knew he was correct. In the final fusion, he will experience the life of these incarnations as if it was his own experience. So, all their emotions, thoughts, and actions will be extremely vivid to him. "You're right," Wang Wei replied, but he appeared a little distracted. He was thinking about the incarnation's way of courting Wu Hong's clone. Although his persistence seemed romantic, he felt that the incarnation appeared too much like a stalker. If Wu Hong did not have feelings for him, his actions would not seem as romantic but creepy. As a person with memories from Earth, he should know better. Does that mean I have some secret stalker tendencies? Or is the result of his environment? He quickly denied the first option and blamed everything on the incarnation. He also ignored that they would fuse and become one sometime in the future. So, after giving the incarnation an odd look, he went to check on the karma incarnation. Chapter 557, The Incarnation's Mission 3. Wang Wei looked at the karma incarnation, who now had yellow hair. "So how is it?" he asked. "Why don't you see for yourself?" replied the incarnation, and Wang Wei looked at this great thousand world. He saw karma threads connecting to the incarnations, and there were so many of them. He could see that the incarnation was now connected to every single individual of this world, every single object, and even every single atom. Wang Wei looked at an ant a few 100,000 light years away, and he could see the incarnation had some connection to it. "Is this your answer?" he asked. "Yes," replied the incarnation. "My entire life was boggled down by karma. I cannot even breathe the air without owing heaven and earth some karma. I tried isolating myself from the world to cultivate in peace, but the debts I owed would eventually catch up to me. I tried repaying my karmic debts, but more kept piling on my head. No matter how carefully I tried to act or how many calculations I made to avoid karma, it was impossible for me to escape." The incarnation paused as he reminisced. Every step he took felt like he was in quicksand, unable to move and slowly drawing. It was truly a nightmare since he never knew a single moment of peace. "I try to transcend karma, to become free from its restrictions, but I failed." "So you choose to fuse with it?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes. I became the embodiment of karma itself in this world, the origin of all karma. And to my surprise, I've achieved the transcendence I desire. It does make sense. As the source of karma, it's normal to be no longer affected by it. So, how did you bear such a heavy burden?" Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for the incarnation to fuse with all karma of the world and bear it without some backless or negative consequence to his body and soul. The incarnation smiled before waving his hand to manifest a yellow river made of threads. "You made a river of karma?" "Yes. While cultivating the Tao of karma, I discovered the river of fate. So, I thought of replicating it with the power of karma." Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the river, thinking of the many benefits. He could sublimate his karma-unbound physique with this river and no longer worry about karma ever affecting him after proving the Tao. Although a mortal tier powerhouse has high resistance to karmic restraint, it is not entirely gone. The sad truth is even paragons cannot completely ignore karma. However, Wang Wei has a high chance of reaching such a state. This will be a significant step in his goal of achieving freedom. I'm sure you can understand the significance of this river to us, but I will tell you a few more abilities. The incarnation waved his hand, and a drop of water came from the river. Karmic washing water, said Wang Wei. Yes, you can easily create an ocean and leave it to the sect. In the future, they won't worry about washing karma and needing help to compete for the next generation's heaven will. Then, the incarnation pointed to another thread in the river. The river of karma is connected to all karma, past, present, and future. So you could do this. He took one string and manipulated it, and Wang Wei squinted his eyes when he saw what had happened. About 2 million years ago, in this great thousand world, a spiritual herb called human mushroom went extinct. As the incarnation manipulated the thread, Wang Wei saw a scene 2 million years ago. A young hunter found this mushroom and took it for dinner. According to normal history, this farmer should have eaten the last human mushroom in existence, making this spiritual herb extinct. But now something had changed. On his way home, he met a dying cultivator who gave him his inheritance. Through this inheritance, the hunter learned of the value of this spiritual herb and began to plant it. Eventually, he created a small secret realm where he stored the mushroom, and this secret realm lasted until this day as the incarnation manipulated events to ensure this. Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport the secret realm to their location. The human mushroom is an excellent herb to open acupoints. As Wang Wei looked at the mushroom with a human shape in his hand, his eyes could not help but shine. This method will help him deal with one of his biggest worries, the resources for his true power Tao cultivation. And considering how long the myriad emperor world has existed and the lost resources throughout the ages, this technique is simply heaven-defying. I have to say, you gave me one of the biggest surprises so far. Is there any restriction to this method? Anything related to the manipulation of time will have restrictions. What I've discovered is that there is no problem as long as you do not try to manipulate impactful events or drastically change people's fate. There is no problem. So, focus more on using this technique to gather resources without affecting the overall timeline. Summarize Wang Wei. Basically, that's good. Since nothing is wrong with you, it'll check on the others. Wang Wei then went on to check on the samsara incarnation. The latter sat on a throne, and the environment was frigid and eerie. After arriving, Wang Wei could see many souls coming and leaving, along with many demon-luring creatures controlling and ensuring the place's safety. No problem? Oddly, no. I successfully established a separate samsara for this great thousand world, and there were no problems. However, it might not be the same if you do it back home. Wang Wei frowned. Before he became powerful, he thought each world had a separate samsara, and it was a physical location similar to a small world that he could travel to. However, as he became more powerful, he knew that the endless void had one samsara for all the world communities. He tried to learn the secrets of samsara, but had no success. But he did conclude some things based on the information he had. For example, why did Dtion only reincarnate into the myriad emperor world? He theorized that it was either heavenly Tao's doing or each world community had its own division. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the knowledge the incarnation had. His theory was partially correct. There are separate divisions based on a soul's place of origin, but it is also possible to be reborn in another division, albeit rare, but possible. Your method was ingenious, he commented. The incarnation did not forcibly establish a netherworld. Instead, he asked to create a branch in this world from the main branch. And true heavenly Tao was more than happy to give him some power and reduce the burden on itself as long as the incarnation was willing to follow some strict rules. It even gave him a lot of merit for his actions. With this method, many of our plans are guaranteed to become a success, and we might not need to refine the 9 devil god worlds. The only thing we have to worry about is Old Man Nether, said the incarnation. He had many new plans after his recent success. He had greater ambitions after seeing how handsomely true heavenly Tao rewarded him for his actions. Wu Hong told him about Old Man Nether from the Nether Hell. This was a person obsessed with controlling the samsara of the lower dimension, and for countless eras, he has been slowly stealing its power. Therefore, He knew this person would stop him from establishing a netherworld in the myriad emperor world. And if he were to learn of the method this incarnation used, he would definitely try to replicate it. The nine-devil god world is still needed, just not as important as we previously thought. As for Old Man Nether, we will deal with him after we prove the Tao, replied Wang Wei. For what he knew, Old Man Nether was the only Empyrean in the lower dimension. Many people have wondered he managed to stay there without any repercussions. However, Wang Wei is not that scared of him. He believed once he found a way to reach the Ten Extremity Foundation, after becoming an eternal emperor, he might have the battle prowess of an Empyrean 70 Grand Tao Source. And even if he does not, he will be closed and will not need much time to reach that battle strength. Make sure to remove all your tracks before the fusion, said Wang Wei. He did not want to get Old Man Nether's attention more than he already did. Then, he went to see the Destiny Incarnation. He found the latter reading intently before a large book titled Book of Destiny. Wang Wei called him, but the latter was distracted, so he had to push him before waking up from his deep concentration. Oh, you're here. You should be more careful. I've placed a formation in the surrounding, and only you can enter. You should still be careful since this world is not absolute. You're right. It's just I've been a little fascinated by our little experiment. Oh, did you discover something? Maybe. Chapter 558, The Incarnation's Mission. Finale. Using the Book of Destiny, the Incarnation controlled or established the destiny of everything cultivators in this great thousand world. When people with a talent for cultivation are born, their names will automatically appear in the book, and the Incarnation will establish their destiny. Each individual's destiny is different. For example, it could be as simple as they're destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator. Of course, just because someone is destined for such an accomplishment does not mean that they definitely can achieve it. This is not how destiny functions. The cultivators have to work to achieve their destiny. They have to undergo arduous cultivation, temper themselves, and fight for resources. Now, as someone destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator, they will have a particular luck to ensure they accomplish their goals. They also have specific karmic connections with people that help them achieve their destiny. Nevertheless, destiny still gave people a certain level of freedom to accept or reject their destiny. Furthermore, the Incarnation discovered other forms or unique destinies. For example, the destiny to become the most powerful sect in the world. Once, he tried to give this destiny to a faction, and he realized that some people could compete with the chosen faction to hinder them from achieving their destiny or steal the destiny of becoming the best sect. After controlling the entire world's destiny, the Incarnation tried to recreate the Eternal Emperor's destiny and failed, no matter what he tried. He could not succeed, so he tried to create an immortal destiny. As long as he gave an individual such a destiny, they had a 90 chance of becoming an immortal tier powerhouse. Consequently, his actions touched the bottom line of true heavenly Tao, and he received a warning. Another application the Incarnation discovered is establishing the destination of mortal objects and animals, turning them into spirits or demon race. This method is valuable to the spirit race, but has no actual application to Wang Wei besides maybe creating an army of spirit race. As you can see, we have learned much about destiny, but no revolutionary discoveries. That's fine as well. What about battle applications? Did you come up with something? In fact, I did, replied the Incarnation, who stood up from his sitting position. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Attack me with your chaos flame." Then, the Incarnation created a wound on his forearm with his left finger. "All right," said Wang Wei before creating a multicolored flame in his hand and throwing it at the Incarnation. At first, it appeared as if the latter was rapidly burning. But soon, the process ended, and the wound on the Incarnation healed. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Purpose manipulation. Exactly. I changed the purpose of your chaos flame from burning to healing. You can imagine the wide application of such a technique. Indeed, there are many applications of this ability. Wang Wei could alter his fleshly Buddha's purpose, allowing it to use more force than usual. He could change the purpose of his enemies' attacks and make them help him instead or render them entirely useless. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a turtle shell. It was the 8-trigram turtle shell he borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He then used the Destiny technique to modify the purpose of this magical artifact. It used to be a supporting item used only for divination, but Wang Wei turned it into an attack artifact that used the River of Fate's power. And since the artifact was an immortal artifact, the attack it could use was at the same level. Of course, Wang Wei could modify an item of such level because he now had the strength of a mortal venerable. If not, he would fail or suffer some backlash. "This technique is worth all your effort," said Wang Wei. "I tried my best," replied the incarnation as he looked at the world again. "I found it fascinating to control the lives of so many people, controlling their destiny with them being none the wisest. Don't lose yourself to such meager power." "You underestimate me," replied the incarnation. He knew that this great thousand world was a drop of water in an ocean in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, he only learned to control people's destinies to control his own. "As long as you understand," replied Wang Wei, who patted his shoulder before leaving. He went on a check on the Order Disorder incarnation, the one who had problems. He saw the latter at the center of the world's core, sitting cross-legged and fighting heavenly Tao that was supposed to be sealed. He frowned. The Order incarnation had to begin his journey from a low thousand world. After becoming the supernatural realm, he would replace the heavenly Tao of that world and decide the order of this world. He would establish the rules, regulations, punishments, and restrictions for all mortals and cultivators. With this method, the incarnation could make the world safer for mortals and prevent chaos. Consequently, many cultivators did not like absolute order, rebelling against the incarnation and creating more chaos or disorder. However, this is precisely what the incarnation wanted. He wanted oppositions to help him understand disorder laws. Once he finished his mission, he ascended to a middle thousand world and repeated the same plan once he reached void-shattering realm. The issue arose after he ascended to a great thousand world. The heavenly Tao of this world acted swiftly before Wang Wei sealed it. It created a sun of destiny that Wang Wei did not even detect, and that destiny sun made some cracks or flaws in Wang Wei's formation. That person even destroyed some of the puppets he left guarding the formation. So, once the Order incarnation ascended, he had to confront the sun of destiny and heavenly Tao. By now, he had already dealt with the Son of Destiny, but the incarnation had to face part of heavenly Tao while still in the Saint realm, thus delaying his progress. Wang Wei frowned as he watched all of this happening. He could tell heavenly Tao was stalling the incarnation while gathering power from the world's inhabitants to help it, and might even be creating another Son of Destiny. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to intervene since this experience could also be a form of tempering. Furthermore, the confrontation with heavenly Tao might give him an insight into how it controlled the law and help him in the future when he creates further levels of his force control skill. As for his battle with Chu Luo, his current strength should be enough. If it's not, he has a hidden trump card to make the difference. After making a decision, Wang Wei thanked the immortal powerhouses that controlled the time acceleration formation. Finally, he went to see the Fate incarnation. The two began to work on creating the spiritual foundation or the Fate Palace. After divination, they discovered it was impossible to make 10 Fate Palaces, one for each of the incarnations and the main body. Based on the Emperor Tao world's cultivation system, cultivators can only create one spiritual foundation for each cultivation realm for a total of 9, and the 10th can be made after proving the Tao. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also discovered both he and the Fate incarnation could create a Fate Palace and fuse them. This palace would be the main one, while the other incarnations could develop branches. And during the final fusion, the Fate Palace would baptize him with fate power, similar to how Tian did through Samsara. The fusion will also elevate his comprehension, allowing his 9-extremity foundation to perfectly complete at a power level of 5-root Tao ancestor. There was not enough time for Wang Wei to create the main Fate Palace, but he left the Fate Incarnation with this mission before returning to the trial. Wang Wei discovered Wang Wuqing waiting for him after he returned. "Wait, your strength. Is there a problem? You already have 2 leaf strength?" "Yes. Is something wrong? Don't you ever have any bottleneck?" Wang Wei controlled his urge to say bottleneck. "What's that?" Instead, he thought about the question and realized that this was true. "You should know this is odd. No matter who it is, even those blessed descendants will have bottlenecks in their cultivation journey." Wang Wei nodded as he guessed this might be another ability of his soul. Or, he might have a bottleneck in the future, but now was not the time. "I should be used to your anomaly by now. Here is the thing you wanted." Wang Wuqing handed him a talisman that contained a recording of Miscellaneous 1, refining an immortal tear pill. "Thanks," replied Wang Wei. "Now that I remember, there will be no issue with the aftermath of the demon supremacy world. No need to worry. We have erased all traces that we absorbed their luck. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao even helps since your action benefited the people of our world." Wang Wei nodded. "A lot of the luck absorbed went to the human destiny sword, which will, in turn, benefit the human race of the myriad emperor world." So, he was not surprised Heavenly Tao helped. Additionally, he had a karma unbound physique to prevent the demons from using karma to trace him, not to mention his status as fateless. So he does not need to worry. And the demons of that world have to worry about dealing with the fire in their backyard. So they won't have much time to track the people responsible. After his conversation with Ancestor Wuqing, he checked on his chat group. Due to time dilation, most group members were now Tier 6, including the new member Wannabe God. Wang Wei received a few innate treasures from Mad King and Wannabe God, but he did not really care about that now. Nevertheless, he did not plan to abandon this group. He would train them as his agent to spread Buddhism in the endless void and repay his karma. The group can also help him gather resources like incense, luck, or lifespan. Finally, they can help him prepare for his future plans. Chapter 559 Willpower and Tao Heart Trial. Wang Wei flew to the pagoda. However, unlike his usual relaxed and easygoing mood, he was now on high alert, secretly looking everywhere. He did not know where the anomaly he felt came from, so he wanted to be on guard. He barely listened to Lord Spirit before entering the pagoda. He received a message on how this trial will proceed. A few seconds later, it began. A large number with at least 20 zeros appeared above his head, and Wang Wei felt a slight pressure on himself. However, the pressure was not on his fleshly body. He had to carry the weight with his willpower. Then, the number increases by at least 3 zeros every 10 seconds. Then, at some point, there were no longer any words but the character for small thousand world. This character meant that Wang Wei had to carry the weight of a small thousand world with his willpower, and to him, this was not difficult. So he ignored the trial and took his time to review the talisman from Miscellaneous 1 and learn how to refine an immortal pill. A few seconds later, the weight on him changed to 5 small thousand worlds before continuing to increase. A few hours later, the weight had changed to a great thousand world. Feeling the drastic increase in the pressure, Wang Wei opened his eyes to check the situation. He read the character floating above his head before continuing his study. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a sudden tremendous pain and opened his eyes to see blood coming from his nose. He raised his head and understood the situation. He was currently bearing the weight of a heavenward world with his willpower alone. However, his body could not withstand the power. Luckily, this trial level only lasted a few seconds before ending. Then, Lord Spirit appeared in his lair, looking at him strangely. She had to do everything she could to hide the shock she felt after witnessing the result, especially when you compare the result with the second place, Chu Luo, and the third place, Jingwu Hua. Chu Luo has gone through numerous reincarnations, and Jingwu Hua sealed herself for countless generations. So, I understand where their strong willpower comes from. But this Wang Wei is truly an anomaly. Could he be so naturally gifted? Some people are naturally born with high willpower, But Lord Spirit do not think they can reach such a level. It does not matter. The more talented it is, the better a choice for master. Is there a problem? Wang Wei asked. No, you're the first in this trial, and I figured the reward might not be appealing to you. So, I wonder if you want to exchange it for something? What's the reward? Resources to increase willpower. I see. He'll exchange for the same previous reward. Lord Spirit then gave him a crystal full of a mysterious power. I've been wondering, what is this thing? It's called Tempering Key. As the name suggests, it can help cultivators temper various body parts, muscles, bones, meridians, acupoints, etc. It's an excellent body refining resource because of its versatility. I could see why it's precious. Anyway, thank you. Lord Spirit bowed before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the other participants received the result and the allocated points. Wang Wei got 1,000 points, and Chu Luo only had 800 points to display the difference between the two. Subsequently, Lord Spirit began the subsequent trial, Dao Heart. And to Wang Wei's surprise, he discovered he had once again entered the road of the heart, standing at the 6th section where he left off during the void-shattering realm. So, Wang Wei continued walking in the different sections. He saw many illusions that tempted and questioned his sanity and morality, primarily his recent actions in the demon supremacy world. However, he ignored them until he reached the 10th and final sections. Wang Wei saw someone waiting for him in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged with a table and tea. It's you. Why are you here again? That's a good question. You tell me. Wang Wei sighed before sitting in the second seat, facing the other person. He looked at the person who looked exactly like him, except for a more evil aura. Heart Devil. What do you want this time? The Heart Devil poured himself a cup of tea before doing the same for Wang Wei. I'm here for one reason. Wu Hong. Why didn't you have the conversation about her motive with her? I forgot. You don't forget, you can't forget, replied the Heart Devil. Unless you subconsciously want to. Maybe you're right that I have subconsciously avoided talking to her, replied Wang Wei as he took a sip. However, I don't think that matters this much. I know for sure that she loves and would never betray me. I agree with you. However, you still need to have the conversation. Your Tao heart cannot have the tiniest flaw, and if you don't confront the truth, even if you already know in your heart the answer, the flaw will not go away. Wang Wei did not say anything as he continued to sip his tea. He knew the Heart Devil was correct, since he knew she loved him. Why couldn't he have the conversation? That's because a tiny part of him feared he would discover something else in that conversation. No matter how slight that fear is, it is still a flaw. All right, I won't procrastinate anymore. So, are you going to talk to her now? Soon. How soon? I said soon. So get off my back. Whatever, said the Heart Devil in anger. It's your Tao heart, and you can leave a flaw if you want. He chugged the entire pot of tea before slamming it on the table. Then he disappeared. Wang Wei's eyes twitched before shrugging his shoulder and walking to the end of the section. Wang Wei opened his eyes and felt a sublimation in his Tao heart. He also felt a microscopic flaw. Although this flaw was so minor to the point of being insignificant, it was there. With his current Tao heart, he could still bear the heaven will. Let's deal with this as soon as possible. Soon, the ranking list appeared, and to everyone's surprise, Ji Lanfang was #1 in this trial, followed by Wang Wei in 2nd place and Chu Luo in 3rd. Wang Wei slightly frowned before accepting the result. Meanwhile, in Chu Luo's area, he analyzed the result. A trial that focused more on the flaws of the Tao heart instead of how powerful or robust it was. It would make sense that a swordsman who dedicates everything to the way of the sword would have no flaw. As for him, this trial showed him he had a few flaws in his Tao heart. The first one was his failure to comprehend the slightest of his existence. Even after so many years, he could not forget it. The second flaw was his failure to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial despite his parents going to extreme lengths to have 3 attempts and survive. Nevertheless, he failed and wasted time and resources on his first 3 reincarnations. Consequently, his parents had to pay another price to allow him to use a restricted Tao of creation. The third flaw was he felt he owed his parents too much for everything they did for him. He had hidden guilt that he deleted their futures because of their sacrifices. So, he desires to become an extremely powerful eternal emperor and help them to return the favor for their nurturing. This trial has helped me find the flaws in my Tao heart so I can fix them. Chu Luo's eyes became focused before exiting the pagoda. There were no reward for this trial, since pointing out the Tao heart flaws of these heaven-chosens was the reward. They all looked relieved after discovering the problem, since they could target and deal with it. As soon as Wang Wei left, he sent a communication talisman to Wu Hong for her to contact him once she was available. Then, he focused on Lord Spirit, who seemed to have a more eerie smile than usual. I have good news for all of you. There will be changes to the combat trial. It will not be a battle competition between you, as you expected. It will take a different form that will allow you to gather many points, enough points to not even care about the first-seeded token. Many people frowned as they were getting a little tired of this trial, constantly changing the rules. It was too chaotic for many. Lord Spirit, will you tell us what it will be in advance, or do we have to wait? Of course he'll tell you. It will be in your best interest to prepare in advance, replied Lord Spirit with a wide smile. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of Chapter 560 Complications and Curse Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Dao's true self for the gift. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of challenges, but not from each other, but heaven-chosens in the upper dimension. The heaven-chosen presence were the backbone of their respective faction. So they had access to some secrets of the universe. They knew about the upper dimension, where all great emperors ascend to continue their cultivation journey. But now, they had an opportunity to battle the geniuses of that place. They instantly became excited as they did not believe they would be inferior even if they lived in a far worse environment. Of course, some feared humiliating themselves or bringing trouble to their sections. Things were about to get complicated, thought Wang Wei. He did not fear any challenge from these upper dimension heaven chose. He worried about the political aspect behind their presence. Even though he knew these powerful entities could not readily interfere with the lower dimension, they still had the capability. Things would get complicated if he offended one of these young masters and caused trouble for his sect. And relying on Wu Hong as a backer might make things even worse. I should probably begin to think about robbing the final winner instead of participating in this trial, he thought. He would wait and analyze the situation and weights the pros and cons before making a decision. Many participants began to ask questions regarding the upcoming battle trial, but Lord Spirit only said to wait a month until these people's arrival. Afterward, everyone returned to their mansion. Wang Wei went directly to Ancestor Wuching to ask questions. So what do you think? I don't know much about the upper dimension, but I know mortals can descend to the endless void, but it is extremely difficult. Gu Xian is not simple if he could do this for a trial. Gu Xian is not simple. Are there any restrictions? For sure. For example, they cannot stay long here, they cannot use items above Emperor grade, and maybe others. What about the heaven will battle? I don't know about that. Let me ask Origin One, replied Wang Wuching before disappearing and returning a few minutes later. They can participate in the battle. However, they have to start cultivation from scratch, are restricted by the number and type of resources they can bring, and have to acquire an identity token. Furthermore, if they fail to prove the Tao, they cannot ascend to the upper dimension unless someone at the Empyrean level comes to get them. What about karma? Does it restrict them? After their first ascent, when they lose all their cultivation, they don't need to wash away their karma and compete in any heaven will battle. However, if they lose, they have to follow the same rules as us. Wang Wei understood that heavenly Tao restricted the upper dimension people to ensure they had the same starting line as everyone else and had a relatively fair competition. He was satisfied with these restrictions. What he feared was those people coming here to cause chaos and destruction. Do they have anything special about them? Wang Wei asked. They usually have ways to contact the upper dimension, but I don't know if that counts as special. Wang Wei immediately frowned. Although this information seemed useless, it was not to him. His tentacles will one day reach throughout the entire endless void. So, if someone from the upper dimension learned of his action and sent people to interfere, This might cause some trouble. I need to take this information into account. Thank you for the information. No need for formalities. By the way, Wang Ju said she prepared everything. Excellent. I'm going to deal with the issue now. Wang Wei teleported back home before contacting Wang Ju. It seems your seclusion was successful. Thanks to you, young master. The shadow innate treasure was beneficial. That's good. We will find a day for you to officially become my shadow. I look forward to it, replied Wang Ju before handing him a talisman with some information. After reading it, Wang Wei closed his eyes as the power of fate, karma, samsara, and time surrounded him for a few seconds before saying, "We will need more people in these positions. Use some suicide soldiers for the rest." Wang Ju looked at the map handed to her, and a look of surprise flashed before she nodded and went to mobilize the people. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a small village at the southern end of the central continent. While invisible in the air, he observed a young village boy who looked ordinary except for his eyes. Deep hidden inside was an infinite hatred. For as long as this young man existed, he carried that hatred passed down from generation. And he knew, once he died, he would pass this hatred to his children. Today, the young village went to get some woods in the forest, and something unexpected occurred to him. He found a booklet with the title Curse of Hatred. The young villager quickly hid the book before looking at his surrounding to discover if anyone had seen him. After not finding anyone, he rushed home to read the book. He was glad his wife and daughter were not here, and he felt this was not something they should involve themselves with. A few minutes later, he finished reading, "Oh, Tion, do you think you can do whatever you please because you're a mighty cultivator? Today, I will teach you that your actions have consequences." The young village boy closed his eyes before chanting in weird and incomprehensible language. As he did so, the hatred deep in his soul, inherited from his bloodline for thousands of generations, activated to power the curse to unimaginable heights. Wang Wei watched as a dark and invisible power traveled to the western continent, and he knew it was going for Tion. After receiving the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse, he had a basic plan on his mind that he laid the groundwork for while taking his trial. He changed the memories of an ordinary mortal family that Tion destroyed their village, killing everyone they loved. This act resulted in fostering a powerful hatred of that family. Then, he cast a spell on them to pass down that hatred through bloodline for countless generations, nurturing and strengthening that hatred over time. And after more than 10,000 years and numerous mortal generations, the hatred reached the level he wanted where it could cast a curse that could barely touch a person's existentia, similar to Lin Fan's situation. Western continent, Seal Mountain. Tion suddenly opened his eyes and felt a powerful curse descend on him. He frowned calmly as he looked at the markings on his body. The Curse Passion Emperor's 3 anomalous curses? Tion knew the Curse Passion Emperor as he was technically one of his mentors. He studied briefly under the latter. The Curse Passion Emperor was a pseudo-eternal emperor famous for his curse and poison Tao. During that era, he was very valuable to the war as he could poison innate demons on large scales and even weaken some eternal emperors. One day, the Curse Passion Emperor discovered a destroyed village with only one survivor, a young girl full of hatred. He tried to help the young girl, but she only wanted revenge. So, he promised to cultivate her into a powerful being to have her revenge. She refused. She wanted her revenge now. So, the Curse Passion Emperor created a special curse for her to use her hatred as the source and her life as the price. Finally, the girl killed her enemy before moving on to samsara. After that, he created 2 other curses of the same category, which were eventually called the 3 anomalous curses. This curse became essential to the war as it allowed mortals to have significant battle prowess. However, the Curse Passion Emperor came to hate his creation because of how much damage it did to mortals. He hated the acquired side for weaponizing these 3 curses. Tion was momentarily sad after thinking about the past. He was present when numerous primordial gods and innate demons besieged the Curse Passion Emperor and killed him. He was pretty sad after receiving the news. Although they were not close, the latter was still one of his mentors. Using such a cruel and cunning method. This must be Wang Wei's method, he thought before sneering. If I did not have some understanding of existence, this curse would have killed or crippled me. So, he used his Tao to protect his existence. He knew from the cursed Passion Emperor this was the quickest method to deal with this curse with no repercussions. A few minutes later, the markings on his body disappeared as he returned to normal. So, it failed as expected, Wang Wei muttered. Then he contacted Wang Ju to begin, who then mobilized all the Fate Shadow Guards worldwide. Chapter 561, the hostile takeover. Wang Wei teleported to a special place. Meanwhile, a great event with worldwide repercussions occurred. The Shadow Guards began assassinating people from every continent, every domain, and every faction and race, including the Sea Race. Even the hidden powers that have not shown up in the myriad Emperor world were affected, alarming all the Emperor lineages. And the target of the Fate Shadow Guards was no one else but Tian's sleepers. Wang Wei was careful this around and planned for many years before acting. And with the help of the Oracle Mirror and his recent increase in strength and abilities, he knew the position of most of them. So, he attacked them simultaneously, not giving them or the faction they infiltrated a chance to respond. A few minutes later, Wang Wei appeared before Wang Ju with his clothes disheveled. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just killed a Tao ancestor," he replied casually before giving her a token. This token leads to a small world where the sleepers kept all their information. Take control of it and make a copy of everything for the sect. Tian's sleepers have gathered so much impossible that it was mind-boggling. They have detailed records of every heaven chosen in each generation since the ancient emperor era. They also have records of every noteworthy event that occurred since then. When Tian was reincarnating, they would not stop gathering information and keeping records in case their master wanted to know. The knowledge in the small world was so vast that even Tian had not read all of them. After all, he would not care much about the life of someone who has long been dead by the time he successfully reincarnated. However, Wang Wei planned to read all of them. He knew he might be able to learn many things from these records. From a person's life, he might learn a valuable lesson. From these records, he might learn some truth or secrets of this world that was beneficial to him in the present. Or, just reading the information, he might be inspired and come up with a great idea. It's a shame that he did not find any cultivation scripture from that small world. However, he knew long before that Tian was careful and did not leave any records. "How did things go on your side?" Wang Wei asked. "Smoothly. As you ordered, we did not kill all the sleepers. Instead, we stole the fate of those in high positions and used the assassination as a distraction to clean our tails. As of now, Project Deep Infiltration is complete." "Excellent," said Wang Wei. With this move, he now controlled the Sleepers Information Agency. He had the same spying and assassination capabilities as him. Not to mention he had planted so many spies inside these factions. With this move, he should be able to get his hands on most of the Emperor lineage's scripture to learn from, just like Tian. Of course, he now had eyes everywhere in the myriad Emperor world. Wang Ju went to process everything on the Sleeper Information world, while Wang Wei had other things to deal with. He ignored the fact he just slightly tilted the world to its side and went into seclusion. Immediately, he took out the Oracle Mirror and activated it. His main objective for the Curse of Hatred and attacking the Sleepers was the Mirror. With his action, he increased the karma he had with Tian, and now the Mirror increased the information by another 10 for a total of 90. He acquired new information regarding Tian, including some secrets of the Null Era. Then, he focused on a specific piece of information that caught his attention. Tian was trying to find a way to go past the 9 Extremity Foundation to reach the 10th, and he found a way. Regrettably, the Mirror did not disclose the method. "I already suspected he was doing this, but now I have confirmation," thought Wang Wei with a frown, thinking about how he could increase his karma with the latter and find the answer. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. He once tried to use the fact that Kyo Ning gave him the perfect foundation method to increase his karma with DT but he failed. She seemed immune to his karma technique. He knew she was the key to increasing the remaining 10, but he did not want to get in more contact with that woman. She was too weird and dangerous. The other option was DT family. But based on previous divination, he did not have much affection or karmic connection with them. To DT his real parents were the ones who died before the Null Era. So, killing or doing anything to them would not increase his karma much. Wang Wei then borrowed the power of his incarnation to do another divination. He wanted to know if there was a way to increase karma with DT Dijia, he muttered. She was the woman in charge of DT information network from the D-clan side. She was his Wang Ju and accompanied him everywhere in the same manner as Wang Ju. From the divination, he knew she loved him, but he did not care about her. However, compared to his affection and connection to his parents, she had a higher weight on his life. By killing her, I can increase the mirror's percentage by 1. Wang Wei frowned. He did not know whether that 1% would tell him how DT planned to break the 9-extremity foundation limit or another piece of information. I could try to modify the purpose of the mirror to give the information I need, thought Wang Wei before deciding to try it. So he contacted Wang Ju and asked her to assassinate Dijia. Then he wanted to attempt something. He summoned his destiny law to modify the purpose of the Oracle Mirror. He wanted the mirror to give him 90 of DT knowledge, which included all the techniques he knew and cultivated, every thought he had, and even his understanding of the law instead of simply providing him with information. If he succeeded, he would now know the specific scriptures and techniques of DT instead of just knowing the name and detailed analysis of what they were. He then would not have to recreate some of these techniques and instantly understand them. Plu. Wang Wei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale. I guessed it's still beyond my means to modify a chaos treasure. He closed his eyes after swallowing a few pills to recuperate from the backlash quickly. Western continent, sealed mountain. DT looked at the runes that created his cage with fury. He could feel the disappearance of all the sleepers. At first, he thought it was a normal swiping where some people's identity was discovered. This has happened a few times throughout their existence, and they always managed to bounce back. But he sensed the death of the Tao ancestor guardian in charge of the headquarters. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He created the headquarters with a unique treasure that could hide even from a pseudo-eternal emperor. And as long as the headquarter entered the endless void, even an eternal emperor cannot find it. For security measures, he ensured that only 2 people could directly enter the headquarters, him and the Guardian. However, he forbade the Guardian from ever leaving that small world, so he was the only person who knew its location and could physically enter. All the other sleepers had to use talismans or special magical talismans to relay information inside before the Guardian properly stored them. The more DT thought about it, the angrier he became. And it was not because he lost something that took him hundreds of millions of years to create, but because many of these men had accompanied him since his first life. They were the remnants of his past life, his only real attachment in this foreign era. Now, they were all gone. Furthermore, the core of the sleepers were these people's descendants, and he just watched them die while helpless. He remembered his promise to give them a better life after he achieved his goal. DT looked at his hand, feeling the anger and helplessness he was trying to suppress. It was the same feeling he had when he held Ninger in his arm, watching her slowly die. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. He thought after so many years after his strength reached such a level, he would never feel the same way. But today, he received a reminder. He was still that weak individual incapable of protecting the things he loved. Nothing had changed. Wang Wei, you wait. You'll pay for this. DT took a deep breath to control his emotions. He sensed someone coming to talk to him. Young master, big news, said Dijia. I know, replied DT before frowning. His eyes suddenly turned all black as he looked at Dijia. Death Salmon? Is she going to die soon? Immediately, he connected her death to the recent event. I don't know if it is really Wang Wei who want her dead, but better be safe than sorry. Di Tian then asked to talk to his father before instructing the latter to place Di Jia in a secure location where only the clan's most loyal individual resides. Subsequently, he discussed the recent event before dealing with the current problem. Most of his sleepers in the Myriad Emperor were now dead, essentially crumpling his spying agency. Although he still had the D-Clan's network, it was not the same. So, he contacted his clone to send some sleepers from another world community. Although they were a very small group compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to rebuild. I should have developed the outer sleepers more. He only created the outer sleepers to help him gather information and some rare resources from other world communities, and to have a backup in case something went wrong in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he never focused too much on developing them. He now regretted his decision. Chapter 562, Ultimate Glorious Age. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After 2 days, he was now back in his prime state. He finally checked the communication talisman Wang Ju sent him, making him frown slightly. Did he detect something? Thought Wang Wei. It seems I may be unable to get my hands on Dijia. After deciding to try a wait-and-see approach, he left his seclusion to stretch his body. He had many things to do and would return to a retreat soon. But he decided to check on the sect's affairs first. After all, he was still the sect master. As such, he had a conversation with the elders to ensure there was no problem and the sect's plan to develop in the lower realm had no issues. Once he finished, he flew back to his mountain to continue his cultivation. As a sect master, he could use Tianwei Peak as it had the most spiritual key and was the best environment for cultivating in the sect. However, Wang Wei loved the comfort of his home, so he rarely used it. He even planned to move the spiritual energy from Tianwei Peak to his fate transcending mountain. After arriving home, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. What's the matter? We have a few things that require your attention. Wang Wei motioned for her to head inside before hearing her. A protected environment was better for these kinds of conversations. Wang Ju then handed him a list with a bunch of names. These names are the sleepers who infiltrated the army of the other Heaven Chosens. 300 years ago, after you entered the trial, Feng Lijuan, Chun Chun, Sun Jiaolong, and Huang Yuan began to slowly and methodically eradicate them from their groups. Although they did it slowly and intermittently, they started doing it simultaneously. So, they wanted to hide their trials, making it seem that eradication was natural? Exactly, replied Wang Ju. The key point is Mo Xingyun. The Mo family did a sweep of the sleepers and eliminated most of them in their clans. In this cleanup, even our Fate Shadow Guards did not survive. I see. Mo Xingyun most likely has a method to detect the agents and sold it to these Heaven Chosens. There is even a high possibility that they are in an alliance. Yes, that's the conclusion we came to. Many Heaven Chosens have been removing the sleepers from their armies, including from the Sea Race. Them? Did they finally begin to move? Yes. The Heaven Chosen representing the Sea Race in this generation's Heaven will battle is Ilianqing, an abyssal squid. What's that? Asked Wang Wei, as he had never heard of such a species. That's what he calls himself. However, he is probably from the deep squid race, but had some mutation. You don't sound too sure? The deep squid race supports Ilianqing, but their relationship seems odd. Moreover, Ilianqing is very secretive. So far, all we know is that he beat all the Heaven Chosen of the Sea Race, had a confrontation with Sun Jiaolong, and almost killed the latter. Wang Wei nodded as he did not care much about Sun Jiaolong. He allowed the other to escape after taking the human destiny sword because he knew the great Wu Crown Prince had a high affinity with Destiny Dao, and letting him live might help him gather the luck-condensing treasure of the other races. What happened to Xiao Songxi? He lost to Ilianqing. However, he is now in the process of taking the patriarch position from his half-brother. Wang Wei smacked his lips as he could guess what was going on. Xiao Song's father had another child that was pure Bai Shi. Now, these two brothers were fighting for control over the clan. There is something else you should know, said Wang Ju. What is it? Our spy has heard a rumor that the Baishi clan has a 5-star Star Sage sealed, and Xiao Songxi wants to become the patriarch to get access to it. So he wants to ask the Star Sage how to prove the Tao in this generation, even how to become an eternal emperor, muttered Wang Wei to himself. How credible is that rumor? It's not very credible. If the Baishi clan had a Star Sage of that level, they would have used it long ago. Unless they find a way to increase the bloodline of a lesser Star Sage, commented Wang Wei. The Star Sage bloodline is one of the few very restrictive bloodlines. There has never been a precedent of one person going from 1 star to 2 stars, let alone achieve the highest 5 stars level. Usually, that would be the case. But this is a glorious age, unlike anything that has ever been seen. Anything is possible. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to justify his wild guess. He was speaking based on a recent observation from the trial. There were too many high-level heaven chosens. All the top individuals who participated in the trial have the talent and potential to break the barrier between mortal and immortals. It could be for only a brief moment through secret techniques with a terrible price, or even using some treasures or unique methods. Nevertheless, they had the potential, and that potential will also transfer in the form of becoming eternal emperors. Wang Wei would not be surprised if all these people became eternal emperors in their respective heaven or world. All this information indicated that a glorious age was occurring throughout the entire endless void. This conclusion might sound absurd, but Wang Wei had other evidence to support his conjecture. The absolute chaos physique. Why did 9 of them appear in one generation? The first heavenly physique was precious not only for his power, but because it allowed individuals to wield outlaws and supreme outlaw Daos without consequences. Consequently, heavenly Tao will not grant this physique lightly. So, it is normal for hundreds of generations to pass by without the first physique showing up. The only exception is when some heaven will world began a glorious age by sacrificing the heaven will of one generation to benefit the next one. And even then, the physique might not show up then. Yet, 9 of them appeared in one generation. No matter how anyone analyzed the situation, this is a statistical anomaly. And since nothing ever occurred for no reason, there must be an explanation for the anomaly. Wang Wei has a theory that involves the myriad emperor world, him, and Dtion. He believed these worlds' heavenly Tao sensed a shift in the endless void coming from the myriad emperor world, and they wanted to maintain balance. If Wang Wei proves the Tao, he will bring significant changes to the endless void. However, not every world wants to change, nor do they want someone from another world to make that change. Furthermore, the changes he will bring will grant him tremendous power. To be precise, unchecked power. Heavenly Tao is all about balance and order, and they do not like people who can easily overthrow the entire table and break the balance. If Dtion proves the Tao, from the conversation Wang Wei had with his dead wife, he could tell the latter was on the verge of madness. With the power he will acquire after becoming an eternal emperor, who could stop him if he went on a rampage in the endless void? So, Wang Wei believed that these heavenly Daos across different world communities had created a glorious age in the entire endless void to eventually balance the 2 of them and manage the influence the myriad emperor world would have during their resurgence. He believed this is why so many peak heaven chosen suddenly popped out of nowhere, making it seem as if achieving immortal venerable strength was common. Wang Wei even suspected the real mastermind behind this move of balance was the true heavenly Tao from the upper dimension. Although he did not have any concrete proof for his theory, nor could he verify the truth through divination, he felt he was correct. As such, he will proceed with his plans bearing this information in mind. Keep a watch on Xiao Songxi and the Baishi clan. Even if the rumors might be unsubstantiated, it's best to be on the lookout, just in case. As you wish. Is there anything else? Nothing that you need to concern with immediately, replied Wang Ju, who suddenly remembered something. I don't know if this news is important, but a Wang clan member from the ancient clans traveled with Wafeng Wang. Is that so? They'll pay attention, replied Wang Wei. How about my parents? How is their mortal dust proceeding? So far, there is no trouble. During mortal dust, Wang Tian and Yu Yin sealed their memories. Although they can regain it in an emergency, it would break the tempering process. So, the people of the sect are secretly protecting them. Suddenly, he thought of something not pleasant. Wang Wei took out his sect master token and ordered a 5-root Dao ancestor to protect his parents secretly. After finishing, he dismissed Wang Zhu before using his divine sense to check on the Supreme Cottage. His grandfather was on a long retreat to repair his Dao heart. Wang Wei designed many scenarios similar to how he did to cultivate his ever-changing Dao heart. He hoped they would help him repair his Dao heart, but he did not know if it would be successful in the end. If his grandfather could not elevate his Dao heart to a certain level, he would not be able to become Dao Ancestor or Immortal Venerable to enact his plan to defeat Emperor Nine Suns. After checking on the cottage and noticing the latter was still in retreat, he focused on his own retreat. Chapter 563 Memories Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon4421 for the gift. In his retreat, the first thing Wang Wei did was absorb the tempering key he received as a reward for the willpower trial. With it, he opened 720,000 acupoints and 28 primordial dragon force of strength. It only took him a week. Since he had another 3 weeks before the subsequent trial, he focused on his other tasks. He briefly checked on his incarnations, mainly on the Fate incarnation, since he wanted to know the progress of the Fate Palace. Finally, he began to review the talisman miscellaneous one gave him, trying to see if he could refine an immortal tear pill. After watching the process and explanation, Wang Wei frowned. The divine runes needed for a pill of that level were at least 10,000 times more complex than the best quasi-emperor pill. However, he could still manage with his soul. The problem was the immortal key needed to engrave the runes, and he did not have that. Could I convert spiritual key or innate key into immortal key? Thought Wang Wei as he pondered the feasibility of this method. He then reviewed all the knowledge he had about immortal venerables. He even went to the sect's secret archive to acquire more. Immortal venerable have something called a mortal mansion inside their dantian or divine sea. It is essentially an organ used to convert spiritual ki into immortal ki. As long as an immortal venerable continues to expand their divine sea and acquire more ki, they can increase their realm to immortal sovereign and eventually immortal king. Additionally, immortal venerables can increase their classification. A cultivator becomes 1 leaf or 2 leaf based on talent, control, and understanding of energy. A talented person can immediately become a 9-lead immortal venerable after establishing their immortal mansion and refining their first string of ki. At the same time, cultivators can also purify their ki to reach higher quality, leaf, before trying to reach higher realms. However, the process requires a lot of time and resources. Higher forms of neutral energy like innate or chaos ki are easier to convert into immortal ki, and the conversation rate is higher. So, 1 string of innate ki might convert to 10 strings of immortal ki. 1 string of chaos ki was worth 100 strings of immortal ki, and 10 strings of spiritual ki equaled 0.1 string of immortal ki. Wang Wei wrote these numbers in front of him to better visualize the concept of immortal ki, even though he knew they had no basis. And as he observed them, he wondered how he could convert spiritual ki into immortal ki for pill refining. He first thought of his ki flower that could create spiritual and innate ki. Maybe if he knew enough about immortal ki, he could program it to create immortal ki. After all, the flower was connected to the source ki space. Consequently, anything related to the source ki space is inherently dangerous. So Wang Wei did not want to mess with that place and place himself in deep trouble. So, he wanted a second solution before trying this one. The answer he came up with was the origin pill flame that had the power of good fortune, which could change anything rotten to something magical. If he considered spiritual ki as something rotten and immortal ki as something magical, he could convert between the two with the flame. Wang Wei analyzed this possibility for the next few hours, and the more he pondered the issue, the more likely it became. So, he exhaled deeply as he muttered, The Origin Pill Flame Sutra is truly magical. Regarding uniqueness, it rivals the Origin Path Scripture and Wu Hong's Sealing Sutra. As soon as Wang Wei uttered these words, he suddenly paused as something clicked inside his mind. He always found the Origin Pill Flame Sutra unique compared to other emperor scriptures. The level of intricacy and profoundness of this scripture was similar to Wu Hong's, the Origin Path Scripture, and the Heaven-Slashing Sutra, the Sword Empress All Eternal Emperors. After using this scripture to refine his primordial spirit, Wang Wei wanted to ask Wu Hong if there was something unique about the Danyuan Emperor. However, he always seemed to forget to ask. It's like there was this power that was subtly manipulating my memories and making me overlook the idea of the pill ancestor as an eternal emperor. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei felt another click inside his mind. He closed his eyes as he mobilized his soul to the limit. He sensed two invisible power affecting his memories. One was very subtle but unresponsive, and the other was more aggressive. He focused on the more aggressive one, as he knew it was the source of the anomaly he discovered through his quantum array. Wang Wei immediately noticed he could not remove or seal that aggressive power. However, he also found its function. The power was blurring some of his specific memories, to be precise, the memories of someone. And no matter how much Wang Wei focused or what method he used, he could not see the person in the memory. So, he reviewed the memory countless times, trying various methods. Then he sensed something. It was the emotion of hatred. Wang Wei then used the trick he learned from Suya to read the unique emotion released by a person, and he immediately sensed an indescribable rage, hatred, fear, and desire to kill. Using these intense emotions as a guide, he bypassed the aggressive memory-blocking power and saw a hooded figure staring at him. During the trial's dinner party, when he entered the pagoda, every time he fought or watched a battle, the hooded figure would stare at his every move. On a few occasions, he locked eyes with the hooded figure, but as soon as he moved his head away, he would forget the latter. He would forget the latter even when he watched the hooded figure through the quantum arrays. What a weird power. What a creepy person, thought Wang Wei as he decided how to act next with his new information. Suddenly, his communication talisman activated, and his eyes lit up once he saw who it was. Perfect timing. Wife, I miss you dearly. Really? How much did you miss me? You have no idea how miserable life has been without you. The world seemed to lose color without your presence. I miss your smile that could make all infinite Taos bloom. I miss your touch that made my heart beat louder than the echoes of the universe. Damn it. Although I know you are only saying sweet words, I cannot help but smile, replied Wu Hong with a brilliant smile. I meant every word, and I don't doubt you. So, did you miss me as much as I missed you? No. Crack. Wang Wei held his wounded heart, his face full of shock and endless grief. I have to say, your acting skills have gotten better, said Wu Hong. I know, right? I think it's the result of my thick skin derived from aging. It's not bad to become an old monster. Wu Hong shook his head. 10,000 years old was nothing but a baby in the cultivation world. You still have no proclaim how much you miss me. Although I'm not as good with words as you, I think I can still express my feelings in a poetic way, said Wu Hong before thinking of her words. Then, she whispered many sweets, word to Wang Wei, and he reciprocated them. For the next few hours, this young couple did nothing but express their love and affection through flowery words. They did not care how cringy their lovey-dovey act was and enjoyed the moment. Finally, they became serious. So, how was your seclusion? How is that thing going? Better than expected. That woman Kyo Ning has spent a lot of time understanding the concept of perfection, making my job easier. That's good. Do you have a rough calculation as to when you will finish? I honestly do not know. However, I should finish quicker than I previously anticipated. All right, said Wang Wei with a bit of sadness. He missed having his wife around, talking to her. Overall, he missed being in her presence. Anyway, I wanted to ask you if the Danyuan Emperor was an eternal. He had figured out how to deal with the soft memory affecting power. All he had to do was have one of his spirit particles hold the desire to ask the question. Before the power could activate, move it to another spirit particle. This tactic allowed him to delay the soft power indefinitely. Him? He is indeed an eternal emperor. I knew it. So what is his story? Why did he have to hide the fact he was an eternal? Chapter 564, Danyuan Emperor Wang Wei always felt it was weird that none of the profession ancestors were eternal emperors since they essentially rebuilt the myriad emperor world. Cultivation civilization. Since Emperor Kong could receive a boost to achieve the status of eternal emperor, at least one of these people should have received a boost for their accomplishment. Qinju's situation is a little complicated, replied Wu Hong as she tried to remember the detail. Red Cauldron Empyrean was a talented pill refiner. However, she was injured in the attempt to enter the Paragon realm. So, she decided to refine a unique pill that would not only help her heal, but also help in her breakthrough. Wait, you don't only need to comprehend 90 of the Grand Tao Source to become a Paragon? Of course not. Cultivating in the immortal stage is not simple, no matter the path. Can you give me an example? Wu Hong glared at him. I know we're going off track, but I'm curious. Let me think. Empyreans can create life at will, but Tao rulers can do so as well in their inner world. They require living beings to help them bear higher percentages of the Grand Tao Source. Immortal sovereigns also have something similar to help them gather and purify Qi. I'm sure there is a difference between the three. Can you elaborate? Don't you want to know about the Danyuan Emperor? I do, but this current topic has piqued my interest. Whatever. Empyreans create life to help them understand the Grand Tao Source. You can think of it as an aid to shorten the time needed for cultivation. Even then, it still takes you on epics? Exactly. That's why things like merit, luck, and incense are extremely valuable in the eternal ascension world. I see. What about the others? Tao rulers can create life in their inner world. However, these lives cannot live for long outside of the inner world. So, most Tao rulers will take people from the inside and place them inside their inner worlds instead. So, population is a valuable resource. That's scary, said Wang Wei. Indeed, immortal sovereigns can create something called life projection inside their Dantian to help manage their immortal mansion. Life projection is essentially a projection of people. They are imaginary people. Inside the Dantian, these people are real, but outside, they do not exist. They have no genuine existence. I see, muttered Wang Wei. I'm guessing they also have ways to deal with the issue? Yes. They usually absorbed souls to fuel the life projections and compensate for their deficiencies. Wang Wei shook his head. With these immortals, all-powerful and not restrained by karma, he could imagine the life of mortals in the upper dimension was worse than hell. It's not as bad as you imagine, said Wu Hong. Life projections are immortal as long as their creator is alive. So, many people voluntarily offer their souls since this is another form of achieving immortality. As for the people entering Tao ruler's inner world, it is also a way of safety and living a peaceful life. Wang Wei nodded. All right, you can tell me about Qinju. I did not even know that was the Danyuan Emperor's real name. Where was I? Yes, Red Cauldron Empyrean. The final step for her refinement was for the pill to gain sentience and experience samsara. However, one of her rivals, Steel Cauldron Empyrean, learned of her action and interfered with the pill's reincarnation. He made the pill aware of its creator and its ultimate fate. And as you can guess, that pill was the Danyuan Emperor. That could explain his talent for the pill, added Wang Wei. So, what happened next? Qinju immediately ran to the lower dimension and even entered reincarnation again to hide from Red Cauldron. After being reborn in the myriad emperor world, he proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. I guess he planned to hide his status in case Red Cauldron decided to kill him one day, but was unaware of his status as an eternal, and he could secretly revive. So, he erased this information from history and left some subtle means to prevent anyone from deducing the truth. From your tone, I'm guessing his plan did not work. Yes. By the time he ascended, Red Cauldron Empyrean had a fortunate encounter that allowed her to become a paragon. However, her soul was incomplete because she used a part of it to refine that pill. So, was the final fate of the Danyuan Emperor being absorbed? No. He was smart and quickly ran into primordial chaos, traveling to other chaos worlds to hide. By the time he returned to the Eternal Ascension world, he was already a boundless paragon. So, he dealt with Red Cauldron? Wang Wei guessed it would not be much of a battle between a normal paragon and a boundless one. However, he was unsure since he was not knowledgeable on the topic. No, replied Guhon. They became Dao companions. Enemies to lovers? I did not see that coming. Most people did not. However, the two became a famous pill refining couple. I bought many pills from them and even learned about runes from the Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei briefly analyzed the information he had just received. I've theorized that material alchemy should have become the mainstream in the Myriad Emperor world. Did the Danyuan Emperor learn of divine rune alchemy in the upper dimension? He got the idea from there, but he did not directly bring it from there. The divine runes he created were based on the laws of the Myriad Emperor world. Do you think he spread it to other world communities? Probably to a few. I guess he did not want to be too much in the limelight. So, if he did, probably only a few instead of the entire endless void. That makes sense. What about the other profession ancestors? Were they also eternal emperors? No. Why not? With their accomplishment, the destiny of that time, I don't see why Heavenly Tao would not give them a boost. The talisman and weapon ancestors were very arrogant individuals. They refused Heavenly Tao's aid and only became pseudo-eternal emperors. The Formation Emperor only became a pseudo-eternal emperor because of the boost. What about my ancestor? Did he rely on merit? No, he relied on himself. But he did receive a lot of merits? Yes, which helped him cultivate faster than most people in the immortal stage. The same for the Sword Empress. That makes sense. Heavenly Tao that has emotion will break the principle of balance that they should operate. So, removing their emotions and even ensuring they could no longer have emotions would grant her a lot of merits, analyzed Wang Wei. From what he knew from the Sword Empress, her power existed to this day, preventing any Heavenly Tao from acquiring emotion and intelligence in the entire lower dimension. I'm guessing it was the same for you as well? After you dealt with the devil race? Yes. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something and asked, was there an ultimate glorious age during your time as well? What's that? When a glorious age occurred throughout the endless void, with unparalleled geniuses appearing everywhere. He also told her about his theory. Wu Hong paused for a moment. Now that you mention it, it was indeed like that. The devil race had conquered more than 95 of the endless void, but it was on the decline during my period. When I traveled to other world communities, I met numerous genius that could be considered the sons, daughters of an era and had unparalleled talents. They probably resulted from Heavenly Tao revolting against the devil race. Wu Hong remembered the time she left the Myriad Emperor world with great fondness. She met many talented individuals, defeated many, and became friends with a few. That specific period was the first time in her life she felt free, not having to worry about being constantly hunted down. It was when she built her confidence, since she no longer had to always hear that it was her honor to be desired by the Devil Prince. She also no longer felt the weight of the world crushing her. As she witnessed the suffering of various races throughout the endless void, she no longer felt her mission as a daughter of destiny was a burden, but a choice she consciously made. It also helped to know she was not alone. I remember this kid who was collecting absolute chaos physique, proclaiming that he would create the greatest body refining scripture of all time. She said with a brilliant smile, "Did you meet anyone with a 9-extremity foundation?" said Wang Wei after momentarily being enamored by that smile. Wu Hong slightly frowned as some memories she could not previously remember suddenly appeared in her mind. Beside me, there was none. You also had this foundation? Not exactly. After I defeated Di Tian's reincarnation, I sealed his foundation and absorbed it as my own before taking the heaven will. Later, after I ascended, I learned I had a pseudo-incomplete 9-extremity foundation. So, I hunted an eternal emperor with a complete one to perfect mine. Wang Wei gave her a thumbs up. He did not expect less from her. Now that we are on the subject, what happened to the absolute beginning emperor? You said he was in limbo, implying someone killed him? Chapter 565, Li Taishuang's fate, the absolute beginning emperor's story, is slightly complicated, replied Wu Hong. Firstly, he was from the upper dimension. He was a heaven chosen, cultivated by the Tai profound gate in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Well, that might explain his overwhelming hatred for Buddhism and all things incense. You're more correct than you think, added Wu Hong. Oh, seems like there are some secrets.